Chapter 1. The start with a hundredfold drop rate. Lu Fei, you wait. A ragged youth, with a cold glint in his eyes, hissed through clenched teeth. Not far from him lay a colossal saber-toothed tiger, about 5 meters in length, sprawled in a pool of blood. Lu Chen, a traveler from Earth, had arrived in this world of universal cultivation known as the Xintian continent. With extraordinary aptitude, he had reached the 3rd level of qi condensation at merely 16 years of age, becoming the pride of the Lu family. The Lu family was one of the 3 foremost clans in Jiangdu City, situated in the western part of the Daqian dynasty in the northern region of the Xintian continent. The realms of cultivation in the Xintian continent are classified from low to high as body refinement, qi condensation, yuan gathering, spirit severing, and qi splitting, with each realm divided into 9 levels. Above these exist the immensely powerful king and emperor realms, and beyond are the legendary immortals, knowledge of which is beyond Lu Chen's current understanding. Achieving the 3rd level of qi condensation at such a young age had granted Lu Chen countless honors and praises. However, it also attracted endless jealousy. Today, those envious souls could no longer contain themselves and devised a plan to lure a 4th level qi condensation saber-toothed tiger, intending to dispose of Lu Chen. Beastly creatures are inherently formidable, far surpassing humans in combat prowess at the same level. If not for Lu Chen's cleverness, seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the saber-toothed tiger while sustaining severe injuries, he might have met his demise today. Yet, even with a life exchanged for injuries, Lu Chen had suffered greatly. Lu Fei, Lu Chen's cousin, age 22, was at the 4th level of qi condensation. Had it not been for Lu Chen, Lu Fei's caliber and aptitude would have made him a standout in all of Jiangdu City. Yet, the genius Lu Chen overshadowed him, inciting his unbearable resentment. Especially now, with the recruitment of one of the 4 elite academies of the Daqian dynasty, Jiangshunzong. Only 4 slots were available in Jiangdu City. Evidently, these 4 spots would go to 1 from each of the 3 top families and 1 from the city lord's residence. Thus, the Lu family's slot naturally belonged to Lu Chen alone. It was known that gaining admission to one of the 4 academies equated to soaring to greatness, akin to a carp transforming into a dragon. Such an opportunity, Lu Fei would not let slip away. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, and under the guise of family training, he plotted against Lu Chen. As long as Lu Chen perished by misfortune, the Lu family's slot would rightfully belong to him. Lu Fei. Hiss. Fuming, Lu Chen inadvertently aggravated his chest wound, grimacing in pain. The saber-toothed tiger's dying claw had left 3 deep, bone-visible gashes on Lu Chen's body. Had it not been for his solid training and body refinement, that claw could have easily claimed his life. Damn it, this injury will take ages to heal, Lu Chen cursed. Suddenly, he caught sight of a question mark hovering above the colossal saber-toothed tiger. What is this? Lu Chen stared at the exclamation mark in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss. After a while, curiosity compelled him to laboriously crawl closer. As soon as Lu Chen's hand grazed the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Activation requirements met. System activation commencing. Ding! System successfully activated. Binding in progress. Ding! System binding successful. Recoverable corpse detected. Does the host wish to recover? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was initially taken aback, but soon elated. After 16 years of traversing this world, his very own system had finally arrived. Recover. Without hesitation, Lu Chen focused his intent. Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 blood qi stones, 10 energy stones, a pair of saber-toothed tiger fangs, and a 2nd-tier saber-toothed tiger demon core. Holy crap! Lu Chen was astonished to discover such a bounty from a mere touch, especially the blood qi stones and energy stones, which were treasures for cultivation. Typically, practitioners relied solely on their techniques to absorb spiritual energy, yielding meager results that required extensive time to accumulate. Thus, it is said that cultivating immortality is a timeless endeavor, with significant advancements taking many days. Conversely, disciples of significant factions and sects advance much more swiftly due to their abundant cultivation resources. Among these are blood chi stones and energy stones. With these, cultivators can rapidly elevate their levels, and due to the purity of the energy within, they do not destabilize the cultivator's foundation. Thus, blood chi stones and energy stones are indeed invaluable for cultivation. This time, he had obtained 10 blood chi stones and 10 energy stones, sufficient for Lu Chen to recover and elevate his power to a higher tier. While Lu Chen reveled in his good fortune, the system notification chimed again. Ding! A reward has been triggered by corpse touching. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100-fold drop rate. Recalculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 blood chi stones, 1,000 energy stones, 1,000 pairs of saber-toothed tiger fangs, and 1,000 second-tier saber-toothed tiger demon cores. Upon hearing the notification, Lu Chen stood dumbfounded, even questioning whether he had misheard. The saber-toothed tiger's fangs were excellent materials for weapon crafting, typically priced at 100 gold for a pair. Did this mean he suddenly possessed 100,000 gold? The second-tier saber-toothed tiger demon core was also a material for alchemy, though it only fetched 200 gold. Yet, with such a large quantity, 1,000 cores could sell for a staggering 200,000 gold. Thus, the combined worth of these two items alone amounted to 300,000 gold. It is worth noting that even as the pride of the Lu family, Lu Chen received a mere 100 gold each month. This alone had made many youths from other families envious. Yet now, he had suddenly acquired 300,000 gold? It was utterly unbelievable. Additionally, 1,000 blood chi stones? 1,000 energy stones? Lu Chen felt as though a massive pie had fallen upon his head. How many levels could he ascend with such resources? Ding! Items have been placed in the system space, and the host can extract or store them at will using their intent. The notification pulled Lu Chen back to reality, and he swiftly glanced towards the system space. Within, the densely packed blood chi stones and energy stones filled him with elation. Not only were these resources a windfall, but the expansive system storage space brought him even greater joy. Was this not akin to acquiring a personal storage space for free? Moreover, it seemed the space was extraordinarily vast. Lu Chen could not discern its boundaries. Regaining his composure, Lu Chen immediately extracted several energy stones and blood chi stones. At this moment, he was still severely injured and needed to recover swiftly. This was no safe haven. He was on the outskirts of Jiangdu City's monster beast forest. Though only on the periphery, in his current condition, even encountering a first-tier monster would leave him without the strength to fight. With bated breath, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation. The blood chi stones and energy stones in his hands consumed rapidly within moments. 2 stones turned to dust and vanished. His injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Chapter 2: A Surge in Power. As the 3rd blood chi stone was depleted, Lu Chen's injuries fully healed. Even the skin on his chest returned to its pristine state, leaving no trace of the previous wounds. Lu Chen now radiated a rich aura of vitality, and it seemed that his cultivation level had also seen a significant advancement at this moment. However, Lu Chen refrained from hastily breaking through. Instead, he prepared to leave. Since his life-or-death struggle with the saber-toothed tiger, some time had passed. Given that Lu Fei intended to harm him, and considering his temperament, he would surely return here to investigate. If Lu Chen were to break through here, and by chance Lu Fei arrived midway, it might not only disrupt his advancement, but could also lead him to go astray in his cultivation. Moreover, this place was inherently unsafe, prompting Lu Chen to seek a more secure location for his breakthrough. Lu Fei, the day I return shall be the day you pay for all of this. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he vanished from the spot. After traversing for about the span of half a tea's worth of time, several figures appeared at the scene. Second young master, look, there are bloodstains here. As the voice rang out, several figures rushed to the site where the saber-toothed tiger's corpse had once lay. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger's body had long since been recovered by Lu Chen through the system. leaving behind only a pool of blood on the ground. Third young master's jade pendant. One of them pointed to a fragment of a jade pendant nearby, which bore the character Chen, the very pendant Lu Chen had always worn. Clearly, the third young master was devoured by the saber-toothed tiger. Oomph. He should not have obstructed my path, the leader declared. This individual was none other than Lu Fei, Lu Chen's second cousin. Second young master, this means the slot for Jiang Shenzong naturally belongs to you now. One of the others quickly flattered. Ha ha ha, let's take a stroll before returning. And when we report to third uncle, let's make it sound convincing without revealing any flaws. Lu Fei chuckled heartily as he gave his orders. Rest assured, second young master, we know what to do. In a cave on the outskirts of the monster beast forest, Lu Chen sat cross-legged within, fervently absorbing the blood chi stones and energy stones. After circling the periphery, he finally discovered such a cave, surrounded by dense underbrush and trees, nestled in a relatively dim area, providing ample concealment. Thus, Lu Chen resolved to quietly enhance his strength right here, fully absorbing the vitality stones and energy stones awarded to him this time. The vendetta against Lu Fei must inevitably be avenged, however. To eliminate him, one must consider the formidable presence of his second uncle, Lu Tianhao. Lu Tianhao possesses the pinnacle of qi condensation, mere steps away from entering the gathering Yuan realm. At this moment, Lu Chen is in no position to contend with him. With the system at his disposal, Lu Chen intends to elevate his prowess before returning to settle accounts with Lu Fei. As time flowed by, the vitality stones and energy stones in Lu Chen's possession were rapidly consumed. His strength surged forward with remarkable speed, ascending through the ranks of qi condensation first to the 4th level, then the 5th, and finally the 6th. With such an abundance of resources, Lu Chen's progression resembled that of quenching one's thirst with water. Should anyone have been present to witness this, they would undoubtedly have been astounded. Even within the prestigious 4 great academies of the Dacian dynasty, it would be impossible for disciples to absorb vitality stones and energy stones in such vast quantities. Crack, crack, crack. As his power skyrocketed, a melodious sound of transformation resonated throughout Lu Chen's skeletal structure. He could sense the changes within himself, his physical form, meridians, blood, bones, and even his 6 senses were continuously strengthening. Thanks to the replenishment provided by the vitality stones, Lu Chen felt neither fatigue nor thirst, completely immersed in the fervor of his rapid ascension. By midday the following day, Lu Chen emerged leisurely from the cave. Having exhausted 1,000 vitality stones and 1,000 energy stones, he had successfully reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. Clenching his fist and savoring the sensation, he cast his gaze toward a massive boulder to the left of the cave entrance. "Hey!" he shouted, raising his palm to unleash a forceful strike. Boom! With a deep rumble, the boulder shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris across the ground. Is this the power of the pinnacle of qi condensation? Lu Chen mused with great satisfaction at his display of strength. However, this is still insufficient. Although he had attained the pinnacle of qi condensation and felt unafraid of facing his uncle Lu Tianhao, this was not the outcome he sought. Lu Chen desired absolute certainty, a crushing advantage. Thus, he discerned the direction and sprinted deeper into the depths of the monster beast forest. Oh, whoa! Boom, boom, boom. Miss, hurry and escape. We will hold them off. No, Uncle Lu, we must flee together. Be obedient, hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. At this moment, on the outskirts of the monster beast forest, a dozen individuals were surrounded by a pack of silver moon dark wolves. They were valiantly protecting a white-clad, masked woman as they fought to break through the encirclement. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that these defenders were at the end of their rope, utterly incapable of matching the strength of the silver moon dark wolves. Oh, whoa! With another long howl, a massive silver moon dark wolf charged forth. Upon witnessing this, the leading elder's expression grew increasingly grave. Trouble. That is the silver moon wolf king, a tier 3 beast. You all must take Miss Yao Yao and flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder tossed a pack he had been carrying to the woman and charged forward. Uncle Lu, The masked woman cried out in despair, attempting to advance, but was forcibly restrained by other guards who dragged her away to safety. A Tier 3 beast is equivalent to a human in the Gathering Yuan realm, possessing greater combat prowess than their human counterparts of the same level. Although Uncle Lu was strong, he had only just entered the first level of the Gathering Yuan realm, making him no match for the Silver Moon Wolf King. At that moment, Uncle Lu silently lamented his misfortune. Originally, he had accompanied the young lady to this remote town to procure a medicinal herb with a status as a Gathering Yuan expert. It should have been a trivial task. However, who could have anticipated that? Right after obtaining the herb, a frenzied pack of Dark Moon Wolves would emerge from the depths of the Monster Beast forest? Now, they found themselves in this predicament, and to make matters worse, even the Silver Moon Wolf King had appeared. Yet, what puzzled him was that the Silver Moon Dark Wolves seemed to have been driven out by some terrifying force from within the forest. When he had first encountered them, Uncle Lu had even perceived a hint of panic in their eyes. What was even more astonishing to him was the notion that their obstruction might be the reason these Silver Moon Dark Wolves were attacking them in a frenzy, a thought so absurd that even Uncle Lu found it hard to believe. Boom! In an instant, Uncle Lu collided with the Silver Moon Wolf King. As anticipated, Uncle Lu was utterly outmatched, sent flying by the impact, blood spraying from his mouth midair. Uncle Lu. In the distance, Yao Yao, witnessing the tragic state of Lu Bo, cried out in anguish. Lu Bo had watched her grow up. Although he was merely a family servant, Yao Yao had always regarded him as a kin. Howling, the Silver Moon Wolf King, with its crimson eyes ablaze, roared and lunged towards Lu Bo. Beast, you truly can run. Come here and die. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a figure, swift as lightning, appeared before everyone in an instant. Chapter 3. Reward triggered. With the sound of the whistle, the previously bloodthirsty Silver Moon Wolf King displayed an expression of sheer terror, as if it had encountered something life-threatening. Ignoring Lu Bo, who was about to be attacked, it abruptly changed direction in midair and attempted to flee to Lu Bo's astonishment. The creature emitted a whimper akin to a beaten house dog pleading for mercy. In his lifetime, Lu Bo had encountered many things, but he had never heard of the Silver Moon Wolf King exhibiting such behavior. This was the Silver Moon Wolf King. Although merely a third-tier magical beast, wolves did not hunt alone, and they typically appeared in packs. Particularly, a pack led by the Silver Moon Wolf King was known for its formidable attack power, compelling even fourth-tier magical beasts to retreat. Yet now, a mere whistle had instilled such cowardice in the Silver Moon Wolf King. It was utterly inconceivable, still thinking of fleeing. Come and die. However, before Lu Bo could fully comprehend the situation, the figure had already positioned itself in the path of the fleeing Silver Moon Wolf King. With a swift kick, it sent the beast flying back. The Silver Moon Wolf King yelped in pain, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, but utterly powerless. Just one kick had incapacitated the once mighty Silver Moon Wolf King. This scene left Lu Bo and the others in utter shock. When they turned to look at this figure, their astonishment deepened. The figure belonged to a youth, seemingly around 18 years of age. What a jest! This was merely a remote region of the Great Qian dynasty. How could such a prodigious individual exist? At 18, to kick a third-tier magical beast to the ground. This boy must possess at least the strength of a late-stage Qi gathering practitioner. Lu Bo, hailing from the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, knew that such exceptional disciples existed among the powerful families and sects there. But that was in the capital. Where were they now? In the resource-scarce Jiangdu city. Even the city lord of Jiangdu was merely at the fourth level of Qi gathering. How could such a prodigy possibly appear here? Could it be that a disciple from a prominent family or sect was fortuitously training in this area? Lu Bo and the others could not help but speculate wildly. Bang! The youth spoke little, completely disregarding the Silver Moon Wolf King's pleas for mercy, and delivered a punch. With a final wail, the Silver Moon Wolf King convulsed once and fell silent. Upon the death of the Wolf King, the pack of Silver Moon Dark Wolves no longer dared to linger, fleeing in disarray, entirely abandoning their formation. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, even birds of feather will flee. If humans act this way, how much more so a pack of wolves? The youth merely cast a glance and did not pursue. Instead, he crouched down with a grin, reaching toward the corpse of the Silver Moonwolf King. Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 Bloodstones, 500 Energy Stones, and 1 third-tier Beast Core. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating harvest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 Bloodstones, 3,000 Energy Stones, 1 4th-tier Beast Core, and 1 Tome of Shadow Step. Shadow Step, a profound martial skill that enhances agility, making one elusive and difficult to grasp. Haha, what a splendid treasure. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as a satisfied smile spread across his face. Indeed, this young man was Lu Chen. Ever since he reached the peak of chi condensation in the cave, he had ventured into the inner areas of the beast forest to commence his hunting escapades. In just 2 days, he had reached the 6th level of chi gathering that if this were to be revealed, it would surely astonish everyone in the span of 2 days. Jumping directly from the peak of chi condensation to the 6th level of chi gathering was a remarkable leap. What kind of prodigy could level up so swiftly? Even the disciples from prominent families and sects could not achieve such feats. Unfortunately, this time he only received a 6-fold reward. Looking at the Bloodstones and Energy Stones he had acquired, Lu Chen could only smile wryly. During his hunting, he had come to understand some characteristics of this system. Rewards were not guaranteed with every corpse he touched. They were entirely random. Additionally, as his level increased, lower-tier prey would yield little in terms of valuable items, only providing fur and beast cores, while Bloodstones and Energy Stones could not be obtained from them. It made sense. If in the future he were to reach the King or Emperor realm, slaying these low-tier magical beasts would yield an abundance of treasures. Wouldn't that be absurd? He would need to do nothing but focus on these low-tier magical beasts to gain experience. Nevertheless, even so, Lu Chen was immensely satisfied. This was already quite extraordinary. As he engaged in more battles and collected more corpses, he discovered that defeating higher-level opponents resulted in a greater variety of rewards and a higher likelihood of triggering rewards. For instance, against the Silver Moon Dark Wolves, defeating those ordinary Dark Wolves would yield only a few Bloodstones. But taking down the Silver Moon Wolf King granted him a substantial amount of Bloodstones and Energy Stones. Along with a profound level martial skill in the Xinjiang continent, martial skills were ranked from low to high as Common, Yellow, Profound, Earth, and Heaven. In Jiangdu City, it was already quite rare to cultivate a yellow-level martial skill. Profound-level martial skills were considered the clan's secret techniques. Even among the large sects and prominent families, ordinary disciples only practiced profound-level martial skills. Earth-tier martial skills would even make King Realm experts envious. Typically, only powerful sects and prominent families possess such techniques. As for Heaven-tier martial skills, they were exceedingly rare. Even legendary Emperor Realm experts might not possess them. This young hero, I am Lu Wenlong, and I thank you for saving my life. At this moment, Lu Bo approached Lu Chen, clasping his fists in gratitude. Yao Yao also came forward, shielded by several guards. Lu Chen glanced back at the group and waved his hand. It was merely a casual act. You are too courteous, old SIR. As he spoke, he prepared to leave, not wishing to entangle himself further with these strangers. Young hero, please wait. Just as Lu Chen lifted his foot, he was called back by Lu Bo, who looked at him with curiosity. I implore you to accept this jade pendant. Should you ever find yourself in the capital of the Great Qian dynasty and require assistance, you may present this pendant at the Lu residence, and I will surely go to great lengths to aid you. Lu Bo took a jade pendant from Yao Yao and respectfully offered it to him. For him, the debt of gratitude for saving his life could not be forgotten, especially since this youth had not only saved his life but also that of Miss Yao Yao. Had he been slain by the Silver Moon Wolf King, she would certainly have fallen victim to the Wolf King's pursuit. Given the latter's incredible speed, the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the Lu family, hearing Lu Bo's words, Lu Chen paused, casting another glance at the group. Families capable of establishing themselves in the capital were undoubtedly formidable. And judging by their attire, they did not seem like ordinary folk. Very well. I shall accept your kind offer. Lu Chen did not hesitate, directly accepting the jade pendant. The Jinxian sect was located near the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, and it would be wise to have more allies. After accepting the pendant, Lu Chen bowed slightly to Lu Bo and the others before departing without further words. Lu Bo, Why did you not inquire about his name? Which family does he belong to? At this moment, Yao Yao approached, puzzled. Miss, someone who can reach such a level at this age is certainly extraordinary. Our meeting is already a stroke of fate. As for his name and family. Such matters are inconsequential, and we shall naturally learn of them in due time. Lu Bo replied with a smile, stroking his beard, his tone mysterious. Chapter 4. 7th Level of Qi Gathering. Boom! A rumble echoed from a cave within the beast forest. 7th Level of Qi Gathering. It is time to return. Having absorbed all the Bloodstones and energy stones in his possession, Lu Chen opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of killing intent. Over the course of 3 days, he had traversed the inner regions of the beast forest, slaying numerous magical beasts, continuously strengthening himself through the spoils of his conquests. At this moment, Lu Chen could be deemed invincible throughout Jiangdu City. Swish! With a flash, Lu Chen vanished from his location, reappearing 100 meters away. The shadow step is indeed a remarkable skill. Lu Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration, having fully mastered the profound martial skill. Shadow step, Lu Chen found himself marveling once again at the might of the system. While others must toil through the stages of comprehension, progressing from entry-level to minor accomplishments, major successes, and finally to mastery. Lu Chen had managed to learn the martial skills obtained from corpses instantly, bypassing all intermediate stages. What a delightful experience! On the outskirts of the Warcraft forest, a ghostly figure flickered, leaving behind only a sound of joyous laughter. Startling countless beasts, the young adventurers and mercenary groups hunting the creatures nearby were filled with dread. Goodness, could this place be haunted? Where is this ghost? Don't frighten yourselves, if it's not a ghost. Then where does that laughter come from? The figure flits from east to west, and we can scarcely glimpse it. Shouldn't ghosts laugh in a sinister manner? Why is it laughing heartily? You speak as if you've encountered a ghost yourself. Little did Lu Chen realize that his exuberant laughter as he dashed through it incite such discussions among these onlookers in Jiangdu City, within the Lu family estate, which occupies a vast expanse in the southern part of the city as one of the 3 premier families. A sprawling manor stood proudly. Surrounding were markets and residences belonging to the Lu family, all under their protection. Today, the manor echoed with furious roars. Nonsense! How could a second-tier saber-toothed tiger appear on the outskirts? A dignified middle-aged man, his hair bristling with rage, clutched a broken piece of jade tightly and bellowed. This man was Lu Tianyu, Lu Chen's father, a peak practitioner of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Third uncle, we too are baffled as to why the saber-toothed tiger appeared on the fringes, but the facts remain. Poor Chen was ambushed due to a moment's carelessness, and we barely escaped with our lives. Lu Fei lamented sorrowfully. This moment, Lu Fei and the others appeared disheveled, their clothes tattered and bodies marked with numerous wounds. Nonsense! Do you think I would believe you? Although Chen only possesses the 3rd level of Qi condensation, he is no less capable of saving his own life than you. Lu Fei, if you managed to escape, how could he have perished? Lu Tianyu pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fei and shouted angrily. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Do you think my son would harm Lu Chen? They too returned injured. Accident can happen to anyone. It's merely unfortunate luck for Lu Chen. This moment. A middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Tianyu stepped forward and spoke in a deep tone. He was Lu Qianhao, Lu Fei's father, also a peak practitioner of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Lu Qianhao, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I might have overlooked it before, but regarding my Chen today, if you do not provide an explanation, do not blame me for turning hostile. Hearing Lu Tianhao's gloating remarks, Lu Tianyu's fury erupted. Do you believe I fear you? Lu Qianhao replied with a cold sneer, his own aura as a peak practitioner of Qi condensation ready to erupt. Enough! What an utter disgrace! At this moment, an elder seated at the head of the table slammed his hand down and stood up. This man was Lu Zhengming, the head of the Lu family and Lu Chen's grandfather. A practitioner of the 2nd level of Gathering Essence. Lu Fei, recount the events surrounding Lu Chen's demise in detail, without any concealment or fabrication. Otherwise, do not blame me for invoking family discipline. Lu Zhengming fixed his gaze on Lu Fei and spoke solemnly. Lu Chen was the pride of the Lu family, a child of destiny. Just days prior, Lu Zhengming had discussed with Lu Tianyu that Lu Chen would be the one to attend the Jinxian Sect. In the future, he would undoubtedly bring glory to their family. Since childhood, Lu Zhengming had doted on Lu Chen, and upon hearing the grim news, he found it hard to accept, in that fleeting moment. He seemed to age considerably. He could not fathom how his remarkably talented grandson could have met his end at the hands of a second-tier saber-toothed tiger. Although Lu Chen's strength at the third level of qi condensation made him no match for the second-tier saber-toothed tiger. Lu Zhengming firmly believed that among these individuals, it would have been Lu Chen who could have saved himself, not Lu Fei and the others. Grandfather, I speak the truth that if you do not believe me, you may inquire of Exin and the others. Lu Fei wore a look of grievance, pointing to a steward behind him. Master, what young Master Lu Fei said is indeed true. The second-tier saber-toothed tiger appeared suddenly, and young Master Lu Chen was the nearest. Thus he suffered the fatal attack. Rubbish. According to your account, all of you fled yet managed to return to retrieve Chun's jade pendant. Such lies. It seems you will not speak the truth unless subjected to punishment. While Lu Tianyu refrained from directly confronting Lu Fei, he would not show mercy to Exen that he raised his hand. Ready to seize Exen. Humph. Are you attempting to coerce a confession? How will the descendants of the Lu family trust us in the future? At this moment, Lu Tianhao intervened, blocking Lu Tianyu's grasp with a cold reprimand. Such grandiose words. Lu Tianyu and Lu Zhengming both furrowed their brows. The management of the family was a delicate matter. Sometimes, one must endure and suppress their grievances for the greater good. However, Lu Tianyu could not care less. His son had been harmed. How could he tolerate it? Lu Tianhao, I want to be fooled by your tricks. With a fierce shout, Lu Tianyu lunged forward once more. Humph, do you think I fear you? Lu Tianhao immediately retaliated, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat, the sounds of their clash resonating like thunder amidst the relentless wind. The confrontation between two peak practitioners of qi condensation was extraordinary. Boom! In a heartbeat, they exchanged numerous blows, each equally matched. Third brother, you've gone too far. At this moment, Lu Tianxing, Lu Chen's elder uncle and a peak practitioner of the first level of Gathering Essence, finally spoke up. With a powerful shove, he pushed the enraged Lu Tianyu aside. Lu Tianhao seized the opportunity to land a blow, sending Lu Tianyu staggering backwards several paces before he managed to regain his footing. Lu Tianyu felt a surge in his chest. Had he not restrained himself, he might have spat out a mouthful of blood. A mocking expression crossed Lu Tianhao's face, while Lu Tianxing maintained his impassive demeanor. Lu Tianxing, you are quite something. Lu Tianyu glared at him, his teeth clenched. Due to Lu Chen's exceptional abilities, Lu Zhengming had long intended to pass the family head position to Lu Tianyu, granting Lu Chen the Jinxian Sect's quota. Naturally, this arrangement threatened Lu Tianxing and Lu Tianhao's interests, who already harbored immense resentment towards Lu Chen's family. Thus they aligned against him. Chapter 5. A Forceful Return. Tianxing, Lu Zhengming furrowed his brow. Father, at this point, there is no need to protect third brother any longer. Indeed, Lu Chen is a prodigy, and while we have not voiced our objections to you bestowing the headship upon third brother or assigning the Jinxian Sect's quota to Lu Chen, that was when he was still alive. Now that he is dead, it is time for a change in leadership. As for the Jinxian Sect's quota, it should naturally go to Lu Fei. Scoundrel, Lu Chen's fate remains uncertain, yet you begin to arrange your own interests without a thought for rescue. Lu Tianyu gritted his teeth. Lu Tianyu is correct. This matter should be discussed later. The priority now is to rescue Lu Chen. Lu Zhengming nodded in agreement. Rescue? That is a second-tier saber-toothed tiger, a top-tier beast among second-tier monsters. Even if Lu Chen is a prodigy, he is merely at the third level of qi condensation. The blood on the ground and the shattered jade pendant are already enough to conclude that Lu Chen has perished. Why pursue this futility? Lu Tianxing scoffed dismissively. Even so, do not presume you will attain the headship. Lu Tianyu glared at him in rage. Humph. That is not for you to decide. That Lu Tianxing cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Tianyu. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and two figures entered. The first was a man of impressive stature, resembling Lu Tianxing, who was none other than Lu Tianxing's son, Lu Li. The other, clad in a Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow and an ageless visage, wielded a feather duster with an air of ethereal grace. Allow me to introduce, this is Taoist Yi Chun, an inner sect elder of the Tiandao sect, and also Li's master. What? Upon hearing Lu Tianxing's introduction, both Lu Zhengming and Lu Tianyu were taken aback. The Tiandao sect, while not as formidable as the Jinshin sect, stood as a top-tier sect in Jiangdu City, with its leader being a peak practitioner of gathering essence, significantly more powerful than the city lord. Furthermore, all inner sect elders were practitioners of the 5th level of gathering essence or higher. For Lu Li to have entered the inner sect and taken an elder as his master, his prowess must have surpassed the 5th level of qi condensation. Greetings, Taoist Yi Chun. Despite their grievances towards Lu Tianxing, Lu Zhengming and Lu Tianyu maintained a respectful demeanor before Taoist Yi Chun. For one must not disrespect the strong. Yi Chun nodded slightly and found a higher seat to settle down, seemingly looking down upon them. Although the Lu family is one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangdu City, it pales in comparison before the Heavenly Dao sect. For the Heavenly Dao sect, annihilating such a family poses no challenge whatsoever. Lu Li, finish your personal matters promptly so that you may return with your master. Yes, master, Lu Li replied respectfully, then rose to face Lu Zhengming and Lu Tianxing. Grandfather, I have now entered the inner sanctum of the Heavenly Dao sect. I trust that the position of family head can be passed to my father? Lu Li spoke directly, without any intention of being circumspect. Lu Zhengming furrowed his brow, glancing at Taoist Yi Chun, hesitating to speak. With Lu Chen gone, do you still expect Uncle San to lead our Lu family to prosperity? It must rely on me and my second brother. Elder brother speaks the truth. Grandfather, if I truly join the Xinyuan sword sect, I will not care for the position of family head. Now that elder brother is also in the inner sanctum. As his strength increases, would he still concern himself with this mere patch of land in Jiangdu City? Father, Lu Li and Lu Fei are correct. My desire for the position of family head is ultimately for the future of our Lu family. Tianyu is indeed no longer suited to inherit the position, Lu Tianxing said with a smile. You say he is unfit, and so he is? Just as Lu Zhengming and Lu Tianyu were about to interject, a voice rang out from outside the door. Then, a figure appeared before everyone, Lu Chun. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone was astonished. Lu Zhengming and Lu Tianxing wore expressions of joy, while Lu Tianxing and the others were left in a stupor. Especially Lu Fei, who appeared as though he'd seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief that why you're still alive. I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? Lu Chen sneered coldly, narrowing his eyes at the astonished Lu Fei. In the next moment, without any warning, Lu Chen moved. You dare! The sudden turn of events prompted a furious shout from Lu Tianhao. Yet, Lu Chen's speed was akin to lightning. Before they could react, he had already reached Lu Fei and struck down directly at his Tianling cap. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Fei's Tianling cap was shattered, and he collapsed, his expression of astonishment still frozen on his face. For it was only then that Lu Tianhao reacted, rushing forward to embrace Lu Fei's lifeless body. You scoundrel! You actually killed Feier! Lu Tianhao glared at Lu Chen, his aura surging to its peak. Ridiculous! If he could plot against me, why can't I kill him? Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. Die! The anguish of losing a son drove Lu Tianhao into a frenzy. Charging violently at Lu Chen, Lu Chen cast a glance, filled with disdain at Lu Tianhao. You dare! The entire sequence of Lu Chen's return and the instantaneous killing of Lu Fei unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily speechless at that moment. Lu Tianyu saw Lu Tianhao rushing towards Lu Chen and exclaimed in alarm. All of this transpired too quickly for Lu Tianyu and Lu Zhengming to comprehend. It was evident that Lu Fei and the others were responsible for Lu Chen's supposed demise, and Lu Chen's return for revenge was entirely justifiable. However, Lu Fei had only been at the 3rd level of the Qi gathering realm. Although he could defeat Lu Fei due to his prodigious talent, achieving a swift kill seemed utterly impossible. Yet Lu Fei had indeed been slain in an instant by Lu Chen. How could this be? Just as Lu Tianyu and Lu Zhengming prepared to intervene and stop Lu Tianxing, Lu Chen moved again. His figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared to Lu Tianhao's left side, striking out with his palm. Bang! Lu Tianhao was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground and convulsing briefly before losing all signs of life. Those present looked on, aghast, as Lu Tianhao's left side was completely obliterated. Hiss! The decisive strike that claimed a life left everyone frozen in place. How is this possible? My second brother is at the peak of the Qi gathering realm. Lu Tianxing was filled with an inexplicable dread. While it could be said that Lu Fei's sudden death was due to Lu Chen's unexpected strike, Lu Tianhao was a bona fide master at the peak of Qi gathering. Even the most careless individual would not be so easily vanquished. You shameless wretch, they are your kin, and you dare to commit murder before our eyes. Such madness cannot be tolerated. This only fueled Lu Tianxing's desire for vengeance. Humph, old fool, if you wish to kill me, be prepared to be killed in return. Chapter 6. Slaughter, Abundant Harvest. As Lu Chen continued to slay two individuals, every gaze within the Grand Hall trembled in shock. Especially Lu Tianxing. I see you have practiced dark arts and gone astray. How dare you kill in public? As he spoke, he gathered his energy within his palm. As a master of the gathering essence realm, he could now harness the energy from his entire being for his own use. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavenly Tao and eliminate you. Wretch. Just as his words fell, Lu Tianxing unleashed a torrent of energy towards Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen smiled coldly. You wish to maintain a facade of righteousness after having acted as a harlot. When you sought to kill me, why did you not utter such words? With a single arm raised, a green radiance began to surge forth and a faint light shield formed before him. This sight. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, energy manifesting as a shield. This technique, while not particularly difficult, could be executed by any master of gathering essence. However, having heard the earlier conversations, Taoist I Ching realized that when Lu Chen left the family, he had barely reached the third level of Qi gathering. Yet now, he possessed such power. He must have encountered a great opportunity. Contemplating this, Taoist I Ching's gaze sharpened slightly. This young man must either be recruited to strengthen the heavenly Tao sect or be eliminated to prevent future troubles. While he pondered, Lu Tianxing's palm was already a mere foot from Lu Chen. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Lu Tianxing was sent flying backward, crashing through the thick wall and reducing it to rubble. Uffed! Amidst the ruins, Lu Tianxing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. Your strength. But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen had already darted to his front. Without hesitation, Lu Chen crushed his skull with a single kick. Lu Tianxing perished. Upon witnessing this, Lu Li's eyes widened in fury. He charged towards Lu Tianxing's direction, only to be greeted by a scene of blood and gore. Father! He then glared at Lu Chen with blood-red eyes. That I will make you pay. Stop. Seeing this, Taoist I Ching's face contorted in fear, urgently trying to intervene. However, he too met the same fate as Lu Tianxing. Witnessing this, Taoist I Ching's expression turned fierce. You dare kill a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect? This matter will not end here. Lu Chen wiped his hands, a smirk playing on his lips. That I'm sorry, but I think the same. Arrogant wretch, prepare to die. As Lu Chen disregarded him, Taoist I Ching was consumed by fury that you've merely killed a few worthless individuals, yet you dare to challenge me. Saying this, Taoist I Ching's energy surged. The entire Grand Hall quaked at his presence. Those present were all filled with dread. What a formidable aura. This person's strength likely far surpasses Lu Tianxing's. Lu Chen's expression darkened. He could clearly sense that Taoist I Ching was at the peak of the 6th level of gathering essence. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far, although he was at the 7th level of gathering essence. It had been with the system's assistance, so he dared not let his guard down. That moment, Taoist I Ching struck. Heavenly Tao Palm. A powerful gust of palm wind erupted, rushing towards Lu Chen's face. Lu Tianyu, witnessing this, shouted urgently, Be careful, Chener! He attempted to shield Lu Chen, but with his speed, it was impossible to reach in time that he could only watch helplessly as Taoist I Ching's palm descended upon Lu Chen. Chener. In that instant, he slowly closed his eyes. That was an elder of the heavenly Tao sect, a formidable figure who had reached the gathering essence realm many years ago, while Lu Chen had demonstrated strength in the gathering essence realm. He was at most at the second level. He could no longer bear to witness the impending disaster. Suddenly, a cry startled him awake. He slowly opened his eyes to see Lu Chen's form gradually dissipating. Yet his true self had appeared behind Daoist I Ching. That is a footwork technique, and a profound tier 1 at that. At this moment, Lu Chen wore a cold smile on his face. Fortunately, he had concealed a trump card. He replicated his earlier action, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the head of Daoist I Ching, who had yet to react. Subsequently, he descended slowly to the ground and extended his hand towards the lifeless body of Daoist I Ching. Ding! Retrieval successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 Bloodstones, 1,000 Energy Stones, and 200 low-grade Yuan Crystals. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 Bloodstones, 50,000 Energy Stones, 10 mid-grade Yuan Crystals, a volume of Heavenly Dao Palm, and a fragment of the Tianyan Sword Technique. The Heavenly Dao Palm, a mystical grade martial skill, is an intersect technique of the Heavenly Dao sect. When mastered to perfection, it can sever rivers. The Tianyan Sword Technique fragment, a earth-grade sword technique, focuses all true energy at the sword's tip, unleashing a devastating strike. Observing these rewards, Lu Chen's face revealed a look of excitement. Earth-grade martial skills are rare even in the Sword Xian sect, being among the sect's closely guarded secrets that he never expected that this old immortal would harbor such profound techniques. As for the Yuan crystals, they serve as the universal currency of the Xiantian continent. 1,000 gold equals 1 low-grade Yuan crystal, and 1,000 low-grade Yuan crystals equate to 1 mid-grade Yuan crystal, and so forth. He then proceeded to search the other bodies. Unlike Daoist I Ching, the others were not as affluent, with most possessing only yellow-grade martial skills. For Lu Chen at this juncture, those items held little value. However, one individual's possessions caught his eye: Luli, the Qingfeng sword, a mystical-grade long sword forged from Xian iron, remarkably sharp. Additionally, there was a fragment of a map. Yet the system provided no further explanation, so Lu Chen simply placed it into the system space. Subsequently, he naturally did not overlook the bodies of Lu Tianhao and Lu Fei, collecting additional bloodstones, energy stones, and other resources. Only then did he slowly rise, casting his gaze towards Lu Tianyu and Lu Jingming in the distance. At that moment, the two were staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Why do you look at me like that?" That night, Lu Chen departed from the Lu family and returned to the Beast Mountain Range. He knew that with the vengeful nature of the Heavenly Dao sect, they would inevitably seek retribution against him. Moreover, the sect's leader had already reached the peak of the Gathering Yuan realm. He must attain the spirit-severing realm to have a chance of victory. Furthermore, he had sword techniques to cultivate. How could he possibly enter the Sword Xian sect without mastering the sword? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed at this moment. Lu Chen sat atop a massive rock, feasting heartily on a bear paw. Before him lay a giant bear, severed at the waist. The iron-backed song bear, a 4th-grade demon beast, was covered in armor-like skin, exceedingly tough, and typically unapproachable by those in the spirit-severing realm. Ugh! This tastes terrible. Lu Chen leaped down, reaching for the corpse before him. Ding! Retrieval successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 blood pills, 10 Dao Source pills, and 1 4th-grade demon core. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 blood pills, 100 Dao Source pills, 1 5th-grade demon core, 1 set of soft armor, and an earth-grade technique. Explosive body technique. Blood pills and Dao Source pills are the advanced versions of Bloodstones and Energy Stones for someone in the spirit-severing realm. Bloodstones no longer hold significant value, that he was pleasantly surprised by how considerate the system was. While speaking, Lu Chen consumed the pills in a single, ravenous gulp. He then sought out a cave to absorb these pills before departing. Time passed without him noticing, and eventually, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his fists clenched slightly, and the sound of taut muscles echoed throughout. His limbs and bones brimmed with explosive power. This is the spirit-severing realm. It truly differs from the gathering Yuan realm that he gazed at his Dantian, where an expansive spiritual spring continuously surged forth. He could distinctly feel streams of true energy flowing throughout his body. With the true energy patterns clearly visible that he then retrieved the Qing Feng sword T that moment. The sword vibrated rhythmically, its blue blade radiating with intensity. The Tianyan sword technique, being an earth-grade technique, could indeed cultivate such exquisite sword radiance. He glanced at the distant sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was time to return. With a subtle movement, he activated the shadow step, vanishing and reappearing 100 zhang away in an instant. This is the benefit of the spirit-severing realm. By severing the mundane body, one opens the sea of spiritual awareness. From this point on, his body would autonomously absorb the true energy drifting in the void, continuously replenishing itself without needing to recover as before. Soon, he arrived at the gates of the Lu family. Just as he was about to enter, a sense of foreboding arose within him, for it was unsettlingly quiet. Too quiet, he slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first sight that met his eyes was a pool of crimson blood. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. He entered the grand hall, only to find Lu Jingming and Lu Tanyu kneeling on the ground. "Grandfather, father!" Upon hearing this voice, the two turned in haste. Seeing Lu Chen return, they quickly urged him, "Chener, flee!" "Flee?" Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from within the hall. A shadowy figure gradually emerged. "I ask it you who killed Elder Yichun?" Upon seeing this person, Lu Chen's expression darkened immediately. The individual before him was unmistakably Wu Tian, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Lu Chen ignored him, first aiding Lu Jingming and Lu Tianyu to their feet. In his eyes, Wu Tian was already a dead man, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Observing Lu Chen's blatant disregard, Wu Tian's expression shifted to one of irritation, and he laughed coldly. Ignore me. How amusing. Then you shall die." Just as he spoke, Wu Tian's demeanor changed. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entire hall in an instant. Witnessing this, Lu Jingming and Lu Tianyu appeared alarmed. "Chener, be careful," before their warning could fully escape their lips. An exceedingly concealed sword radiance shot forth, aimed directly at Wu Tian. Sensing the threat to his life, Wu Tian hurriedly gathered all his true energy to form a protective shield, attempting to defend himself. Yet before that sword radiance, his thick true energy shield crumbled like paper, dissipating in an instant. Poof! Without hesitation, the sword radiance pierced Wu Tian's forehead, the peak of the gathering Yuan realm, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Sect, met an untimely and inexplicable demise. Witnessing this, Lu Jingming and Lu Tianyu were aghast, glancing at the corpse on the ground, and then at Lu Chen, seemingly confirming something. "Chener." Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly, helping the two to their feet before slowly approaching Wu Tian's corpse and reaching out to touch it. "Ding! Retrieval successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 blood pills, 50 Dao Source pills, and 100 mid-grade Yuan crystals. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 blood pills, 100 Dao Source pills, and 200 mid-grade Yuan crystals." Observing these rewards, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. "So poor. Is this really the leader of the Heavenly Dao Sect? He is less than what Lu Li gave me." Saying this, he handed 2 blood pills and 2 Dao Source pills to Lu Jingming and Lu Tianyu. It was not that he was unwilling to part with those 100 pills. Rather, for them at this moment, a single pill would suffice for half a month of absorption. Giving more would be of no benefit. After settling his father and grandfather, Lu Chen slowly stood and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Lu Tanyu hurriedly called out, "Chener, where are you going?" Lu Chen turned his head slowly, replying, "To eradicate the roots." Half a day later, Lu Chen returned from his excursion. On this occasion, he had eradicated the elders of the Tian Dao sect, leaving only the remaining disciples to be dispersed. From this day forth, the Tian Dao sect would no longer exist across the continent. Shortly after Lu Chen's return, Lu Jingming issued a decree to announce the news throughout the entire Jiangdu city. However, it was evident to all that the once troublesome elements of the Lu family had been thoroughly eliminated by Lu Chen. Coupled with the terrifying prowess he had displayed, it was only reasonable to conclude that the announcement of the family head succession was imminent. Cough, cough, cough. Chinner, please take a seat. I have matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. With the other potential candidates eliminated, he naturally took his place beside Lu Tianyu. Observing this, Lu Zhengming nodded and produced the family seal of the Lu clan. Now that everyone is present, I shall declare the next head of the family, Lu Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu hastily rose to his feet. Father, Lu Zhengming glanced at Lu Chen and spoke slowly. From now on, the Lu family shall rely upon you. Saying this, he extended the family seal towards Lu Tianyu. Without hesitation, Lu Tianyu received it with both hands. Yes, as he accepted the seal, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. I shall certainly lead the Lu family towards prosperity. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, nothing of note transpired in Jiangdu City. Thanks to the assistance of the blood chi pill, Lu Chen had stabilized his strength at the second level of spirit severing. With the addition of the Tianyan sword technique, he possessed the capability to contend even against a third-level spirit severing opponent. On this day, a brilliant white light streaked across Jiangdu City, and a figure with a youthful appearance despite his white hair suddenly appeared within the Lu family's courtyard. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Tianming and Lu Tianyu hurried out to greet him. That we humbly welcome Elder Jian. This individual was Jian Su, an outer elder of the Jianxian sect. Have you recommended suitable candidates? Lu Zhengming quickly bowed and replied. We are prepared. That he then turned to Lu Chen behind him. Chinner, are you not coming to welcome Elder Jian? In response, Lu Chen slowly stepped forward and bowed to Elder Jian, without even glancing at Lu Chen. Jian Su simply said, let us proceed to the spirit vessel. In his eyes, Jiangdu City was merely a trivial place, and the recommended disciples were merely numbers to him. With a single wave of his hand, a flash of white light enveloped Lu Chen along with the disciples from the other two prominent families, transporting them directly into the void above. Observing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of curiosity and could not help but glance around. At that moment, a particularly discordant voice emerged from the crowd that a country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, having never even seen a spirit vessel. Turning his head slowly, Lu Chen focused on a youth adorned with a jade crown and clad in a silver robe within the throng. His face radiated an air of disdain. Clad in silver and crowned in jade, he was Ji Tianhao, the prodigy of the Nanhai Ji family. This individual had come to Lu Chen's attention after boarding the vessel, as he had learned some details about him. Having refined his body at 10 and reached the Gathering Yuan realm by 18, his current prowess stood at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Such talent, even within a sect, could be deemed extraordinary. Lu Chen approached him, his gaze sharp. Are you Ji Tianhao? Indeed, I am, Ji Tianhao replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I am who I am, and my name shall remain unchanged. Merely casting a glance at him, Lu Chen turned away and remarked coolly, Oh, I hope you can pass the entrance examination. The entrance examinations serve as the final obstacle to entering the Jianxian sect. It was notoriously challenging. Each year, the sect selected nearly 800 candidates, yet only a handful managed to gain entry. This highlighted the examination's difficulty. Lu Chen, Ji Tianhao's 8th level of Gathering Yuan, was inconsequential. Akin to an ant, he felt no need to regard him with any significance. As the conversation continued, Jian Su's gaze sharpened. Something is amiss, he declared, shattering the communication talisman at his waist to relay the situation back to the Jianxian sect. At that moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The previously clear sky became enveloped in a shroud of black mist. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse darkened. Subsequently, a sinister figure manifested in the void. This individual bore wings, had pallid skin, and possessed blood-red eyes that were truly terrifying. The other disciples, upon witnessing this, erupted into panic cries and fled in every direction. That a member of the demon clan. It is a remnant of the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes flickered with recognition. He had heard of this occurrence. During the previous epoch, the extraterritorial demon clan invaded the Xintian continent. Countless human experts had banded together to suppress them. Yet, some remnants of the demon clan had escaped, and it seemed the figure before him was one such remnant. He noted that this demon merely possessed the first level of spirit severing. Just as he prepared to take action, a voice of fury rang out from behind him. Oktan, remnant of the demon clan. 10 years ago, you escaped. Today, you shan't have the same fortune. Tian chuckled lightly. Jiansu, our strengths are evenly matched, so I cannot deal with you. However, your disciples, surely they are this year's students of the Jianxian sect. What if they perish here? Hearing this, Elder Jian's expression tightened slightly. With his strength, he could certainly ensure his own safety, but these disciples had only just been selected, most possessing abilities of the Gathering Yuan realm. Such strength could easily be crushed by Tian with a single hand. As he pondered, Tian made a sudden move, charging towards the spirit vessel. Upon witnessing this, Jiansu quickly activated a protective barrier of true qi to shield the entire vessel. Go. I cannot maintain this shield for long. At that moment, a figure shot through the sky, barreling towards Tian. It was Jita 8T this time. Ji Tianhao's body shimmered with silver light, and a layer of fine scales began to emerge. In his hand, he wielded a silver spear that resonated with the sound of dragon's roar. Tian glanced at Ji Tianhao's cultivation level and scoffed disdainfully. A mere waste at the 8th level of Gathering Yuan dares to provoke me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of black light and charged towards Ji Tianhao. Meanwhile, Jiansu guided the spirit vessel to descend slowly, for it was the only chance for the disciples aboard to survive. Finally, the spirit vessel touched down to 8T that moment. Ji Tianhao had already been defeated and was plummeting from the void. The others had initially held some expectations for Ji Tianhao, being a prodigy, but to their astonishment, he fell unconscious in mere moments. Seeing this, Jiansu quickly caught him and then tossed him to Lu Chen. Flee. Take him as far away as possible. I will hold off Tian. Yet upon receiving Ji Tianhao, Lu Chen did not flee, but instead cast him aside. Then he sat down nearby, watching the battle unfold. Though his strength was sufficient, his experience was lacking. This was the perfect opportunity to learn. The others, noticing Lu Chen's refusal to escape, found themselves in a dilemma, unable to leave or stay. Ultimately, they could only hide behind a nearby cliff, watching from a distance. Jiansu and Tian clashed for hundreds of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Tian, if you leave now, you still have time. Otherwise, when the other elders of the Jianxian sect arrive, your demise is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Tian flashed a wicked smile. Your Jianxian sect is nearly 1,000 miles from here. Even if that old fool Jianxian came personally, he would need half a day to arrive, and you are merely a spent force. Jiansu's expression darkened at these words. Indeed, Tian was correct. He had expended a significant amount of energy in casting the True Qi shield, although he could absorb True Qi on his own. The speed was excruciatingly slow. Seeing Jiansu's grave demeanor, Tian realized he had struck true. Just then, he produced a pill from his waist and swallowed it whole. And I have only just begun. In the next instant, Tian's form swelled, and a massive sword appeared in his hand. His aura surged as it climbed, eventually stabilizing at the 3rd level of spirit severing. With a sinister grin, Tian raised the giant's sword, pointing it at Jiansu. Jiansu, you shall perish. Speak, he commanded, as he struck down with a single sword, the black sword light slicing through the air with unrelenting force. Meanwhile, Jiansu slowly closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. He was merely at the 1st level of the spirit-severing realm, and now utterly drained, with little hope of survival. Fortunately, there should be enough time for their escape. However, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Jiansu caught sight of Lu Chen's figure. In his astonishment and bitterness over why this young man had not fled with others. Wasting the efforts he had exerted, Lu Chen suddenly erupted with a blinding sword light, vanishing from sight. Ding! At the same time, a crisp sound resonated above him. Lu Chen, he said with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Elder sword, allow me to handle this. With that, he twisted his wrist, the long sword flicking upward, and with a surge of force, he delivered a horizontal slash out. A beam of sword light flashed, carving a crimson gash across Tian's chest. Who are you? Tian's expression turned to one of horror, realizing that even the defenses Jian Su had not breached were shattered by this young man before him. Moreover, it appeared that the youth had yet to exert his full strength. At this moment, a flicker of fear began to rise within Imo Tian's heart. "The one who will kill you," Lu Chen replied coldly. Fixing his gaze upon Imo Tian, he then sheathed his long sword. An intangible pressure emanating from him and spreading outward, a sharp aura instantly engulfed the area within 100 feet. In the distance, Jian Su felt this overwhelming presence, and his expression turned pale. This is the ultimate sword intent. What on earth is this youth's origin? Ultimate sword drawing technique. A dazzling beam of sword light erupted from Lu Chen, transforming into an exquisite sword intent that surged towards Imo Tian. The sudden strike cleaved Imo Tian in two from afar. Jian Su swallowed hard at the sight. Such speed, it's utterly impossible to react. After executing this feat, Lu Chen slowly sheathed his sword and reached out towards the lifeless body before him. Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 Qi blood pills, 100 Dao source pills, and 1 piece of Demon Clan essence. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating harvest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 Qi blood pills, 100 Dao source pills, 1 piece of Demon Clan essence. In the Xian rank body refinement technique. Demon subduing body. Demon subduing body. Evolvable, devouring Demon Clan entities will allow it to evolve. Current progress. 1100. That upon seeing this, a slight smile graced Lu Chen's lips. He simply wished to ascertain what treasures the corpse of the Demon Clan might yield, never expecting to receive this remarkable demon subduing body technique. Judging by its name, he realized this body refinement technique was extraordinary. What a windfall! He stored the technique in his system space and gradually made his way toward Jian Su. Elder Sword, are you unscathed? Jian Su glanced at Lu Chen, letting out a sigh. I had my doubts about you before, but I never imagined you were this powerful at the 3rd level of the Spirit Severing Realm. Elder Sword, what shall we do now? Lu Chen smiled, diverting the topic. That we wait. The Sect should send someone soon. Chapter 9. No Self, No Sword. The foundation of Sword Heart. Before long, Jian Su had summoned all the fleeing disciples back. Fortunately, aside from Ji Tianhao, there were no casualties. Jian Su led them to a secluded forest not far away, awaiting the arrival of the Sect members. Uncertain how much time had passed, several powerful auras gradually approached from the distance. Sensing this, Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet, gripping the Qingfeng sword, ready to act should the situation necessitate. At that moment, Jian Su, who had finished his meditation, suddenly stood up, his face alight with excitement. It's the second elder and the others. We are safe now. Saying this, he led the disciples out of the dense forest. In the distance, the void revealed the figures of the second elder and his companions, who breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jian Su unharmed. Elder Jian, we owe you a great debt. Otherwise, this generation of disciples would have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Jian Su felt a touch of embarrassment. The one who slew Imo Tian is not I, but the newly recruited disciple, Lu Chen. Oh, the second elder's eyes gleamed with intrigue that a newly recruited disciple. But Imo Tian was at the 1st level of the Spirit Severing Realm. If he were to become demonized, his strength would surely approach the 3rd level. How can a newcomer possibly achieve such a feat? At that moment, a powerful aura emerged within his perception. The second elder slowly raised his head, gazing toward Lu Chen not far away, that a disciple at the Spirit Severing Realm. Such strength is comparable to the prodigies on the Sword Xian rankings. Is he truly a newcomer? Jian Su nodded, affirming that Lu Chen was indeed a newcomer. Upon receiving this news, the second elder's expression grew serious. Let us return and report this matter to the Sect Master. If what you say is true, he will be credited with a significant achievement. The Sect Master will surely reward him. With that, he waved his hand, and a brand new spirit vessel appeared in the void. The previous vessel had been damaged during Imo Tian's assault. Although it was not completely ruined, it had sustained considerable harm. Once Jian Su and the others boarded the vessel, they hastened toward the direction of the Sword Xian sect. Thanks to the protection of the second elder, their journey was uneventful, in less than 2 hours. After traversing a range of mountains, a peak that pierced the clouds like a sword came into view. Seeing this, the disciples gasped in awe. that is Xian's Sword Peak, the ancestral land of the Sword Xian sect. It is said to harbor the legacy of the supreme sword god. Whether true or not remains to be seen. The second elder stroked his white beard. Indeed, this is true. However, to enter Xian's Sword Peak, one must first ascend to the inner sect and win the championship in the inner sect competition to qualify for entry. You youngsters still have much to strive for. Initially, the disciples were filled with enthusiasm. But upon hearing this, they were suddenly doused with cold water. The selection criteria for the Sword Xian sect were well known throughout the southern domain of the dynasty. To enter the inner sect, one must first reach the spirit-severing realm and then defeat an inner sect disciple. Just the first requirement was enough to deter the vast majority of disciples, let alone the second. Alas, it seems only Ji Tianhao may have a chance to seize this opportunity, someone lamented. Hearing this, Ji Tianhao, who still bore a pale expression, instinctively raised his head. Earlier, when the group faced danger and fled, they were unaware that Lu Chen had slain Imotan. Moreover, they had no understanding of Lu Chen's capabilities, prompting such remarks. However, Jian Su and the second elder, fully aware of the situation, chose not to elaborate. If Lu Chen's talent was indeed cultivated through effort, then he had already qualified for entry into the inner sect. Before long, the group arrived at the plaza of the Sword Xian sect. The entire plaza was constructed of white jade, exuding an air of grandeur. At its center stood a massive white jade sword, thrust deep into the ground, inscribed with 2 lines of text. With the sword in my hand, I shall eradicate all injustice in the world. Upon reading these words, Lu Chen felt a tremor in his heart. Soon after, clarity washed over him, enveloping him in a subtle sword intent. The second elder had originally planned to lead everyone back to rest and commence the entrance examination the following day. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Lu Chen. This sensation is a moment of enlightenment. Jian Su, take the other disciples back to rest and disperse everyone in the plaza, and no one is permitted to step foot in here without my command. Upon hearing this thunderous voice, Jian Su was initially puzzled. However, upon seeing Lu Chen's figure, his expression abruptly sharpened as he grasped the intent behind the command. What sort of monster is this young man? He pondered before leading the disciples back to the disciple peak. Meanwhile, the second elder sat to the side, safeguarding Lu Chen at this moment. Lu Chen's mind was a blank slate, with only those 2 lines of text deeply etched in his consciousness. To eradicate all injustice in the world. Is this the destiny of sword cultivators? But what constitutes injustice? His murky eyes gradually cleared. Since no one has established these rules, then I shall be the arbiter of order. Anything I deem unjust shall be considered so. Finally, his gaze grew profound. With a single hand, he focused the Qingfeng sword in his grasp. Sever. A flash of sword light sliced through the chaotic space, reducing it to mere dust before dissipating into the ether. When he regained his senses, he found himself still standing in the center of the plaza. Though the sky had darkened at that moment, the second elder, who had been guarding him, spoke slowly. What have you comprehended? Lu Chen cast a glance at the azure sword in his hand. I am the sword. Without me, there is no sword, and without the sword, there is no me. Second elder, this white jade plaza must be a grand formation. Correct? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the second elder's face. Lu Chen spoke the truth. This white jade plaza was indeed a grand formation. What it suppressed was none other than the malevolent thoughts of the Sword Xian sect's ancient ancestor. When the ancestor Jian Xian ascended, he purged his flesh and blood, leaving behind the wicked thoughts accumulated over countless years that a century later, upon his return, the ancestor inadvertently discovered this matter. He inscribed the 9-sword grand formation and engraved his own Tao upon the giant's sword to suppress it. However, this secret was known only to the sect master and a few inner elders. What exactly has Lu Chen comprehended? With this thought, the second elder, a formidable being at the 6th level of spirit severing, felt a tinge of fear rising within him. Lu Chen seemed to have sensed his thoughts and bowed respectfully. Elder, please rest assured, I am not tainted by malevolent thoughts, but have instead comprehended a path that belongs to me. What path? The path that eradicates injustice in the world. The second elder's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Could it be that he has already solidified his Dao heart? This youth may indeed lead our Sword Xian sect back to its pinnacle. After gathering his thoughts, the second elder led Lu Chen to a mountain peak. The aura here was rich, unlike the dwelling of an ordinary newly admitted disciple. Chapter 10. Entrance Examination. Lu Chen mused internally. The second elder's actions spoke volumes. His admission to the sect was inevitable. With this in mind, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, grateful not to have disappointed his father. He recalled his father's words from the night before he departed. Concerning his mother hailed from an illustrious family, the extent of which even his father did not know. He only knew that his mother's strength was astonishing, truly inspiring. In the over a decade of love shared with his father, he had only witnessed his mother unleash her power once, that single palm that split the ocean and a sword strike that cleaved the heavens. That it was after that battle that his mother was taken away by her family. Originally, both his father and the young Lu Chen were meant to perish at the hands of his mother's clan. It was only through his mother's desperate plea that their lives were spared. His father had not intended to share this tale with Lu Chen, but given Lu Chen's overwhelming display of strength, it had cracked open the long-sealed heart of his father. It was only last night that Lu Chen learned his mother's name, Fu Tu Shui. With this thought, Lu Chen clenched his fist. It was the first time he had seen his father weep. "Mother, I will surely bring you back." Before long, dawn broke. The second elder gathered all the newcomers at the White Jade Plaza. Today marked the day of the new disciples' examination, and the task was quite simple: survive. Upon hearing this, the disciples displayed expressions of bewilderment. Survive? What kind of examination is this? Could it be that their lives are at stake? Silence. The second elder spoke again. The sect would dispatch 20 outer disciples, their strengths ranging from the 6th level of gathering essence to the 1st level of spirit severing, as long as you manage to survive under their pursuit. You shall become a disciple of our Sword Xian sect. Naturally, we shall provide you with a life-preserving item, the Sword Void. Hearing this, Jian Su bowed to the second elder and stepped forward. With a single wave of his hand, he produced a jade talisman from a storage pouch that resembled the talisman Lu Chen had seen before, albeit significantly dimmer in hue. This item is known as a jade talisman. Should you encounter a life-threatening situation, simply crush it to teleport out of the examination area. Upon seeing this item, the disciples below finally breathed a sigh of relief, but their tension quickly returned. After all, they would be facing formidable spirit-severing experts. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke slowly to the senior brothers participating in the examination possessed this jade talisman. The moment these words were uttered, the plaza erupted into an uproar. Who is this person? Is he not being overly arrogant? Does he intend to challenge the senior brothers? Indeed, during the previous ambush, I did not even catch a glimpse of him. He must be speaking to draw attention. However, this statement sounded different in the ears of the two elders. For given Lu Chen's prowess, he truly might be capable of such a feat. This left them somewhat troubled, that we shall discuss this matter later. The examination will take place in the Jianxian mountain range we traversed before, where most of the beasts are below the 3rd tier, with a portion being 4th tier beasts. There are also opportunities prepared by the sect for you. You should set off immediately. In 2 hours, your senior brothers will enter. Upon hearing this, the group dispersed in a flurry. Time was of the essence. Finding a concealed spot would enhance their chances of survival. Yet Lu Chen remained unperturbed, leisurely strolling towards the mountain range, even pausing to admire the flowers nearby. Observing this, Jiansu's brow furrowed slightly. Second elder, should we not equip the sect's disciples with jade talismans? The second elder cast a glance at Lu Chen's retreating figure, pondering for a moment. Yes, indeed, should they encounter this anomaly named Lu Chen, it would be wise for them to have a means of escape. The sect master has declared that this young man must be preserved. Dying at his hands would be a grave loss. Understood. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the trial ground. Before him, a luminous barrier enveloped several mountain peaks. This must be the extent of the trial ground. He surveyed his surroundings, counting the number of peaks. The fluctuations in spiritual energy were strong. This was likely where the opportunities lay. He stepped forward, delving deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. His perception seemed to weaken. Upon reaching the spirit-severing level, cultivators could extend their true energy outward, sensing everything around them. The stronger the individual, the greater the range of their perception. Previously, Lu Chen's perception could cover a radius of 100 feet, but now it barely reached 10. Suddenly, Lu Chen realized, since the new disciples' strengths were all below gathering essence, their perception would be minuscule. Meanwhile, the Sect's disciples possessed formidable strength, many at the spirit-severing level. If they could perceive, they would easily locate hiding spots. With this thought, he shook his head helplessly. They truly thought of everything, even without the ability to perceive. Lu Chen calculated the distance and continued on his path. Along the way, he noticed some disciples fighting fiercely over a cave, leaving themselves battered and bruised at a group of useless fools, he thought, shaking his head in disappointment. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Chen estimated it was nearly time. He halted his steps before a cave, where a crimson beast lay sprawled like T-bore wings and was surrounded by a halo of red flames. A fourth-tier beast, the crimson winged tiger to his surprise, a guardian beast was present. It seemed the treasures here were indeed extraordinary. With that thought, Lu Chen drew his azure sword. Had anyone else come, the beast might have been able to resist for a while. But unfortunately for it, it encountered Lu Chen. With a single swipe of his hand, before the crimson winged tiger could react, it was cleaved in two. He then reached for the beast's corpse. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Blood Chi Dan, 1 Dao Source Dan, and 1 4th-tier Beast Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Rewards are being recalculated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 Blood Chi Dawn, 100 Dao Source Dawn, 1 5th-tier Beast Core, and 1 piece of crimson winged tiger hide. Seeing these rewards, Lu Chen could not help but shake his head. These rewards are hardly worth receiving. What do I need this beast hide for? Oh well, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. These Blood Chi Dawn and Dao Source Dawn are quite valuable below the spirit-severing level. I can sell them at the auction house later. After placing the items into the system space, he strode directly into the cave. As soon as he entered, a faint yet intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, as if all the true energy in his body was enraptured, flowing languidly. How fragrant! As he approached, a faint azure glow flickered gently. Though this light was dim, it stood out prominently in the dark cave. Finally, Lu Chen beheld the true visage of this opportunity, that a slight smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing! This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Chapter 11. Treasure. Earthheart Lotus. In the distance, within a serene bay of crystal-clear water, a lotus flower with emerald leaves and delicate pink petals emerged in Lu Chen's line of sight. This was the Earthheart Lotus, imbued with a rich essence of spiritual energy. The older the lotus, the more spiritual energy it contained. It is considered one of the most suitable spiritual herbs for martial artists, as it possesses no adverse effects and can be effortlessly absorbed even by a 3-year-old child, albeit at varying speeds. Upon a cursory glance, Lu Chen estimated that this Earthheart Lotus was at least a century old, for it had already borne lotus seeds. The seeds of the Earthheart Lotus contain an essence no less potent than that of the lotus itself. Coupled with the pristine spring water nearby, it likely formed the Earthheart body refining milk, which shared the same efficacy as the lotus, a treasure for enhancing one's cultivation. Without hesitation, Lu Chen plucked the Earthheart Lotus and consumed it immediately. Although eating it raw would result in a significant loss of spiritual energy compared to refining it into a pill, it was still preferable to having nothing at all. After finishing, he collected the 9 lotus seeds and, with a single wave of his hand, swallowed the Earthheart body refining milk as well. In an instant, a torrent of dense spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. Realizing the need to absorb this energy without waste, Lu Chen swiftly settled into a meditative posture. After a considerable time, disciples from the sect gradually ventured in the mountain range. Among them, a quartet was hastily making their way towards the cave where Lu Chen resided. Brother Zhao Sheng, I have gathered information about the new student assessment. The Earthheart Lotus should be ripe. Moreover, this location is off limits to outsiders except for the assessment, so it must still be here. Once you consume it, you will undoubtedly break through to the spirit-severing realm. A young man named Zhao Sheng smirked slightly. Well done. I shall reward each of you with a lotus seed later. Thank you, brother Zhao Sheng. As they spoke, their pace quickened, and finally, after an hour, they arrived at the cave entrance. However, before they could even land, they were met with the sight of the dismembered corpse of the crimson-winged ferocious tiger. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Sheng's expression tightened. What happened here? Why is the crimson-winged ferocious tiger dead? I killed it. What will you do about it? At that moment, Lu Chen emerged from the cave, casting a cold glance at Zhao Sheng and his companions. His demeanor unfazed. Seeing Lu Chen, Zhao Sheng's countenance darkened, momentarily forgetting the corpse of the tiger beneath them. Where's the Earth-Heart Lotus? He demanded, fixing Lu Chen with a piercing gaze. I ate it. Lu Chen replied bluntly. What? You consumed it. Do you have any idea how much spiritual energy you squandered? Such wastefulness is unforgivable. Zhao Sheng's heart sank, feeling as if it had been struck by a hammer. That was a profound-grade spiritual herb, a rarity even in the sword-profound sect. He had been eyeing the Earth-Heart Lotus for quite some time, only to have it snatched away by Lu Chen. A murderous intent surged within him that I will have you dead. With that, Zhao Sheng charged at Lu Chen. The three subordinates behind him displayed expressions of reluctance. Brother Zhao Sheng took pleasure in killing newcomers. And now that this newcomer had consumed the Earth-Heart Lotus he coveted, it seemed inevitable that he would meet a grim fate. Had Lu Chen remained passive, Zhao Sheng might have spared his life, at worst reducing him to a cripple. However, by robbing Zhao Sheng of his opportunity, Lu Chen had effectively sealed his own death warrant. They slowly closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the scene of Lu Chen being torn apart. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, observing Zhao Sheng's approach, remained utterly composed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, just as he had recently broken through to the fourth level of the spirit-severing realm. He thought it an opportune moment to test his strength against Zhao Sheng. Transforming his fist into a palm, Lu Chen concentrated his true energy within it before delivering a swift strike. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Sheng was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. How is this possible? Zhao Sheng struggled to rise, his face filled with horror as he gazed at Lu Chen. Who are you? How can you possess such strength? Lu Chen smiled faintly. I am merely a newcomer. As he spoke, he began to advance toward Zhao Sheng. The latter, weakened and battered, could only retreat on his arms. Looking exceedingly pitiful. What do you intend to do? Lu Chen chuckled. I've heard that disciples from your sect enjoy bullying newcomers. I wish to experience that feeling myself. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhao Sheng's heart raced with fear. He hastily reached for his waist, but found nothing. Su Qing, quickly crush my jade talisman. At that moment, the young man named Su Qing slowly opened his eyes, startled by the scene before him. Their leader, Zhao Sheng, lay sprawled on the ground. Upon witnessing this, the others stood frozen in shock. I commanded you to crush my jade talisman. Zhao Sheng's hoarse roar snapped them back to reality when the elders distributed the jade talismans. Zhao Sheng had dismissed it entirely, tossing it to Su Qing. Now, they finally understood why the new students were given talismans this time, because among them was a monster. Su Qing hurriedly took out the jade talisman, preparing to crush it. Just then, a flash of sword light severed his hand cleanly. Lu Chen stood there with a sword in hand, his expression icy. I did not say you could leave. A piercing pain surged through Su Qing's mind, causing him to scream in anguish. Lu Chen paid no mind to the other two, allowing them to flee, for they were weak and appeared to be new recruits in this year's assessment. Lu Chen slowly bent down, directing his sword at Zhao Sheng's neck, and inquired with a smile, how have you treated newcomers over the years? Feeling the sharpness against his throat, Zhao Sheng dared not conceal the truth. If they submit valuables and keep this matter hidden, they are promoted. If they are female disciples, well, they are first violated and then killed. His voice trembled as he spoke. I was forced into this. Lu Guan is the one who coerced me. He is at the first level of spirit severing. If I do not comply, before Zhao Sheng could finish, Lu Chen's sword descended, severing his head. Quite the strategist, Lu Chen remarked, then turned his gaze towards Su Qing. Has Lu Guan arrived yet? He has. Thank you. With another swift stroke, Lu Chen dispatched another individual. After claiming the rewards from their corpses, he set off into the distance. This was the nature of injustice. After a considerable time, a heart-wrenching scream caught Lu Chen's attention. From the sound, it was evident that the individual was Ji Tianhao. Ji Tianhao had reached the 8th level of gathering yuan. And with his formidable equipment, he could contend even against those at the 9th level. The only ones capable of bringing him to this state would likely be at the spirit-severing realm. Realizing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Lu Chen's eyes that it seemed he had found the person he was searching for. Chapter 12. Prey or Predator. Lu Chen activated the Shadow Step and raced toward Ji Tianhao's direction. Finally, after a moment, he spotted 2 figures, one of whom was Ji Tianhao. However, he appeared far worse for wear than when they had first met on the spirit vessel. I could see this moment. Ji Tianhao's right arm was broken, his body covered in blood, with even his 7 orifices bleeding, and he knelt on one knee. Yet, despite his dire state, he still braced himself with a spear, glaring fiercely at the figure before him. Lu Chen then turned his attention to the other person. This individual, undoubtedly Lu Guan, was at the 1st level of spirit severing, and even if he were not, he would find it impossible to escape death today. A sinister smile crept across Lu Guan's face. "Surrender your spear, and I may spare your life." Hearing this, Ji Tianhao spat in defiance. In your dreams. As long as I live, my spear lives. If the spear dies, I die." Lu Guan, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh. "You truly are a tough nut to crack. But no matter, killing you will still grant me what I desire." As soon as Lu Guan's words fell, he lunged toward Ji Tianhao. "Then you shall die." Lu Guan slowly extended his palm, energy surging forth as he directed a strike toward Ji Tianhao's head. As the hand descended, Ji Tianhao gritted his teeth and gradually closed his eyes. Yet, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. How could it be that I, Ji Tianhao, did not perish at the hands of the demon clan, but instead fell to my own kind? Damn, I am truly resentful. If I do not die today, I shall one day pierce your skull with my spear. I shall grant you this opportunity. Suddenly, a crisp and cold voice resonated. Clash! In the distance, a streak of sword light whistled past. Severing Lu Guan's hand, cerulean long sword plunged into the ground before Ji Tianhao. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, Ji Tianhao hastily called out, before even seeing the newcomer, "If you save me, I, Ji Tianhao, shall serve you with utmost loyalty." "Very well, that is a promise you must uphold." Just as Ji Tianhao's words fell, Lu Chen's figure emerged from nearby. Upon seeing this silhouette, Ji Tianhao's expression subtly shifted. "It is you." Meanwhile, Lu Guan's face turned pale with fear as he gazed gravely at Lu Chen. "Who are you? Why do you interfere in our Sword Qian Sect's entrance examination? Do you wish to become our enemy?" In response, Lu Chen smirked disdainfully, his lips curling upwards. "You, an outstanding senior? I genuinely doubt whether there is any intellect within that head of yours that I am but a newcomer. Why can I not appear here?" "What? A newcomer?" Upon hearing this, Lu Guan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with shock. He had already attained the 1st level of the spirit-severing realm, and once the inner court assessment concluded, he would have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Yet he could sense that this mysterious youth before him possessed strength far beyond his own. Could it truly be possible for a newcomer to achieve such prowess? As Lu Guan contemplated, he instinctively reached for the sword talisman at his waist. There lay a talisman bestowed upon him by an elder. Lu Guan never anticipated that the very thing he had previously dismissed would now become a lifeline, that a genius capable of reaching the spirit-severing realm is certainly not a fool prone to reckless behavior. It was evident that Lu Chen's strength far surpassed his own. If he did not flee now, he would be a fool. Crack! Just as Lu Guan's fingers brushed the talisman, he crushed it with all his might. At that moment, he exhaled deeply and let out a wild laugh. "You shall remember this. I shall take note of this grudge." In the next instant, his figure transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Ji Tianhao looked at Lu Chen in confusion. "Lu Chen, why did you not kill him?" Hearing Ji Tianhao's words, Lu Chen replied with an indifferent expression. "Killing him would be a simple task. However, doing so would only leave you with lingering resentment." As he spoke, his expression shifted slightly. fixing his gaze upon Ji Tianhao. "I do not wish for my newly acquired subordinate to remain stagnated in the king realm. What use would you be then? Also, shouldn't you address me differently now?" Upon hearing this, Ji Tianhao's eyes dimmed slightly, his expression wavering as if he were struggling. Ultimately, he still managed to utter two words with difficulty: "Boss." "That's more like it." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He then retrieved a heart of the Earth Lotus seed from his waist and tossed it to Ji Tianhao. "This is freshly obtained. Consider it a gift." Ji Tianhao gazed at the heart of the Earth Lotus seed in his hand, his expression momentarily freezing, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He recognized the heart of the Earth Lotus seed as a treasure of immense value. Ji Tianhao could scarcely believe that his newly acknowledged boss would be so generous. This was the heart of the Earth Lotus seed, a rare find, something others would fight over fiercely. Yet, Lu Chen had nonchalantly gifted him one without a second thought. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to make a firm decision, gazing earnestly at Lu Chen before swallowing the seed whole. Instantly, a surge of rich spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Ji Tianhao could distinctly feel his injuries healing at a visibly accelerated rate. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Lu Chen's familiar voice drifted toward him. "Ninth level of Gathering Yuan. Not bad. Let us go. It's time for us to attend to serious matters." "Serious matters?" Ji Tianhao's expression was one of confusion. "With your strength, you should not need to hide." Lu Chen turned to look at him, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Who said I was going to flee? Now, the roles of hunter and prey are set to switch." Upon hearing this, Ji Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. "You mean?" He then broke into laughter. "I like it." 3 days swiftly passed. The examination period had concluded. The second elder, Jian Su, personally arrived, eager to ascertain how many disciples had been eliminated this time. The final outcome surprised both of them. A total of 20 disciples had remarkably made it through. This was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Were the newcomers truly this formidable? Jian Su casually scanned the crowd, noting that some at the second level of Gathering Yuan were also present. Such strength should have led to their immediate elimination. Well, if they possessed the capability to advance, then it is their fortune. He then glanced at the Sect disciples who had undergone the assessment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Where are the others? Originally, there had been 20 entrants, yet only 7 remained in the end. What happened to the rest? Lu Guan shot a glare at Lu Chen, but refrained from implicating him. It was not that he dared not speak, but rather he could not if the Sect's disciples had learned that he had been bested by a newcomer. He would be utterly humiliated. Reporting to the elder, they must have perished at the claws of the demon beasts. Some disciples had long coveted those opportunities, but their strength was insufficient, making their defeat by the beasts understandable. Upon hearing this explanation, Jian Su pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well. Ensure that compensation is distributed to the families of these disciples." Nearby, the second elder, having heard the news, cast a glance at Lu Chen, his expression indifferent. "They deserve it." As an elder of the sect, he was well aware of the deeds of those individuals. However, as an elder of the inner sect, he had no authority to intervene in such matters. Thus, hearing this, he felt not sorrow, but rather relief. The sect's disgraceful elements had long been due for eradication. Soon, under the guidance of the 2 elders, the successful disciples entered the inner sect. All these disciples understood that had it not been for Lu Chen and his companion, they would never have reached this point. They all looked at Lu Chen with gratitude. However, Lu Chen regarded this with indifference. The survival of these individuals had little to do with him. It was merely a stroke of luck. Jian Su led them to the Bayou Square, providing them with sect robes and explaining the sect's rules. Lu Chen, however, was uninterested in these matters. What he truly desired was to eliminate others and claim rewards. At this moment, Jian Su's voice suddenly grew louder. Lastly, and most importantly, killing fellow disciples within the sect is strictly prohibited. Lu Chen met Jian Su's gaze, blinking innocently, as if to convey that this matter had nothing to do with him. Chapter 13. Payment. Subsequently, Jian Su distributed the sect tokens to the group. Each token contained their information and could store items. Functioning as a storage pouch, gentlemen within the Sword Xian sect The most valuable item is the stellar points, which can be exchanged for techniques, heart methods, body refinement practices, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual weapons, among others, as long as you have sufficient stellar points. Even Earth-tier items can be exchanged at to acquire stellar points. Simply take on tasks of the task hall. The rest is for you to explore on your own. Additionally, the aptitude assessment will commence tomorrow. I hope you all will not be late. Aptitude assessment? What on earth is that? Elder Jinshu slowly elucidated. Each individual is born with a unique constitution. Some possess the supreme sword body, while others are of a mortal physique. Naturally, such distinctions in constitution dictate their allocation to different realms, where they are guided by various elders. Lu Chen nodded in understanding, realizing the existence of such classifications within the sect. Before long, all the regulations had been articulated, and various matters clarified. Subsequently, it was time for personal respite. That moment, Lu Chen began to toy with the token in his hand, suddenly noticing that his token was unlike the others, as it bore the character of Foreigner upon it. Elder, why is my token different from the others? At this juncture, the second elder stepped forward, stating, "This is a reward from the sect leader. From this day forth, you shall be considered a provisional inner disciple. Should you feel your strength sufficient, you may challenge any inner disciple on the sword profound ranking that, if victorious, you will truly be an inner disciple." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Where is the sword profound ranking? The second elder pointed with one hand toward the steel at the edge of the white jade plaza. Behold, that is it. Remember, in 3 months, the inner courtyard competition will commence. If you wish to comprehend the legacy of the sword god, you must act swiftly. Hearing this, Lu Chen hurried over to examine it. Excluding himself, there were a total of 118 inner disciples. Based on his prior knowledge, these disciple strengths range from the first to the second level of spirit severing. Such prowess could easily be defeated by him. However, he did not wish to enter the inner courtyard so hastily. Ji Tianhao, go to the outer courtyard and gather information. There should be many batches of disciples who enter with us. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Understood? Ji Tianhao nodded and dashed off into the distance, while Lu Chen proceeded to the task hall. Soon, through the discussions of others, he grasped the rules of the task hall. There were 3 types of tasks: bronze, silver, and gold. The reward for bronze tasks were 100. For silver, 500, and for gold, 1,000. Bronze tasks were open to disciples above the 6th level of gathering yuan, silver tasks to those above the 1st level of spirit severing, and gold tasks were reserved for those above the 6th level of spirit severing. These tasks were strictly categorized. Having understood this, Lu Chen returned to his quarters. Upon his return to his small pavilion, he was confronted by 4 disciples blocking his path. "You are the one who entered through the back door?" The leader, a young man, glanced at Lu Chen with disdain at a newcomer daring to reside in the purple bamboo forest. "If you know what's good for you, leave promptly and surrender your place, or else do not blame us for our rudeness." Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened slightly. "Do you not fear the sect rules?" "Sect rules?" The 4 exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. "Hey, as long as we don't kill you. Isn't that sufficient?" "Oh," Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunningness. "So, as long as I don't kill you, it's not considered a violation of the sect rules? Just knowing that is enough. Now scram." As soon as the words left the man's lips, he was sent flying by a powerful force. Lu Chen relaxed his muscles. "Since that's the case, then I have nothing to fear." With that, he delivered a punch directly to the man's dantian that a crisp sound echoed as the man's dantian was shattered by Lu Chen's strike. The other 3, witnessing this, attempted to flee. Yet, they were merely at the 7th level of gathering yuan, unable to contend with Lu Chen. In just a fleeting moment, all 3 had their dantians obliterated. Watching the 4 collapse on the ground, Lu Chen displayed a hint of regret. It's a pity there's sect law. Otherwise, this would have been quite the bounty on the ground. The 4 writhed in agony. Hearing their cries, Lu Chen's expression hardened. "If you don't wish to die, then leave swiftly." He then opened his door and stepped inside. The 4, seeing this, hurriedly fled, not daring to look back. Once they escaped the boundaries of the purple bamboo forest, the leader bellowed, "The Panga sect will not let you off." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Pangus Sect? What is that? At that moment, Ji Tianhao rushed over from distance. Elder! Observing Ji Tianhao's flushed face, Lu Chen waved his hand if you can't shout it out. Then don't. Just get to the point. Ji Tianhao nodded. I have gathered information. In the entire outer courtyard, only a select few with exceptional talents can be accepted as direct disciples. The rest will band together to form sections. Currently, there are over a dozen sects in the outer courtyard, with the Pangus sect being the most prominent. Their sect leader, Pan Jian, has attained the 4th level of spirit severing. The Lu Guan we encountered earlier is the 3rd in command of the Pangus sect. They likely already know of our actions and are probably devising ways to eliminate us. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood why the 4 had come. They were likely merely scouts sent to test the waters. All right, I understand. Let us head back. I will deal with this matter personally. After Ji Tianhao departed, Lu Chen retrieved blood chi pills and Dao source pills from his system space. In total, he had acquired over 5,000 blood chi pills and Dao source pills, along with the 8 Lotus seeds from earlier. This should be sufficient for him to advance to the 5th level of spirit severing. With this thought, he swallowed the pills in one go and began to refine them. Time passed, and as dawn broke, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. 5th level of spirit severing. This level of strength should suffice to obliterate the Pangus sect. He then rose and made his way to the White Jade Plaza. By this time, Elder Jinshu had long since arrived at the plaza, while the other disciples had yet to appear. Lu Chen bowed respectfully to the elder, who merely snorted lightly. Those disciples were all eliminated by you. Weren't they? Do not worry. I'm not here to hold you accountable. Otherwise, I would have exposed you at that moment. You acted correctly. Those individuals deserve their fate. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen scratched his head, refraining from further comments. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Elder, what exactly is the assessment of aptitude? Elder Jinshu replied slowly. When a person is born, as the primordial chaos unfolds, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth infuses the child's body. The differences in constitution allow for varying degrees of energy absorption. Take Ji Tianhao, for example. He has inherited the family's constitution, the true martial overlord body. This body is incredibly powerful, ranking 23rd on the overlord body list. Should he reach full mastery, his physical strength alone could cleave mountains and part seas. To be honest, my passing through Zhengdu City was merely incidental. The sect's primary focus is Ji Tianhao. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated Ji Tianhao's constitution to be so formidable. But so what? He was still merely his subordinate. That moment. Elder Jinshu continued. Individuals like Ji Tianhao inherit bloodlines. Thus their constitutions are strong from birth, allowing them to absorb more spiritual energy, which contributes to their exceptional strength. Conversely, those with weaker constitutions have lesser talents and may only reach the gathering yuan stage in their lifetime, potentially relegating them to the status of mere mortals. As for you, I suspect your constitution may surpass even Ji Tianhao's. I have never encountered anyone of your age with such strength on me. Lu Chen was astonished. His strength had rapidly progressed solely due to the system's assistance. His father could barely reach the gathering yuan stage, and if one were to speak of bloodline inheritance, he was fundamentally no different from a mortal. Elder, what about the top 5 constitutions on the overlord body list? Jiansu pondered for a long while, and a brilliant light burst forth from his eyes. Since you have posed such a question, allow me to elaborate. During the initial invasion of the demon clan, 5 formidable beings emerged into the world, one of which was the radiant Buddha body. At that time, the demon clan dispatched 12 elders, and this individual stood firm against 10 of them with sheer physical prowess, refusing to yield. Ultimately, he unleashed the full potential of his body, taking 6 demon elders with him and severely injuring the remaining 3, inflicting significant damage upon the demon clan, which ultimately faced a crushing defeat. Soon after, the demon clan returned with a vengeance, and 3 more mighty beings intervened at a great cost, once again devastating the demon clan. These 3 were the undying golden body, the azure spring body, and the savage prison body. However, they did not eradicate the demon clan's foundation. In the end, the demon emperor personally descended, heralding a lifetime of despair. This moment, the final individual stepped forth. wielding a 5-foot sword, confronting the Demon Emperor and his 12 elders. With a single stroke, he grievously injured the Emperor and slew the 12 elders. A.S. Jian Su recounted this tale. His expression grew animated, as if he were reliving the battle. With just one sword, he vanquished the entire demon clan, sending them back to the outer realms. That it is said that this individual's martial art was known as the Nine Nether Demon Suppression Body. This body has never been recorded in the Xiantian continent. It seems to exist beyond the realm of the body ranking. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart trembled. When he had slain Emotion, he had obtained the Demon Suppression Body. Could it be that this martial art is related to the Nine Nether Demon Suppression Body? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for he had previously tried the Demon Suppression Body and found it rather lackluster. In terms of the same level of strength, it was even inferior to the true Qi shield. That moment, the sky had already brightened. All the disciples began to arrive one after another. As the crowd gathered, Jian Su nodded. Let us proceed to the trial hall. Under Jian Su's guidance, they soon arrived before a grand hall. This hall was unlike any other, containing only a stone tablet and a massive bell. At this moment, Elder Jian Su came to a gradual halt and turned to the gathered crowd. This bell is the treasure artifact of the Jianxian Sect, the Chaos Bell, which is said to be a celestial-grade spirit tool. However, it has since been damaged and can only measure aptitude. It will toll a varying number of times depending on one's physique. 1 toll indicates a mundane body, 2 tolls signify mediocrity, 3 tolls denote the ordinary, 4 to 7 tolls are deemed acceptable, and 8 tolls represent the pinnacle. You need only place your hand upon the stone tablet, and the bell will toll of its own accord. This point, Lu Chen stepped forward and asked, Elder Jian Su, what if it tolls 9 times? 9 tolls. Haha, Jian Su chuckled. Once a disciple of our sect, possessing the rank of 7th on the body ranking with the Oceanic Dragon Body, became a renowned figure in the Xiantian continent, and even he could only elicit 8 tolls. Do you understand now? Lu Chen nodded. If the 7th-ranked Oceanic Dragon Body could only manage 8 tolls, then surely the others could achieve no more than 7. Soon, the disciples took turns stepping up. Zhongyang, 1 toll, mundane body unqualified. Wang Yin, 3 tolls, ordinary unqualified. Yang Long, 5 tolls, quite talented. Upon hearing 5 tolls, this disciple burst into tears of joy. Father, mother, I have finally done it. 5 tolls, 5 tolls. Go cry elsewhere, don't disturb the others, Jian Su admonished, hurriedly ushering him aside. The next was Ji Tianhao. Hearing his name, Ji Tianhao slowly approached and placed his hand upon the stone tablet. A resounding chime echoed forth, continuing for 7 tolls before it ceased. Ji Tianhao, exceptionally gifted, with outstanding talent, may take on an elder as a mentor. The final individual was Lu Chen. Upon hearing his name, Lu Chen stepped forward and placed his hand upon the stone tablet. Silence prevailed for a long while, and the bell did not toll. Witnessing this, the others burst into laughter. Not even a single toll? Is he even inferior to a mere mortal? Shuh! Do you not recall the scene during the assessment? Upon hearing this, he quickly silenced himself, unwilling to utter another word. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from the Chaos Bell. Crack! In the next moment, before the eyes of all, the Chaos Bell shattered. Seeing this, even Lu Chen was taken aback. Elder Jian, I did not touch it. It broke on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Jian Su, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in shock, his pupils constricting, that he then vanished from the crowd's view, racing toward Xian Peak. Shortly thereafter, at Xianjian Peak. What did you say? The Chaos Bell shattered. Zhao Xian, the sect master of Jianxian Sect, furrowed his brow slightly, concealing any overt surprise. This cannot be. When I unleashed my full power in the first layer of the sea cleaving, the bell remained unscathed. How could it have shattered? Tell me the details of the incident. Leave no stone unturned. Jian Su nodded in acknowledgement and recounted the entire sequence of events without omitting a single detail. This Lu Chen again. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with intense interest. Ever since this young man entered the sect, he has consistently brought unexpected surprises. Let us proceed with this for now. We will provisionally assign him 8 tolls. As his strength surpasses Ji Tianhao's considerably, as for the Chaos Bell, I will visit Master Tang in the western regions in a few days to see if it can be repaired. Upon hearing this, Jian Su bowed respectfully and exited the grand hall. Once Jian Su was a distance away, Zhao Xian suddenly chuckled. This boy has shattered the Chaos Bell. Chapter 15. The Sword Corpse. Jian Su returned to the trial hall. Since the Chaos Bell had shattered, Lu Chen's aptitude remained uncertain, and the Sect Master provisionally assigned him 7 tolls. Now, those with 5 tolls or above could enter Elder Peak to be selected by the 7 elders. Can I not go? At this moment, Lu Chen interjected. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire trial hall, including Jian Su, erupted in astonishment that it is well known that being accepted as a direct disciple by an elder grants access to resources several times that of an ordinary disciple. Moreover, one's status would far exceed that of other disciples. The current Lu Chen had audaciously declined this opportunity. Ji Tianhao hurriedly chimed in. Every disciple entering Jian Xian's sect aspires for this moment. You must consider carefully. However, Lu Chen simply waved his hand dismissively. I can cultivate much faster on my own. Do not worry. With that, he strolled leisurely toward the exit of the trial hall, with the system at his disposal. He could rapidly advance his strength by absorbing corpses. The mere prospect of an elder's inheritance held no allure for him. Furthermore, he had already achieved the 5th level of spirit severing. This level of strength had already surpassed that of some elders. Observing Lu Chen's departure, Jian Su did not dwell on it. He was well aware of Lu Chen's capabilities present. Even he could not fathom Lu Chen's strength. Even if he were accepted as a disciple, the elders would have little to impart. Except for the sect master, it seemed there was no one else in the sect worthy of his attention. The rest of you, follow me, Elder Jian Su said with a wry smile. Soon the other disciples followed behind Elder Jian Su to Elder Peak. As expected, the exceptionally talented Ji Tianhao was besieged by all the elders, ultimately becoming a disciple of the Grand Elder As for Lu Chen. He had already exited the sect and arrived at the nearest town, Anyang Town. Nestled at the foot of Jian Xian's sect, Anyang Town was bustling with activity, featuring auction houses, alchemy halls, and all manner of establishments. Lu Chen casually scanned the surroundings before walking directly into the auction house. Since he was unable to kill while in the sect, he had no opportunity to absorb corpses that in this case. His strength would stagnate. It would be better to come here and try his luck. If fortune favored him, he might acquire beast corpses or rare treasures. As soon as Lu Chen stepped through the entrance of the auction house, an elderly man approached to greet him. May I ask, young master, are you here to sell goods or to purchase? Hearing this, Lu Chen contemplated for a moment. He still possessed several beast cores, all of which were 4th tier or above. For him, these items held little value. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 4th-grade beast cores along with 2 5th-grade beast cores materialized in his grasp. These were the crystalline cores of the demonic beasts he had effortlessly slain during the assessment. With the system's doubling effect, he obtained these 5th-grade cores. The sight of these cores sent a tremor through the old man's heart. A 4th-grade beast core signifies power comparable to that of a formidable warrior at the 9th level of Yuan Gathering, while a 5th-grade beast core is exceedingly rare and carries no price tag. Observing Lu Chen's youthful visage, barely in his 20s, coupled with the robes of the Sword Xian sect he wore, the elder immediately regarded him as a direct disciple of an esteemed elder. Young master, please do come in soon. He was escorted to the VIP room. A maid served him tea, saying, Please enjoy, young master. Elder Yang has gone to authenticate the beast cores for you. Please wait a moment. Lu Chen nodded. Could I possibly have an auction list from here? The maid nodded in response. Elder Yang had specifically instructed that any request from Lu Chen, as long as it was feasible, should be granted. Shortly, an auction list of upcoming items was placed before Lu Chen. He began to peruse it slowly. Initially, the items were mundane, a few yellow-grade spiritual tools, medicinal pills, and the like. These items did not captivate Lu Chen in the slightest. However, as he flipped through the pages more swiftly, the quality of the auction items increased correspondingly. At that moment, he stumbled upon a rare item, a nameless corpse. His eyes lit up at the sight. He was currently in need of such a thing that he then examined the description of the corpse. A nameless corpse retrieved from the burial god abyss, preserved for a century without decay. Its skin is hard as iron, impervious to ordinary blades. infused with demonic energy. Caution is advised in transactions. At this, Lu Chen's gaze intensified on the Xiantian continent. There were 4 forbidden zones: the Burial Spirit Abyss, the Carefree Valley, the Een Void Realm, and the Eternal Land. Among them, the Burial Spirit Abyss was located within the Qin dynasty, while the Carefree Valley lay within the Qin dynasty, as for the Een Void Realm and the Eternal Land. They had never been rumored about. However, historical records indicated that these 2 forbidden zones existed in separate spaces and were notoriously elusive at this juncture. Elder Yang approached with a purple gold card in hand. "Young Master, this is the exchange capital. 39,000 mid-grade yuan crystals in total." Lu Chen accepted the purple gold card and pointed at the corpse listed. "Elder Yang, when will this corpse be auctioned?" Upon seeing the corpse, a peculiar expression crossed Elder Yang's face. "Young Master, you desire this corpse?" Lu Chen nodded. Observing the situation, Elder Yang's excitement became palpable. This corpse had languished here for over 3 years, due to its demonic energy. Anyone who encountered it had invariably fled in terror. Fearing repercussions, the auction house had initially intended to forego the auction of this corpse. Yet, the fact that Lu Chen wished to acquire it ignited his enthusiasm. Moreover, as Lu Chen was a direct disciple of an elder from the Sword Qian sect, it was presumed he could handle the demonic energy, making this an ideal scenario. "Young Master, this item has gone unsold several times. So now, it requires merely 200 mid-grade yuan crystals. Very well, I shall take it." Soon after completing the transaction, Elder Yang approached with a storage pouch. "Young Master, the corpse is within this pouch. Consider it our gift." Understood. Lu Chen drained his cup of tea and then exited the auction house that he found a secluded cave within the mountains, set up a barrier, and then retrieved the corpse. He gazed upon the body. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Unlike other corpses, this one was tightly wrapped, reminiscent of a mummy from his past life. The IT was enveloped in purple mist, with occasional black tendrils escaping from it. This appearance suggested it had not been slain, but rather had undergone some form of ritualistic sacrifice. At that moment, he noticed a protrusion atop the corpse's head. Slowly, Lu Chen extended his hand and touched it. "Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the Mo Yuan sword." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's body trembled slightly. This was a sword corpse. It was said that certain master swordsmiths, in their pursuit of creating a peerless blade, would use their own bodies as a forge to nurture the sword's essence. The resulting sword was what people referred to as a sword corpse. Such blades were sharper and more sinister. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the Mo Yuan. Instantly, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted, shattering the barrier he had erected. Not good. Chapter 16. The Evil Sword Mo Yuan at Xianjian Peak. Zhao Xian was meditating with his eyes closed when suddenly, a wave of terrifying malevolence surged from the mountains not far from the sect. His gaze sharpened, and in the next instant he appeared outside the sect. Soon, 3 elders followed suit, hastening out as well. This demonic energy is unmistakable. It originates from the Burial Spirit Abyss. The second elder spoke with a grave expression, as an elder of the Xianjian sect. He was all too familiar with the aura of the Burial Spirit Abyss. The 4 great sects have been established precisely to guard this abyss. Zhao Xian's countenance darkened to a degree that could drip with water. "You 3, investigate the source of this malevolence that I shall make a trip to the Burial Spirit Abyss." "Yes." With that, the group split into 2. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Jian Su hastened toward Lu Chen's direction, while Zhao Xian headed west toward the Burial Spirit Abyss. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lu Chen felt a surge of formidable energy erupt from within him, directly imprisoning the escaping demonic energy. He then consumed it entirely. Lu Chen could distinctly sense that his physical strength had grown even more formidable. As he contemplated this, his expression shifted slightly, filled with astonishment. Could it be that the demon-suppressing body strengthens merely by absorbing demonic energy? Indeed, this is a remarkable find. The system's harvest melds perfectly with the demon-suppressing body's ability to absorb demonic energy. Just then, he sensed 3 auras rapidly approaching his direction, but he hastily concealed the Mo Yuan sword and stepped out of the cave, only to collide with the 3 elders who were arriving. Jin Su, spotting Lu Chen, displayed a puzzled expression. Lu Chen, what brings you here? Was that malevolent energy you're doing? Lu Chen tossed out the corpse he had acquired at the auction. I just visited the auction house and bought this corpse, said to be from the burial spirit abyss. The moment the second elder beheld the corpse, his brow furrowed slightly. This corpse appears to be that of a swordsman. He then raised his gaze to Lu Chen. Where is the sword? Lu Chen, not wishing to conceal anything, directly produced the Mo Yuan sword and handed it to the second elder. The second elder took the sword and scrutinized it closely. A fine sword. After a moment, he smacked his lips and remarked, the sharpness of this sword could very well place it among the earth-grade spiritual tools. Having said this, he returned the sword to Lu Chen and cautioned. Although this sword has shed its demonic energy, it remains exceedingly sinister. Unless absolutely necessary, do not wield it. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing that there were no further complications, the three elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, if all is well, then let us return. Thus, the four made their way back to the Sect together. The three elders returned directly to the Elder Peak, while Lu Chen headed back to his quarters. However, on his way back, he was intercepted by someone. Upon seeing the figure before him, a slight smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Lu Guan, it seems you've truly forgotten the pain after the scar is healed. At Lu Chen's taunt, Lu Guan's expression shifted abruptly. Oh. Do you wish to fight? The realization dawned on Lu Guan that Lu Chen's strength far surpassed his own. Humph. Our leader wishes to see you. Leader? Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. Why should I go meet him? As he spoke, he made his way toward the purple bamboo forest. When seeking someone, one must possess the proper attitude. Go back and inform Pan Jian to come see me. Upon hearing this, Lu Guan's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Arrogant, he then produced a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his form surged, his power escalating from the first to the second level of the spirit-severing realm. At this moment, his face bore a maniacal expression. Lu Chen, did you expect this? I specifically obtained a bloodthirsty pill from the Dan Hall just for you. Today, I shall see you perish. Lu Guan's action stirred quite a commotion within the sect. Other disciples turned to observe that Lu Guan, the senior brother, then murmured, I've heard he has already attained the strength of the spirit-slaying realm. Who could possibly compel him to resort to the bloodthirsty pill? Surely, it must be an inner sect disciple. The direction he headed towards was the purple bamboo forest, a place reserved solely for inner sect members. Could it be that Lu Guan intends to enter the inner sect at this juncture? At that moment, Lu Chen had already turned around. He slowly extended his palm, preparing to block the impending strike. The other disciples looked on in horror. What did he intend to do? Did he truly believe he could withstand the might of Lu Guan, who had surged to the third level of the spirit-slaying realm with just a single hand? Impossible. Even if he were an inner sect disciple, such a feat was unattainable. Boom! As they debated, the two figures collided. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky and sun. A terrifying shock wave emanated from their point of contact, rapidly spreading outward, causing the faces of all disciples below the spirit-slaying realm to turn pale. Some even bled from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground. The remaining disciples were utterly astonished. Such a terrifying aura. Was this the essence of a battle in the spirit-slaying realm? Who would emerge victorious? Moments later, as the dust began to settle, the onlooking disciples craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the scene before them. What they beheld left them gasping in shock. Lu Chen remained standing as he had before, not a speck of dust upon his ceremonial robe. In stark contrast, Lu Guan was in a pitiful state. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, both arms shattered. More terrifying still, Lu Chen had a firm grip on Lu Guan's neck with a single hand. The outcome was abundantly clear. What a fearsome individual. Who could this person be to achieve such a feat? He could only be the long-secluded brother Jian-Shun. Perhaps impossible. If brother Jian-Shun were present, Lu Guan would have undoubtedly been slain on the spot. Let us not forget, brother Jian-Shun is an unparalleled sword body that appears once in a century. Just the sword aura surrounding him could shred Lu Guan to pieces. So who is this person? At that moment, one disciple who recognized Lu Chen stepped forward. I know him. This person is named Lu Chen, a newcomer this year. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spectators gasped in disbelief. A mere newcomer possessed such strength. What would the future hold? Meanwhile, Lu Chen casually tossed Lu Guan aside, and, with a single step, crushed his dantian. I've said, let Pan Jian come find me. Otherwise, tomorrow, the Jianxian sect shall cease to exist. With that, he disdainfully brushed off his hands and strode into the pavilion. Witnessing this, the other disciples hurriedly turned to leave, not daring to linger for even a moment. Back in his chamber, Lu Chen retrieved the Mo Yuan sword, examining it closely. The sword was entirely obsidian. Even the blade itself, he played with it in his hands and found it to be exceptionally comfortable to wield. Satisfied, he set the Mo Yuan aside and began his cultivation. Chapter 17. The Top 10 of the Inner Sect, Pan Tian. The next morning, Lu Chen was up early. He was a man of his word. When he said he would do something, he followed through. Leaving the purple bamboo forest, he made his way towards the Disciple Peak. The Jianxian sect was comprised of 8 major peaks, 4 visible and 3 hidden, of which the Disciple Peak was the largest. It resembled a subsidiary sect, fully equipped with everything, including the Pill Hall and Refining Tower. The peak where Lu Chen resided was known as the Purple Bamboo Peak, also considered part of the Disciple Peak. Though most of its inhabitants were cultivators above the 7th level of the Gathering Essence realm, Lu Chen did not conceal his presence. Striding forward confidently, he passed by the Pill Hall. He paused and turned to enter. Elder, 1 bloodthirsty pill, please. The elder in the Pill Hall glanced at Lu Chen before retrieving a small box. 500 star points. Without hesitation, Lu Chen handed over his token. After the points were deducted, the elder continued, the bloodthirsty pill is extremely volatile. While it can enhance your strength, it also carries significant side effects. Use it with caution. Lu Chen nodded. This pill was merely for emergencies. A precaution against any ambush set by Pan Jian. Moments later, he exited and continued towards the Pan Gate. Although referred to as a sect, it was merely a small courtyard bustling with people. Lu Chen paid no mind to the guards at the entrance, striding straight in. Let Pan Jian come out to see me. Hearing Lu Chen's blunt words, the disciples of the Pan Gate were furious. One of them pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chen, shouting, "Who do you think you are to provoke our Pan Gate?" Yet before he could finish, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips. His finger, which he had pointed at Lu Chen, was severed and lay on the ground. I will say this one last time. Let Pan Jian come out. The others, witnessing their companion's fate, dared not hesitate and hurried into the courtyard. Soon, a towering figure, standing 8 feet tall, emerged. Pan Jian wore a faint smile, but Lu Chen could clearly sense the murderous intent lurking in his pupils, a smiling tiger. That was Lu Chen's first impression of Pan Jian. Upon stepping out of the small courtyard, Pan Jian bowed slightly to Lu Chen. You must be junior brother Lu Chen. Please come in. Although Lu Chen was uncertain of Pan Jian's true intentions, he felt no fear, for Pan Jian's strength was merely at the 3rd level of the spirit-slaying realm. Even with the bloodthirsty pill, he would only reach the 5th level. Without a second thought, Lu Chen entered. As he stepped into the courtyard, he immediately sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy. It was extraordinarily dense here, far surpassing that of his purple bamboo forest. Noticing Lu Chen's astonished expression, Pan Jian spoke. Beneath this land lies one of the 9 spiritual veins of the Jianxian sect. Though it may not compare to the one in the purple bamboo forest, it is still sufficient. I had the opportunity to enter the inner courtyard, but I chose to remain here for this spiritual vein. Hearing this, Lu Chen's demeanor remained unfazed. Get to the point. Pan Jian chuckled. As long as you spare us, I will immediately ascend to the inner sect, and at that time, you may freely utilize this spiritual vein. It was then that Lu Chen grasped Pan Jian's intentions. He sought to exchange this spiritual vein for his life. Sighing at this realization, Lu Chen replied, Pan Jian, I have one flaw. When I say I will do something, I will certainly see it through. Moreover, if I incapacitate you, this spiritual vein will still belong to me. Upon hearing this, the smile on Pan Jian's face abruptly froze, gradually darkening. Lu, do you truly think our Pan Gate is easy to bully? Let me tell you, my brother ranks among the top 10 on the sword ranking. If anything happens to me, do not expect to live, At this revelation, a flicker of light shone in Lu Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated Pan Jian's connections. No wonder he was so confident about entering the inner courtyard. He had someone backing him. Mistaking Lu Chen's hesitation for fear, Pan Jian continued, "If you are sensible, you'll leave now and keep your head down from here on out." However, before Pan Jian could finish his words, Lu Chen's sword pierced directly into his dantian. Noise. After incapacitating Pan Jian, Lu Chen spoke slowly. "From this day forth, there shall be no more Pan Gate within the Jianxian sect." He then sheathed his Qingfeng sword and exited the small courtyard, returning to his own pavilion. This incident quickly spread throughout the sect. Shortly after, Ji Tianhao hurried to Lu Chen's pavilion, his expression frantic. Ever since Lu Chen had rescued him, he had lost his previous arrogance, but this was only in front of Lu Chen. "Come with me." Upon seeing the situation, Lu Chen looked puzzled. "What is it?" Ji Tianhao, taken aback by Lu Chen's calm demeanor, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Pan Jian's brother is a genius ranked among the top 10 in the inner sect. His strength approaching the 6th level of the spirit-slaying realm. With your current capabilities, you are no match for him, though we must first retreat to the Elder Peak to wait out this storm. Once it has passed, we can emerge. The 6th level of the spirit-slaying realm? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed a tricky situation. If he did not eliminate the threat, it could lead to significant trouble. In that case, he would need to lure him outside the sect before taking action. As he spoke, he departed from the purple bamboo forest, making his way towards the mountains beyond the sect. The Jinshan mountain range, an imposing barrier that stretches outside the Jinshan sect, extends for hundreds of miles, teeming with ferocious beasts. Observing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Ji Tianhao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Could he possibly be aiming for the inner sect? Brother Pantheon, Lu Chen has already fled the sect and is headed for the Jinshan mountain range. A disciple stood before Pantheon, reporting the situation. Upon hearing this, Pantheon, who had been in the midst of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. A faint aura of murderous intent emanated from him. "You say he has left the sect?" "Indeed, heaven is aiding me. Though my brother is lacking, he is still a member of the Pant family and shall not be subjected to humiliation." With that, he moved swiftly in pursuit of Lu Chen in the Jinshan mountain range. Lu Chen was toying with a red pill in his hand, the bloodthirsty pill he had just purchased from the alchemy hall. What manner of concoction was this that it bestowed such violent power, able to amplify one's strength in such a short time? At that moment, a fierce wind howled from afar. Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet, gazing into the distant void. "They have arrived. Soon." A burly man appeared before Lu Chen, seemingly even stronger than Pantheon. Upon seeing this figure, a flicker of fervor ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. The 6th level of spirit severing. I wonder what treasure such a corpse might yield. "You are Lu Chen?" Pantheon's face twisted in fury as he bellowed. Lu Chen regarded him with a look of incredulity. "You already know, yet you still ask. Do you possess any sense?" Chapter 18. The disciple will offer his life as atonement. Hearing Lu Chen's derision, Pantheon's rage nearly reached the boiling point. "You brat, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Lu Chen's expression remained resolute. "I share the same sentiment." In the next instant, Lu Chen activated the shadow step, vanishing from his original position. Witnessing this, Pantheon's lips curled into a cold smirk. "You think you can escape so easily?" Ground shatter. Pantheon transformed his palm into a fist and struck down towards the ground. Instantly, the earth began to crack, causing Lu Chen to lose his balance. "Got you!" As Lu Chen reappeared, Pantheon bent his legs slightly, launching himself towards Lu Chen like a released arrow. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Chen swiftly activated the demon suppression body. Clang! When Pantheon's fist made contact with Lu Chen's form, a sound of metal colliding erupted. Both figures staggered back 3 steps, with a hint of trepidation flashing across Pantheon's face. Although Lu Chen maintained a facade of calm, he too felt a pang of fear within. His demon suppression body had just absorbed demonic energy, advancing rapidly, and now possessed a physique comparable to that of the 8th level of spirit severing. Yet, despite this, he had gained no advantage. Pantheon, on the other hand, cultivated the Pant family's body refinement technique, the savage body, ranking among the top 50 in the body dominance rankings. Not only had he failed to gain the upper hand, but he also found himself subtly at a disadvantage. This indicated that Lu Chen's body refinement technique was superior to his own. As this realization dawned on Pantheon, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. If he could obtain this body refinement technique, he would surely be able to defeat Jianshun and ascend to the Xianjian peak to comprehend the sword god's legacy. No wonder Pantheon had not bested you. You are actually at the 5th level of spirit severing. The intensity of their battle quickly drew the attention of the Sect's disciples. What a formidable aura! This is a clash between spirit-severing experts. Let us hurry and take a look. Zhao Xian also sensed the two auras and wore a puzzled expression. How could that brat be fighting Pantheon? They should have had any prior encounters. Right? Never mind. I should go see. Both are candidates for the 4-sect grand competition, and the loss of either would be a blow to the sect. Within the mountains, the two soon became aware of their surroundings. At that moment, Lu Chen made his move. He focused one hand, and a dark longsword materialized in his grasp. A chilling aura permeated his entire being, and in the next instant, his pupils transformed into a deep black. Lu Chen felt an unusual shift within his body, yet he had no time to ponder it, for Pantheon was already charging at him once more. The surrounding disciples caught sight of their figures. Isn't that Brother Pantheon from the inner sect? How could he be engaged in battle with someone? Who is that individual opposing him? You are unaware of this. That man is Lu Chen, this year's newcomer. It is said that he just incapacitated Pantheon's brother, and now Pantheon is likely seeking revenge for him. Who do you think will win? It must be Pantheon. He was able to contend against 3 4th-tier demonic beasts relying solely on his physical strength, without falling behind. Now, having received the true teachings from Elder Lu, his strength has skyrocketed. He is now at the 6th level of spirit severing. While that newcomer is certainly not weak, his abilities are limited to that. What a pity that moment. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, Lu Chen executed a move no one anticipated. He dispersed all of his true energy. The surrounding disciples were momentarily stunned. What is he doing? Has he realized he is outmatched and decided to concede? It seems so. Brother Pantheon's physical prowess is terrifying, and he has yet to exert his full strength. He must be planning to beg for mercy. Lu Chen slowly bent forward, closing his eyes. His was sheathed at his waist. Then, an aura of sword intent began to emanate from him. This sword intent, initially barely perceptible, gradually expanded until the trees within a 10-zhang radius were utterly obliterated. The ethereal energies in the air were also slowly being absorbed. Witnessing this, a flicker of dread surged within Pantheon. Instinctively, as a master of the spirit-severing realm, he understood that should Lu Chen unleash this move, it would be his own demise. He could not allow Lu Chen to execute this technique. In the distance, Zhao Xian, who had initially intended to observe, suddenly changed his expression upon sensing the terrifying sword intent. Not good. This brat has comprehended the ultimate sword intent. The ultimate sword intent is the pinnacle that every swordsman aspires to achieve throughout their life. This realm is profoundly mysterious. Even supremely powerful beings have expended countless epochs in vain attempts to grasp it. While an ordinary farmer might achieve sudden enlightenment while plowing, becoming an unparalleled swordsman, Zhao Xian hurriedly took action, attempting to thwart this sword. However, Lu Chen clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. In an instant, it felt as if time around Lu Chen had stagnated, and a beam of terrifying sword light engulfed Pantheon's body. Lu Chen comprehended that this was not a matter of time, standing still, but rather that this sword was simply too swift. After completing this, Lu Chen focused his hand, and the sword vanished from his grasp. Pantheon's body was cleaved in two. The sight rendered all onlookers breathless. Gasping in shock, Brother Pantheon has perished, killed by a newcomer. At that moment, Zhao Xian, arriving a step late, entered the field of vision of the crowd. The sect master has arrived. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him, eager to see how the sect master would handle Lu Chen. Zhao Xian's expression bore a tinge of regret as he gazed at the corpse on the ground, then fixed a furious glare upon Lu Chen. Lu Chen, as a disciple of the sect, You have the audacity to harm your fellow sect members. Do you not recognize your crime? Lu Chen showed no hesitation, abandoning his previous invincible demeanor and kneeling on the ground. I acknowledge my crime. I am willing to offer my life as atonement. As he spoke, he raised his palm to strike his forehead. Just as his hand was about to descend, Zhao Xian intervened. He feigned exasperation and closed his eyes. Very well, considering you are a newcomer and unfamiliar with the rules, I will spare you. You are to clean the treasure vault for a month and transcribe scriptures in the scripture pavilion for a day. This matter shall be concluded. With that, Zhao Xian departed. The other disciples looked on in astonishment that is it truly over. Cleaning the treasure vault and transcribing scriptures are tasks that are only permitted at the Xinjian Peak. Ordinary disciples cannot enter, and even inter-sect disciples require the elder's permission. Cleaning the treasure vault for a month, transcribing scriptures for a day, is this not a reward? However, none dared to question the master's decision. They could only disperse as instructed on the ground. After witnessing the crowd depart, Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust clinging to his garments, casting a glance in the direction Zhao Xian had taken. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. This master is indeed a shrewd individual, well aware of the value of a living person compared to a corpse. Anyone could clearly discern that. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned his attention to the lifeless body on the ground. I wonder what kind of surprise this individual might bring me. Chapter 19. Yet another opportunity for evolution. New book launch seeking votes and positive reviews. Lu Chen looked at the corpse on the ground and then directly reached out to touch it. Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 blood chi pills, 100 Dao source pills, 3,000 inferior yuan crystals, and a volume of Xuanqin Gong. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 blood chi pills, 3,000 Dao source pills, 90 intermediate yuan crystals, and a volume of Zhao Hua Gong. Zhao Hua Gong, evolvable, a Xian-level mental method, can enhance cultivation speed. Upon seeing this reward, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. A surge of excitement blossoming from the depths of his heart. If one were to discuss the most crucial techniques for cultivators, it must undoubtedly be the mental methods. Previously, he had only practiced the Lu family's mental method, which was merely of the yellow rank that it only allowed him to cultivate slightly faster than the average person. Had he acquired this mental method earlier, his cultivation speed would have been at least doubled. After tidying himself up, he prepared to return to the sect to face his punishment. After all, it was merely a matter of cleaning up. Such trivialities were as easy as pie for him. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the sect, he spotted Elder Jian Su standing there. Elder Jian Su, what brings you here? Jian Su cast him a sidelong glance. Without my presence, would you have been able to ascend to Xinjian Peak? Xinjian Peak is a vital location for our sect. Ordinarily, only the master resides there, and outer disciples cannot enter without the guidance of an elder. Even inner disciples require an elder's decree to gain entry. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Even with the legendary sword god's inheritance present, such strictness seemed excessive. Jiansu seemed to read Lu Chen's thoughts. Xinjian Peak is not merely a site of inheritance. It also harbors the forbidden ground of Jianxian Sect. The Sword Grave. At the mention of the Sword Grave, Lu Chen's excitement was palpable. The Sword Grave. Surely, it must be filled with corpses with the system's assistance. A mere touch could yield incredible benefits. As he contemplated this, Lu Chen envisioned himself already entering the sea-splitting realm. What are you grinning about, you fool? The Sword Grave is filled with discarded iron swords. The reason for the restrictions is that the ancestor is currently in secluded meditation. Fearing that you would disturb his rest, this revelation, Lu Chen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, his expression tinged with regret. Observing Lu Chen's ever-changing demeanor, Jian Su couldn't help but scold him. You brat, don't be oblivious to the blessings you possess. The elder guarding the treasure pavilion is the supreme elder of the sect. His strength is unknown, likely surpassing even the master. The master sees your extraordinary talent and wishes for you to become his disciple. In a month's time, the 4 sects grand competition will take place. Killing Pan Jian at this juncture necessitates enhancing your strength. One person undertaking the duties of two. Moreover, the Scripture Pavilion houses nearly a century's worth of collected techniques from Jianxian Sect. As long as you don't take anything out, you can peruse whatever you desire. As Jiansu spoke, his face was filled with frustration, and he stormed toward Xianjian Peak. Hearing this, Lu Chen was initially taken aback. But then a smile crept onto his face. This master is quite perceptive. Soon, Jiansu led Lu Chen to the Grand Hall at the summit of Xianjian Peak. Master, the sinner Lu Chen has been brought before you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly opened wide. What is he doing here? Take him to the treasure pavilion. Understood. Jiansu slowly turned and escorted Lu Chen to the treasure pavilion. As they approached the pavilion, Jiansu suddenly halted, seemingly avoiding something. The rest of the path, you shall walk alone. I shan't accompany you further. Though uncertain, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The moment he took a step forward, an overwhelming oppressive force surged forth like a tidal wave. Engulfing him instantly, an invisible pressure caused his taut legs to tremble. He attempted to channel his true energy for defense, but Lu Chen was horrified to discover that his true energy felt as though it had been stagnated, rendered utterly immobile. Thud, with a muffled thud, Lu Chen found himself uncontrollably kneeling on the ground. Blood slowly seeped from his knees. Feeling this aura, Lu Chen's heart was filled with shock. Is this the power of the Supreme Elder? Is this my punishment? With that thought, he summoned every ounce of strength, gradually lifting one leg. Lu Chen, kneel to heaven and earth, and to my parents. To think you can suppress me merely through strength. Absolutely impossible. He exerted every bit of his will, pushing his demonic suppression body to its limits, barely managing to stand. However, his muscles could not withstand the pressure, tearing and leaving behind gory streaks in mere moments. Lu Chen had transformed into a bloodied figure. Yet he did not give up. He poured every last bit of his strength into taking another step forward, but a footprint deeply engraved itself into the ground. Then, Lu Chen, drained of energy, felt his vision darken and collapsed into unconsciousness. After some time, a figure emerged slowly from the treasure pavilion. This person was the Supreme Elder of Jianxian Sect, Shang Wanyan. He appeared to stroll leisurely, yet with a single step, he covered 100 zhang, arriving before Lu Chen. The ability to traverse distances effortlessly is a hallmark of a sea-splitting realm master. Elder Jian, you may return now. Upon hearing this, Jiansu quickly wiped away the cold sweat from his brow and bowed respectfully to the elder. Yes, Supreme Elder. Once Jiansu departed, a hint of a smile emerged on Shang Wanyan's face. Zhao Xian's boy has indeed delivered me a grand gift. For countless years, numerous prodigies have failed to achieve this step. Even the unparalleled sword body, Jian Chun, could not accomplish it. I did not expect a newcomer to achieve what they could not. Very well. This fulfills a long-held wish of mine and repays a debt to that old fellow. With that, he waved his hand and vanished from sight. As for Jiansu, after much hesitation, he returned to the Xianjian Hall and recounted the events to Zhao Xian. Master, do you think that lad will be all right? To his surprise, Zhao Xian not only showed no concern, but instead, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Oh, Lu Chen truly took that step? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Excellent. Excellent. This is simply marvelous. Zhao Xian was immensely excited, pacing back and forth within the hall. Suddenly, he turned around to go inform Elder Su of the Scripture Pavilion. As long as Lu Chen arrives, he may choose any techniques except for the topmost layer. Even if he empties the entire Scripture Pavilion, do not interfere. Upon hearing this, Jiansu's face was filled with shock. Master, is this not inappropriate for a newcomer? Zhao Xian's expression grew serious. Appropriate. More than appropriate. That old fellow Shangwan has resided in my Taishan sect for a century, without nurturing a single prodigy. You must understand he wants, at this point. Zhao Xian paused, then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, quickly inform Elder Su. Chapter 20. Kneel down and call me master. Seeking votes and positive reviews. After Jiansu departed, Zhao Xian still could not conceal his excitement. I must inform my master, even if it means facing punishment. With that, he hastened toward the sword grave in the back mountains, the forbidden ground of Jianxian sect. The sword grave lay barren, littered with rusted and broken long swords. The air was thick with sword intent. The very heart of this sword intent sat an elderly man with a youthful visage, his hair as white as snow. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes. "What brings you to seek me?" Zhao Xian approached and performed a deep bow. "Master, the Sword Emperor has taken on a disciple." This revelation. The elder's eyelids lifted slightly, and a glimmer of surprise flickered across his otherwise tranquil gaze. "I did not expect a disciple to move him." "Who is this disciple?" Zhao Xian dared not conceal anything and promptly shared all he knew about Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "A newcomer possesses the strength of the third stage of the spirit-severing realm and has slain a remnant of the demon clan. Such prowess is certainly no ordinary talent. His background must be extraordinary." Zhao Xian slightly nodded. "I have personally conducted an investigation. He indeed hails from a desolate place, known as Jiangdu City. Accompanying him were two others, yet due to their insufficient strength, they failed to pass even the first round of assessment." "It is utterly impossible." The elder gradually closed his eyes. "Such talent is hardly inferior to that of the prodigies from the divine envoy sword sect. This youth must harbor some unspeakable secret, likely inherited from his vanished mother. This boy may, like Yang Longqin of Ur, be a castaway from some hidden aristocratic family. It is best to accommodate him. As long as he does not engage in any outrageous behavior, he can be disregarded." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression shifted slightly, showing a hint of hesitation. Not long ago, he had incapacitated both signs of the Pan family. The Pan family? The elder's gaze flickered slightly. "Let him deal with the troubles he has stirred. The ancestor of the Pan family, who lost an arm to Shangguan a century ago, would surely not dare to act recklessly. Enough. You may leave. I am about to break through that great barrier." Zhao Xian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, within the treasure pavilion, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a small room. "Where is this?" He attempted to struggle to his feet, but the sharp pain coursing through his body compelled him to abandon the thought. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he was lying in a water barrel. The liquid enveloping him exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. This a medicinal bath? At that moment, an elder gradually approached from outside the door, holding a crimson stone in his hand. Lu Chen's attention fixated on the stone. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. A top-grade earth-tier spirit stone, the Qian crystal. Having had dedicated instructors in the Lu family, Lu Chen had been acquainted with all spirit treasures below the earth tier since childhood. The Qian crystal contains an exceptionally dense aura of spiritual energy, yet its drawback is that this energy is exceedingly fiery. Those below the spirit-severing realm cannot even dare to touch it. A mere brush with it would result in being scorched to death by the searing flames. Although his current strength is sufficient, his aura remains feeble. Any contact would surely lead to his demise. Lu Chen glanced up at Shangguan Yun. "Senior, if you wish to kill me, you may do so directly. There is no need to waste such a fine spirit stone. Rest assured, I have added Xianbing grass to your medicinal bath." Xianbing grass? Suddenly, a trace of fear flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He was about to leap out of the barrel when Shangguan Yun smiled slightly. Before Lu Chen could react, he tossed the Qian crystal into the barrel and suppressed Lu Chen with his true energy, rendering him immobile. The moment the Qian crystal touched the water surface, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred within the barrel. The previously emerald-green medicinal liquid transformed into two distinct colors, crimson and azure. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's expression turned bitter. Although the Qian crystal is incredibly domineering, it also has its nemesis, the Xianbing grass. However, rather than merging and neutralizing, the properties of these two substances went into a frenzy. In simpler terms, neither would yield to the other, leading to a fierce clash. Thus, these two herbs became exceptional materials for refining the body, washing the marrow, and purifying the essence. Realizing he could not escape, Lu Chen thought of a phrase. "Since I cannot resist, I shall simply indulge." Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the treasure pavilion in the Xianjin Hall. Zhao Xian's gaze flickered at the sound. This boy, could he be tortured to death? In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The medicinal liquid in the barrel gradually turned jet black. Lu Chen slowly emerged from the barrel that in truth. He had fully recovered 3 hours prior, but he did not wish to waste these 2 spirit treasures. After all, they are Earth-tier treasures. Even within a dynasty, they are items of great value. Thus, he swallowed both the Blood Chi pill and the Dao Source pill, subsequently utilizing the momentum to cultivate. With the assistance of the creation technique and medicinal bath, he successfully advanced to the 7th level of spirit severing, feeling the meridians in his body expand to twice their previous size. Lu Chen could hardly contain his excitement. If he were to confront Pan Tian now, a single palm strike would suffice to vanquish him. At this moment, Shangguan Yun entered from outside. Observing the now emerged Lu Chen, he appeared astonished. You emerged so soon? Very well. My name is Shangguan Yun. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Kneel and call me master. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Lu Chen's face. I shall not. Boom! A terrifying intent from a punch suddenly erupted from Shangguan Yun, sending Lu Chen crashing into the wall. Kneel and call me master. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, felt fury welling within him. Slowly crawling out from the rubble, he gathered all his true energy, concentrating it on his knees. Thud! Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Good. Now go clean the treasure pavilion. Yes, although Lu Chen felt aggrieved, he complied with the order. He understood that as long as he did not perish, there would always be an opportunity for revenge. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. At this moment, Shangguan Yun's voice resonated from outside. Should the day come when your strength surpasses mine, you may kill me. At that time, not only will I not blame you, but I shall take comfort in it. The student surpassing the master is the greatest joy of any teacher. However, until you have surpassed my strength, focus on cleaning in the blink of an eye. A month slipped by. Lu Chen finally escaped from that cursed place. As he stepped out of the treasure pavilion, he took a deep breath of the fresh tea that moment. Elder Jinshu approached slowly. He glanced at Lu Chen and noted that the current Lu Chen was somewhat different from before. Yet he could not quite articulate how. Come with me. The Sect Master wishes to see you. Chapter 21. Senior Sister Ji Kursin, seeking votes, seeking reviews, seeking collections. In the Xianjin Hall, Zhao Xian regarded the now transformed Lu Chen. Nodding slightly. His aura is contained, yet exudes dominance. Very well. If given more time, I fear even I would be unable to see through you. The speaker's words were unintentional, yet the listener perceived their significance. Nearby, Jinshu, hearing this, looked at Lu Chen with astonishment, his heart shaken to elicit such word from the Sect Master. Could it be that Lu Chen has already become a formidable force in the sea-splitting realm? At this moment, Zhao Xian continued, as previously mentioned, I have assigned you to transcribe scriptures in the treasure pavilion. Now, you may proceed. Yes, he followed Jinshu outside. Soon, the two arrived at the treasure pavilion, since the Sect Master Zhao Xian had given prior instructions. Elder Su did not trouble Lu Chen. Follow me. They walked deep into the treasure pavilion. Elder Su introduced, this is the foundation of our Xianjian sect. The first floor contains recorded mundane level techniques. The second floor contains yellow level. The third floor contains mysterious level. The fourth floor contains earth level. And as for anything above the fifth floor, I cannot disclose that to you. These are the relevant matters. I shall take my leave now. Lu Chen nodded. Once Elder Su departed, he began to scrutinize the treasure pavilion before him. The entire pavilion comprised 6 levels. The first to 4th levels, as Elder Su had stated, contained techniques below the earth tier. He glanced casually. Given his current status, he was naturally uninterested in techniques below the mysterious tier. After all, his least formidable technique was of the mysterious tier, and he even possessed earth tier sword techniques. Though merely fragments, they were still exceptionally powerful. Their only weakness was the prolonged time required to activate them, relegating them to a trump card. Thus, his purpose in coming here was to seek a sword technique. He bypassed the first 2 levels, heading directly to the 3rd level. The 2nd and 3rd levels seemed to serve as a dividing line, as Lu Chen noticed that the first 2 levels were filled with techniques, whereas the 4th level exhibited a stark contrast. Upon reaching this level, the quantity of techniques drastically diminished to merely a few dozen. How many techniques could possibly reside on the fourth level? Lu Chen ascended to the fourth level with a heart full of bewilderment. The space was vast, yet sparsely furnished. This was Lu Chen's initial impression of the place. In the center stood a stone platform, upon which lay 3 martial arts manuals. Regrettably, these 3 texts were all mental cultivation methods, not particularly suited for him. He had already acquired the creation technique, although he was unaware of the grade of these mental arts. The precedent set by the demon suppression body suggested that their potential would not be lower than the earth grade. Thus, there was no need for him to forsake a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed in front of him. Subsequently, Lu Chen returned to the 3rd level, selecting a profound tier body technique, the 1,000 Lanterns and Dragon Shadows. Once mastered to perfection, it would allow him to move with the grace of a dragon. Elusive and unpredictable, he then chose a profound tier sword technique, the Falling Snow Sword technique. This technique was considerably simpler to wield than the Heavenly Transformation Sword technique, and with his current strength, it was sufficient for self-protection. A day later, he brought out the scriptures he had transcribed, originally left in the scripture repository. As per the regulations, N01 was permitted to take martial arts manuals out of the repository. As Lu Chen stepped outside, he noticed Jian Su arriving with 4 companions. Among them, 2 young men held their heads high, exuding an air of arrogance, while the other 2 were female cultivators. Point 1 was clad in a white dress, her face veiled, radiating an aura of aloofness, while the other donned a blue dress, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, appearing slightly younger than Lu Chen. At that moment, Elder Jian Su spotted Lu Chen emerging. Ah, just in time. These 4 are your senior brothers and sisters who will accompany you to the 4 sects grand competition. You will proceed with us to the Xianjian Hall to meet the sect master. Upon hearing this, all 4 turned their gazes toward Lu Chen. The 2 young men displayed a hint of disdain, as they were already aware that the last participant hails from the outer sect. Elder Jian Su, surely you cannot expect someone of such lowly status to join our ranks. What if he drags us down? Elder Jian Su, upon hearing this, quickly turned his attention to Lu Chen, not out of concern for Lu Chen being harmed, but rather fearing that he might inadvertently harm these individuals. With a 4 sects grand competition imminent, any misstep could spell disaster. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not disappoint him. Since being mentored by Shang Wanyun, he had begun to temper his murderous intent, keeping it restrained within himself. Fear not. Even if I were to hinder your progress, there would be no need for your assistance. The 2 inner sect disciples, taken aback by his words, could not continue their mockery. Very well, one of them conceded. At this moment, the girl in the blue dress smiled sweetly and approached Lu Chen. As the fabric of her dress fluttered, she resembled a dancing blue lotus. Img Kursin, your senior sister from the inner sect. Call me senior sister and let me hear it. Faced with the charming demeanor of his senior sister, Lu Chen's lips curved upward slightly as he respectfully addressed her. Upon hearing him call her senior sister, Ji Kursin's eyes squinted into crescent shapes. She tiptoed and playfully ruffled his hair. Now, that a well-behaved little junior brother. Ji Kursin then turned her gaze to the 2 young men, her expression turning serious. This one here is now my little junior brother. If anyone dares to utter a single word against him, beware of my fists. With that, she raised her delicate fist in a show of strength. Lu Chen's surprise, the 2 young men, upon receiving Ji Kursin's reprimand, immediately lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Observing this, Lu Chen felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This senior sister possesses an extraordinary status. Kursin, enough of your antics. We have pressing matters to attend to, came a cool voice from the girl in the white dress. Hearing this, Ji Kursin pouted in resignation. Fine, I understand. Come along, little junior brother. Thereafter, Jiansu led the 5 of them towards the Xianjian Hall. At that moment, Zhao Xian was seated in the grand hall, surrounded by the 7 senior elders. Upon the entrance of the 5, expressions of satisfaction appeared on each elder's face. Zhao Xian slowly rose, his demeanor solemn. In 3 days, the 4 sects grand competition will commence in the previous edition, under the leadership of your senior brother Jian Shan. We secured the championship. Unfortunately, he is unavailable this time, and thus, it falls upon you to uphold this glory. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xian turned his gaze to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you shall lead this team. You need only assure me of one thing. Bring them back safely. You understand. Although Lu Chen felt surprised, he still respectfully bowed. Disciple understands. The two young men, upon hearing this, changed their expressions dramatically. They quickly knelt before Zhao Xian. Sect Master, please reconsider. This boy is but a mere insect from the outer sect. How could he possibly bear such a heavy responsibility? We propose that senior sister Lu Ning should take on the role of team leader. Chapter 22. Stronger than the ancestor. Seeing the two kneeling, Zhao Xian maintained a calm demeanor. You have objections to my arrangements? At these words, the hearts of the two men leaped into their throats. Disciple dares not. Then quickly rise. I have more matters to discuss. The two could only comply. However, the hostility in their gazes toward Lu Chen remained palpable. That moment, Ji Curson leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear. Little junior brother, you're impressive. To have the sect master so protective of you. How did you achieve this? Teach me your ways. Ahem. At this point, Zhao Xian cleared his throat and cast a glance at Ji Curson, who promptly halted her actions. Zhao Xian then spoke. The upcoming 4 sects grand competition will be held at the Qingling sect in the central region. The journey spans over 10,000 miles. Fraught with peril, you must be cautious along the way. Should you encounter difficulties, prioritize your own safety above all else. You understand? Yes. Zhao Xian glanced at the Grand Elder, intending to appoint him as the leading elder for this expedition. Just then, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Sect Master, I wish to lead this expedition with Shangwan Yun. Upon his arrival, the other elders rose, their expressions filled with respect. Zhao Xian showed no hesitation, waving his sleeve to dismiss the notion. Absolutely not. As the supreme elder of our sect, your priority must be the safety of the sect. Please withdraw. Shangwan Yun did not yield in the slightest. Sect Master, I must go this time, that if you insist on obstructing me, I am willing to resign from my position as Supreme Elder and go as Lu Chen's master. The moment those words were uttered, the Grand Hall descended into an eerie silence. Except for Zhao Xian, everyone else wore a dazed expression. They had never anticipated that Lu Chen was actually a disciple of Shangwan Yuan. It was worth noting that even Jian Chen, the sect's previous champion, had failed to pass Shangwan Yun's test. This revelation only deepened the animosity the two young men held toward Lu Chen, for they had once sought to enter Shangwan Yun's tutelage, only to be expelled without so much as crossing the threshold of the treasure hall, deemed insufficiently skilled and lacking in talent. Yet at that time, they had already attracted the attention of the Chaos Bell, proving themselves to be among the top talents in the sect. Why? Why could this outer sect gain entry to the Supreme Elder's guidance? At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall had plummeted to a freezing point. Even the 7 elders dared not breathe loudly. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xian who broke the stalemate. Supreme Elder, why do you insist on this? It is merely an agreement, Shangwan Yun sighed. However, this matter has become a heart calamity for me. If I do not attend, I shall remain trapped at this threshold for eternity. I have been hindered by this for decades. Thus, this journey is imperative. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian realized that Shangwan Yun had made up his mind and that he could no longer impede him. Very well, this team shall be led by you, but you must promise me one thing. Return alive? Isn't that a given? Shangwan Yun glanced at Lu Chen. My newly accepted disciple has yet to receive my true teachings. How could I perish at the hands of another? Even if I must die, I must pass on my legacy. Zhao Xian nodded, finding merit in this reasoning. Then it is settled. Ji Curson, Lu Ning, you two should discuss matters regarding the other sects with Lu Chen. Supreme Elder, let us speak further in the rear hall. Upon hearing this, the assembly understood that Zhao Xian was issuing a dismissal, and they began to depart. Lu Chen, however, cast a glance at Shangwan Yun's retreating figure, feeling an inkling that his master was far from ordinary. Little junior brother, let us go to that moment. Ji Curson noticed Lu Chen, who was standing dazed in place, and called out to him. Lu Chen hurriedly followed her. After descending the mountain, he eagerly inquired, Senior sister, do you have any news regarding my master? Upon hearing this, Ji Curson pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, but I heard my master mention that the Grand Elder was gravely injured and was saved by the ancestor, which is why he remained in the sect as the Grand Elder. It is said that his strength is formidable, surpassing that of the ancestor. Beyond this, I am unaware. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Stronger than the sect's ancestor? Could it be the Wong realm? The Wong realm was a level Lu Chen had scarcely dared to imagine. It was rumored that those who reached this realm could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Capable of obliterating a city with a mere gesture, it seemed that in order to surpass that old fellow, he would need to encounter many more corpses. Beside him, Ji Kursin noticed Lu Chen murmuring to himself. Her expression filled with curiosity. "What are you saying?" "Nothing. Let us first discuss the other sect members." "Very well," Ji Kursin replied, then turned her gaze to the woman in white. "Lu Ning, please elaborate to Lu Chen about the details." "Although I attended the last event, I did not even step onto the stage." Lu Ning nodded slightly, then spoke in her cool voice. "The Dacian dynasty is divided into 3 continents, each further divided into 5 regions. The venue for the upcoming 4-sect competition, Qingling Sect, is located in the central region of the Western continent. The other 2 sects are the Piamiao Sect and the Qingyun Sect. The previous champion of the Piamiao Sect was Luo Qingyao, whose strength has likely reached the 7th stage of spirit severing. She wields a soft sword, making her particularly difficult to deal with, especially combined with the Piamiao Sect's earth-level sword technique, the Frostblade technique, which elevates her power further. The champion of Qingyun Sect, Wang Bo, also possesses strength at the 7th stage of spirit severing, wielding a long spear crafted from beast bones, complemented by his self-created spear technique, making him a formidable opponent as well. As for Qingling Sect, they are our greatest rival. Their champion, Zhao Fan, is also a swordsman whose strength is on par with senior brother Jianchen, likely having reached the 8th stage of spirit severing. He is our most formidable adversary in this competition. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen gained a clearer understanding of the legendary senior brother's strength. Based on what had been said earlier, senior brother Jianchen was merely in his early 30s, yet possessed such formidable power. His talent was indeed remarkable. Lu Chen continued to inquire, "Senior sister Lu, if you were to face Zhao Fan, what would your chances of victory be?" Lu Ning shook her head. "My strength is only at the 7th stage of spirit severing. Against him, my chances of victory are less than 30%. Furthermore, during the last competition, senior brother Jianchen discovered something significant. He sensed a trace of demonic energy from Zhao Fan." "What?" At this revelation, everyone present was taken aback. The human race and the demon race have always been sworn enemies. If senior brother Jianchen's words held any truth, then Zhao Fan would essentially be opposing the entire human race. However, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement within, for with his demon suppression body, he could evolve again. Was this information indeed accurate? Ji Kursin nodded affirmatively. Senior brother Jianchen is known for his obsession with swords. He rarely speaks, let alone shares such critical information, that if it comes from him, then it is at least 90% true. After a discussion among the group, they decided not to disclose this information. For if it were truly necessary, senior brother Jianchen would have already informed the sect leader. Lu Chen turned to Lu Ning and continued, "I estimated the distance. If we travel by spirit vessel, we could reach our destination in just 1 day. Why then did the sect leader say it would take 3 days?" At this moment, Ji Kursin interjected, "It is because the spirit vessel cannot traverse domain boundaries. So upon our arrival, we must proceed on foot, that if we wish to reach Qingling Sect, we must cross the Tianqian mountain range." As she spoke, even the usually optimistic Ji Kursin furrowed her brows. "There may be 5th-tier demonic beasts within that mountain range." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled. 5th-tier demonic beasts. They are treasures in and of themselves. Their entire bodies are filled with valuable resources. If we could just touch one, perhaps we could uncover some great loot. Seeing Lu Chen nearly drooling, Ji Kursin gently patted him on the shoulder. "Lu Chen, are you all right?" In the Xinjian Hall in the rear hall, Zhao Xian and Shangguan Yun stood on either side, both wearing somewhat solemn expressions. "Grand Elder, there are no outsiders here. Please speak honestly. What are your chances of victory?" 40%. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian clenched his fists. "Is a 40% chance worth such a gamble?" Shangguan Yin shook his head slightly. "When I say 40%, That is the probability of killing him. If it comes to defeating him, my chances are 100%. Zhao Xian paused for a moment. Grand Elder, have you advanced to the royal realm? Not yet. Shangguan Yin concentrated, and a faint glimmer of sword light began to emanate from his fingertips, though it was but a sliver. It contained an immense sword intent. Even Zhao Xian felt a sense of trepidation. This is what I have comprehended. Upon seeing the swirling energy, Zhao Xian was taken aback. The ultimate sword intent. Is that from Lu Chen? Indeed, Shangguan Yin confirmed with a nod. This is the ultimate sword intent I perceive from that young man. Though it is merely a fragment, it is more than sufficient. Zhao Xian stared at the energy for a long while before finally asking, Grand Elder, tell me truthfully, what level is Lu Chen at now? Enough to secure victory in this competition. Soon, Shangguan Yin exited the Xinjin Hall to tea this moment. Lu Chen and the other four had been waiting for quite some time. Shangguan Yin glanced at them, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lu Chen. Let us depart. In no time, a spirit vessel set sail, carrying the hopes of the entire Xinjian sect. A day later, the spirit vessel reached the domain boundary. Shangguan Yin stowed away the vessel and handed it to Lu Chen. My dear disciple, we part ways here. Saying this, he presented Lu Chen with the storage bag containing the spirit vessel. This vessel is now yours. I must go visit an old friend. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but accepted the vessel nonetheless. Understood, at this moment, the two young men, the Zhou brothers, Zhou Tian and Zhou Hu, stepped forward. Grand Elder, you are leaving just like that. What if we encounter 5th-tier demonic beasts in the Tianqian mountain range? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin glanced at Lu Chen. What will you do? Slay them. At this, Shangguan Yin nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the Zhou brothers. You now understand why I chose him over you. A sword cultivator strives for the utmost sharpness, regardless of how strong the enemy may be. One must dare to break through with the sword. That is the true essence of a swordsman. You have not even laid eyes on a 5th-tier demonic beast, yet you entertain thoughts of retreating. With such a mindset, how can you progress further along the path of the sword? With that, he waved his hand and vanished from their sight. Lu Chen glanced at the Zhou brothers, whose faces were now a mix of green and white, and slowly spoke, Let us proceed into the Tianqian mountain range. With that, Lu Chen took the lead, plunging into the dense forest. Lu Ning and Ji Kursin followed closely behind. After some deliberation, the Zhou brothers gritted their teeth and followed suit. As they journeyed, they encountered no 5th-tier demonic beasts. Instead, most were 4th-tier. Such creatures posed no threat to the 5 of them. After slaying several demonic beasts, Lu Chen took the opportunity to loot their bodies, yielding decent rewards. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Chen glanced at the sky. The daylight was gradually fading. Let us rest here and continue our journey tomorrow. Where exactly are we now? Zhou Tian interjected. In my opinion, we should press on and burst through the mountain range. We can rest afterward. Lu Chen did not argue, but instead remarked, Have you not noticed anything unusual during our journey? Zhou Tian looked at Zhou Hu, and both shook their heads. However, Ji Kursin stepped forward. The strength of the demonic beast has been increasing. Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed, We have now entered the core region of the Tianqian mountain range. He nodded thoughtfully. If it were daytime, we could engage and fight with 5th-tier demonic beasts, but at night, it will be far more challenging. My task is to ensure your survival, but it's difficult to counsel the foolhardy. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Upon hearing these words, the Zhou brothers ultimately decided to stay. As night fell, everyone rested. While Lu Chen took to the night air, he extended his aura across a 5-mile radius to deter the lower-tier demonic beasts. At that moment, a beastly roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Rather than panicking, Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet. Having held back for so long, it was time to stretch his limbs. With that, his figure vanished from sight. At this juncture, Lu Ning, who had her eyes tightly shut, gradually opened them and trailed behind Lu Chen. Moments later, he spotted a purple demonic beast in the thicket, a 5th-tier beast. The nether poison python. In front of the beast, Lu Chen wielded his sword, his expression calm. Witnessing this, Lu Ning was filled with trepidation. What was he attempting? Did he intend to confront this beast alone? Yet, That was a 5th-tier beast, its power comparable to that of a 9th-level spirit-severing expert. Even if their 5-member team joined forces, they might not stand chance the last time they encountered a 5th-tier beast. Had it not been for the Elder S intervention, even Jian Shun would have met his demise at the jaws of the beast. No, I must assist him. Just as she prepared to spring into action, Lu Chen made his move. A brilliant sword light emerged from him, moving so swiftly that it left behind an afterimage. With a single stroke, the temperature within a 100-foot radius plummeted. The snowfall sword technique. Frost formation. A flash of blue sword light surged forth, piercing directly into the body of the nether poison python. The beast roared in pain, venom spewing from its maw. Observing this, Lu Chen swiftly sidestepped. Boom! With a fierce shout from Lu Chen, the nether poison python suddenly faltered. Chilling frost rapidly spread from the wound in its abdomen, enveloping its body. Seeing this, Lu Chen slightly bent forward, his eyes closing. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, sword drawing technique, clang. As the sound of a sword being sheathed echoed, the nether poison python's form slowly toppled backward. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ning's pupils contracted sharply. She then silently returned to the camp. At that moment, Lu Chen, who had just finished the battle, cast a glance toward the spot where she had lingered. Chapter 24. Decapitation. Elder Qingling, seeking votes, seeking praise, seeking collections. Ding. Recovery successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 Qi blood pills, 1,000 Dao source pills, 1 5th-tier beast core, and a pair of nether python eyes. Ding. Reward triggered. Recalculation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8,000 Qi blood pills, 8,000 Dao source pills, 1 6th-tier beast core, and a set of nether eyes. Nether eyes. Earth-grade ocular technique, capable of seeing through all illusions and unleashing a fierce mental disturbance. The system's voice faded. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Subsequently, a powerful wave of dizziness surged through his mind. He instinctively clasped his head, his forehead veins bulging, until he fainted. Time passed, and Lu Chen felt a cool breath spreading from his mouth throughout his body. Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his limbs and bones. At this moment, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Little junior brother, you're awake. A familiar voice, that of Ji Kursin, appeared beside him. Lu Chen gradually sat up, realizing he had returned to the camp. The sensation from before? Tianzhou let out a grunt. Sister's creation pills were originally prepared for the competition. Now they've been wasted on you, this useless wretch. Creation pills? Lu Chen paused, looking towards Ji Kursin. You are an alchemist? An alchemist, one of the most respected figures in the Xiantian continent. Even a yellow-tier alchemist would be fervently sought after by major sections. He never expected that the usually unassuming Ji Kursin had such an identity. Are you a disciple of the second elder? Among the 7 elders of the Sword Xian sect, only the second elder was relatively weak. However, he maintained his position due to his identity as a Xian-tier alchemist. A Xian-tier alchemist would be revered even in the royal court of the great Qian dynasty. Ji Kursin nodded slightly at Lu Chen's words. It's fine. My master said this pill is meant for you. Whether used early or late, it makes no difference. Thank you. Then Lu Chen slowly stood up. It's getting late. We should set off. Set off? It's only the second watch. There's still plenty of time. The second watch? Lu Chen glanced at the forest before him, clearly visible as if it were broad daylight, his expression filled with confusion. Suddenly, he recalled the nether eyes he had just acquired. Oh, that was its effect. Soon. Dawn broke. The group set forth once more. Due to Lu Chen's defeat of the nether poison python, coupled with his nether eyes, they encountered no 5th-tier beasts along the way to AS or the 4th-tier beasts. They became Lu Chen's source of income. Within a day's time, they finally emerged from the Tianqian mountain range. When the Zhou brothers spotted the distant town, they couldn't help but exclaim with joy that we've been incredibly fortunate. We didn't encounter a single 5th-tier beast on this journey. Hearing this, Lu Ning glanced at Lu Chen but remained silent. After passing through the town, they would travel another 50 miles to reach the Qingling sect. However, they did not rush and instead found an inn to rest, for although they could abstain from food, they had spent a restless night. Lu Chen entered his room and shut himself away. He retrieved a myriad of pills from his system space, melted them down, and then consumed them. now at the pinnacle of the 8th level of spirit severing. Absorbing these would allow him to reach the 9th level. He activated the creation technique and began his absorption. With such strength, he would be unmatched in the upcoming 4-Sect competition. As night fell, Lu Chen awakened with a sense of fullness in his vital energy. After stretching, he prepared to head to a nearby tavern for a meal. Though he could now abstain from food, his palate craved flavor. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he sensed something amiss. That it was too quiet. The contrast with the daytime was stark that he focused his energy, activating the nether eyes to their fullest extent. He noticed a strange black figure slowly approaching from a distance. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He hurried back into the inn to wake the others, after waiting for a time with no response. He had no choice but to break down the door. That moment, Ji Kursin and Lu Ning lay on the ground, their breathing erratic and faces pale. Poison? Lu Chen's heart raced as he quickly urged his energy to awaken both of them. He then entered the Zhou brothers' room and employed the same method. Soon, the four of them gradually regained consciousness. "Someone is trying to assassinate us," Lu Chen spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the newly awakened trio instantly snapped to attention. "What? Who is it?" Lu Chen shook his head. "The team must be someone from the Qingling sect. They likely know that senior brother Jianshun has discovered their secret, so they plan to eliminate us before we arrive." "What do we do?" A hint of panic crossed Ji Kursin's face. Though she was an alchemist, her strength was only at the 1st level of spirit severing. That moment, Lu Chen abruptly turned around. His eyes alight with determination. "They're here." With a wave of his hand, he propelled the four of them out of the inn. They had just regained consciousness, and remaining here would only cause more trouble. As he flung them out, a terrifying blade light sliced the inn in half. That a dreadful aura erupted suddenly. "You all go on. Leave this person to me." Lu Chen turned to the others, his tone icy. But Ji Kursin wanted to say something, but Lu Ning held her back. "Trust him. Right now, we are merely a burden." Although Ji Kursin felt anxious, Lu Ning was right, and she hurriedly departed. The Zhou brothers had already run several miles away. In that moment, the figure had arrived before Lu Chen. What a loyal little fellow. Hearing this, Lu Chen was not at all perturbed. Rather, he remained composed. "Disguise as 1T work with me. Speak, which elder of the Qingling sect are you?" At his words, the shadow trembled slightly before erupting in fury. "Shut up." Having spoken, the shadow wielded a great blade, fiercely cleaving down towards Lu Chen's face, evidently intent on taking his life. However, Lu Chen remained utterly unperturbed. With a flicker of thought, he summoned Mo Yuan, and an icy sensation enveloped him instantaneously. Clang! In a critical moment, Lu Chen raised Mo Yuan horizontally before him, successfully blocking the deadly strike, sensing the faint trace of demonic energy coursing through the blade. Mo Yuan quivered slightly in his grip, a thrill emanating from its blade. Indeed, it was the work of the demon clan. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. It seemed fortune favored him, as he had been pondering the evolution of his demon suppression body, and now the opportunity had presented itself. With that, he directly activated the demon suppression body, after absorbing another surge of demonic energy. The transformation was monumental. That moment, a dark pattern flickered across Lu Chen's body, exuding an eerie aura. Chapter 25, Absorption, the map of the burial spirit abyss. Please support with votes and reviews. Observing Lu Chen before him, the shadow felt a pang of trepidation. From Lu Chen emanated an oppressive force he had never encountered before, as if it were innate. That moment, a flicker of retreat sparked within him. Blade shock technique. Suddenly, the shadow's entire vital energy erupted violently. A terrifying intent of the blade, accompanied by a fierce blade light, surged towards Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen not only stood his ground but advanced to meet the strike. With his feet poised upon the 1,000-lantern dragon shadow, Mo Yuan in hand, he simultaneously activated the demon suppression body. Falling snow, sword technique. Clang! The clash of sword and blade resonated, unleashing a deafening explosion that shattered all buildings surrounding them. Then, with a swift turn, Lu Chen transformed his fist into a palm, launching another assault. Heavenly Path Palm! Boom! A sharp gust of wind swept through, and a palm imprint landed squarely on the shadow. The latter coughed up blood. Hurtling through the air, not intending to grant him any respite, Lu Chen sheathed Mo Yuan, his sword intent surging forth. Ultimate sword technique, draw sword art. A terrifying sword intent coalesced, sword light surging forth, then condensing into a singular point before erupting. Directly targeting the shadow. Boom! At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. From the very spot where the shadow had fallen, a powerful wave of demonic energy erupted that a colossal figure slowly emerged from the chaos. Indeed, it was a member of the demon clan. Lu Chen's smile widened. However, that was merely the beginning. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, a terrifyingly potent sword light slicing through the shadow. Having completed this, Lu Chen was about to retract Mo Yuan when, unexpectedly, it slipped from his grasp, piercing directly into the demon corpse. In mere moments, Mo Yuan drained the entire body, leaving it as a mere husk of demonic essence. Upon completion, Mo Yuan resonated with a series of sword cries, and its pitch-black blade slowly revealed intricate red patterns. Observing this, Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and he retracted Mo Yuan. Subsequently, he reached towards the desiccated corpse before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 mid-grade elemental crystals, a volume of Qingling medicine techniques, and a fragment of the Burial Spirit Abyss map. Ding! Reward triggered, recalculating harvest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 high-grade elemental crystals, a map of the Burial Spirit Abyss, and a compendium of elixirs. The compendium, authored by the Elixir Emperor, was the coveted treasure of all alchemists. He not only contained the Emperor's insights into alchemy, but also encompassed recipes he had gathered over the years. For an alchemist, the recipes were of paramount importance. Upon this realization, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with exhilaration. If he diligently followed the teachings within this compendium, becoming an alchemist would merely be a matter of time. Moments later, he regained his composure and glanced at the map of the Burial Spirit Abyss. Given that the shadow before him possessed this fragment, it was certain that he had ventured into the abyss. This demon clan member was likely released during that encounter, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. If he could eradicate the demons within the Burial Spirit Abyss, to what heights would his demon suppression body ascend? Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. After a long while, he stored the map away. All of this was merely speculation, although the Burial Spirit Abyss housed numerous remnants of demonic souls. Most of their power resided in the Sea Partitioning realm, with some even at the Monarch realm. Presently, despite wielding Mo Yuan, Lu Chen was not their match. Never mind, it can wait until I reach the Monarch realm. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ji Kursin and her companions turned to glance back, finding no pursuers, and thus came to a halt. How is our junior brother faring? That individual sought to kill us, so his strength must surely exceed the 8th layer of spirit severing. Can he withstand it? At that moment, the Zhou brothers also paused, panting heavily. Who cares? The important thing is that we made it out alive, that if he wishes to be a hero, he must be prepared to face death. Ji Kursin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Kick someone when they're down. No wonder you fail to catch the attention of the Taishang, but a disgrace to the Sword Xian sect. Hearing this, Zhou Tian and Zhou, whose tempers flared. Ji Kursin, we have tolerated you out of respect for your status as the second elder's disciple. Not overestimate your worth. Were it not for the absence of our senior brother, you wouldn't even qualify to participate in the grand competition. Just then, a sword shadow flitted before their eyes. Lion Ning, wielding her sword with one hand, gazed coldly at the two. Seeing this, Zhou Tian and Zhou Hu hastily fell silent, not daring to utter another word. At that moment, a terrifying aura approached from afar. The four instantly reacted, preparing for action. Suddenly, Ji Kursin exclaimed in excitement. It's Lu Chen. As an alchemist, Ji Kursin's strength may not have been formidable, but her spiritual perception surpassed that of others. She recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Upon hearing her words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Lu Chen landed gracefully. Are you all unharmed? Lion Ning shook her head slightly. What about you? Merely a trivial matter of the 8th layer of spirit severing. Easily dealt with that moment, Ji Kursin inquired, What shall we do now? In response, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips. What shall we do? Naturally, we shall pay a visit with gifts. Meanwhile, at the Qingling Sect, within the main hall, Sect Master Li Qingyun paced restlessly. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, breathless. Sect Master, it's bad. The soul monument of the sixth elder has shattered. What? Shock flickered in Li Qingyun's eyes. The sixth elder possessed strength at the eighth layer of spirit severing. And with that artifact, even the Grand Elder of the Sword Xian sect would not stand a chance against him. To hear such news was utterly unexpected. Could it be that Jian Shun had informed Zhao Xian, prompting him to take matters into his own hands? At that moment, another disciple hurriedly entered. Sect Master, disciples from the Sword Xian sect have already arrived at the Qingling sect. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's expression turned solemn. First, they slay our sect's elder, and now they come knocking on our door. How audacious! He waved his hand decisively. Take them to the guest quarters, treat them well, and do not neglect them. Yes, suddenly, Li Qingyun turned back to the disciple. Who is the leading elder from the Sword Xian sect on this occasion? The Sword Xian sect has no leading elder this time. What? In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Finally, the day of the four sects' grand competition had arrived. The martial arena of the Qingling sect was now filled to capacity, as the competition involved the four major sects of the Western continent. It attracted spectators from all over, including individuals from the Qian dynasty. At this moment, Lu Chen stood at the foot of the stage, his eyes closed in concentration. He had already familiarized himself with the competition format. It was quite simple. The four sects would compete in pairs until one side conceded or was entirely defeated. At this juncture, Li Qingyun stepped forward, walking through the air. The sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Chapter 26. An Unrivaled Presence. Li Qingyun stood in the void, announcing the competition schedule. However, his gaze subtly drifted towards Lu Chen. Sensing this scrutiny, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and turned to face Li Qingyun. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips as he produced a token from his waist, the very one he had discovered on the shadowy figure the night before. Upon seeing the token, Li Qingyun's pupils constricted sharply. Yet, surrounded by onlookers, he concealed his reaction. Soon after, the schedule was fully introduced. At that moment, a spiritual vessel emerged from the distant void, significantly larger than the one from the Sword Xian sect. Lu Chen activated his nether eye and discerned several figures standing aboard the vessel. Master Li, it is good to see you, came the greeting from Elder Kong. Qingyun slightly bowed to the arrivals. Upon their appearance, the crowd erupted in cheers once more, leaving Lu Chen perplexed, prompting him to inquire, who is this person? He is the seven elders of the Divine Guardian Sword sect. Kong Q, this revelation. Lu Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. What business did the Divine Guardian Sword sect have here? The interlude soon passed, leading to the drawing of lots. Naturally, Lu Chen took the lead as the captain of the team for this grand competition. Before long, the results were announced. The Sword Xian sect would face the Qingyun sect, a result that satisfied Lu Chen. As preparations for a brief respite commenced, the chief of the Qingyun sect, Wang Bo, slowly ascended the stage, brandishing a silver spear and pointing it towards the Sword Xian sect. Where is Jian Shun? Why has he not appeared this time? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen rose slowly. Senior brother Jian Shun said that you are too weak to warrant his intervention. Thus he sent me in his stead. The words elicited a look of astonishment from Ji Kursin and the others. Hadn't senior brother Jian Shun claimed to be too occupied to come? Why had it transformed into a matter of worthiness in Lu Chen's case? Nevertheless, they refrained from exposing Lu Chen's statement. Although Zhou Tian held a grudge against Lu Chen, they were all members of the Sword Xian sect, and their current objective was a united front against the outside. On stage, Wang Bo's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Such audacity! Had it not been for my injuries in the last competition, he would have already become a casualty beneath my spear. Since you speak so boldly, then who among you will take his place? At this, Lu Ning moved slightly, preparing to ascend the stage, only to be halted by Lu Chen. I will. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chen leaped onto the stage, standing directly opposite Wang Bo. A cruel smile crept across Wang Bo's face as he regarded Lu Chen. You are the newly inducted inner disciple of the Sword Xian sect? No, I am merely a freshman of the Sword Xian sect. Lu Chen, The moment this statement was made, a commotion erupted among the spectators. It appeared the Sword Qian sect had no seasoned fighters left, resorting to sending a newcomer to battle. Such a pity. Being selected to participate in this competition must indicate considerable talent. It was unfortunate that he faced Wang Bo, the strongest disciple of the Qingyun sect, who had just broken through to the 8th layer of spirit severing. Rivaling Zhao Fan, this battle seemed devoid of suspense. The crowd shook their heads in lamentation, for the two were clearly not on the same level. They merely hoped the newcomer would meet an overly tragic end. Wang Bo's expression darkened further upon hearing Lu Chen's words. The Sword Qian sect, what a bold claim! You send a newcomer to insult me. You shall surely perish in this battle. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Although the competition rules did not explicitly prohibit lethal force, they were all disciples of the 4 great sects, and a semblance of decorum should be maintained. However, Wang Bo's declaration of intent to kill him was of no concern to him. After all, having come this far, how could he ascend without some casualties? Suddenly, Wang Bo turned his gaze towards the judging panel, where 4 individuals sat, including Li Qingyun and Kong Qi, alongside the leaders of the Qingyun sect and the Misty sect. When can the match begin? I am eager to kill him. Seeing this, Li Qingyun offered a slight smile. As long as both parties are prepared, we can commence at any moment. Lu Chen, are you ready? Naturally, Lu Chen replied, just as Wang Bo vanished from sight. In the next instant, a flurry of spear shadows erupted, hurtling towards Lu Chen's head. Witnessing this, the audience below shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lu Chen's impending demise. Clang, 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 as a series of crisp sounds rang out. The crowd gradually opened their eyes. This moment, Lu Chen still stood atop the stage. Though his garments were tattered, he bore no wounds, not a single drop of blood shed. Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. Is this the strength of the Qingyun sect's chief prodigy? I dare say, it pales in comparison to that of an ANT. Lu Chen voiced these words openly, in full view of the audience. In an instant, the venue erupted into chaos. On the judging panel, the leader of the Qingyun sect bore a grim expression. Lu Chen's words not only insulted Wang Bo, but also disrespected the Qingyun sect. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Wang Bo could no longer conceal his fury, revealing his 8th layer spirit, severing strength without reservation. This strike was originally intended for Jianshun. Consider it a gift to you now. Songjing Overlord Spear. Wang Bo wielded his spear, a terrifying intent of the weapon sweeping across the arena. The nearby audience could feel their faces being grazed by the spear's aura. What a formidable presence. Is this the might of the Qingyun sect's champion? Previously, Wang Bo's attack seemed like a mere test. Now he was clearly intent on killing. This child must not survive. On stage, witnessing this move, Lu Chen's expression tightened slightly, his earlier disdain evaporating. While Wang Bo's arrogance was evident, he possessed the right to be so, for his self-created spear technique's power approached Earth tier. However, the process of its execution was exceedingly slow, with a subtle shift in his thoughts. Lu Chen summoned a blue longsword into his hand. The sword was named Qing Feng. He then slightly bowed, an aura of sword intent gradually rising. If that is the case, let us see whose technique is superior. In the spectator seats, Kong Qi had originally kept his eyes closed, disinterested in the battle between such disparate powers. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. No, this sword intent. Ultimate sword intent. Kong Qi rose to his feet, gazing at Lu Chen on stage, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This feeling cannot be mistaken. He possesses ultimate sword intent. I never expected to witness such a prodigy on this journey. At that moment, he was poised to take action as a swordsman. Li Qingyun could also sense the sword intent, but his expression was grim. In the distance, Luo Qingyao, the chief of the Misty sect, shook her head slightly. This battle is already over. As her words fell, a brilliant sword light shot forth. The entire martial arena fell into a profound silence. Drawing his sword, sheathing it, and turning away, Lu Chen executed the entire sequence with fluid grace, devoid of any hesitation. Wang Bo, however, stood frozen in place. With a swift motion, a fountain of blood erupted, and Wang Bo's figure, along with his spear, was cleaved in two. As he spoke, he directly lifted the corpse from the ground and proceeded towards Wang Bo's lifeless body. Subsequently, he performed an act that left everyone in utter shock, that he unceremoniously discarded both corpses from the arena, justifying it as a means to enhance the visual experience. Upon witnessing this, the elder of the Qinyan sect, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, could no longer contain himself. "You insolent wretch! You shall meet your demise," he exclaimed, disregarding the attempts of the other elders to restrain him, launching a powerful strike towards Lu Chen. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Ning and the others instantly sprang to their feet, ready to intervene. However, Lu Chen remained unfazed, casually wiping his hands. Yet within his heart, excitement surged to an unimaginable height. Such treasures, all of them. And now, an elderly one delivered right to his doorstep. Guaranteed profit. He focused his energy in one hand, summoning Mo Yuan in an instant. The temperature of the entire martial arena plummeted, just as Lu Chen thought he could reap another substantial reward. A figure blocked his path. "Kong Qi, Elder Lu, do you truly regard me with such disdain?" Upon hearing this, Elder Lu abruptly regained his composure. Halting his movements, he glanced at the two corpses on the ground, deliberated for a long moment, and then slowly exhaled a breath of resignation. "I dare not." He then shot a glare at Lu Chen before returning to the spectator area. Kong Qi looked at Lu Chen, whose face was filled with fury, and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, that's good. Let the battle resume." Below the stage, Zhou Tian's face turned pale as he witnessed Lu Chen's invincible demeanor. He had not anticipated such formidable strength. Brother Jianshun likely did not possess such power either. Beside him, Lu Ning's beautiful eyes flickered with realization. The reason we did not encounter fifth-tier demon beasts in the Tianqian Mountains was precisely because Lu Chen single-handedly defeated that nether poison python. Upon hearing this, the other three gasped in astonishment. To single-handedly slay a fifth-tier demon beast. That equated to cutting down a spirit realm 9th layer cultivator. Who would have imagined he had concealed his abilities so deeply? Lu Ning cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Tian and Zhou Hu. "You both should consider yourselves fortunate that Lu Chen is the captain of this expedition. Otherwise, you might have perished at his hands the moment you left the sect." At her words, the two men's faces turned ashen, devoid of any color. "But we are all disciples of the Jianxian sect. If you're to kill us, the sect would undoubtedly not spare him." "Ah!" At that moment, Lu Ning let out a light laugh. "One dead, one alive. Who holds more weight? Anyone could discern that you think Pantheon fell by whose hand? And what of the dean's punishment?" Upon hearing this, the two dared not utter another word. Meanwhile, standing on the stage, Lu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. What a pity. If only I could eliminate this fellow. Upon my return, I would surely attain the Sea-Splitter realm. Alas, he turned to the remaining three disciples of Qinyan's sect. Is there anyone else? Though he felt reluctant, his life took precedence. The remaining three surrendered without hesitation. This only deepened Lu Chen's sense of loss. No sword souls to claim. Just as Lu Chen descended from the stage, Zhou Tian and his brother knelt before him. "Lu Chen, we were in the wrong earlier. We should not have targeted you at every turn. We beseech you to spare us. We are willing to serve you in any capacity, as long as you grant us our lives." Seeing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and glanced at Ji Kursin and Lu Ning. "When did I ever intend to kill you?" Ji Kursin, appearing helpless, shrugged her shoulders, while Lu Ning remained silent. Enough. Get up quickly. With your frail physiques, I would hardly find you suitable for labor." Before long, the battles of the other two sects commenced. Lu Chen's attention was caught by the fact that the entire Piao Miao sect consisted solely of female disciples, each as beautiful as celestial beings. Particularly, Luo Qingyao exuded an ethereal charm. However, despite their beauty, there remained a disparity in strength. The Qingling sect had only sent forth a single disciple, not Zhao Fan, yet they still managed to defeat the Qingyao sect. This realization tightened Lu Chen's chest. If this disciple's strength exceeded Wang Bo's, it was difficult to fathom how powerful Zhao Fan truly was. Before long, the day's competitions drew to a close, and the final two competitors emerged, with Wang Bo, the Qingyun Sect's champion. Having fallen to Lu Chen's sword, it was evident that they could not match the prowess of the Qin Yao sect. Soon, Lu Chen and the others returned to their guest quarters. Zhao Fan had not made an appearance today, suggesting that he was concealing his true strength. At this moment, Lu Ning had removed her veil, revealing her stunning visage. Lu Chen nodded slightly, if my guess is correct. His strength has likely reached the sea splitter realm. Upon hearing this, the others' faces filled with deep concern. You have confidence in facing him? Lu Chen pondered for a moment, perhaps a 30% chance. At his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed everyone's faces. Only a 30% chance? No, 30% to kill him. If merely to defeat him, then 90%. Hiss! Just then, the door swung open abruptly. A breathtaking figure entered from outside. Upon seeing her, everyone's expressions turned slightly puzzled. Sister Qingyao, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Luo Qingyao, the champion of the Piao Miao sect. However, due to her injuries, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. There are issues with the disciples of the Qingling sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded. Is it due to demonic energy? Luo Qingyao paused momentarily at his words. You all are aware of this? Brother Jian Chun discovered it long ago. Luo Qingyao nodded. Nonetheless, you should remain vigilant. I have a nagging feeling that they have other sinister plots this time. With that, she took her leave. Wait, suddenly, Lu Chen called out to her. He then produced a Qi blood pill and a Dao source pill, offering them to Luo Qingyao. Thank you for the information. Consider these two pills as a token of gratitude. Chapter 28. Are you a genius? Merely an ant, seeking votes, seeking praise. Though both the Qi blood pill and the Dao source pill are quite common yellow-tier pills, they are still exceedingly precious, valued at 10 low-grade yuan crystals each. Observing the pills Lu Chen offered, a hint of astonishment crossed Luo Qingyao's face, yet she ultimately accepted them. Thank you, young Master Lu. With that, she exited the room. Lu Chen slowly turned, intending to continue discussions, but was abruptly halted by the piercing gazes of Ji Curson and Lu Ning. That Ji Curson's expression was displeased. Little junior brother, do you think my and sister Lu's beauty pales in comparison to Luo Qingyao's? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally realized that of course not. It's simply that guests should be treated with courtesy. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 of each pill and handed them to his two senior sisters. Seeing the pills in their hands, Ji Curson and Lu Ning nodded slightly in approval. How infuriating. I nearly forgot about that wretched competitive spirit of women. Cough, let us continue. Thus, the group conversed until the late hours of the night, brainstorming various strategies, yet all were ultimately dismissed by Lu Chen. Finally, he stated, Tomorrow, I shall go on stage alone. Otherwise, should you all perish here, it would be difficult for me to explain to the sect leader. Initially, the others wished to object, but upon reflecting on their own strengths, they realized that if Lu Chen could not triumph, they would have no chance whatsoever. The outcome would remain the same. With this in mind, they reluctantly consented. Once the others departed, Lu Chen began tallying the spoils of the day. In total, there were 30,000 pills, along with Wang Bo's self-created spear technique. Regrettably, as a sword cultivator, this technique would merely gather dust in the system's storage. Then there was his long spear, crafted from the bones of a 6-tier demon beast, the sword spine dragon, remarkably resilient. With the system's assistance, it had been upgraded a level, now classified as an earth-ranked spiritual weapon. However, he could find no practical use for it. Nonetheless, these two items were exceedingly well suited for Ji Tianhao. He resolved to gift them to him upon his return, for he was his junior brother and deserved no less. As for the other individual, he had yielded nothing. What a tremendous loss. Subsequently, Lu Chen concentrated the tens of thousands of elixirs he had acquired today and swallowed them whole. Before long, the sky brightened significantly. Lu Chen and his companions had already arrived at the martial arts arena at the judges' table. Only 2 individuals remained. Elder Lu from the Qingyun sect had departed with his disciples. Although the elder from the Qingyao sect had not left, he did not occupy a seat at the judges' table at this moment. Li Qingyun spoke slowly, a smile gracing his features. Today marked the commencement of the finals, and, as disciples of the four great sects, all were urged to show restraint. Otherwise, should casualties arise as they did yesterday, it would be an unfortunate loss indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Li Qingyun, recognizing the hypocrisy of the old man. Despite his words, he had not established any clear regulations. What he said was merely for the audience's benefit. However, it must be acknowledged that the spectators were indeed swayed by his rhetoric. As soon as Li Qingyun finished speaking, many echoed his sentiments. Lu Chen, weary of such idle chatter, stepped directly onto the stage. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to fight, then come forth swiftly. At these words, Li Qingyun's expression faltered slightly. Lu Chen was the first to interrupt him while he spoke. Even Zhao Xian had to show him a modicum of respect. Yet as the sect leader, he could not afford to argue with a mere disciple. Thus, he resigned himself to the fight. Soon, the disciple who had faced Luo Qingyao yesterday stepped forward, a malicious grin playing on his lips. "You must be Lu Chen." Today, before he could finish, Lu Chen swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving him in twain. He then reached out toward the corpse. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5,000 Qi blood pills, 5,000 Dao source pills, and 1 portion of Demon Clan essence. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating harvest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20,000 Qi blood pills, 20,000 Dao source pills, and 4 portions of Demon Clan essence. Demon suppressing body. 8,100. Upon seeing this reward, Lu Chen's heart was resolute. This individual was undoubtedly in league with the Demon Clan, for he possessed the essence of the demons, which had yet to be unleashed before he was slain by Lu Chen. Meanwhile, within the audience, due to the invincible performances of Lu Chen and the aforementioned disciple, speculation arose that a fierce battle would ensue between them today. Yet the ultimate outcome was beyond their expectations. Was this Lu Chen truly just a newcomer? Such prowess, perhaps even the elders would struggle to match. In the distance, disciples from the Qingyao sect, particularly Luo Qingyao, watched with narrowed eyes as the chief of her sect. She found herself outmatched by an ordinary disciple from the Qingling sect. Now, Lu Chen had effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a single blow. Realizing this, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. "I once thought the disparity among my contemporaries was negligible. Yet it seems there are those who have already reached such heights. It is truly laughable this moment." The elder beside her spoke slowly. "Inequality is inherent in humanity. The heights of talent are beyond your control. Qingyao, this matter does not concern you. Otherwise, it will surely become a trial of the heart for you." "Yes, elder." Luo Qingyao cast a glance at Lu Chen on the stage, her eyes revealing a hint of resignation. This trial of the heart, it seemed, was unavoidable. The only recourse was to surpass him. At this juncture, on the stage, Lu Chen casually discarded the corpse and directed his gaze towards the disciples of the Qingling sect. "Is this the so-called genius of the Qingling sect? Merely an insect? You lack even the qualification to make me draw my sword. Is this the extent of your strength?" His words provoked astonishment throughout the arena. Even Kong Qi's expression turned grave. That disciple was at the 8th level of spirit severing. If such strength was deemed insignificant, then no one could be regarded as a genius in this world. Below, Zhao Fan wore a sinister smile. "Provocation? You wish for me to take action? How dull. You go." He glanced at the sullen-faced disciple beside him. "If you defeat him, I shall grant you 2 portions of essence." Upon hearing this, the disciple's breath quickened. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the stage and, before Lu Chen could react, charged at him with his sword raised. Seeing this, Lu Chen activated the Thousand Lanterns Dragon Shadow, deftly evading the attack. Subsequently, he coalesced his energy in one hand, seizing the Qing Feng sword, and unleashed the Falling Snow sword technique, cleaving toward the assailant's head. In an instant, a head rolled away, devoid of blood splattering forth. For it had already been frozen in place. This moment, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted, causing everyone's movements to slow involuntarily. Witnessing this sword technique, Lu Ning's eyes flickered with surprise, for she too practiced this technique. However, her skill paled in comparison to Lu Chen's on the stage. Lu Chen discarded the corpse over the edge, simultaneously absorbing its demonic essence that he then pointed his sword at Zhao Fan, a slight smile gracing his lips. Insect, yet Zhao Fan still refrained from taking action, opting instead to send forth another disciple. Observing this, the audience could not help but sigh in exasperation. Many of the Qingling's Sect's disciples had already fallen. Why did Zhao Fan remain idle? At this rate, they would all be slaughtered. Chapter 29. The Demon-Suppressing Body. Seeing that Zhao Fan still did not ascend the stage, Lu Chen's expression turned perplexed. What was this man thinking? Why allow his own disciples to perish? With such prowess, could he not even withstand the toll? Was he perhaps attempting to probe my depths? Lu Chen raised his head to glance at Li Qingyun atop the judge's table. Regardless, he was an elder of the Qingyun sect. He could not simply watch his disciples die. However, Lu Chen was mistaken. I could see this moment. Li Qingyun's expression remained unperturbed, as if it were not his own sect disciples who were perishing. Very well. Lu Chen exhaled a breath of resignation. This is fine. As long as I can continuously absorb demonic essence, I shall incur no loss. Before long, the next disciple from the Qingling sect ascended the stage. His strength barely reached the 7th level of spirit severing. Such power was beneath Lu Chen's notice. With a single palm strike, he crushed the disciple on the stage. As before, Lu Chen casually tossed the body aside. Absorbing the demonic essence within that moment, a transformation occurred within Lu Chen's body. Demon-suppressing body. 10100 demon suppressing body evolution in progress, evolution complete. Demon suppressing prison body. Suddenly, Lu Chen collapsed to the ground. A faint black mist erupting from him. The audience gasped in shock. What was this black mist? Why was it so eerie? Could it be demonic energy? No wonder this child was so monstrous. It turned out he practiced demonic arts. As this realization dawned, everyone in the observation area rose to their feet, their gazes icied. A being of the demon clan must be exterminated. At that moment, Kong Qi on the judge's platform also noticed the unfolding situation. His brow furrowed slightly. The energy emanating from Lu Chen was indeed demonic, yet it was not the essence of the demon clan. Nevertheless, anything related to demons must be eradicated. With a sigh, he lamented the loss of a prodigy, destroyed by the hands of the demon clan. Slowly, Kong Qi stood, directing his attention toward the stage. This battle shall be paused momentarily. With that, he walked through the air to Lu Chen's side. This moment. Lu Chen had succumbed to unconsciousness, entirely oblivious to the events transpiring around him. Yet he could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within his body, that a series of black patterns coiled around his entire form, enveloping every bone and ultimately converging at his heart. The once crimson heart gradually darkened. Simultaneously, his meridians expanded under the influence of this black energy, swelling to 5 times their original size before finally halting. In a daze, he beheld a figure approaching him. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, black clouds swirling ominously above Lu Chen's head, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder. Kong Qi, hearing this, turned to look, his expression one of shock. Is that a tribulation? How is this possible? Was it not only upon ascending to the Emperor realm that one could summon such celestial phenomena? This young man is merely at spirit severing. Suddenly, Kong Qi noticed the black patterns on Lu Chen's body and experienced a moment of clarity. No, it is a sacred body, the tribulation summoned by the evolution of a sacred body. With that, he glanced at the audience, pondering. Only those with innate physiques ranked among the top 20 of the body dominance list could ascend and invoke a tribulation. He wondered what level this sacred body might be. If it were the tribulation of the top 10, every person present would meet their end. If it were the tribulation of the top 3, the Qingling sect would be obliterated in an instant. As Kong Qi gazed at the still unconscious Lu Chen, a profound dread surged within him. Who exactly is this individual? With this thought racing through his mind, he urgently shouted toward the audience. Everyone, retreat at once to at least 10 miles away. Quickly, upon hearing Kong Qi's command, the crowd, gripped by an instinctive fear, hastily fled. Meanwhile, Lu Ning and the others stood dazed, fixated on Lu Chen on the stage, unable to regain their composure. After a moment, Lu Ning bit her lip resolutely. We must leave as well. Ji Kursin, about to voice her thoughts, was interrupted. We must have faith in Lu Chen. He will be fine. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Ji Kursin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit. Soon, all the people atop the mountain had vacated the territory of the Qingling sect, gazing from afar at the ominous black clouds slowly gathering in the void. The old woman from the Miao Miao sect narrowed her eyes at this sight. Thunder practitioner, among the most formidable. I wonder what kind of calamity this young man will attract. Kong Qi's expression grew serious. Given this young man's capabilities, the mere fact that he could summon a thunder tribulation speaks volumes about his talent. There is no need to discuss what level he may achieve. The only uncertainty remains whether he can withstand this thunder tribulation. In the distance, Zhao Fan observed the ominous flashes of lightning in the sky with an indifferent demeanor. I never expected that this person would still have descendants. My investment of so much demonic essence was not in vain. Yet I wonder if he can endure this thunder tribulation. That moment, a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the sky, striking heavily within the Qingling sect. Under the force of this thunder, Lu Chen gradually awoke. He surveyed his surroundings and found that he was utterly alone. Slowly lifting his head, a look of concentration crossed his face. Just moments ago, he finally comprehended the origin of the demon suppression body. This physique is the only one that transcends the rankings of the overlord body, known as the 9 nether demon suppression body. However, mastering it to its fullest potential is exceedingly arduous, particularly due to the terrifying thunder tribulation. This tribulation rivals the strength of an early-stage king, and with his current abilities, he is utterly incapable of resisting it. Moreover, it requires the absorption of nearly 1,000 units of demonic essence. At present, his demon suppression body possesses only a mere fraction of its potential. Yet, even so, it is sufficient. At this moment, he held nothing back and consumed all the pills he had previously acquired. Then, with a single hand raised, he summoned the Miyuan sword, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Subsequently, he activated the 1,000-lantern dragon shadow and soared into the void. From a distance, the old woman observed intently. This aura is already approaching the 2nd level of the sea-splitting realm. He has only just reached the 9th level of the spirit-severing realm. What on earth does he intend to achieve? Kong Qi glanced at Lu Chen's figure, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that he intends to temper his body with the thunder tribulation and forcefully advance to the sea-splitting realm? As Kong Qi's thoughts emerged, the once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence. To advance to the sea-splitting realm, one must first eradicate all impurities within their body, transforming oneself into the essence of spirit energy, thereby becoming a spiritual root that resonates with the spirit energy drifting in the void. Only then can one walk upon the air. The more thoroughly the impurities are eradicated, the more spiritual roots one possesses, and the greater their strength when advancing to the sea-splitting realm. In all of heaven and earth, one must ask what is the best means of tempering the body. Without doubt, it is the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation is invoked by the heavens themselves and can be seen as an embodiment of the heavenly temper the body with the thunder tribulation is akin to receiving the endorsement of the heavenly Tao. As long as one can endure it, there will be no further obstacles on the path ahead. The realms of king and even emperor will no longer present any barriers. With this thought, even a person as formidable as Kong Qi could not help but let out a quiet sigh. This young man is indeed a prodigy. Chapter 30. Divine Thunder Tempering the Body, 10 Spiritual Roots. Seeking votes, seeking praise, Lu Chen surged upward towards the clouds, momentarily suspended in the void with the 1,000-lantern dragon shadow. Even the divine thunder dares to obstruct me, with one hand raised. He gripped the Mian and then roared toward the heavens, the demon suppression body suddenly erupting forth. His garments disintegrated under the sheer power of his physical might, revealing his body adorned with dark patterns. At that moment, the tribulation clouds seemed to respond to Lu Chen's provocation, unleashing 3 streaks of crimson lightning that aimed to obliterate him. From a distance, the old woman's expression changed dramatically upon sighting the 3 streaks of crimson lightning. The red sky, thunder, tribulation. 3 simultaneous strikes of the red sky, thunder, tribulation. Not even the entire Xintian continent has witnessed such an extraordinary prodigy. At this juncture, Luo Qingyao stood in a daze. Master, what is so different about this red sky divine thunder? The old woman fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, entangled with the thunder tribulation, and began to explain slowly. Thunder tribulations are classified into 5 tiers: white sky, blue sky, red sky, purple sky, and the legendary golden sky. The strength of the thunder varies by tier. When the Sword Emperor ascended to the Emperor realm, he faced only 7 strikes of blue sky. Yet now, this young man begins with 3 strikes of red sky, indicating that his talent far surpasses that of the Sword Emperor, surpassing the Sword Emperor. In the past, the Sword Emperor battled his nemesis in the South Sea, cleaving mountains with 1 sword and parting seas with 2. Such power has already been inscribed in history. And now, if Lu Chen's talent exceeds that of the Sword Emperor, what does that mean? Meanwhile, Elder Lu, concealed within the crowd, wore a grim expression, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. At that moment, high above in the void, the 3 streaks of red sky divine thunder descended in an instant. Lu Chen did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward with his sword. Unafraid, a resounding boom echoed, and a mist of blood erupted in all directions. Those witnessing the scene gasped in shock. He exploded. Kong Qi's expression reflected regret. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Had he been allowed another decade of cultivation, the outcome might have been different. With that, he began to walk toward the Qingling Sect. With Lu Chen now dead, the Qingling Sect would naturally emerge as the champion of this competition, thus gaining the opportunity to recommend a disciple to the Divine Sword Sect. Just then, the old woman caught sight of him and shook her head slightly. The tribulation clouds have not dissipated. Lu Chen is still alive. At this moment, the crowd erupted into further exclamations. There is still a figure. He yet lives. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes to in the center of the divine thunder stood a diminutive silhouette, valiantly holding on. However, one of his arms had already vanished. Such resilience. This young man is truly extraordinary. Someone in the crowd remarked. At this moment, all present had forgotten the demonic aura Lu Chen had previously exhibited. Now they could only hope he would survive this thunder tribulation that in the void. Lu Chen, having lost an arm, panted heavily. Just moments ago, he had unleashed all his strength, yet the result left him disappointed. What a pity! If only I could advance to the sea-splitting realm, I would undoubtedly withstand this thunder tribulation. Alas, so close, yet so far. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in his eyes, the earth heart body refining milk. He hurriedly retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, from which a faint fragrance emanated. This was indeed the earth heart body refining milk he had discovered earlier. The lotus seed had already been refined. But this substance remained. With that thought, he swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, a cool and gentle energy coursed through his limbs. Within his dantian, the original spirit seed gradually vanished, replaced by a mountain-like spiritual root. Following this, a second, third, fourth, and up to the 9th spiritual root emerged. At this moment, his body trembled slightly as the patterns on his body seemed to sense something rapidly converging toward his dantian. Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, these patterns began to ascend to the 9 spiritual roots, slowly coalescing into a 10th black spiritual root. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered. Lu Chen's previously shattered arm began to regrow slowly. The skin that had been scorched all over his body also healed. Lu Chen clenched his fist slightly, feeling as if he possessed boundless strength. This is the sea-splitting realm. With this in mind, a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. He then slowly raised his head to gaze at the tribulation clouds above. I owe you my gratitude for aiding my body tempering. Come again. Boom! Suddenly, 3 more streaks of red sky thunder descended, bearing down on Lu Chen's head. However, Lu Chen, now at the sea-splitting realm, showed no signs of fear. Just like before, he did not evade, but instead welcomed the thunder. Surrounding him was a terrifying sword intent as he allowed the tribulation clouds to strike him, the pinnacle of the sword. Startling Swan, the second style of the heavenly transformation sword technique. Startling Swan. Previously, he had been unable to execute this move due to insufficient strength. Now, he finally possessed the power to do so. A beam of sword light pierced through the divine thunder, cleaving the tribulation clouds asunder. After Lu Chen's sword fell, the tribulation clouds gradually dissipated. Witnessing this, a slight smile crept across his lips. The heavens are a mere trifle. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chen's figure began to descend slowly. That moment, the others stood frozen in astonishment, utterly perplexed by how Lu Chen had managed such a feat. Only Lu Ning reacted instantly, mobilizing her agility to rush towards Lu Chen. Finally, at the very moment he was about to land, she caught him. Upon seeing her, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, yet he managed a faint smile. Senior sister Lu Ning. His words were cut short as he promptly fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, surrounded by a subtle fragrance of spiritual herbs. "Where am I?" Upon noticing Lu Chen's awakening, an excited voice rang out. "Junior brother, you're awake. This is the nearest town to the domain boundary. Given your current condition, we thought it best to wait for you to recover a bit before we depart." Lu Chen slowly sat up, feeling a wave of soreness wash over him, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Has the great competition concluded? Ji Kursin assisted him to ease some discomfort. It has indeed ended. Since you advanced to the sea-splitting realm, the Qingling sect surrendered immediately. Our Jianxian sect emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Had the Qingling sect truly surrendered so easily? He was gravely injured, making it the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Yet, they had chosen to capitulate at this juncture, coupled with Zhao Fan's earlier actions, where he had a chance to defeat Lu Chen but refrained, instead allowing his fellow sect members to take the stage. It felt as though someone was nurturing the growth of his demon suppression body. Something felt amiss. Nevertheless, if the elders of the Divine Sword sect were not concerned, why should he, a mere disciple, fret? At any rate, he had secured the championship, and his demon suppression body had evolved. Overall, he had gained much. That moment, Ji Kursin produced a pill from the alchemical furnace. "Here, take this. It should help you feel better that you've exhausted all your spiritual energy due to the tribulation, and it may take at least 10 days to half a month for you to fully recover." Lu Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that once spiritual energy was depleted, recovery was exceedingly difficult. Chapter 31. Ambushed. Seeking votes, seeking good reviews, seeking collections. Feeling the nearly negligible spiritual energy within him, Lu Chen was overcome with a foreboding sense. "Senior sister, how long has it been since the great competition ended?" "Not even 2 days. We plan to stay here for a few more days before leaving." Hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. "How far is it to the domain boundary?" "About a 2-hour journey." "Why do you ask?" Lu Chen slowly stood, his expression grave. "Inform senior sister Lu Ning and the others that we must depart immediately." Ji Kursin looked at him with confusion, but complied, calling for Lu Ning and the others. Soon, Lu and the others arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chen out of bed, Lu Ning frowned slightly. "Why are you out of bed?" Lu Chen shook his head. "We need to leave quickly. Otherwise, we may not be able to escape." Lu Ning seemed to grasp something and nodded slightly. "But your condition, do not worry. Traveling should not pose a problem." Shortly thereafter, the group set off on their return journey. As they traversed the mountains, Lu Chen instructed them to slay a few demon beasts along the way to restore their strength. Before long, they could see the scenery of the western region. That everyone's eyes brightened, for once they crossed this domain boundary, they would be safe. That moment, Zhou Tian chuckled. "Junior brother Lu Chen, your concerns are unfounded. What danger could possibly be lurking?" Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed towards the domain boundary. "Isn't danger already approaching?" Zhou Tian followed Lu Chen's gaze and saw a figure intently staring at them. It was Elder Lu from the Qingyan sect. Realizing this, the four quickly gathered their true energy to shield Lu Chen from harm. Upon seeing them, a cruel smile crept across Elder Lu's face. "Heaven is aiding me. I had almost given up on killing you, but the tribulation has greatly weakened your strength. Now, you are but a useless shell." Hearing this, Lu Chen stepped forward with a faint smile. "No, I am merely a temporarily useless shell." Elder Lu's eyes glinted with malice. "That it makes no difference. Given your significantly diminished power, I alone at the peak of the spirit severing 6th layer can easily crush you all." Yet, Lu Chen displayed no signs of worry. Slowly, he reached for his waist and revealed a cold smile. Do you think I left the town out of fear? Ridiculous. As he spoke, he pulled out a bloodthirsty pill and swallowed it whole. The very one he had stored in the system's space for quite some time. He had purchased it at a high cost to ensure the defeat of Pantheon, but he hadn't anticipated Pantheon's weakness, rendering the pill unnecessary until now. Seeing the bloodthirsty pill, Elder Lu's expression changed drastically. He attempted to strike Lu Chen down swiftly. However, Lu Chen had already swallowed the pill. In an instant, his strength surged back to the 9th layer of spirit severing. Sword of Extremity, stunning swallow. A dazzling sword light flashed and cleaved Elder Lu in two in the same realm. Lu Chen was indeed invincible. Afterward, he approached Elder Lu's corpse, feigning a search for a storage bag. But in truth, he sought to trigger rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Blood Chi pills, 100 Dao Source pills, 20 mid-grade elemental crystals, and 1 Phoenix garment of the Xian grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a 100-fold drop rate. Rewards are being recalculated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 Blood Chi pills, 10,000 Dao Source pills, 2 high-grade elemental crystals, and 1 earth-grade spiritual herb, the Azure Pattern Phoenix garment. The Azure Pattern Phoenix garment, imbued with an incredibly rich life force, could detoxify a myriad of poisons. Upon seeing this reward, Lu Chen exhaled in relief. Given his current condition, he might very well die the moment the effects of the bloodthirsty pill wore off. Fortunately, he possessed the Azure Pattern Phoenix garment, though consuming it this way would diminish its efficacy. Preserving his life took precedence to that moment. Ji Kursin and the others hurriedly gathered around. Lu Chen, your condition. Lu Chen smiled faintly, raising the Azure Pattern Phoenix garment. I am fine. Luckily, this old fellow had such a treasure on him. Seeing the spiritual herb in Lu Chen's hand, Ji Kursin's face lit up with excitement. I can't believe it's the Azure Pattern Phoenix garment. You must refine it immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late once the effects of the bloodthirsty pill wear off. Lu Chen nodded slightly and swallowed the Azure Pattern Phoenix garment whole. Instantly, a surge of vibrant life force coursed through his body. His once dim spiritual roots began to radiate brilliance. 2 hours later, as the effects of the bloodthirsty pill faded, Lu Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling before he fainted again. Witnessing this, the others felt a tightening in their hearts, and Ji Kursin grew anxious. She hurriedly probed Lu Chen's body with her spiritual sense. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. This is not right. The effects of the Azure Pattern Phoenix garment should counteract the side effects of the bloodthirsty pill and even restore some true energy. Why are all his meridians shattered? Realizing this, Ji Kursin bit her silver teeth. We must return to the Sect. Find my master. The group dared not delay and quickly crossed the domain boundary, retrieving their spiritual vessel to hasten towards the Jianxian Sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian had already learned of Jianxian Sect's triumph. He was currently seated in the Xianjian Hall with several elders, engaged in jovial conversation. The Grand Elder spoke up. Lu Chen is truly a genius. I never imagined he could hide his strength so well. He actually managed to slay Wang Bo with a single sword strike. He has avenged our Jianxian Sect. When he returns, we must reward him handsomely. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Jianshun emerged from seclusion, planning to travel the continent. He just sent me news that the ancient secret realm will open in a month. Perfect timing for Lu Chen and his senior brother to take their disciples in for a look. They might acquire considerable gains. At that moment, outside the hall, a spiritual vessel slowly approached. Upon seeing this, Elder Lu's expression turned furious. Absurd. What do you think this place is? How dare you bring a spiritual vessel here? Lu Ning and the others did not respond, but instead directly brought Lu Chen forward. Master, please take a look at Lu Chen. Upon witnessing the pallid and lifeless visage of Lu Chen, the second elder's expression abruptly shifted. He hastened over, employing his spiritual force to investigate. Zhao Xian was equally startled by this unforeseen spectacle. What has transpired? Lu Ning performed a respectful bow towards him, subsequently recounting the entire sequence of events. What a brazen act by the Qingyun sect. Do they presume there's no one to defend the Jianxian sect? With that, he pivoted sharply and made his way directly towards the Qin Yun sect. Now at the 8th level of the sea-splitting realm, he could traverse the vast distance of 1,000 miles in merely a few hours. Within the Xian Sword Hall, the second elder's countenance grew increasingly grim as he sighed inwardly. That young man, having already exhausted his vital energy, foolishly ingested a bloodthirsty pill. The elixir consumed a significant portion of his life force, and it is a miracle he has returned at all. The second elder spoke slowly. Fortunately, the assistance of the azure pattern phoenix robe has sustained his last breath. Take Lu Chen to the Divine Concealment Peak. Yes, the Divine Concealment Peak is one of the 4 manifestations and 3 concealments. Hidden within a secret grand array, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. It is abundant with spiritual herbs, including earth-grade herbs. Soon, Jiku Xin and the second elder arrived at the Divine Concealment Peak with Lu Chen. Upon their arrival, the second elder placed Lu Chen's body into a medicinal pool. Xin fetched 2 leaves from the Bodhi ancient tree. Hearing this, Jiku Xin's heart jolted slightly. The Bodhi ancient tree is the sect's treasured possession, producing a single leaf only once every 30 years. Since the establishment of a Jianxian sect, only 5 leaves have emerged. Think that 2 would be plucked now to save Lu Chen. In no time, Jiku Xan returned with the Bodhi leaves and tossed them into the medicinal pool. The second elder followed suit, throwing in countless spiritual herbs. Moments later, he exhaled a breath of relief. I have essentially sacrificed all my treasures. Whether he awakens now depends on his fortune. Let us depart and return in a few days. As the 2 exited, a flash of azure light surged within the medicinal pool, and vibrant life force began to flow into Lu Chen's body, causing his complexion to gradually regain its rosy hue. After a considerable time, at the Qin Yun sect, the sect master Yang Mu paced anxiously within the grand hall. This elder Lu, why must he provoke the Jianxian sect? Zhao Xian is notoriously protective. What shall we do? Just as his words fell, a figure streaked through the distant void. It's over, trouble has arrived. He straightened his robe and rushed out to greet them. Zhao's sect master, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Zhao Xian's expression was icy. You know full well. With that, he clenched his hand, summoning a silver-white longsword that materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the sword, Yang Mu's expression shifted slightly. He has even drawn the Zhang Lin's sword. It seems he is genuinely angered. Yang Mu cleared his throat. Zhao sect master, we truly had no knowledge of Elder Lu's actions. Why not sit down for a drink before discussing matters further? Zhao Xian waved his hand, and a silver beam descended, cleaving the doors of the Qin Yun sect in 2. Witnessing this, Yang Mu's expression changed drastically. Zhao Xian, do you think our Qin Yun sect fears you? Then let us battle. Zhao Xian's tone remained frigid, but you would do well to let Yang Jian emerge from seclusion. Otherwise, you cannot hope to stop me. Yang Jian, the ancestral elder of the Qin Yun sect, is currently in closed-door cultivation. Should he emerge now, death would not be far behind. This thought. Yang Mu's expression shifted. Zhao Xian, this matter indeed stems from our Qin Yun sect's error, but our sect's top disciple was slain by Lu Chen on the spot. Let us consider this matter resolved, and we shall not interfere with one another. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment, his expression softening slightly. Very well, but I require the 8 wilderness cauldron for a time. Absolutely not. Yang Mu rejected outright. The 8 wilderness cauldron is the Qin Yun sect's treasured artifact, utilized for gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is precisely due to this that the Qin Yun sect maintains its position among the 4 great sects. If it were to be lent out, the cultivation speed of the Qin Yun sect's disciples would plummet. That moment, a deep voice resonated throughout the air above the Qin Yun sect. Grant it to him. Hearing this voice, Zhao Xian's smile returned. Thank you, ancestor. Once Lu Chen's strength is restored, I shall personally return him. Although Yang Mu was puzzled, he could not oppose the ancestor's wish. Casting a glance at Zhao Xian, he turned and departed. Moments later, he returned, holding a small cauldron aloft. I hope you keep your word. Zhao Xian accepted the small cauldron, sheathing the Zhang Lin sword. Visit my Jianxian sect for a drink sometime. With that, he departed directly. Watching Zhao Xian's retreating figure, Yang Mu's expression grew grave, and he made his way to the back mountain. Ancestor, Why must we hand over the 8 wilderness cauldron so easily? Yang Jian remained in deep meditation. Eyes tightly shut. 7 days ago, a battle of imperial realm powerhouses erupted in the South Sea, one of whom was the supreme elder of the Jianxian sect. Though he is not fully recovered, he triumphed magnificently with unparalleled sword intent. That be why giving him this cauldron now. He Zhao Xian may return it, but should Shangguan Yun arrive, it would be a one-way trip. Upon hearing this, Yang Mu's heart raced. He then bowed respectfully to the elder before him. The ancestor possesses great foresight. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Am I being boiled in a hot pot? He stepped out of the medicinal pool, donned a garment, and walked outside. That moment, Ji Kuxin was busy gathering spiritual herbs. Sensing Lu Chen's aura, she hurried back to the mountaintop. Junior brother, you are awake. Lu Chen nodded slightly, glancing at the divine concealment peak. What place is this? Ji Kuxin smiled gently. This is the divine concealment peak, one of the 3 concealments that it serves as the spiritual herb garden of the Jianxian sect. Only in urgent situations can even the sect master enter here. One of the 3 concealments? Lu Chen's expression reflected slight confusion. What are the other 2 concealments? Ji Kuxin shook her head. I only know that one is the divine crow peak of the 4th elder, rumored to be the place where the divine crow first appeared countless eras ago. It led many battles, but ultimately vanished from the continent, and no one knows its identity. However, it seems to have left a cave behind in the back mountain. As for the others, I am unaware. Lu Chen contemplated this for a moment. Please lead me out. Ji Kuxin glanced at Lu Chen, her expression slightly concerned. But your body? Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. Although my true energy has yet to recover, I should be fine. Why physical strength alone is equivalent to the 8th level of the spirit-severing realm. Very well then, soon, under Ji Kuxin's guidance, Lu Chen exited the divine concealment peak. Without hesitation, he made his way to the treasure pavilion. After surveying the area, he found no sign of Shangguan Yun. Sighing at this realization, Lu Chen returned to his residence at the purple bamboo peak. Upon entering his courtyard, he spotted a figure within his room. Seeing this, his expression turned perplexed. Who is this? He approached slowly, discovering Ji Tianhao meditating in his room. Sensing the presence, Ji Tianhao awakened instantly. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing these words, a warm current surged through Lu Chen's heart. Though this young man was quite arrogant, he was undeniably commendable. Contemplating this, Lu Chen retrieved the dragon bone spear and Wang Bo's self-created spear technique from the system space. Here, take this. That I have no use for it. Ji Tianhao's expression momentarily froze as he deftly accepted the spear and the technique. Feeling the chill emanating from the weapon, Ji Tianhao's heart stirred slightly. What a powerful aura, such a domineering spear technique. Where did this come from? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. The esteemed Wang Bo of Qinyun's sect danced before me, only to be swiftly cut down. This weapon and technique belong to him. Since I have no need for them, I brought them back for you. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianhao felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Just then, a commotion arose from outside the door. Lu Chen turned to look, and to his surprise, it was Pan Jian. For some unknown reason, Pan Jian had regained his strength in the spirit-severing realm, and even seemed to have made progress. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's gaze flickered. The ability to restore one's spiritual sea is indeed intriguing. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Pan Jian displayed a fleeting look of astonishment, which quickly vanished. I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is perfect, as it gives me a chance for revenge. Hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well. I shall wait for you here. Come forth. Pan Jian regarded the smile on Lu Chen's face with unease. Hesitating to approach that moment, Lu Chen started to walk toward him. With a look of disdain on his face, Lu Chen remarked, I stand right here. Why do you hesitate to strike? Upon hearing this, Pan Jian's resolve wavered. Just then, one of his subordinates spoke up, Boss, the rumors must be true. He is not revealing any true energy. He must be saying this to intimidate you. Hearing this, Pan Jian turned to Lu Chen. Realizing the truth of the matter, confidence surged within him. Oh, it was all a ruse. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he charged directly at Lu Chen. I could see the moment his fist was about to reach Lu Chen's brow. Lu Chen made his move. He slowly extended a finger, effortlessly blocking Pan Jian's fist, which was laden with forceful wind. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left astounded. What kind of power is this? Merely a single finger. It must be noted that Pan Jian was currently at the 4th level of the spirit severing realm, and combined with his family-s body refining techniques, his strength was nearly that of the 5th level of spirit severing. Yet such a full-force strike was thwarted by Lu Chen's finger. Pan Jian's complexion turned pale at this revelation. A bitter smile crept across his lips. This must be an illusion. It's all a deception. In his frenzy, he unexpectedly turned on his subordinate, his expression manic as he fled in madness. This unexpected turn of events caught Lu Chen off guard. He had intended merely to teach Pan Jian a lesson. As the latter posed no threat to him at this moment, he never anticipated that Pan Jian would be so terrified that he would lose his mind entirely. Now, where could he seek reason? Behind him, Ji Tianhao regarded Lu Chen with a serious expression. Lu Chen, just how powerful have you become? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before smiling, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He feared it might unsettle Ji Tianhao. Although Ji Tianhao had attained the 4th level of the spirit-severing realm under the guidance of the Grand Elder, it was better for his path to enlightenment not to disclose too much. Perhaps it's best not to say that if you truly wish to know, you might inquire with your senior sister. She understands. Are you referring to senior sister Lu Ning? Ji Tianhao's face displayed a hint of helplessness. This is simply an impossible task. As senior sister, Lu Ning rarely speaks to men. Just as he thought this, Lu Ning approached slowly. She first cast a glance at Ji Tianhao, her gaze still frosty, before turning to Lu Chen, her expression softening. Junior brother, the Sect master wishes to see you. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Ning nodded slightly, in no need for thanks. Should you encounter any issues within the Sect, feel free to seek me out at the first peak. Understood. After saying this, Lu Ning departed, having only cast a single glance at Ji Tianhao. Goodness, boss, senior sister actually spoke 31 words to you in one breath. That's more than she said in an entire year last year. How did you manage that? Lu Chen smiled faintly. It's simply the charm of an older brother. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the Xianjin Hall. Ever since he led the disciples to victory, his first order of business was to ensure he could freely access the Xianjian Peak. While this may seem trivial, it genuinely touched Lu Chen's heart, as it allowed him unrestricted entry into the treasure vault, which was essentially his master's domain. Surely, a few items missing wouldn't be held against him. As Lu Chen slowly entered the Grand Hall, he bowed to Zhao Xian. Sect Master, you sought me? Zhao Xian nodded slightly before producing a small cauldron in front of everyone present. The elders present gasped in astonishment. What exactly has the Sect Master done to the Qinyan sect? Zhao Xian handed the small cauldron to Lu Chen, speaking slowly. This item is the treasure of the Qinyan sect, borrowed for your use. You may utilize it freely until your strength is restored. Its function is quite simple. It gathers the spiritual energy from the surroundings, but it is exclusively for your use. He spoke. Zhao Xian gave Lu Chen a meaningful look. You should know what to do, correct? Being an old fox himself, Lu Chen certainly understood the implication. Respectfully reporting to the Sect Master, the spiritual energy at my residence is quite thin. I would like to borrow the Sect's refining Qi Tower, if it pleases you. The refining Qi Tower is the place of densest spiritual energy within the Xianjian sect, as it is situated atop a spiritual vein. Generally, it is reserved for inner disciples' cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian did not hesitate in the slightest, waving his hand decisively. Use it. Feel free. From today onward, the refining Qi Tower will be open to all disciples for 1 month. Hearing this, the elders present felt a sense of shame. The sound of this plan could be heard as far as Nanhai, where Shangguan Yun resides. Thank you, Sect Master. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen turned to Lu Ning. Ji Kersin, Zhou Tian, and the others. Notify the disciples to head to the refining Qi Tower. After saying this, he made his way directly toward the tower. Chapter 34. The Ancient Secret Realm. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the refining Qi Tower. This marked the first time he had entered the tower since joining the sect. Standing at the tower's base, He looked down in order to better absorb the spiritual energy. The refining chi tower is inverted, with the tip facing downward. The deeper one goes, the more concentrated the spiritual energy becomes. Soon, all the inner disciples gathered. Ji Tianhao was among them. After all, he was the new disciple of the Grand Elder, and thus had the right to be present. As the owner of the Bahuang Ding, Lu Chen naturally entered first. He swiftly reached the lowest level, where 4 chambers awaited. Perfect, one each for Ji Tianhao, Lu Ning, Ji Kersin, and himself, as the Bahuang Ding activated. The spiritual energy within the entire refining chi tower surged dramatically. Everyone began to cultivate in silence. Time passed swiftly, and a month soon elapsed. Lu Chen emerged slowly from the refining chi tower. At this point, after absorbing a full month's worth of spiritual energy, his 9 spiritual veins had become increasingly nourished. As for the black spiritual vein, it remained unchanged. His strength now stabilized at the first level of the sea-splitting realm. It is worth noting that he possesses 10 spiritual roots at the first level of the sea-splitting realm. Even against an average opponent at the 3rd level, he could contend fiercely. The black spiritual root remained dormant. It appeared that it required the absorption of demonic energy to recover. At this moment, he noticed a faint, nearly imperceptible crack above his numerous spiritual roots. What is this? He directed his true energy to probe the crack, yet nothing occurred. Very well. As long as it does not hinder my cultivation, it matters not. Just as Lu Chen took a few steps forward, he encountered the second elder approaching him. A peculiar expression adorned the second elder's face. Lu Chen, the Sect master wishes to see you. Understood. Before long, the two arrived at the Xianjin Hall. Zhao Xian was seated at the head of the hall, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Chen intently. Surrounding him were various elders, while Lu Ning and the other disciples stood at either side. Indeed, you have reached the sea-splitting realm. It seems you have turned misfortune into fortune. I wonder how many spiritual roots you have opened. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pondered briefly. In response to the Sect master, I have opened 9 spiritual roots. As soon as those words were uttered, the entire grand hall was suddenly enveloped in silence. The Sect leader, Zhao Xian, stepped forward and approached Lu Chen, extending his hand towards him. The expression on his face gradually transformed from shock to elation. Indeed, he possessed 9 spiritual roots. Such an abundance of power was even more intense than that of Yang Lonkin back in the day. Excellent. Truly, heaven has favored our Jianxian sect, as he spoke. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at Lu Chen. From this day forth, you shall be the holy son of our Jianxian sect. Holy son. Lu Chen felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. What does that even mean? Zhao Xian seemed to perceive Lu Chen's thoughts and hurriedly elaborated. The Holy Son is the disciple with the most outstanding talent within the sect. Once chosen, they can command the entire Jianxian sect. Even I must heed their summons. Moreover, all the resources of the sect will be devoted to you, and in no more than 10 years, you shall reach the king realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brows. 10 years? That is far too long. I intend to attain the king realm within a year. Furthermore, having all the sect's resources focused on me may not be as efficient as my own endeavors. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen cupped his hands and bowed slightly, a look of regret on his face. Disciple finds it difficult to comply. At these words, the grand hall once again fell into a profound silence. Lu Chen had actually declined the opportunity to become the Holy Son. That was a position for which every member of the sect would vie fiercely. How could he simply cast it aside? Zhao Xian's face also revealed a hint of astonishment. Lu Chen, do you comprehend what your choice signifies? Lu Chen nodded, his expression resolute. Sect leader, you should know that I do not intend to remain in this mere Western continent for long. I have my own aspirations. However, I assure you, should the Jianxian sect encounter difficulties in the future, I will certainly lend my aid. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, given Lu Chen's talent, even if he were to join the Divine Servant Sword sect, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. How could he be content to remain in the relatively humble Jianxian sect? Very well, since you have spoken thus, I shall not press the matter further. With that, Zhao Xian returned to his seat of authority. The purpose of my gathering you all here today is to discuss a matter of great significance, the ancient secret realm. It is said that this realm is a remnant of the great battle between humanity and demons, containing boundless opportunities. There may be the bones of King Realm powerhouses, or even those of the Emperor Realm. Within the secret realm lie their unparalleled legacies, celestial and earthly treasures, and sharp spiritual artifacts, among other wonders. However, fortune often accompanies peril. This secret realm still harbors considerable remnants of demonic energy, so I urge you all to prioritize your safety. Should you find yourselves in peril, withdraw promptly, understood? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. Bones of Emperor Realm beings. If I could merely touch one, it would be incredible. With this thought, excitement began to swell within him. He was determined to venture into this ancient secret realm. At that moment, Zhao Xian glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, the sect will dispatch 10 disciples on this expedition. You must ensure their safety. Do you understand? Lu Chen nodded slightly, but then his brows knitted together. Sect leader, what if we encounter an emergency? I alone cannot guarantee the safety of so many brothers and sisters. Zhao Xian waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, your senior brother has already gone ahead to scout the area. He will accompany you when the time comes. Senior brother? That would be Jian Shen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen bowed respectfully to Zhao Xian. He had initially intended to act alone, but since the sect leader had said so, it would be ungracious to refuse. Soon after, Lu Chen and the others boarded the spirit vessel, setting sail towards the western regions of the western continent. With the spirit vessel, they would at least be shielded from any potential ambushes. Under the protection left by the sect leader, ordinary assailants would be unable to breach it. Before long, 3 days had passed, and the group finally arrived at the borders of the western region. Unlike other areas, the western region was a vast, unending desert. Apart from the occasional passerby, there seemed to be no signs of life whatsoever. Observing this desolation, Ji Kursin slowly explained. The battle between humanity and the demons took place here, where the mighty unleashed their powers, severing the very vitality of this land, resulting in its current state. It is said that this place was once a bountiful land, adorned with palatial structures, but now it has been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a sigh. When great powers clash, it is the ordinary people who suffer the most. Soon, as the spirit vessel crested a mountain peak, a towering gate, reaching a height of 100 feet, appeared before them. Upon seeing this gate, the passengers on the spirit vessel couldn't help but swallow hard. The gate was exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 35. Calamity. A doorway resembling a black hole stood ominously in the distance. Within the gate, an eerie power seemed to draw everyone's gaze. Surrounding the gate, dark shadows swirled, creating a striking sight. That moment, a figure slowly ascended. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The person directly stepped onto the spirit vessel, fixing a piercing gaze upon Lu Chen. You are Lu Chen? Lu Chen nodded slightly, his heart already suspecting the identity of the individual before him. Jian Shen, the chief senior brother of the Jianshan sect. Judging by the aura emanating from him, his strength likely reached the 3rd level of the sea-splitting realm. Just then, Jianshan suddenly broke into a smile and pulled Lu Chen into an embrace. Little junior brother, you're quite impressive. You actually managed to slay that Wang Bo. I have long wished to take him down, but never had the opportunity. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded, particularly Lu Chen. He turned to glance in Ji Kursin's direction, his eyes filled with questions. This is the high and aloof figure you spoke of? Ji Kursin hurriedly turned her head away. Ultimately, it was Lu Ning who stepped forward to clarify, as she had entered the inner sect alongside Jian Shen. She knew him best. The reason senior brother appeared aloof during the last competition was due to his cultivation of the red dust path. Its side effect is to sever all emotions. His willingness to escort us to the competition was entirely at the behest of his sect leader. Fortunately, senior brother has broken through this barrier after years of seclusion and advanced to the sea-splitting realm. Upon hearing this, Jian Shen released Lu Chen and turned to Lu Ning, laughing heartily. Indeed, it seems sister has a better understanding of me. I didn't expect that after such a long absence, you two have reached the 9th level of spirit severing. Well done. He then glanced at Ji Kursin. Kursin, you've been in the inner sect for a while now. Why is your strength still merely at the 5th level of spirit severing? At these words, Ji Kursin's face flushed slightly, and her gaze began to evade. Well, as a pill master, it suffices that my spiritual power is strong enough, right? My master is only at the second level of spirit severing. Absurd. Jian Chen's expression shifted slightly. The second elder's spiritual power must have surpassed the king realm. He could perceive every subtle movement within several miles. A pill master. It is essential to possess adequate self-defense capabilities. Upon returning, you must undergo additional training. Observing this scene, Lu Chen finally understood that Ji Kursin's description of Jian Chen as cold was not without reason. However, it also proved that Jian Chen was indeed a competent senior brother. Subsequently, Jian Chen turned his attention to the many disciples behind him, ultimately resting his gaze upon Ji Tianhao. You are this year's newcomer. Due to Lu Chen's presence, Ji Tianhao had also joined the expedition. Ji Tianhao clasped his hands respectfully towards Jian Chen. Yes, senior brother. Not bad. A newcomer possessing the 5th level of spirit severing. With diligent practice, you will naturally break through to the sea-splitting realm. Jian Chen then continued to offer guidance to the other disciples, while Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the distant gate of the secret realm. Senior brother, when will this ancient secret realm open? It has already opened at Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned bewildered. Then does that mean we must enter? Just now, I saw disciples from other sects entering. Jian Chen shook his head. Although the ancient secret realm has opened multiple times, the scenes within change each time. Some newcomers, unaware of this, blindly step inside and are ultimately consumed by demonic energy. They are merely cannon fodder. We should wait for the first group to escape before we inquire about the situation and then enter. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. However, he soon found solace in the Xintian continent, where strength reigns supreme. Those lacking power are destined to perish. It is merely the law of the jungle. After a prolonged wait, the crowd did not see anyone emerge, but instead encountered another group, the Qingling Sect. Upon sighting the spirit vessel of the Qingling Sect, both Lu Chen and Jian Chen exchanged worried glances. For they were acutely aware that the disciples of the Qingling Sect posed a potential threat. At this moment, Zhao Fan also spotted the two. To their surprise, he greeted them with a smile and stepped forward, walking towards Lu Chen and the others as if treading upon the void itself. Gentlemen, I trust you are well. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's heart tightened slightly. The ability to walk upon the air was a hallmark of the sea-splitting realm, and Zhao Fan had evidently reached this level long ago. Yet, why would the 4 sects choose to surrender? This thought only deepened his confusion. In contrast, Jian Xian welcomed him with a bright smile. It is junior brother Zhao. I did not expect to see you again after such a long time, and you have also advanced to the sea-splitting realm. Congratulations! At this juncture, Zhao Fan had approached the two, offering a slight BOW.IT is merely luck. Nothing compared to senior brother Jian Chen and junior brother Lu Chen, whose talents are extraordinary. One single-handedly battling 3 major sects, the other drawing the Qishao Thunder Tribulation. Compared to the two of you, I am still far behind. Upon hearing this, Jian Chen's expression momentarily froze. The individual who fought alone against 3 major sects was indeed him, and the one who attracted the Qishao Thunder Tribulation was naturally Lu Chen. He cast a surprised glance towards Lu Chen, tinged with a hint of concern. The Thunder Tribulation you summoned? Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I could see this. Jian Chen disregarded Zhao Fan's presence and directly emitted his true energy to probe into Lu Chen's body. Upon discovering the fissure atop Lu Chen's spiritual roots, his pupils dilated and shocked. He then turned to Zhao Fan. We, from the Jianxian sect, must wait a little longer. We shall not impede the Qingling sect's progress. Zhao Fan, recognizing this as an implicit dismissal, said nothing further and departed. Jian Chen hurriedly pulled Lu Chen aside. Once we enter the secret realm, do not exert your true energy to its fullest. Do you understand? Why is that? Lu Chen inquired. Jian Chen simply replied with 2 words, tribulation injury. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly awakened. Ever since he had undergone the Thunder Tribulation, he had sought information regarding it. He was well aware of the dangers of tribulation injuries. Such injuries posed a significant challenge for all cultivators, as they are notoriously difficult to heal and would accompany a practitioner throughout their life. Typically, they would not cause immediate issues, but should one exert their full true energy, the injury could erupt violently from within. In mild cases, it would shatter the meridians. In severe cases, it could lead to instant death. At that moment, Lu Chen understood why he had nearly lost his life after merely ingesting a bloodthirsty pill that was due to this issue. Senior brother, is it possible to completely cure this tribulation injury? Jian Chun shook his head slightly. In my recollection, no one has ever managed to fully heal it. Not even those at the Wang realm. Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. Yet he quickly found peace. Now that he possessed 9 spiritual roots, even if he did not exert them all, he still bore strength comparable to an average cultivator at the 2nd level of the sea-splitting realm. Such power should suffice for him to exit this secret realm. When the time came, he would simply need to journey to the Dacian dynasty and even across the entire Xintian continent to seek out methods for healing. As the two conversed, figures began to frantically flee from the main gate. They've come. Chapter 36. Coincidence. Upon seeing someone emerge, Jian Chun leaped down urgently, with Lu Chen and the others following closely. Jian Chun approached the fleeing disciple and gently inquired, "What is the situation inside?" The disciple, still visibly shaken, replied, "It's all demonic energy. They're all dead. All dead." As he spoke, he suddenly expelled a plume of black mist from his mouth and collapsed lifelessly. Lu Chen's expression hardened at this sight, and with a flick of his mind, a pitch-black sword shot forth, piercing directly into the black mist. The moment the blade made contact, the mist dissipated instantaneously. Lu Chen then felt a chill wash over him, as if his physical form had grown even stronger. Simultaneously, the crimson patterns atop the Moi sword became more pronounced. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Could it be that I can absorb 2 at once? At that moment, Jian Chen slowly stood up and turned to Lu Chen. "Junior brother, I fear we cannot venture in. This individual has likely only just entered, merely lingering at the periphery, yet has already attracted such dense demonic energy. It is probable that the inside is completely overrun by it." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. "This won't do. If I do not enter, how will the sword and the Jinyu demon body evolve?" His expression grew serious as he handed the Moi sword over. "At this point, I shall not conceal anything. This sword was obtained from an auction and hails from the burial spirit abyss. Its primary function is to absorb demonic energy. Thus, I must enter this ancient secret realm, as you have stated. The demonic energy has already spread to the periphery. It is only a matter of time before it emerges. Currently, I am the only one who can resolve this issue." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Jian Chun accepted the Moi sword. Indeed, he felt a chilling aura upon grasping it, accompanied by a strong influx of demonic energy pressing towards him. He then returned the sword to Lu Chen. The moment Lu Chen accepted the sword, Jian Chun sensed nothing amiss, which made him believe in Lu Chen's words. "Very well, you shall accompany me inside. The other disciples will return the way they came to report to the Sect master and elders, so that they may bring assistance." Lu Ning, the strongest among the remaining group, readily agreed, knowing that their presence would only hinder progress. Understood. After affirming, she led the remaining disciples back the way they had come. Once everyone had departed, Jian Chun turned to Lu Chen. "Once we enter, stay close to me. Otherwise, if demonic energy enters your body, I will be unable to protect you." In response, Lu Chen smiled faintly. With his Jinyu demon body having evolved, he had become a nemesis to demonic energy. The fact that the demonic energy did not flee at the sight of him was already a good sign. Soon, after a brief period of preparation, the two stepped through the grand entrance. The moment they crossed the threshold, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Inside the secret realm, the sky was dim, casting an eerie purple hue. The surroundings, illuminated by the violet glow, appeared remarkably sinister. This time, they felt a slimy sensation beneath their feet, akin to walking through a swamp. Upon lowering their gazes, they were startled to find streams of fresh blood flowing like rivulets towards the depths of the secret realm, surrounded by heaps of corpses. Seeing this, both of their brows furrowed in concern. Jian Chen spoke first, This must be the fate of those who entered before us, to think they did not even make it far into the secret realm before meeting their demise here. Suddenly, Jian Chen's gaze sharpened. Wait, if they are all dead, then what could have killed them? Just as he finished speaking, figures began to draw near from a distance. These individuals were shrouded in black mist, their eyes vacant. Their hands were stained with blood. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Activating his netherworld eyes, he could distinctly see a flicker of blood-red light within the eye sockets of these figures. Demonic corpses. There must be at least dozens of them. Without hesitation, Lu Chen brandished the moist sword and charged in. These individuals were not particularly strong. The highest among them was merely at the first level of spirit severing. With a single swing of his sword, Lu Chen cleaved them in half. Simultaneously, the moist sword emitted a resonant hum, absorbing nearly all of the demonic energy. The sheer volume of demonic energy caused a crimson pattern, as thick as a thumb, to extend along the blade. Furthermore, the sword intent emanating from a moist sword surged several-fold. From a distance, Jian Chen observed the anomaly with the moist sword and couldn't help but exclaim, "This sword has actually advanced on its own. Could it be a celestial-grade spiritual weapon?" With a swift motion, Lu Chen retracted the moist sword. The crimson pattern on its hilt had activated, revealing a blood-red pupil. At that moment, the blood-red pupil fixated intently on Lu Chen, sending a shiver down his spine. What on earth is this? He hastily stowed away and then took a deep breath at this moment. He could sense that, although his had been strengthened, it felt exceedingly feeble, likely due to the weakness of those around him. The two continued their journey deeper into the secret realm. Soon, they arrived at the summit of a mountain, from where they could behold several miles of landscape. Activated his and gazed into the distance. His brow furrowed, for the scene before him felt eerily familiar. He retrieved a map from his system space, one he had previously confiscated from. With the assistance of a system, this incomplete map had been restored to its original state. He scrutinized the map in his hand, then glanced back at the vista, and he was certain that the map depicted this very location. That moment, noticed the map had produced and leaning closer. "Where did you acquire this map?" Spoke slowly. "Brother, have you heard of?" Nodded. "That should be a minor sect affiliated with. I have visited it before." Nodded in acknowledgement. This map was obtained from one of their disciples, and, considering the various aspects of, it is likely a gift from them. As he spoke, he pointed to a vivid red mark on the map. "This is likely the destination we seek." At this point, the two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Let us go." With that, they set off towards the marked red point. Along the way, they encountered numerous, yet their strength was lacking, making it easy for the two to dispatch them that had no intention of scavenging corpses, for their weakness meant that any spoils would be minimal. At most a few hundred pills, insufficient to enhance him even a fraction. Without the strength of the seventh realm or above, it was challenging to find anything of value. The two pressed onward, only to be halted by a towering structure. Chapter 37. Seeking votes, seeking good reviews, the enormous tower was oddly positioned. Blocking the path that the two must traverse on either side of the tower lay an unfathomable abyss, resembling a bridge. Although they could traverse the air, the surrounding atmosphere was saturated with, rendering the replenishment of impossible. However, for possessing this place was no different from the outside world. He could still operate his to replenish his energy. Moreover, due to the more domineering nature compared to, his recovery rate was even faster than it would be outside. To gaze at the ominous tower and turn to what now? Replied with a faint smile. "Since there are no other paths, we must proceed inside." "Very well." After a brief exchange, the two pushed open the door and stepped inside. Yes, they did. The once open door slammed shut, plunging the scene, which had still held a glimmer of light, into utter darkness. Simultaneously, lost all perception of, he quickly activated his, attempting to locate its presence, but to no avail. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. "Brother's strength surpasses mine. He should be fine," he murmured, slowly advancing deeper into the tower. Thanks to his, he could clearly discern the surroundings within the tower. Encircling him were 9 coiling dragon stone pillars, now corroded by the pervasive. The scale of the structure did not seem like the handiwork of the but rather that of the human race. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing else of note, and continued his ascent to the second level. ultimately climbed all the way to the 9th level, where he discovered a distinct difference. The space on the 9th level was quite small, containing only 2 stone platforms and a stone tablet. However, 3 skeletal remains lay sprawled nearby, their bones long since desiccated that approached the stone platform, upon which rested a tome of... He picked it up and began to peruse its contents. Upon reading the text, his pupils constricted in sudden excitement. The latter half, the platform, housed the fragmented continuation of the detailing the subsequent 2 techniques. He then turned to the other stone platform, only to find it empty. Presumably, the original owner had taken the initial portion in haste, leaving the latter half behind due to the urgency of the situation. The corpses on the ground were likely disciples of. Following this, he approached the stone tablet, which bore ancient inscriptions chronicling the life of it. This revelation stirred something within. A tombstone. Could there be a body here? As this thought crossed his mind, his breath quickened. The remains of it could yield unimaginable treasures. With this in mind, he began to search the 9th level. Finally, in a shadowy corner, he spotted a corpse seated in meditation. Though it had decomposed, the remains still emitted a faint luminescence, radiating an aura of formidable power. Is this the corpse of a... Even after all this time, it retained such might that he stepped closer, intent on making contact. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, for the corpse of the stirred that I in that instant. A grave realization struck him. How had the others on the ground perished? Could it be? In a panic, swiftly activated and retreated, yet even then, a terrifying sword light grazed his chest, leaving a crimson mark. Slowly, he raised his head, only to witness this remains rising to its feet, its eye sockets glowing with a pulsating crimson light that I know, given the ravages of time, its strength is merely at the 4th realm of. With the assistance of it was not insurmountable. After some contemplation, resolved to take action. After all, the allure of A's corpse was simply too great. He gradually drew, activating his, and launched himself forward. The driven by was merely responding on instinct, coupled with the dual suppression of, and, though was evidently wary. A strike landed squarely upon the head of the boom. A terrifying backlash forcefully knocked back, crashing him against the wall. After a considerable time, he slowly rose to his feet. This won't do. The defensive power of the is too formidable. I must attack through the... Suddenly, slipped from his grasp, darting forth with lightning speed and piercing through this eye socket. The sword's body began to tremble unnaturally, exuding an eerie presence. After a prolonged moment, the collapsed, while hovered in the that moment, the blood-red eye on the hilt fixated on, the sword vibrating incessantly, as if in mirth. Could hardly believe that he had lived to see the day when a weapon would laugh at him. Suddenly, a message resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, S. heart stirred. Are you suggesting there are further opportunities below? In response, plunged into the ground, unleashing a brilliant golden light that cleaved downward. The earth began to crack, and in no time, a gaping chasm appeared before he peered down, discovering a hidden realm below. However, he did not hasten to descend, but instead approached the remains of... Senior, do not hold it against me for my rudeness. It was you who first attacked me, so it is only fair that I take a little interest. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the corpse. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 Qi blood pills, 10,000 Dao source pills, and a dilapidated Dao Xian tower. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 Qi blood pills, 10,000 Dao source pills, and a complete Dao Xian tower. The Dao Xian tower, a high-grade spiritual artifact of the Earth level, serves as a treasure trove for kings and can suppress cultivators below the ocean-splitting realm. Subsequently, a message swiftly surged into his mind, and the Dao Xian tower beneath his feet began to tremble gently. After a considerable time, the impurities surrounding the tower were entirely cleansed, radiating brilliant golden light. Lu Chen was taken aback to discover that this fallen black tower was, in fact, a priceless treasure. That moment, he also spotted Jian Chen's silhouette within the tower. Jian Chen was leisurely reclining in the medicinal pool of the spirit herb garden, thoroughly at ease. Witnessing this, a series of dark lines emerged on Lu Chen's forehead. While he fought valiantly here, his senior brother was indulging in self-cultivation. Yes, he was now the master of the Dao Xian Tower. He could appear anywhere at will. With a slight thought, he materialized directly beside Jianshun. Senior brother, are you comfortable? Chapter 38. It's you? Seeking votes, seeking good reviews. Jianshun was startled by this inquiry. Upon realizing it was Lu Chen, he let out a sigh of relief. Little junior brother, I just fell in here when I entered, to be honest. This place is filled with treasures, Lu Chen nodded. I know, but we should be on our way now. Hearing this, a hint of regret flickered across Jianshen's face. Nevertheless, he climbed out of the medicinal pool and headed towards the depths of the tower. Eventually, the two emerged from the tower's pinnacle. Jianshen glanced back at the tower below. What a pity, so many spirit herb. Lu Chen smiled slightly, raising one hand. The previously towering structure suddenly shrank, ultimately transforming into a necklace no larger than a fingertip. What a shame, but we can take it with us. Upon witnessing this, astonishment flashed in Jianshen's eyes. Little junior brother, how did you accomplish this? With my life. After departing from the Black Tower, their pace quickened once more, and they finally reached their destination. That Zhao Fan. At this moment, Zhao Fan and the disciples of the Qingling sect were kneeling before a tree. Beneath the tree, a stream of blood pooled together. After being nourished by the blood, a terrifying demonic aura began to emanate from the tree. Zhao Fan and the others were absorbing this demonic energy beneath it. Jianshen's gaze sharpened. So, the demonic energy surrounding him originated from here. No wonder his strength surged from the gathering Yuan realm to the spirit-severing realm. He was lured by the demonic energy. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stared at the tree, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Though he could not recall where he had seen it before that moment, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes, gazing in Lu Chen's direction with a slight smile. The last nourishment for the demonic tree. You have finally arrived. With that, Zhao Fan's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this, both Jianshun and Lu Chen felt a simultaneous jolt of alarm. They were over 100 zhang away from Zhao Fan, a distance beyond their sensing capabilities. The fact that Zhao Fan could detect them indicated that his strength far surpassed theirs. Retreat. Jianshun hesitated not for a moment, seizing Lu Chen and fleeing into the distance. However, in this ancient secret realm, now transformed into a demonic domain, Zhao Fan's strength exceeded theirs by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, he had obstructed their path. Zhao Fan directly ignored Jianshun, focusing his gaze on Lu Chen. Using the demon-suppressing body as nourishment should suffice for the demonic tree's evolution. Soon, our demonic race shall sweep across the entire continent once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression hardened. Indeed, those disciples were merely the nourishment you provided. Zhao Fan burst into laughter. You are not entirely foolish. It was that Qingyun sect that nearly ruined my plans, as he spoke. Zhao Fan's aura surged violently, instantly surpassing the 5th level of the ocean-splitting realm. He grinned cruelly. Now it's time for you to repay me. With that, he reached out a massive hand towards Lu Chen. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared as Jianshun brandished his sword, positioning it before Lu Chen. Little junior brother, you must escape. I will hold them off. Upon seeing Jianshen's figure, Zhao Fan's expression darkened slightly. Jianshen, perfect! I hadn't fully awakened during our previous battle and managed to defeat you in one move that I didn't expect you to dare return to court death. He waved his hand dismissively. And instantly, the remaining disciples of the Qingling sect surrounded Jianshen. Having absorbed the demonic energy, their strength had already reached the ocean-splitting realm. While they could not defeat Jianshen, they could delay him for a time. Observing this, Zhao Fan slowly approached Lu Chen with a sly grin. Die for me. A terrifying wave of demonic energy erupted from him, and he struck down with a sword, aiming directly for Lu Chen's head. Witnessing this, Lu Chen dared not hold back any strength. With a slight thought, he grasped the Mo Yuan, instantly propelling the demon-suppressing body to its utmost limits. His body was adorned with intricate black markings, exuding an eerie aura. Sword of Extremity, Surging Phoenix. This was the mightiest sword strike Lu Chen could currently muster. A terrifying beam of sword light illuminated a radius of 10 zhang. Crashing down with ferocity, the two beams of sword light collided instantly. Clang! A resounding tremor echoed, and Lu Chen was violently hurled away, cough. As soon as Lu Chen hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the distance, Jian Chun, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining disciples of the Qingling sect, attempted to rush over to assist, but the sheer number of disciples made it impossible for him to break free. On the ground, Lu Chen lay on the brink of death, his expression filled with unwillingness. Am I truly to fall here? How unjust it would be to perish at the hands of this demonic race. At this moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Oh, you wish to live? Startled, Lu Chen replied. Who are you? Suddenly, he turned to the side, glancing at the Mo Yuan sword. I at you. Indeed. Do you wish to live? If you lend me your body, I will help you slay him. Otherwise, even your senior brother will perish. He was called here by you, and he was never meant to die. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, who had initially intended to refuse, felt his expression stiffen slightly. You can save him? Of course. I can also assist you in acquiring that tree. Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze shifted toward the distant demonic tree. It radiated dozens of fierce demonic energies. If he could obtain it, his demon-suppressing body would advance further. With this thought, he continued to inquire, what are the conditions? I need to borrow your body to accomplish something. After it's done, I will return it to you. Deal. Now, Lu Chen had no choice but to place his trust in the Mo Yuan before him. Otherwise, both he and Jian Chen would die here. Zhao Fan slowly approached Lu Chen, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic energy surged forth from the Mo Yuan, directly penetrating Lu Chen's body. Zhao Fan's expression turned slightly puzzled. This sword has something strange about it. Unexpectedly, the severely injured Lu Chen suddenly stood up, slowly rising into the air. A peculiar smile gracing his face. It has been so long since I felt such concentrated demonic energy. I could see that moment. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a terrifying gaze of one red and one purple pupil. Then, a pair of crimson wings unfurled from his back. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Crimson wings, elder of the demonic race. Who are you? Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Left Protector, have you forgotten me so soon? Hearing this call, Zhao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Mo Yuan. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. I personally sent you into the grave of spirits. With that person's strength, he would never. At this moment, he looked at the Mo Yuan sword on the ground. You willingly allowed yourself to be refined into a sword spirit by that person. It's merely for revenge. Chapter 39. Extreme Tempering. Mo Yuan, the supreme of the demon clan. Although he hails from an external realm, his intellect surpasses that of other demons. Initially, he proposed a peaceful coexistence with the human race, suggesting that both factions remain on the Xiantian continent. Renowned for their benevolence and virtue, the human race acquiesced to this proposal. However, the demon clan betrayed Mo Yuan, inflicting grave injuries upon him and casting him into the abyss of souls, leaving his fate uncertain. Subsequently, they launched an invasion, igniting a cataclysmic war between humans and demons, with Mo Yuan serving as the catalyst for the conflict. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Mo Yuan had not perished. Instead, he harbored an insatiable resentment and a tumultuous vendetta. Ultimately, he forged an agreement with the master blacksmith of the human race, wherein Mo Yuan transformed his essence into a sword, and the master, becoming the conduit, crafted this unparalleled blade. Gazing upon Zhao Fan, or rather, the present incarnation of Mo Yuan, his eyes blazed with an almost frenzied intensity. Oh my astonishment! You yet live. How fortuitous, for I shall exact vengeance for the treachery of your. With that, Mo Yuan summoned the Mo Yuan sword to his hand with a mere gesture. Having absorbed an immense amount of demonic energy, and given that the sword and its wielder were one, his power surged exponentially, shattering the limits of Lu Chen's form to reach the 6th tier of soul severing. Simultaneously, Jian Chen had dealt with the remaining disciples of the Qingling sect and was hastening towards their direction. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's frenzied state, his expression turned to one of horror. Is this still the little junior brother I once knew? At that moment, Mo Yuan, sword in hand, struck down with a single, devastating blow. Instantly, a dark sword aura unleashed a terrifying tempest, hurtling toward Zhao Fan. Following this, he glanced at Jian Shun, offering a slight nod, recognizing the gravity of the situation and recalling their previous discourse. Jian Shun discerned that this was none other than Mo Yuan, the solitary demon who had once aided humanity. He respectfully clasped his hands before Mo Yuan. "Then I kindly request, esteemed elder, that you spare my junior brother." However, Mo Yuan responded with a solitary remark, before once again launching his assault upon Zhao Fan. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an EYT this juncture. Zhao Fan lay grievously wounded from the earlier strike. Wiping the blood from his lips, he bellowed defiantly towards the heavens, and in an instant, revealed his true form. Two colossal demons stood poised in the void, locking eyes. Mo Yuan. This wretch possesses the body of a human. In this realm saturated with demonic energy, he is destined to wither away. Rather, let us join forces to welcome the return of the Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan smiled faintly. I in this battle. The advantage lies with me. Have you heard of the demon spirit root? What? Zhao Fan's countenance shifted dramatically at the mention of the demon spirit root. The power of the demon race is derived from primordial energy. However, certain exceptional individuals can condense the demon spirit root. The demon spirit root, born of the demonic path, absorbs demonic energy at a rate 100-fold that of ordinary demons. The former demon emperor, having amassed his cultivation, managed to form a fragmentary demon spirit root. Yet, even this incomplete root led the demon race to prosperity. Now, hearing this, Zhao Fan's heart was filled with dread. Who exactly are you? Mo Yuan responded with a calm smile, unleashing a single strike. You would do well to inquire of others about that. Given Mo Yuan's superior strength and Zhao Fan's grievous injuries, the sword cleaved him in twain. At that moment, a dense wave of demonic energy surged from Zhao Fan's body, racing away into the distance. Observing this, Mo Yuan cast the Mo Yuan sword, pinning the escaping energy in the void. Merely a waste. Mo Yuan slowly turned, gathering his strength to uproot the demonic tree. He then consumed a whole. Instantly, a torrent of ominous demonic energy thrashed within him. Yet under Mo Yuan's might, this energy was swiftly subdued, coalescing into a small tree suspended above the demon spirit root, continuously infusing it with demonic energy. Mo Yuan shook his head. This little one has indeed benefited. With that, he made his way towards the innermost depths of the ancient secret realm. In the past, during the battle at the Abyss of Souls, a powerful being had cleaved the abyss into two regions, with one half remaining on the Xintian continent, while the other vanished without a trace. The ancient secret realm is that severed portion. What Mo Yuan sought lay within. Soon, he arrived before a sheer cliff, above which loomed a bottomless abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt down. At the base of the cliff stood a grand door. Imposing and resolute, Mo Yuan summoned the Daoxian tower into his hand and pressed it into the recess of the door. With a grinding sound, golden patterns flickered across the door, which then began to open slowly. A heavy, ancient aroma wafted forth. Inside the hall was an austere setting, featuring only a sword-forging furnace and a black box. The instant Mo Yuan laid eyes upon the box, his body trembled with anticipation. Without delay, he extracted the Mo Yuan sword and plunged it into the black box. Boom! A rich, violet demonic energy erupted violently, enveloping the Mo Yuan sword. Witnessing this, Mo Yuan cast the sword into the furnace. In the glow of the flames, a savage expression overtook his visage. The true Mo Yuan sword is about to emerge. Time passed swiftly. 7 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhao Xian dispatched all elders of the sect to search for Lu Chen, but to no avail. Just as everyone prepared to depart, they finally discovered Lu Chen's body beneath the cliff as the ancient secret realm was on the verge of closing. Although he was exceedingly weak, a faint breath still lingered. Upon hearing this news, Jian Chen exhaled in relief. He spoke not a word regarding Mo Yuan, for he understood that this was his junior brother's secret. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lu Chen found himself once more in the familiar medicinal pool, Surrounded by the comforting scent, he gradually regained consciousness, exhaling a breath of turbid air, his expression one of confusion. He extended his hand, scrutinizing it carefully before flipping it over. Once assured he was in control of his own body, he finally relaxed. Although Mo Yuan had commandeered his form within the ancient secret realm, Lu Chen had been able to observe all of Mo Yuan's actions. With a single hand gesture, he summoned the Mo Yuan sword. He could see this moment. The sword felt noticeably heavier, its hue deeper than before. The most striking feature was the crimson patterns adorning it, which had expanded from the original thickness of a thumb to nearly envelop the entire blade, transforming it into a vivid red. Though uneven, it was extraordinarily sharp, radiating an intense heat. Is this the essence of the furnace's flame? It has yet to extinguish after all this time. It must be exceedingly rare. He glanced at his own demonic body. He could distinctly sense that it had undergone a monumental transformation, seemingly reaching a critical juncture. Just one more step forward, and he would ascend once again. Had the absorbed demonic energy reached its threshold? Chapter 40. Awakening and Departure. Lu Chen slowly emerged from the medicinal pool and made his way out of the divine Hidden Peaks gates. Having been informed of the prohibitions here by Ji Kursin, he could now enter and exit freely. Instead of wandering elsewhere, he headed straight for the scripture pavilion. This moment, Elder Su appeared to anticipate his arrival, offering a faint smile. This time, you may peruse the texts in the scripture pavilion at your leisure. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Yet he refrained from uttering a word. He strode directly into the scripture pavilion, ascending towards the topmost floor. He gently pushed open the grand door at the pinnacle and stepped inside. It appeared as though no one had visited this place for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust blanketing the floor. Lu Chen casually picked up a tome and began to read. Finding it chronicled the epic battles between humans and demons, he remained engrossed for an entire month. After a month had passed, Lu Chen emerged from the scripture pavilion. He could see this moment. He had finally comprehended the identity of Mo Yuan and understood the reason behind his defection from the demon clan to side with humanity. Were he in a similar situation, he too would have acted thus. Having devoted himself wholeheartedly to the demon clan, he nearly met his demise at the hands of his own kind. This predicament was not unlike his previous circumstances within the Lu family. With the aid of the system, he had purged the traitors from the Lu family, while Mo Yuan had transformed himself into a sword to vanquish the remnants of the demon clan. In essence, both were cut from the same cloth. This was likely the reason Mo Yuan was willing to acknowledge him as his master. Following the battle, Lu Chen nurtured new aspirations, given his current strength. The Xian Sword Sect could no longer satisfy his ambitions. Moreover, through the previous conflict, he had discerned the disparity between himself and true powerhouses. Coupled with his current injuries, he needed to devise a means to heal completely. Otherwise, not only would he struggle to eradicate the demon clan, but even the prospect of surviving until then would be uncertain. Just moments ago, he had come across a piece of information within the tome. In the eastern continent, there existed a place known as Penglai, which housed a natural thunder pool. There a formidable warrior had utilized poison to counter poison, undergoing several months of refinement within the thunder pool to ultimately dispel his injuries. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey. He glanced at the sky, then made his way towards the Xian Sword Hall. Although Lu Chen had declined the identity of the Holy Sun, the entire Xian Sword sect had acquiesced to all conditions. He ascended the steps to the Great Hall, offering a respectful gesture to Zhao Xian. "Sect Master, I have come with the intention of leaving the sect to travel." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian slowly turned around, his expression grave. "Have you thought this through? The 8 Desolation Cauldron has been returned, and your internal energy has been depleted. If you leave under these circumstances, I cannot guarantee your safety." In response, Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Though my internal energy is currently exhausted, restoration is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, my physical prowess has reached an astonishing level. Even in the face of the ocean-splitting realm, I can handle myself with ease." Saying this, Lu Chen once again performed a respectful gesture towards Zhao Xian. "Sect Master, one cannot soar to the heavens without experiencing the pain of falling from a cliff. I implore you to grant your consent." Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Zhao Xian's eyes. "Very well. I concede, but remember, Should you encounter difficulties, the Xian Sword Sect will always be your home, and you are welcome to return at any time. With that, he tossed Lu Chen a ring. This item was given to me by the Supreme Elder before he departed. He recognized your talent, and knew you would never be content to remain within the sect. So he instructed me to present this to you upon your departure. This spatial ring contains the Supreme Elder's lifelong teachings, as well as some rare treasures. Take it with you. It these words. Lu Chen's heart sank slightly. My master. Do not worry. He is in no serious danger. He has defeated his nemesis and is currently in seclusion, striving for the Emperor realm. Lu Chen then breathed a sigh of relief. Accepting the spatial ring and performing another respectful gesture towards Zhao Xian, if my master returns one day, please convey a message on my behalf. Upon my return, I will defeat him within 3 moves. With that, Lu Chen turned and departed, leaving Zhao Xian in a state of astonishment. After a long while, Zhao Xian regained his composure, shaking his head with a wry smile. This master and disciple duo, truly a pair of characters. On his journey, Lu Chen fiddled with the spatial ring in his hand, then slowly raised his head to gaze into the distant void, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The Qian dynasty is divided into 3 continents: the Western continent, the Central continent, and the Eastern continent. Each continent is further subdivided into 5 regions. The Xian Sword Sect is located in the western region of the Western continent. To reach the Eastern continent, one must traverse the entirety of the Central continent. The Qian dynasty is situated at the heart of the Central continent, but at this moment, in the extreme eastern part of the Western continent. Lu Chen stood within a teleportation array. With a flash of light, the scenery before him suddenly transformed. An indescribable feeling began to rise within his heart. This the most prosperous region of the entire Qian dynasty. The Central continent, at this juncture, he slowly retrieved a jade pendant from his system space that was the very one gifted to him by Lu Bo. If his memory served him correctly, the Lu family should be located here. Given Lu Bo's tone back then, the Lu family must be either wealthy or noble, likely possessing knowledge of the whereabouts of Penglai. With this thought, he directly proceeded deeper into the Central continent. As the seat of the imperial capital, the Central continent's level of prosperity was beyond what the Western continent could compare to. Before long, following the clues, he arrived near the imperial capital. Upon seeing the imperial city not far away, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel in silence. And oh wonder Lu Bo had spoken so boldly. To have a residence near the imperial capital was not something that could merely be described as affluent. He arrived at the entrance of the Lu family and lightly knocked a few times. Soon, a young servant emerged, his expression grim, with a hint of anger in his eyes. My young lady has declared she will not marry. Begone at once. Lu Chen paused momentarily, taken aback. The Lu family's hospitality certainly differed from what he expected. He hastily presented the jade pendant to the young servant. Please inform Lu Bo that an old friend has come to visit. The servant took the pendant, scrutinized it, and upon confirming it was indeed the young lady's personal pendant, realized he had mistakenly insulted the wrong person. I apologize. Young sir, I thought you were someone sent by the Su family. I will notify them immediately. Please wait a moment. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the figure trembled slightly. Truly is you. Young sir, please come in. With that, Lu Bo ushered Lu Chen inside. Once inside the Lu family, Lu Chen became aware of their substantial heritage. While it may not rival the Xian Sword Sect, it was certainly not far off. It was noteworthy that the Xian Sword Sect was one of the 4 strongest sects in the entire Western continent, which speaks volumes of the Lu family's strength. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Bo hurriedly instructed someone to prepare tea for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen inquired, Lu Bo, I overheard the young servant mention the Su family. What is the matter? Upon hearing this, Lu Bo sighed. The Su family is led by a prominent general that a few years ago, he happened to notice the beauty of our young lady and sought to marry her. However, our young lady is devoted to her path and has no such intentions. Yet, the Su family was relentless, and we had no choice but to distance ourselves from the sect and enter the Xian Sword Sect for further training. The Su family, unable to save face after our young lady's departure, has been pressing for her hand. Recently, Su Xiao declared that if he cannot marry our young lady, He will take the second young lady as a concubine. And when our young lady returns, he will marry her instead. Hearing this ethically dubious declaration, Lu Chen found his focus elsewhere. The Xiansword sect? The Lu family's young lady? Why have I never heard of such a person? Lu Bo, observing Lu Chen's reaction, wore a look of understanding. You must be an outer disciple of the Xiansword sect, then. Our young lady is an inner disciple, so it is only natural you would not be aware of her. Inner disciple of the Xiansword sect. Suddenly, Lu Chen sputtered, nearly spewing the tea he had not yet swallowed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could this person be Lu Shiji? Indeed, he exclaimed, and oh wonder Lu Ning Shiji's appearance felt so familiar. It turns out it is so. He turned to Lu Bo, softly inquiring, Lu Bo, is your young lady named Lu Ning? How do you know this, young sir? Lu Chen smacked his forehead, because she is my senior sister. At these words, Lu Bo's expression lit up with excitement. Perfect, young sir. Have you taken a wife? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's hand holding the tea faltered momentarily. Lu Bo, please do not jest with me. Lu Bo's expression turned serious. What do you mean by that? Our young lady is a paragon of beauty, one of the top beauties in the entire central continent. Suitors line up from here to the western continent. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. She is quite beautiful, though her demeanor is rather cold. I see this. Lu Bo's brow furrowed slightly. Young sir, have you seen the true visage of our young lady? Yes, she unveiled her veil herself. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bo rose to his feet, his face displaying profound astonishment. It is the will of heaven. Truly, it is the will of heaven. The young lady has revealed her true self to you, which signifies her deep concern for you. As he spoke, Lu Bo stood up resolutely. I shall make preparations for the wedding at once. Coincidentally, the eldest young lady is also arriving shortly. We shall turn the raw rice into cooked grain, thereby extinguishing Su Zhao's hopes. Just as the two were conversing, a spirit vessel whizzed through the air. Observing this, Lu Bo stood up once more. The eldest young lady has returned. It is indeed the will of heaven. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened slightly with indignation. The will of heaven, my foot. Not long ago, it nearly struck me dead. At this moment, the entire Lu family stood in the courtyard, slightly bowing, their expressions filled with respect. Lu Chen also slowly rose and walked towards the courtyard. As a guest, it is only proper to extend a welcome. Moments later, Lu Ning descended from the spirit vessel, her gaze frigid. She maintained that distant demeanor, as if repelling all who approached. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Lu Bo hurried forward. Young lady, it has been quite some time. I trust you are well. Lu Ning glanced at Lu Bo, her icy demeanor softening slightly. Rest assured, I am far more comfortable in the Jianxian sect than I am here. That moment, Lu Chen lightly cleared his throat. Hearing this sound, Lu Ning slowly turned her head. The instant she saw Lu Chen, she was momentarily taken aback. Junior apprentice, what are you doing here? Lu Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Do you believe this is a coincidence? Moments later, in the reception hall, Lu Bo, Lu Yao, Lu Ning, and Lu Chen sat at the table. After hearing Lu Bo's explanation, Lu Ning nodded slightly. I see now. The one who saved you back then was Lu Chen, and he had just entered the Jianxian sect not long ago. Lu Bo nodded eagerly. Indeed, otherwise how could I claim this is the will of heaven? Young Master Lu Chen first saved me and Yao Yao. And then you. Is that not fate? Upon hearing this, Lu Ning's delicate brows furrowed. Save me? What do you mean by save me? Lu Bo smiled gently. Of course, it means that you and Lu Chen are to be wed if you two were to marry before Su Xiao arrives. Then Su Xiao would naturally retreat. Lu Chen initially thought Lu Ning would outright refuse and expel him from the estate. To his surprise, Lu Ning merely shook her head. Lu Bo, given Su Xiao's character, he will undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. Moreover, what do Yao Yao and I? Upon hearing this, Lu Bo suddenly realized, boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the Lu family's front gate. Hearing this noise, everyone present stood up. Following this, a man clad in a silver robe slowly entered from outside the gate, waving a fan and wearing a smile. Ninger, why have you returned without seeing me? We are bound by a marriage contract, after all. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning's eyes instantly turned cold. Su Xiao, this is the Lu family. Su Xiao, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. As long as I marry you. Does this not become my home as well? It is all the same to as he spoke. He turned to Lu Chen, who stood a short distance away. Who are you? Before Lu Chen could explain, Lu Yao stepped forward. This is my brother-in-law, 100 times better than you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. While Su Xiao was enraged, Su Xiao glared in Lu Chen's direction, his expression furious as he brandished his sword and swung it towards Lu Chen. Who is this waste daring to associate with Ninger? Seeing this, Lu Ning's gaze turned cold. Lu Chen had just emerged from the ancient secret realm, and his injuries had yet to heal, although Su Xiao was a wastrel. His talent was not insignificant. He was already a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. His strength having reached the first level of sea-splitting, Lu Chen would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this strike. Clang! Though Lu Chen felt completely innocent, he was not one to be bullied without resistance. As Su Xiao's sword descended upon him, Lu Chen slowly extended 2 fingers, pinching the sword firmly between them. His gaze vacant, he remarked, "You, a waste, dare to wield a sword." As he spoke, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, and he exerted force with his fingers. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Su Xiao's sword shattered instantly. Then, with a slight movement, Lu Chen appeared directly in front of Su Xiao, seizing him by the throat. You have 2 choices, die or leave. At this moment, Su Xiao had lost all his previous arrogance. Hastily begging for mercy, I will leave. I shall depart at once. Very well. Lu Chen slowly released his grip, allowing Su Xiao to flee. However, the moment his hand loosened, Su Xiao's expression suddenly shifted, and he pulled a short dagger from his waist. Thrusting it towards Lu Chen. Watch out. Lu Ning urgently called out, but it was too late. The dagger plunged directly into Lu Chen's clothing. Upon witnessing this, Su Xiao erupted in maniacal laughter. This dagger is forged from hundreds of toxic substances. Even a sea-splitting expert would perish upon contact. You think you can challenge me? Hearing this, Lu Ning rushed forward to tear open Lu Chen's clothing, seeking to assess the situation. However, this scene appeared differently in Su Xiao's eyes. Sister, do not look. This waste could barely pierce my clothing. He has exhausted all his strength. Not even the thunder tribulation could strike me down. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning finally grasped the situation. She caught a glimpse of her sister and Lu Bo's peculiar expressions. A flush creeping onto her face as she slowly stepped back. Chapter 42. Subduing Su Xiao. Seeing that Lu Chen was seemingly unharmed, Su Xiao's pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. You must be pretending. Lu Chen smiled faintly and walked towards him. Lu Chen, do not. He is the legitimate son of the Su family. If you kill him now, it will undoubtedly invite endless retribution from the Su family and the Divine Sword Sect. Lu Ning was well aware of Lu Chen's character and urgently warned him. Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl is wonderful in every way, except she worries too much. Yet, Su Xiao misinterpreted this scene, believing that Lu Chen and the others were intimidated by him. Therefore, he slowly rose, his expression dismissive. You will regret this. Just wait until I find your family. Otherwise, before his words could finish, Lu Chen's fist had already pierced through his chest. Noise. To Lu Chen, family was his bottom line. Even the thought of it was unacceptable. Moreover, he had never intended to let this scum go. After speaking, he reached for Su Xiao's corpse. This reward has been delivered right to my doorstep, so why not take it? Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5,000 Qi blood pills, 5,000 Dao source pills, and the Earth tier martial art 8 steps of dominance. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating harvest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 Qi blood pills, 10,000 Dao source pills, and the complete 8 steps of dominance. The 8 steps of dominance. An Earth tier martial art, with each step stronger than the last. Seeing these rewards, Lu Chen could not help but curl his lips, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. A waste is still a waste. Even the rewards are so mediocre. This moment, he slowly turned to Lu Ning and the others, offering a slight bow. This incident was solely my doing. It is no longer appropriate for me to remain here. So, I shall take my leave. With that, he hoisted the corpse from the ground and strode towards the exit, With no true energy remaining in his body, Lu Chen could only leave on foot. In the streets, seeing the corpse in Lu Chen's hands, everyone gasped in shock. This person is Su Xiao. Who exactly is he to dare lay hands on a member of the Su family? Well done. This fellow is not worth mourning. We should leave quickly. Once General Su learns of this, he is sure to be furious, and we may inadvertently suffer the consequences. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, hastily retreating into their homes. Although Lu Chen had little true energy left, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he soon exited the city. Just then, a graceful figure followed closely behind him. Lu Chen, wait. Hearing the call, Lu Chen turned slowly. Sister, did I not say this matter is mine alone to bear? Why have you come out? Lu Ning's expression turned serious. Su Xiao was killed in my Lu family's territory. Regardless, the Lu family cannot evade responsibility. I have already sent a message to the Sect. In no more than 2 days, the Sect master will arrive here with people. For now, we need only to hide. What of Lu Bo and Yao Yao? Lu Chen inquired. Lu Ning shook her head. Why father is already aware of this matter and is on his way back. With him present, even the current emperor must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart tightened slightly. His uncle held the esteemed position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, at the Su residence. What did you say? My son was killed on the spot by the Lu family. Su Mo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You, Lu Qing, dare to lay a hand on my son. Bring forth the troops and surround the Lu family. Not even a mosquito shall escape. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's guards exchanged uneasy glances. General, the new emperor has just ascended, and Lu Qing's status. Su Mo's eyes flared with murderous intent at these words. I have rendered great service to the dynasty. Yet now my son lies dead at the hands of our own. The new emperor, merely a child who is yet to grow up. The military power is in my hands. The one seated on the dragon throne will be determined by me. Yes, the guard dared not show any signs of hesitation and promptly exited, but Su Mo then turned to another guard, sent a message to Elder Fei of the Divine Sword Sect. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The capital was rife with turmoil. That evening, Lu Chen and Lu Ning had hidden deep within the mountains as for Su Xiao's corpse. It had long since been fed to the beasts. At this moment, Lu Chen sat within the cave, deep in thought. Something is amiss. Logically, if a son has died, General Su should not remain so calm. Suddenly, a heavy feeling settled in Lu Chen's heart. General Su must be plotting something significant. Lu Ning's expression darkened upon hearing this. Are you suggesting he intends to rebel? Indeed. Lu Chen nodded slightly. However, he would not dare act alone. There must be others backing him. Suddenly, both Lu Chen and Lu Ning spoke in unison. The Divine Sword Sect. It must be. With this thought, Lu Chen hurried towards the cave entrance. That night, although his vital energy surged slowly, he managed to regain some strength through the use of medicinal pills. Where are you going? Lu Chen slowly turned his head to face Lu Ning, his gaze somber. If he fears not the emperor, do you think he would fear father? Realizing this, Lu Ning quickly followed suit. Soon, the two arrived at the Lu residence. The streets were devoid of life, and the gates of the Lu family stood open, seemingly anticipating Lu Chen's arrival. Lu Chen's expression was resolute, unafraid, and without hesitation. He strode directly into the Lu household. Lu Ning took a deep breath and followed him in. She understood that their venture might lead to dire consequences, but being with Lu Chen was far better than facing Su Xiao alone. Inside the grand hall of the Lu family, Su Mo sat imposingly, flanked by a black-robed elder. All the members of the Lu family were bound and present in the hall. Lu Chen and Lu Ning slowly ascended to the hall. Their expressions bore no trace of fear. Su Mo's icy gaze pierced through them like a sharp sword, seemingly aiming to impale Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. Why do you look at me like that? Such audacity, such spirit. Su Mo gritted his teeth, a surge of murderous intent erupting in his eyes. You killed my son, yet you dare act so arrogantly. Lu Chen, unperturbed, took a seat at the secondary position and lifted a cup of tea to sip leisurely. Seeing this, Lu Ning and the captured members of the Lu family were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Lu Chen gradually set down his cup and looked at Su Mo. I present you with two choices. First, release them. Second, I shall kill you and then release them. Hearing this, Su Mo rose violently, his energy surging in his palm. Lu Chen slowly raised his head. Your strength at the 5th level of the sea parts realm is insufficient to subdue me. However, Lu Chen glanced at the black-robed elder beside. Su Mo, you must be Su Zhao's master, with a cultivation at the 9th level of the sea parts realm. Though not exceedingly high, it is still formidable. Yet, it is a pity that he lacked the skill to pierce my flesh. These words. Elder Fei's brow furrowed, and without uttering a word, he unleashed his energy and struck a palm towards Lu Chen. At that moment, black patterns began to emerge on Lu Chen's body, and he remained completely still. Boom! Elder Fei's palm landed squarely on Lu Chen's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 43. Draw your sword. Requesting votes, seeking reviews, begging for collections. Lu Ning, witnessing this, was about to step forward when a frivolous voice emerged from the ruins. After living for so long, you have only just reached the 9th level of the sea parts realm. If you do not die today, I shall personally ascend to the Divine Sword Sect and slay you on the stage. Lu Chen's figure slowly emerged from the ruins as he spoke. Blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his complexion pale. Elder Fei regarded him with disdainful laughter. Whether I live or die today is uncertain, but you and these Lu family members shall undoubtedly perish here. With that, he coalesced his energy into a single blade that appeared in his grasp. Then, Elder Fei unleashed his full power, charging forward. In response, Lu Chen retrieved the ring that Zhao Xian had left him. Old fool, if you do not arrive soon, I may truly perish. Not rush. There is still some rabble outside. Though their strength is low, there are many. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Lu Chen, was utterly shocked. Especially Elder Fei, who possessed the 9th level of the sea parts realm, had control over a 10-mile radius. Even the slightest disturbance would be detected by him. Yet now, someone was within arm's reach, and he felt not a trace of their presence. This indicated that the individual's strength exceeded his own. A powerful figure. Just then, a figure clad in white slowly entered from outside. This person had sword-like brows and starry eyes, with a countenance as warm as jade. Upon seeing Shang Wanyun, Lu Chen's expression changed. How is it that you look younger as time passes? Shang Wanyun retorted, back then my meridians were congested, and my energy was stagnant, leading to my aging. This is my true appearance. But you, how did you discover me? Lu Chen shrugged. When I was in the treasure vault, I memorized every mole on your body, as well as the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. That Qi Yin crystal and Xian Bing grass were taken from the vault. Weren't they? Shang Wanyun found himself a loss for words. He could only shift his gaze to Elder Fei. You are the elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Elder Fei, drenched in cold sweat, nodded respectfully. I will relay your message to the sect master. Without further ado, he turned to leave, not daring to look back, leaving Su Mo in a state of panic. Watching Elder Fei depart, Su Mo's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation. Senior, Shang Wanyun's expression remained calm. His gaze firm, a sharp aura instantly enveloped the entire hall, and by the time everyone regained their senses, Su Mo and all the soldiers present had collapsed to the ground. After accomplishing this, Shang Wanyun glanced at Lu Chen. Wait for me here. I shall make a brief visit to the Divine Sword Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Ning had already rescued all the members of the Lu family. She then looked towards the entrance to Lu Chen. Is this person truly the supreme elder? Lu Chen nodded, his eyes shimmering with intensity. At his current strength, I fear I cannot surpass him within a year. I must bide my time. Soon, the Lu residence was thoroughly cleared. At this moment, Lu Qing sat in the main seat, gazing at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I truly thank you for this. Had it not been for you, our entire dynasty would have faced dire peril. Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Uncle, there is no need for flattery. This matter arose because of me. Had I not subdued Su Xiao, it would not have reached this point. Lu Qing shook his head. The rebellion was not a sudden whim. It was premeditated. Rest assured, I shall report this to the Emperor. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen did not refuse. After all, both his grandfather and father were constantly preoccupied with the revival of the Lu family. Having achieved considerable merit himself, he felt he had fulfilled their wishes. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to his uncle. Suddenly, Lu Chen changed the subject. Lu Chen, have you taken a wife? I wonder if my daughter Lu Ning meets your expectations? Hearing this, Lu Chen hastily rose and offered a slight bow. Uncle, to speak candidly, I bear many responsibilities. Until these matters are resolved, I cannot attend to personal affairs. Moreover, I come from a humble clan in the wilderness and am truly unworthy of Lu Shiji's hand. I beg your pardon for my inability to comply. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lu Ning's face, albeit faint, but it did not escape Lu Chen's notice. However, he felt powerless. Not only was he no match for Lu Chen, but even if he could somehow compel him to stay, it may not be a beneficial outcome. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen could only sigh softly. Let us speak of other matters. Tomorrow I shall petition the Emperor to bestow rewards upon the Lu family. Thank you, Uncle Lu. That evening, Lu Chen departed from the Lu residence alone. While he recognized the harshness of his actions, he deemed it better than keeping others in suspense. Setting aside the fact that he had yet to find a solution for his own calamity, he also needed to search for his mother, whose family remained shrouded in mystery. However, should his father's words hold true, his mother's strength would at least be at the imperial realm, a level of power that seemed far beyond his reach. He could only venture forth alone, resolute in not involving others. This path was destined to be a solitary one. In the Lu family's courtyard, Lu Ning stood beneath the eaves, gazing at Lu Chen's solitary figure as it faded into the distance. A tear trickled down her cheek at that moment. Lu Chen approached her side. Lu Chen speaks the truth. His burdens are too great for you to bear. Lu Ning merely fixed her gaze on Lu Chen's departing silhouette. Wiping away her tears, it is merely a matter of my insufficient strength. Were I stronger, I could shoulder it. With that, she turned and retreated to her chamber, immersing herself in her training. Lu Chen shook his head in resignation. The youth of today. Meanwhile, at the Shinshu sword sect on the mountain's rear peak, Shangwan Yun awaited the arrival of someone. After a considerable time, a figure gradually ascended from below. Upon seeing Shangwan Yun, his expression bore a hint of exasperation. Senior brother, is this truly necessary? Indeed, Shangwan Yun's gaze was like still water, yet a flicker of ire could be discerned, and I entrusted the management of the Shinshu sword sect to you. And this is how you conduct yourself? Duge Yuan sighed at these words. Senior brother, I am preoccupied with my cultivation and cannot constantly monitor the sect's affairs. Elder Fei is merely an ordinary elder from the outer sect. Hearing this, Shangwan Yun slowly rose to his feet. Draw your sword. I wish to see how much you have progressed over the years. Humph, are you merely seeking to chastise me? There is no need for such subterfuge. As he spoke, Duge Yuan's expression suddenly sharpened, and a fierce aura erupted. Observing this, Shangwan Yun's own battle spirit surged forth. Their long-awaited confrontation, after a century apart, unexpectedly commenced in this manner. Moments later, Duge Yuan's form plummeted from the rear mountain. Heading into the distance. Chapter 44. Submit or perish. In the central continent, atop the Gaosu Mountains, Shangwan Yun regarded Lu Chen with an earnest demeanor. I have come to grasp your predicament. The news of your calamity has reached my ears. Firstly, there is the Thunder Pool in the eastern continent, where the heavenly thunder, a manifestation of the heavens, lurks, a fearsome force indeed. However, the predecessor who faced it was of imperial strength and only attracted the 5 thunders of Qingshao, thus enabling his success. This is the first location. The second is the Xiaoyao Valley, one of the 4 forbidden grounds of the Great Qing dynasty. It is said that within it lies a heavenly grade spiritual herb capable of resurrecting the deceased, containing boundless vitality that may mend your injuries. 2 months hence, the Xiaoyao Valley will open. I shall await you there. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then I shall first venture to the eastern continent's Penglai Thunder Pool. Should it prove fruitless, I will proceed to Xiaoyao Valley. With that, Lu Chen bowed to Shangwan Yun and set off eastward. Given his current meager reserves of vital energy, only a tenth of his peak capacity, he planned to visit the Beastmaster Pavilion in the royal city to procure a beast for travel. His finances were likely sufficient to surpass even the Jianxian sect. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Beastmaster Pavilion. Above the entrance hung a crimson plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Beastmaster Pavilion. Upon spotting Lu Chen, an elderly man hurriedly emerged from within. "Young master, are you in search of a beast for your journey?" Lu Chen nodded in response. "Please, come inside." The elder warmly guided Lu Chen into the grand hall, where he began to assess Lu Chen. However, he soon realized that Lu Chen's aura only barely reached the 5th level of the spirit-severing realm. While this level was considered outstanding in the Western continent, it appeared rather lacking in the royal city. The elder presented a tome to Lu Chen. "Young master, this contains information on 3rd-tier beasts, which should suit you perfectly at present. Would you care to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Although 3rd-tier beasts were not weak, they paled in comparison to 4th and 5th-tier beasts in terms of speed. "Do you have any 5th-tier beasts?" "I am in haste to this." Laughter erupted from within the hall. "With your feeble frame? A 5th-tier beast? Are you here to serve the meals instead?" The other patrons joined in the mirthful jeers. The shopkeeper's expression turned awkward. "Young master, while this gentleman's words may be harsh, they do contain a grain of truth. Given your strength, capturing a 5th-tier beast would pose considerable difficulty, should any mishap occur. It would be troublesome for us, as well." Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor, casting a glance at the one who had spoken. This individual was at the 8th level of spirit severing, with commendable talent. Yet, Lu Chen merely offered a dismissive smile. "What if I successfully tame this beast?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "If you can tame a 5th-tier beast, I shall offer you my arm as an apology." The young man scoffed derisively. "Very well. It is a deal." Lu Chen then turned to the shopkeeper. "Lead the way." With the wager established, the shopkeeper could only shake his head in resignation as he escorted Lu Chen to the area designated for 5th-tier beasts. The onlookers, fueled by a desire for entertainment, trailed behind. Shortly, they arrived before a beast enclosure. The shopkeeper slowly turned to Lu Chen. "Young master, should you wish to back out now, it is not too late." The youth who had wagered with Lu Chen laughed heartily. "Indeed, the shopkeeper speaks wisely. It would be better to withdraw now than to risk your life." Lu Chen's expression remained unfazed. "Open the gate." The shopkeeper, left with no choice, complied. As the gate swung open, a cacophony of roars erupted. Except for the shopkeeper and Lu Chen, everyone else took a step back, their faces stricken with fear, including the previously arrogant youth. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. "What's the matter? Are you faltering already?" The youth, momentarily taken aback by Lu Chen's remark, flushed and steadied himself. "It is merely the wind's doing." Lu Chen chuckled, entering the enclosure alongside the shopkeeper. Indeed, as the shopkeeper had stated, the enclosure housed 5th-tier beasts. Upon their entrance, the beasts displayed menacing expressions, baring their teeth. Yet, Lu Chen remained undaunted, immediately beginning his selection. "Shopkeeper, do you have any purple gold cloud leopards?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "That creature's speed is simply too swift. Even a dozen skilled individuals from our establishment have failed to capture it." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a majestic purple lion at the far end of that moment. It was lying on the ground, resting, and upon sensing the presence of Lu Chen and his companions, it did not stir in the slightest. This situation could only suggest 2 possibilities. The first being that this beast was too weak to perceive the arrival of the group. The second was that it held an unwavering confidence in its own strength. Dismissing Lu Chen and the others as mere inconsequential beings incapable of threatening it. Clearly, the current scenario aligned with the latter. To his astonishment, a bloodthirsty lion resided here. This one would suffice. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed directly at the purple lion and proclaimed. That one. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face registered shock. "Young master, although this bloodthirsty lion is merely in its juvenile stage, it is a genuine pinnacle 5th-tier beast, just a step away from ascending to 6th tier." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "It is the fastest among them. Let us proceed. I am pressed for time." The shopkeeper, feeling utterly helpless, complied and opened the cage door. Having said all he could to dissuade Lu Chen, He was left with no choice, that he then positioned himself at the entrance, standing guard before the onlookers, within the beast-taming pavilion. If one were to perish while attempting to tame a beast, it would be deemed their own misfortune. However, the spectators behind him were another matter entirely. Should they meet their demise, compensation would be demanded. That moment, Lu Chen stepped into the cage. The prison-guarding magic body gradually manifested, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings. The bloodthirsty lion was instantly roused, its gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen, displaying a hint of wariness. In contrast, Lu Chen remained unfazed, steadily advancing toward the bloodthirsty lion. Submit or perish. Choose one to this level of beast. A semblance of intelligence had begun to form, allowing the creature to comprehend Lu Chen's intent. In the next instant, it knelt before Lu Chen, incessantly licking his garments. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Well done. You possess good judgment. Follow me, and you shall not be treated unjustly. Meanwhile, the crowd at the entrance stood frozen in place. Had it truly been this simple to subdue it? Riding atop the bloodthirsty lion, Lu Chen leisurely exited the door, directing his gaze toward the young man nearby. Will you take action yourself, or shall I intervene personally? Upon hearing this, the young man staggered backward, his complexion paling. Impossible. That is a pinnacle 5th-tier beast. You could never hope to tame it with your strength. As he spoke, he cast a glance toward the shopkeeper. You must be colluding with him, attempting to ambush me. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. If you had retained any semblance of humanity, perhaps I might have spared you out of respect for your courage. However, considering your current actions, you leave me no choice. Chapter 45. 6th-tier beast? Effortlessly slaughtered. Lu Chen flicked his right hand, and the Mo Yuan sword materialized in his grasp. He then swung the sword down towards the young man. Seeing this, the young man attempted to gather his true energy to block the strike. Crack! The protective energy shield shattered, and Lu Chen's unadorned strike landed squarely upon the young man's arm, precisely aimed. With a heart-wrenching cry, the young man's right arm fell to the ground. Ignoring the chaos, Lu Chen retrieved 1,000 mid-tier spirit crystals and handed them to the shopkeeper. Farewell. Having spoken, Lu Chen departed from the royal capital. The onlookers remained speechless, astonished by the boy's sheer ferocity. It must be noted that the speed of the bloodthirsty lion was not in the slightest inferior to that of the purple-gold cloud leopard. In the blink of an eye, the duo had already left the royal capital, heading toward the border between the central continent and the eastern continent. Yet, despite their swiftness, it still took a considerable amount of time for them to arrive. By the time Lu Chen and the beast reached the eastern continent, a month had already elapsed. Unlike the western continent, the eastern continent was a coastal region. Thus, upon his arrival, Lu Chen felt a refreshing breeze. He soon sought a city to pause for a moment. Blue Season City, a bustling area at the confluence of the central and eastern continents, caught his attention. Seated atop the bloodthirsty lion, Lu Chen instantly drew the gaze of the entire street. Is that the bloodthirsty lion? Although still juvenile, it is indeed a 5th-tier beast. Who is this individual? Judging by his appearance, he seemed barely in his 20s. Could he possibly be a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect? This possibility could not be dismissed. It was rumored that the holy son of the Xiantian sword sect had already attained the strength of the sea-cleaving realm. Could it truly be him? As Lu Chen listened to the surrounding discussions, he maintained an air of indifference, strolling leisurely into the city. During his journey, he had also slain several 5th-tier beasts to procure medicinal pills. His strength had now been restored to the first level of the sea-cleaving realm. He arrived at the largest tavern within the town and settled down. Waiter, bring me a bottle of the finest wine. The waiter, upon observing Lu Chen's attire, felt a flicker of realization. This young master is clearly no ordinary person. Soon, the waiter returned with a bottle of premium wine. Young master, here's the wine you requested. This moment, Lu Chen placed a mid-tier spirit crystal on the table. Is there a reliable source of information in this city? The waiter gazed at the mid-tier crystal on the table, momentarily speechless. Only when Lu Chen called upon him once again did he snap back to reality. Young master, if you seek the most convenient source of information, it would undoubtedly be the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This place was unfamiliar to him, but its name suggested it was not ordinary. Contemplating this, he handed the spirit crystal to the waiter and turned to leave. Following the waiter's directions, he soon arrived at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. At that moment, the pavilion was devoid of patrons, so he stepped inside. Within, he encountered only a youth of similar age. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he greeted him warmly, as if they were old friends, and gestured for him to sit. Despite his confusion, Lu Chen took a seat. "Young master, what questions do you wish to inquire about?" Lu Chen wasted no time and spoke directly. "I wish to know how to reach Penglai." Upon hearing this, the youth smiled faintly. It is said that within Penglai dwells an immortal, hidden among the heavens. Heavens? Lu Chen's brows knitted further. Could it be a celestial realm? How could it possibly be in the heavens? The youth chuckled lightly. "I am uncertain, but the divination indicates such." Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Chen's expression grew solemn. After a lengthy pause, he slowly rose and bowed to the youth. "I thank you." With that, Lu Chen turned to depart. Suddenly, the youth called out to him, "Young master, a sword can both accompany and slay. It would be wise to exercise caution." Pondering this enigmatic advice, Lu Chen's expression turned quizzical. Yet he nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving the town, he ventured to a nearby mountain range. The area was teeming with 4th-tier and 5th-tier beasts, instantly igniting Lu Chen's interest. These beasts were treasures in his eyes and absolutely could not be overlooked. With the aid of the system, he transformed these creatures into medicinal pills. Collecting them with zeal, that moment, a profoundly terrifying roar caught his attention. A 6th-tier beast. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hastened toward the source of the beast's roar. However, instead of encountering the beast, he stumbled upon a small team of 5 individuals. Clad in white sword robes, they concealed themselves, seemingly intent on the same 6th-tier beast. Yet upon assessing their cultivation levels, Lu Chen noted that the strongest among them barely reached the 1st level of the sea-cleaving realm. With such strength, confronting a 6th-tier beast would be exceedingly challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen resolved to follow behind these individuals, waiting for them to deplete the beast before reaping the rewards himself. After all, this was the essence of cultivation. The capable shall reap the benefits. Before long, the beast's roars grew closer. The 5 ahead sprang into action, charging toward the 6th-tier beast. However, their strength proved insufficient. Within moments, all 5 were effortlessly slain by the 6th-tier beast. Observing this, Lu Chen shook his head in resignation. With such inadequate prowess, they could not even manage to weaken the beast. Evidently, they were disciples from Sect. Lacking any combat experience. Very well. It seems I must intervene myself. Now, after absorbing the elixirs, his strength has nearly returned to its former glory, although he is yet to reach the pinnacle of his power. It is more than sufficient for his current needs. Lu Chen grasped the Mo Yuan sword with one hand, and in an instant he activated the Jinyu demon body, unleashing his strength to its utmost limit. With the urgency of travel ahead, he understood the necessity for swift resolution. Following the battle in the ancient secret realm, the Jinyu demon body had absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy. At present, his physical prowess alone equated to that of a 3rd-level sea-splitting realm warrior. Boom! With a single punch, Lu Chen shattered the skull of a 6th-tier demon beast, observing the corpse on the ground. He slowly sheathed his sword and reached out. "What rewards might this bring me, I wonder?" Ding! Recovery successful. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 blood chi pills, 10,000 Dao source pills, and 1 6th-tier demon core. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating gains. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 200,000 blood chi pills, 200,000 Dao source pills, and 1 7th-tier demon core." Upon seeing these rewards, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Though the rewards were indeed commendable, they felt somewhat inadequate for his current needs. After all, ascending to the next level now required tens of thousands of elixirs. Moreover, under the influence of his injuries, he found his strength unable to advance even a fraction. While Lu Chen pondered, a figure in the distance raced toward him, bearing an expression of fury. How despicable! The soul tablets of my 5 junior brothers have all shattered. Who could be responsible for this? How dare they harm disciples of the Xiantian Sword Sect? Chapter 46. The Chief of the Xiantian Sword Sect, At this moment, Lu Chen cast a glance at the 5 corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. After some contemplation, he decided to approach. After all, leaving them here would merely feed the demon beasts. It was better to extract some benefits for myself before they perish. With that thought, he reached towards the nearest corpse. Each time he touched one, his eyes gleamed with excitement. What treasures! All splendid treasures! Lu Chen could hardly contain his elation, for just from the first 4 corpses, he had acquired numerous valuables, profound sword techniques, mystical spiritual artifacts, and countless elixirs. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the corpse of the sea-splitting realm warrior. Back when his body was under Mo's control, he had drooled at the sight of Zhao Fan's corpse. That was a sea-splitting realm powerhouse. He had never had the opportunity to touch one. With this thought igniting a burning desire within him, he reached out once more. Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 blood chi pills, 10,000 Dao source pills, the profound level palm technique, and the explosive palm. Ding! Reward triggered. Recalculating gains. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 200,000 blood chi pills, 200,000 Dao source pills, and the earth level palm technique. The blazing palm. The earth level palm technique. The blazing palm boasts terrifying power, exceptional heat, and an additional effect of continuous burning. Upon witnessing this palm technique, Lu Chen's eyes shone with excitement. Currently, as his true energy could not advance, he had to rely solely on his physical strength. The emergence of this earth-level palm technique elevated his capabilities to a new height. Just then, a sound like breaking air echoed from a distance. Upon seeing Lu Chen's hand resting on his fellow disciple's corpse, the approaching figure erupted in fury. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Lu Chen was about to explain, but he realized that his hand was already on the corpse, rendering any explanation futile. With that thought, he decided against offering any justification. After all, in the path of cultivation, those who are capable reign supreme. It was better to incapacitate him first and discuss matters later. While he was lost in thought, the assailant's attack was already upon him. Swish! A sound of slicing air rang out as a sword light flashed directly before Lu Chen's eyes. Witnessing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of fear. The strength of the individual before him was not in the slightest inferior to Jian Chen's. He suddenly recalled the conversation he had overheard on the street earlier. Could it be that this person is the chief of the Xiantian sword sect? Seeing Lu Chen effortlessly evade the strike, Yang Rui's gaze sharpened. Since breaking through to the sea-splitting realm, this was his first encounter with someone of comparable strength. Realizing this, his demeanor grew serious. "Who on earth are you? Why do you seek to harm the disciples of the Xiantian sword sect?" Lu Chen shrugged helplessly at the inquiry. It was their own inadequacy that led them to challenge 6-tier demon beasts. I am merely assisting in collecting their remains. This. A cold smile crept onto Yang Rui's face. "Arrogant brat, you shall die." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yang Rui felt his anger intensify. "How dare you mock the Xiantian sword sect's lack of guidance?" With that, Yang Rui swung his sword again, aiming directly for Lu Chen's brow. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a swell of indignation. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. What more for a human? If that is the case, I shall confront you. Chief of the Xiantian sword sect. With that, Lu Chen gathered his focus. Wielding the Mo sword, he then channeled the 8 spiritual roots within him, unleashing an explosive surge of true energy. 2 distinct sword intents surged through the forest, devastating everything within a 100-foot radius. Observing this sword intent, Yang Rui's gaze darkened slightly. So, he's also a sword cultivator, truly a disgrace to the name of sword cultivators. 9 spirits sword technique. A terrifying sword intent erupted from Yang Rui's being in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen showed no fear. He too held his sword with precision, his gaze sharp, the peak of the sword. The stunning swan. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure vanished from his original position. Following that, a brilliant sword light shattered Yang Rui's sword light and surged toward him with lethal intent. Halt! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from a distance. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and a long sword forged from true energy appeared directly in front of Yang Rui. Ding! At the moment, Lu Chen's sword light collided with a long sword. A piercing sound resonated throughout the entire mountain range. Instantly, birds and beasts took flight in alarm as Lu Chen observed the slowly dissipating long sword. His expression darkened slightly. A Wang realm powerhouse. So, there is another ally. With that, he slowly focused his spectral eye and gazed into the distance. There, an elder in a blue robe was hastening toward them. Sect Master. Upon recognizing the figure, Yang Rui's expression shifted in shock. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Guan, the Sect Master of the Xinjiang sect. When Xiao Guan spotted Lu Chen, he nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Chen, it's good to see you again, Lu Chen. Hearing this, Yang Rui's eyes widened in surprise as he looked toward Lu Chen. You're Lu Chen from the Western continent? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly and turned to Xiao Guan. Have we met? Xiao Guan smiled faintly. I attended the previous 4 Sect competition, though I sat in the audience, so it's understandable you wouldn't recognize me. I am Xiao Guan, the Sect Master of the Xinjiang Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hurriedly bowed to the elder. My apologies, Sect Master Xiao. Hearing this, Yang Rui narrowed his eyes, his anger unabated. Sect Master, this is the one who killed my fellow disciples. Xiao Guan shook his head and then looked at the 5 corpses on the ground. A look of regret crossing his face. The injuries of these 5 were inflicted by demon beasts, and furthermore, Lu Chen showed you restraint. Otherwise, with your strength, you would likely have perished under his sword in the first exchange. Hearing this, Yang Rui's heart sank. He recalled Lu Chen's earlier strike, which had effortlessly shattered his strongest attack. This was the result of Lu Chen not even using his full strength. A hint of gloom settled on his face. As a fellow sword cultivator of the same age, he found this outcome hard to accept. Observing this, Xiao Guan's expression softened with compassion. I hope you can maintain your composure. After all, this young man has already left a shadow in the hearts of all sword cultivators in the Western continent. He then turned his gaze to Lu Chen. I wonder, young friend Lu Chen, what brings you to the Eastern continent? Unfamiliar with Xiao Guan's depth, Lu Chen merely offered a vague response. I have heard that the Eastern continent as Penglai is a realm of immortality, rich with opportunities, so I wish to try my luck. I didn't expect to encounter a 6th-tier demon beast along the way and slay it in passing. Upon hearing this, Yang Rui's expression shifted slightly. Slay it in passing. To you, a 6th-tier demon beast is merely a trivial task. Meanwhile, Xiao Guan appeared puzzled. The journey from the Western continent spans tens of thousands of miles. How did you arrive here? Lu Chen smiled slightly at this question as he produced a pearl and casually tossed it. The figure of the bloodthirsty lion materialized before them in an instant. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen had fed it numerous elixirs. Now, the bloodthirsty lion was on the verge of advancing to a 6th-tier demon beast. I wrote it here. Chapter 47. The trivial illusion easily shattered. Xiao Guan and Yang Rui gazed in astonishment at the bloodthirsty mad lion, which exhibited an extraordinary docility. Even among the 6th-tier beasts, the bloodthirsty mad lion ranks among the elite. Although this particular specimen only possessed the peak strength of a 5th-tier beast, it could still contend with an ordinary 6th-tier beast. The sheer ferocity of such a creature being a mount for Lu Chen left Yang Rui feeling even more despondent. His own mount was merely a 5th-tier beast, and now his strength paled in comparison to Lu Chen's. With even his mount being vastly surpassed, this realization stirred a bitter sentiment within him. Noticing this, Xiao Guan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he dared not pose any further inquiries. Young friend, might you accompany me to my Xinjiang sword sect for a discussion? An elder within our sect possesses information regarding the Isle of Penglai. Perhaps after your meeting with him, your thoughts may shift. Initially, Lu Chen intended to decline, as his time was limited. However, upon hearing that an elder from the Xinjiang sword sect had sought information, he readily acquiesced. After all, this was the first tidbit about Penglai he had encountered in quite some time. Yet, what did it mean to change his mind? As for the heavenly secret, it was no different from silence. In the heavens, the firmament is vast beyond measure. Xiao Sect Master, I must venture to Penglai. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guan nodded and instructed Yang Rui to clean up the corpse on the ground. And together they returned to the sect, The Shintian Sword Sect is the most formidable sect in the Eastern Continent. Unlike the Western Continent, the Eastern Continent has long enjoyed tranquility, with its citizens living in peace and prosperity. Even rumors of demon tribes are exceedingly rare here. Before long, the trio arrived at the Shintian Sword Sect. This location differed from the Jinshin Sect. The Shintian Sword Sect was situated in a bustling town. Qiao Guan led Lu Chen into the Grand Hall and then turned to Yang Rui, saying, "Go summon your master." Understood. Shortly thereafter, another elder hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chen, his expression stiffened slightly. "You are Lu Chen?" "Indeed," Lu Chen replied, calm and composed. The Grand Elder, observing his demeanor, inquired, "So, you intend to journey to Penglai?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sneered derisively. "Penglai is not a realm accessible to everyone." Lu Chen's gaze sharpened at this remark. "If an elder can go, why can I not?" The atmosphere in the Grand Hall instantly became stifling. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Grand Elder suddenly burst into laughter, a frenzied expression crossing his face. "The Isle of Penglai, what a fanciful notion." Seeing this, Qiao Guan's expression turned grave as he glanced at Yang Rui. "Take your master back now." "Yes." Witnessing the Grand Elder's transformation, Lu Chen felt a surge of confusion. "Sect Master, what is happening?" Qiao Guan shook his head in response. "I do not know." 3 years ago, the Grand Elder suddenly expressed a desire to seek out Penglai and then departed. When he returned, he was stripped of his cultivation and became like this. Thus, it seems that Penglai may not be a paradise, but rather a dead end. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze deepened with contemplation. The dead end? His own strength had stagnated, and with the calamity still unresolved, his situation was not much better than a dead end. "Sect Master, my resolve is firm. Thank you for your warning." With that, Lu Chen bowed and departed. Continuing on his journey, Qiao Guan, feeling helpless, did not wish to see Lu Chen tread the same path as the Grand Elder. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen finally reached the easternmost edge of the Eastern Continent. However, there was no sign of Penglai, only an endless expanse of ocean. According to the locals, this sea was known as the Sea of Death, from which no one had ever returned alive. Could the Isle of Penglai be above the surface? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Based on the Grand Elder's reaction, he had indeed been to the Isle of Penglai, if the locals claimed that no one had returned from the Sea of Death. That contradicted the facts. After a prolonged search, Lu Chen found no information regarding Penglai. Consequently, he sought accommodation at an inn in a nearby town. That night, as he lay in bed, he began to ponder the words of the heavenly secret. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. He looked out to see all the townspeople rushing toward a single direction. His expression tightened at the sight. He then stopped one person to inquire further. "Elder, where are you all going?" The person's face appeared anxious. "The ritual is about to begin." With that, he hurried away. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Something about this town felt peculiar. When he first entered, he had assumed it was a coastal town reliant on the sea for sustenance. However, upon entering, he detected no foul odor. How, then, did these residents survive? Perhaps the ritual was the key. The Grand Elder's condition might stem from this. He activated his 1,000 lanterns with Dragon's Roar, following the crowd. Eventually, he arrived at the summit of a mountain. Surrounding him were countless figures, all gazing in the same direction, towards the mountaintop. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, fervently praying. When he arrived, he had indeed come from the mountaintop. It was barren, featuring only a dry well. A dry well. Could it be? Lu Chen waited patiently until the crowd dispersed before he approached the mountaintop. He slowly approached the dry well and peered down into its depths. Darkness and silence enveloped him. In the well's water, a bright moon hung suspended. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was suddenly jolted awake. The moon's reflection on the water surface indicated that beneath it lay the reflection of the firmament. Realizing this, Lu Chen leaped into the well. As he submerged into the water, the anticipated chill did not greet him. Instead, he felt a faint sense of death. Lu Chen hurriedly activated his netherworld eye, surveying the scene before him. When he discerned the situation, he was taken aback. Now, he finally understood why the Grand Elder had gone mad. Before him stood the figures of those he had slain, Wang Bo, Pan Tian, Zhao Fan, and others. They approached him with eerie smiles upon their faces. Seeing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He activated the netherworld eye once more. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted again. The previous illusion dissipated, replaced by a vibrant life force. Gasping in disbelief, Lu Chen's breath quickened. Was this the Isle of Penglai? Just as he prepared to step forward, his gaze sharpened, and his legs faltered. Something was amiss. He slowly drew out Miyin and swung it fiercely at a nearby boulder. The sword light pierced through the stone before dissipating. Indeed, it was but an illusion, undetectable even by the netherworld eye. But if one thought such trickery could deter him, they underestimated him gravely. He glanced at Miyin, noticing the crimson pupil on the hilt flicker. Chapter 48. Thunderbolt Body Forging. Seeking votes, seeking favorable reviews. In an instant, a faint aura of demonic energy began to emanate. This illusionary array was certainly deliberately crafted, merely a test of his capabilities. Yet, when weighed against the demonic energy, the significance of the test was apparent. As the demonic energy spread, the scene before Lu Chen shifted once more. The vibrant life force gradually faded, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. In that moment, a figure clad in white robes slowly materialized before him. Are you of the demon tribe? Upon seeing this figure, Lu Chen retracted the demonic energy back into his sword and respectfully bowed to the elder. I am Lu Chen, a junior, honored to meet you, senior. Upon witnessing Lu Chen retract the demonic energy once more, the elder's expression momentarily faltered, for he could distinctly sense that this malevolent aura emanated from the sword, rather than from Lu Chen himself. Realizing this, the elder swiftly comprehended Lu Chen's intentions. While those who typically ventured into this place could indeed decipher the formation, they would merely resort to brute force to break through it. However, Lu Chen had taken an unconventional approach, cunningly drawing him out. Thus, the grand formation would naturally dissipate. Contemplating this, the elder's countenance reflected a profound sense of resignation. He had never anticipated that someone would employ such a method to dismantle the formation. He had indeed underestimated Lu Chen. Yet, whence did the demonic energy upon your sword originate? Observing the elder before him, Lu Chen harbored no intention of concealing the truth, for he had matters to request. Hence, he directly disclosed, this sword is named Mo Yuan, forged from the essence of the demonic soul of a former elder of the demon clan. Hence its imbued demonic energy. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Is this the fabled demon sword? Truly remarkable. The demonic energy within it far surpasses that of this Penglai. It was now Lu Chen's turn to feel astonishment. Elder, was it not said that no remnants of the demon clan exist in the eastern continent? The elder smiled faintly. Remnants of the demon clan are like maggots clinging to bones. How could they possibly forsake the eastern continent? It is merely that the sealing power here is too formidable. Preventing their entry, a flicker of shock appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Is there yet another grand formation present here? The elder shook his head slightly. Not merely one. This Penglai itself is an immense formation, and I am its guardian. Enough of this that I perceive that the power of the thunder tribulation still lingers within you. You must have come for the thunder pool. Follow me. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. Is it possible to finally alleviate my tribulation wounds? Noticing the glimmer of expectation in Lu Chen's gaze, the elder spoke slowly. I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but the thunder pool cannot heal your tribulation wounds. It can only temporarily suppress them. If you seek to remedy your injuries, you will need to acquire 3 paramount treasures. The first is the heavenly fire, the second is the essence of wood, and the third is the body technique ranked within the top 10 of the dominant body list. Upon hearing this, confusion clouded Lu Chen's heart. He was familiar with the dominant body, as his own physique was the prison-suppressing demon body, which ranked above it. This aspect did not concern him. However, the other 2 treasures, heavenly fire and essence of wood, were entirely foreign to him. Noticing Lu Chen's bewilderment, the elder paused his steps, a look of surprise crossing his features. You truly do not know? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Retrieve your sword, the elder instructed. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and drew forth Mo Yuan. The elder examined the crimson patterns upon the blade. Murmuring, "This is the heavenly fire. Heavenly fire descends from the heavens and arises from the earth. It is an extraordinarily intense flame that has endured through countless epochs without dissipating. This flame is the true Yang flame. Ranked 19th on the heavenly fire list. I surmise that had it not been for this, the injuries from your tribulation would have prevented you from reaching this place. I could see this revelation." Lu Chen's heart stirred. The initial purpose of Mo Yuan had indeed been to seek this fire from the abyss. The elder continued, "However, this alone may not suffice for you to endure until now. There must be other opportunities you have encountered. As for the essence of wood, I am unaware of its whereabouts. You must rely on yourself to discover it." With that, the elder resumed his forward stride. Moments later, Lu Chen noticed the distant sky darkening, with faint flashes of lightning flickering. Is this the thunder pool? The elder nodded slightly. "I must guard the formation's entrance. You may proceed on your own." Grateful for the elder's guidance, Lu Chen bowed. "Thank you, elder, for your clarification, but there is one more matter I do not understand. Speak, and I shall listen. Why do the people in the towns outside come to offer sacrifices?" The elder smiled gently. Although Penglai is a grand formation, it harbors an exceedingly rich aura of spiritual energy, which often spills forth. This has been sensed by those outside. Once absorbed, it enhances their cultivation and fortifies their physique, aiding in their quest for sustenance. Over time, they have come to regard this place as a realm of immortality, conducting annual offerings. Realization dawned upon Lu Chen. That is the case. After once again bowing to the elder, he made his way toward the thunder pool. Though it might not heal his tribulation wounds, it could serve to suppress them. After all, since he had come this far, he might as well proceed. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the threshold of the thunder pool. Even before stepping in, he felt an overwhelming, violent energy surging forth from within. He could clearly see countless blackened bones littering the pool, remnants of those who had succumbed to the might of the thunder tribulation. "Bring it on. Even the Qishao thunder tribulation could not vanquish me. A mere thunder pool." With that, he boldly stepped into the pool. Crack! The moment Lu Chen's foot touched the pool, countless bolts of lightning converged upon him as if sensing a challenge. Striking down with ferocity, instantly, numerous gashes appeared upon his body. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen's gaze hardened. Only this level of power? Come again. It seemed as though the thunder had heard his challenge, as even more bolts of lightning surged toward him, striking relentlessly. In mere moments, Lu Chen had been reduced to a figure drenched in blood. In the next instant, unable to endure any longer, Lu Chen hastily summoned the prison-suppressing demon body to shield himself from the impending onslaught of lightning. Indeed, under the protection of the prison-suppressing demon body, the force of the thunder was somewhat diminished, allowing Lu Chen a moment to recover. As he regained his strength, Lu Chen dispelled the prison-suppressing demon body and braced his physical form against the incoming lightning once more. This cycle continued, repeating endlessly. Time slipped by, and 10 days had elapsed. Lu Chen remained immersed in the thunder. Yet when the lightning struck him, it left no trace behind in the distance. The elder's lips curled into a slight smile. This lad, seizing the opportunity to temper his physique, is truly ambitious. His body must have reached a terrifying level by now to that moment. Within the thunder pool, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. No, the power is still insufficient. It can no longer refine my body. With that, he gradually rose to his feet and ventured deeper into the pool. Sensing this movement, the elder quickly stood, exclaiming, "Not good." Chapter 49, The Depths of the Thunder Pool. At this moment, Lu Chen was steadily advancing toward the depths of the thunder pool. After a considerable time, he finally reached the end. There, a solid and imposing wall obstructed his path, etched with intricate runes that flickered with a faint luminescence. For reasons unknown, Lu Chen found himself extending his hand towards the wall. Instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through his entire being. This sensation, demonic energy, such an intensity of demonic energy, remained even beneath the full activation of the prison-suppressing demon body. What lay behind this wall? Suppressed? Just then, The elder hurriedly arrived. Stop, without hesitation. The elder stepped into the thunder pool, where the surrounding lightning rained down upon him with ferocity, yet left no mark. The elder approached Lu Chen's side, scrutinizing the rune-covered wall closely. Satisfied that the wall remained intact, he finally exhaled in relief. The grand formation has already been corroded. This wall is the last line of defense. IT must not be disturbed. Should that entity awaken, the entire eastern continent would face utter catastrophe. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hastily clasped his hands in apology. The elder, however, remained unperturbed. Your physique has grown sufficiently formidable. The thunder pool can no longer aid your progress. It is time for you to depart. Yes, Lu Chen did not argue, acknowledging that his curiosity had driven him this far, and he could not place the blame upon others. Elder, I shall take my leave now. After bowing to the elder, Lu Chen exited Penglai. Upon emerging from the dry well, he found the external scenery unchanged, the same radiant moon and sparse shrubs that a sense of bewilderment washed over Lu Chen. Could it be that Penglai was merely an ephemeral dream? Reflecting upon this, he began to examine the tribulation wounds within his Dantian present. The wounds had grown somewhat larger since his initial discovery, now roughly the size of a thumb. However, the sensation of obstruction within his meridians had vanished. This indicated that the thunder pool was indeed real. He had truly experienced it. Penglai was, without a doubt, a realm of wonder. In the present day, he has acquired the ability to absorb the ethereal energies that drift through the void, thus enhancing his speed to a notable degree. He retrieved a beast master pill and summoned the bloodthirsty mad lion. Subsequently, he set forth directly toward the Great Qin dynasty. Although he had not lingered here for long, time remained of the essence. The journey to the Great Qin dynasty was uncertain in duration, and he had less than a month at his disposal. Thus, he dared not afford himself the slightest pause, pressing onward day and night. At last, after 10 days, he arrived at the borders of the Great Qin dynasty. The landscape before him was desolate and barren, with only a dilapidated village in sight. Observing this dismal scene, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Chen's gaze. The Great Qin dynasty was renowned as one of the most powerful dynasties, making the existence of such wasteland implausible. Something was amiss here. With the bloodthirsty mad lion in tow, he cautiously approached the village. The entire hamlet was devoid of life, resembling a ghost town. Lu Chen entered. He noted the ground was stained with dried blood, and several corpses lay sprawled in the center of the path, their bodies marred with sword wounds. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened instantly. Was this the work of sword cultivators? At that moment, he sensed multiple auras emanating from within the village. Hurriedly, Lu Chen made his way toward them. Had they found it? Just then, a dark figure not far from him called out. Seemingly anxious, no. Keep searching. We must find that object. Otherwise, the Sect master will not spare us. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Chen appeared behind them. The group reacted instantly, turning to face him. Who are you? Lu Chen's demeanor remained calm, his gaze icy. The one who will kill you. Pointing his finger as if it were a sword, he swung it effortlessly, in the blink of an eye. The head of the one who had spoken fell to the ground. The remaining individuals were struck with shock. Their leader was at the 3rd level of spirit severing. Even within the sect, he was a formidable presence. Yet now, he had been slain by this individual with a single sword strike. This person was certainly beyond their means to confront. Run. The others exchanged glances and nodded, preparing to flee. However, they were faced with Lu Chen, who was at the 3rd level of sea cleaving, with a slight gathering of energy in one hand. Lu Chen slashed through the in an instant, 3 anguished cries rang out, followed by the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Lu Chen did not slay them, but rather spared their lives. He grasped one by the neck. His words frosty. Who sent you? It was the Sect master of the heavenly demon sect. He heard that a spirit-equaling body had emerged here and commanded us to bring her back. Spirit-equaling body. This physique he had encountered in ancient text. It was a potent constitution, ranking among the top 30 in the body dominance list. Besides its remarkable cultivation speed, it had another purpose, to serve as a furnace. It was said that the spirit-equaling body absorbed a trace of the purple energy of the great Tao. enabling it to obscure the heavenly path and remain undisturbed by heavenly tribulations. So that is it. With that, Lu Chen applied a slight pressure with his fingers, crushing the man's throat, and then turned his gaze toward a particular direction that he had sensed a faint aura when he first struck. He proceeded cautiously, discovering two rigid corpses blocking a dark door. Beyond lay a small space, scarcely 3 feet in dimension. Utilizing his netherworld eyes, Lu Chen peered inside, revealing a frail figure curled up within. It was a little girl. She appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, her complexion pale, already unconscious. Seeing this, Lu Chen found himself in a quandary. Bringing her along might be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, if he were to leave her behind, as a sword cultivator, his heart's path might suffer. Moreover, given her age, she would surely not survive 3 days in such circumstances. After much contemplation, he produced a vitality pill, diluted its potency, and administered it to the girl. After a considerable time, she slowly awakened, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Lu Chen. However, upon recognizing his figure, she gradually stood up, fixated on him. Neither crying nor complaining, Lu Chen regarded the young girl. His heart stirred. What a pair of crystalline eyes! I offer you 2 choices. Either accompany me, or I shall take you to the nearest town. Without hesitation, the girl replied, I can go with you, or I can serve as your furnace, but you must promise me one thing. Observing the resolute expression on her face, Lu Chen paused momentarily. What is it? Destroy the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, as expected of a spirit equaling body. Your resolve surpasses that of ordinary folk. But even without your request, I would annihilate the heavenly demon sect. At his words, the girl's eyes flickered with interest. And why is that? Because it is my path. Chapter 50. Trouble arises, seeking votes, seeking praise. Path? A hint of confusion appeared in the girl's eyes. What is a path? It is that which the heart desires. Lu Chen rose slowly, gazing into the distance. Lead the way. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a mountain gate, where 2 guards stood watch. Upon spotting Lu Chen, they instantly reacted. Who are you? No sooner had they spoken than a flash of sword light sliced through the air, decapitating both guards. Lu Chen then took the girl's hand and entered the heavenly demon sect. At that moment, an old man emerged from the void. Upon seeing the girl, a glint of greed ignited in his eyes. A furnace! I did not expect you to deliver yourself so willingly. As he spoke, the black-clad elder's eyes gleamed with hope that, if I can absorb you, I shall surely ascend to the sea-cleaving realm. Hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. After living for so long, you have yet to reach the sea-cleaving realm? Truly pathetic. Only then did the elder notice Lu Chen's presence. Enraged by Lu Chen's disdainful tone, he bellowed, Who are you? From the Sword Qian sect. I am Lu Chen. With that, Lu Chen concentrated his energy in one hand, gripping the azure-edged sword, and without waiting for the elder to react, he cleaved him in half with a single stroke. Throughout the encounter, he had not utilized even a fraction of his true energy. The surrounding disciples were filled with dread. Their sect master was at the 9th level of spirit severing, yet he had been effortlessly slain by this youth before them. Such power could only belong to a disciple of a first-rate sect. Realizing this, the other disciples scattered in fear, not daring to linger. Lu Chen moved with swift precision, covering 8 steps in an instant. Within moments, he had decimated the entire heavenly demon sect, leaving no survivors. Subsequently, Lu Chen descended slowly, reaching out to search the elder's body. While he was only at the spirit-severing level, even the smallest morsel was still flesh. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and his eyes narrowed. This is demonic energy. Is it connected to the carefree sect? In the distance, the girl watched with a glimmer of satisfaction. She then turned to Lu Chen, her eyes closing. You said you would act. Now do so. Lu Chen merely glanced at her, his gaze indifferent. You wish to grow stronger? Yes. Then from this day forth, you shall call me Master. His words. A spark of determination ignited in the girl's eyes. Disciple Ling Qianxian pays respects to Master. Seeing this, Lu Chen waved his hand. Let us go. That moment, Ling Qianxian took Lu Chen's hand, leading him down the mountain. Meanwhile, within the carefree sect, an elder suddenly opened his eyes wide. This man was the sect master, Peng Xiao. The heavenly demon sect is in turmoil. The demon has perished. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe emerged slowly. Master, what is your command? Follow the token and investigate. Our Lord's strength has now regained half. Once the carefree valley opens and the sacrificial offerings are made, he shall be fully restored. Then shall be the day our demonic clan rises. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Lu Chen finally arrived at a town near the elusive Xiaoyao Valley. As the valley had yet to open, he found himself lingering once more. During this 10-day period, he imparted the art of creation to Ling Qianxian and gifted her the Qing Feng sword, along with several medicinal pills. To Lu Chen's astonishment, Ling Qianxian, originally at the Qi condensation stage, had remarkably advanced to the gathering essence stage in just 10 days under the influence of the creation art. Such a pace of cultivation left even Lu Chen, who possessed a system, utterly astounded. Have I inadvertently taken in a prodigy? That night, Ling Qianxian remained seated in meditation, while Lu Chen retrieved the token, scrutinizing it closely. The token bore the 3 characters of Xiaoyao sect, and at that moment, it emanated a faint aura of demonic energy. Though subtle, Lu Chen was exceedingly familiar with demonic energy and instantly detected it. What connection could there be between Xiaoyao sect and Xiaoyao Valley? Could it be that this sect, like Qingling's sect, had been tainted by remnants of a demon clan? Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Within his perception, several figures approached from the distance, glancing at the token in his hand. He inwardly lamented the situation and promptly discarded it. He hastily awakened Ling Qianxian and fled at great speed, but the presences behind him relentlessly pursued. 3 at the 3rd level of the sea cleaving stage, 5 at the 1st level, and the remainder all above the 9th level of the spirit severing stage. There was also an even more terrifying presence. Upon sensing these energies, Lu Chen's heart sank. Indeed, there was something amiss with Xiaoyao sect. He felt the same demonic energy emanating from these figures as he did from Zhao Fan. It was evident that they too had been corrupted. Carrying Ling Qianxian, Lu Chen realized he could not escape swiftly enough. This would not do. They could not both flee under such circumstances. He gradually halted, removed the ring that Shangguan Yun had given him, and tossed it to Ling Qianxian. He then summoned the bloodthirsty lion. Take Qianxian and flee as far as you can. This ring will ensure your safety. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty lion nodded slightly. Under the influence of Lu Chen's medicinal pills, it had completed its evolution and was now a 6th-tier beast, far beyond the reach of ordinary sea-cleaving practitioners. At that moment, dozens of figures had surged to Lu Chen's front. Leading them was Yin, radiating a terrifying aura of demonic energy. So, you are the one who killed that old demon. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Old demon? Who might that be? He feigned ignorance. Are you referring to that old fellow from the demon sect? He hadn't even spoken before I dispatched him on the spot. Hearing this, Yin narrowed his eyes. A 1st-level sea cleaving expert. Such power would be regarded as a prodigy even within our Xiaoyao sect. What a pity! Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. What a pity indeed that I uncovered your collusion with the demon clan. At this, Yin's expression darkened. Kill him. The crowd surrounding Lu Chen advanced menacingly. Yet, far from feeling fear, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With so many sea-cleaving stage practitioners, one could only wonder what treasures they might yield. Just then, a disciple at the 9th level of the spirit-severing stage lunged forward. Sword in hand, aimed at Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen executed the 8 steps of transcendence, deftly evading the attack. Then he unleashed the prison-suppressing demonic body, elevating his strength to its zenith before delivering a powerful punch. A thunderous sound erupted as the 9th level disciple was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. The others, witnessing this, bore expressions of rage and launched their assault in unison. Although Lu Chen's physical prowess was formidable, he was ultimately outnumbered. In just a few exchanges, he was drenched in blood and found himself at a disadvantage. Attempting to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, he was astonished to discover that the area within a 10-mile radius had been transformed into a demonic realm. Severed from the outside world, observing Lu Chen's plight, Ian's face twisted into a cruel smile. Fool, this place has been ensnared by my barrier. No spiritual energy remains. Today, you shall surely perish. In response, Lu Chen merely chuckled. Demonic energy, you say? Who does not harbor a demon within? Chapter 51. A toast refused is a toast demanded. Lu Chen slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the demonic spiritual root within. Since its manifestation, he had refrained from utilizing it, but now it was time to put it to use. Emanating tendrils of black mist, he absorbed the demonic energy within a 10-mile radius. Causing his own power to surge, he halted only upon reaching the 4th level of the sea-cleaving stage. Abruptly, Lu Chen opened his eyes, one purple and one red, a sight most unsettling. With a single hand gesture, he grasped them. Ian's expression shifted to one of shock, followed by a frenzied grin. So, you are one of us, truly. The heavens favor my demon clan. If you agree to join our Xiaoyao sect, within 5 years, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the king's stage. And that furnace girl, she shall belong to you. What say you? To hell with your furnace. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with crimson light. Sword's extremity, soaring phoenix. With a slight motion, Lu Chen vanished from sight. The onlookers were left aghast. They could see that moment. One felt a chill at their neck, only to discover that their head had been severed from their body. In mere moments, Lu Chen had felled 9 of them, leaving only Ian and a 3rd-level sea-cleaving disciple. Ian's face contorted with fury. A toast refused is a toast demanded. Ian concentrated, summoning a terrifying surge of demonic energy as a black palm imprint began to coalesce. Annihilate him, Ian bellowed, and the palm imprint hurtled towards Lu Chen. Rather than retreating, Lu Chen surged forward, executing the 8 steps of transcendence in rapid succession, creating a resonant tremor in the void. Sword's extremity, sword draw technique. Lu Chen's entire being radiated sword intent, converging into a singular point. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and he struck with ferocity. The clash of sword light and palm imprint resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding boom, both sword light and palm imprint detonated, sending Lu Chen hurtling back into the ground, while Ian staggered several paces backward. Good lad, you possess such strength. If I do not eliminate you today, you will undoubtedly become a hindrance to our Lord's rebirth. With that, Ian steadied himself and charged at Lu Chen once more. The remaining disciple coalesced his fist intent and surged forward alongside him on the ground. Lu Chen spat a mouthful of blood, his breath ragged. That last strike had drained him of most of his demonic energy, and recovery now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Just then, slipped from his grip, the demonic energy surging forth, penetrating Lu Chen's body. In an instant, Lu Chen rose once more, a robust flow of demonic energy coursing from his dantian into him. The source of this energy was the demon tree. The demonic energy infused. Its potency intensified, and the red glow upon its blade deepened. Suddenly, a shadow began to rise from it, coalescing into a colossal figure. Judgment, a cold voice emanated from Ian. With a sweeping motion, it unleashed a devastating strike towards Ian and his companion. Upon seeing that shadow, Ian felt a sudden stagnation of demonic energy within him, as if it were recoiling in terror. Who is this person? Before he could utter another word, a hand descended upon him, obliterating him and spilling a mixture of red and white fluids across the ground. The remaining disciple met a similar fate, slain before he could utter a final breath. The shadow then receded, merging back into the sword. Deep within Xiaoyao Valley, there exists something that can heal your tribulations and elevate your prison-suppressing demonic body to new heights. After leaving behind this single statement, Meng fell silent, as if evading something. Lu Chen stood in a daze, gazing at the multitude of corpses before him, his breath quickening. Treasures. All of them are treasures. Ding. Recovery successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5,000 blood chi pills, 5,000 Dao source pills, and a map of Xiaoyao Valley. A fragment of the unmatched seal, a token of the demonic race. Ding. Reward triggered. Recalculating harvest. Ding, congratulations to the host on obtaining 30,000 blood essence pills. 30,000 Dao Source pills, a map of the Carefree Valley, and a copy of the Unmatched Seal. The Unmatched Seal is an Earth-tier technique divided into 3 forms: sea calming, mountain moving, and earth shaking. Upon reaching mastery, one can sever the void itself. He then approached the surrounding corpses, beginning to search through them. In total, he amassed hundreds of thousands of blood essence and Dao Source pills, along with several Xian-tier spiritual treasures, and so forth. These Xian-tier items were of little use to him, yet they would prove valuable to Ling Qianxian. Suddenly, a streak of golden light swept across the void. The demon realm collapsed in an instant, and 2 figures appeared before him, Shangguan Yun and Ling Qianxian. Upon witnessing Yan's strength below, Shangguan Yun's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. In contrast, Ling Qianxian rushed toward Lu Chen, carefully examining his injuries. I'm fine. I've merely expended some spiritual energy. He then turned to Shangguan Yun. Master, Shangguan Yun's brow knitted in concern. What is the meaning of this? Why is the demonic energy so dense here? Why is the Carefree Sect pursuing you? Lu Chen recounted the situation to everyone. After hearing the details, Shangguan Yun's expression grew solemn. Are you suggesting that the demonic race has infiltrated the sects of the major dynasties? This is indeed a grave matter. The Carefree Valley may not be stable. I must consult some of those old-timers. He then looked at Lu Chen. It will take a few days to reach the Carefree Valley. I shall first take you to a dear friend of mine for healing. At this, Lu Chen was taken aback. This old fellow has friends? Soon, under Shangguan Yun's guidance, Lu Chen arrived at a sect. To his astonishment, he beheld a beautiful woman gracefully emerging from the sect. Goodness, could these two be? Sister, I leave my disciple and grand disciple in your care. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded. Rest assured, senior brother. Shangguan Yun nodded slightly before turning to Lu Chen. This lady is your master, Dantai Ling. Do not cause her any trouble. Understood? Lu Chen could only nod helplessly. Seeing this, Shangguan Yun finally acknowledged, I must meet with some old friends to inquire about the situation in the Carefree Valley. With that, he departed. Dantai Ling regarded Lu Chen with a look of satisfaction. Come with me. Before long, Lu Chen followed his master to a spiritual spring. This is the sacred Yao Sect spiritual spring. Rich in spiritual energy. You shall recover here for the next few days. Dantai Ling then turned her gaze toward Ling Qianxian, her eyes shimmering with interest. So, it is a spiritual equal body. Chapter 52. The Flirt. Seeking votes, seeking reviews, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Dantai Ling's eyes. She reached out toward Ling Qianxian, scrutinizing her closely. Although she had missed the prime age for cultivation, the presence of a spiritual equal body was a fortunate turn of events. From now on, you shall remain by my side for your training. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. This is for the best. As his strength was still weak, he had many matters to attend to. Now that Qianxian could stay in the sacred Yao Sect, it was indeed the most advantageous outcome. The master before him likely possessed strength beyond the king realm. Not everyone received the opportunity to be taught by such a formidable figure. However, to his surprise, Ling Qianxian promptly refused without a second thought. No, I want to stay by my master's side. Dantai Ling, instead of being angered, smiled warmly. Your current strength is insufficient to assist your master. In fact, you may hinder him. If you train under me, you will surely reach the sea-splitting realm in less than 2 years. That time, you will possess the strength to aid him. What do you say? Ling Qianxuan's face displayed a fleeting conflict. A momentary vision flashed through her mind. Without her presence, her master could likely escape alone. Would she then be able to assist him at that time? Dantai Ling nodded in response to her unspoken thoughts. Indeed. Very well. I accept. Ling Qianxian replied, her resolve firm. Lu Chen felt relieved as well. Keeping her by his side would undoubtedly bring danger, and her growth would be notably slow. Here, with the guidance of her master, she would surely flourish. Subsequently, Dantai Ling took Ling Qianxian away, leaving Lu Chen to recover alone. 3 days swiftly passed. Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. In those 3 days, he had consumed all the pills he had previously acquired. Now, he was merely a step away from the 3rd level of sea splitting, The long-awaited sensation of progress surged within him. He could finally advance in strength. Once the carefree valley opened and he obtained the item spoken of by Mo Yuan, he would take a significant leap forward. Just then, he heard a sound akin to water splashing. Lu Chen's expression turned puzzled as he glanced in the direction of the noise. Their eyes met. Flirt. A piercing scream echoed throughout the sacred Yao Sect's back mountain. In the main hall, Dantai Ling heard the commotion. A barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. A smile that did not escape Ling Qinshuan's notice. Will my master be all right? Dantai Ling rose slowly. He should be fine. Meanwhile, at the back mountain, Lu Chen's face flushed crimson, and he hastily donned his clothing, striding toward the spiritual pool. This young lady, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. At that moment, Yi Ningyi had also dressed, gripping a soft sword in her hand, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Speak. Who is this flirt, and how did you come to be in the sacred Yao Sect's spiritual pool? Lu Chen hurriedly explained, this was arranged by my master. I truly had no knowledge of it. Perhaps you could inquire with her? Your master? Yi Ningyi's face revealed a hint of confusion. She was familiar with the elders of the sect, but had never heard of one with a disciple. At that moment, other sect disciples arrived, their expressions filled with anger. Why, sister? What has transpired? Yi Ningyi pointed at Lu Chen, her brows knitted tightly. This is the flirt. He dared to spy on me while I bathed. What? Upon hearing this, the other female disciples stepped forward, indignation clear in their voices. This person must be a disciple of the Shadow Spear sect. The chief of the Shadow Spear sect has long coveted Yi's sister's beauty. They are capable of such acts. While Lu Chen pondered how to explain himself, Dantai Ling approached with Ling Qinshian by her side. He's under my care. To her words, the crowd turned to Dantai Ling. Bowing their heads in deference to Master Yi Ningyi, however, rushed to Dantai Ling's side, clinging to her arm. Master. Dantai Ling raised her hand. This matter is indeed my oversight. In your absence, I forgot about it. If blame is to be assigned, directed at me. Upon hearing this, the other disciples fell silent. To insult the master was tantamount to courting death. Yi Ningyi merely shot Lu Chen a glare, choosing not to speak further. At this juncture, Dantai Ling spoke again. The carefree valley will soon open. Ningyi, take a few junior sisters and accompany Lu Chen inside. It will be beneficial for mutual support. Yi Ningyi's expression shifted slightly. Now, at the first level of sea-splitting. She ranked among the top 3 of her generation in the Great Qin dynasty. Yet, she was to accompany Lu Chen. Master, I do not wish to go with him. Dantai Ling sighed upon hearing this. By seniority, although Lu Chen is younger than you, he is still your senior brother. It would be wise for you to support one another. This decision is final. She then turned to Ling Qinshian. This girl is your senior brother's disciple, essentially your junior sister. Take her to familiarize herself with the sect. I have matters to discuss with Lu Chen. All eyes then fell upon the adorable Ling Qinshian. What a cute little girl. Yi Ningyi's eyes sparkled as she seized Ling Qinshuan's hand and led her into the sect. Come, master will take you to get acquainted with the sect. Ling Qinshian gazed at the figures approaching her and turned to Lu Chen, casting a pleading glance for help. However, Lu Chen feigned ignorance, leaving her to fend for herself. My dear disciple, the master is left with no choice. Take care of yourself. At that moment, Dantai Ling turned her attention to Lu Chen. Yesterday, your master conveyed news that the information regarding the opening of the Xiaoyao Valley has reached the Great Qian Dynasty. It is likely that the sects of the Great Qian Dynasty will also come. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This should not be. How could such news reach the Great Qian Dynasty? The two dynasties have always been at odds and are separated by vast distances, rendering any journey unnecessary, unless someone deliberately spread the word. Moreover, there are great opportunities awaiting realization within the Xiaoyao Valley. Dantai Ling glanced at Lu Chen. I presume you have already deduced at this time. The source of wood has appeared within the Xiaoyao Valley. The source of wood? Lu Chen's expression froze upon hearing this. Back in Pulai, a senior had mentioned that he was lacking this very item to dispel his calamity wounds. Not long ago, Mo Yuan also indicated that this item could heal his calamity injuries. Could it be that he was referring to the source of wood? Contemplating this, Lu Chen inquired, "Master, what exactly is the function of the source of wood? Why does it incite such fierce competition among many?" Dantai Ling replied slowly, "The source of wood harbors boundless life force. Its absorber can extend their lifespan by 1,000 years. The source of wood can even withstand thunder tribulations. For those who have long been trapped in the King realm, this is akin to a key leading to the Emperor realm." Chapter 53. Entering with a life, but not necessarily exiting alive. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. For those at the pinnacle of the King realm, this is undoubtedly the most crucial treasure. Once one enters this realm, unless they ascend to the Emperor realm, they are likely to remain trapped here for the rest of their lives. Yet this source of wood not only prolongs life, but also aids them in breaking through to the Emperor realm. For them, this is akin to being granted a second chance at life. With this thought, Lu Chen's lips involuntarily twitched. Could he truly compete with these old-timers? Dantai Ling seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled faintly. "Fear not. Your master is currently a top-tier figure within the entire dynasty. Those who are merely half-hearted in their pursuits would not dare to target you. Moreover, most of these old-timers are unlikely to act against you juniors. Your main concern should be your peers." "Peers?" Dantai Ling nodded. "As for who those individuals are, I am unaware, but some may be on the verge of breaking through to the King realm." The King realm. Lu Chen was taken aback by this revelation. His rapid advancement in strength is unmatched throughout the great Qian dynasty, yet there are others nearly at the King realm. Such talent is simply terrifying. "Thank you for the warning, Master." Dantai Ling nodded. In truth, my sharing of these matters with you is also for a purpose." Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly bowed in respect. "Master, please speak plainly. As long as Lu Chen, can accomplish it, I shall not refuse." Observing his earnestness, Dantai Ling helped him to his feet. "It is not a significant matter, merely a request concerning your junior sisters. Their strength is still lacking. So I hope you can assist them in times of peril. As long as I am alive, my junior sisters shall be safe." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed on this day. Countless spiritual vessels floated gracefully through the skies above the great Qin dynasty. Each person's destination was the Xiaoyao Valley. Meanwhile, aboard the Holy Yao Sect's spiritual vessel, Lu Chen was employing his Yiming eyes to scrutinize each vessel. Threefold splitting sea realm, twofold splitting sea realm, fourfold splitting sea realm. How terrifying! Practically every sect boasts formidable experts above the fourfold splitting sea realm. This moment. Beside him, Yiningyi glared at Lu Chen, her irritation evident. "What are you muttering about? Can you not be quiet? I truly wonder why Master would assign you. Such a waste to lead." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen merely shot her a glance, choosing to ignore her. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. He could not be bothered to engage, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. Yet, his mind continued to calculate the strength of the incoming individuals. Just then, a colossal golden spiritual vessel slowly approached from the distance. Upon it stood a youth in golden robes, gazing into the wind. Suddenly, he seemed to sense someone watching him and turned his head slowly, meeting Lu Chen's gaze with a faint smile. Alarmed, Lu Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual energy, gasping for air. Such a terrifying aura. Could this be the individual Master mentioned, who was on the verge of entering the King realm? At this moment, Yiningyi noticed Lu Chen panting heavily and quickly cautioned him. "That is the holy son of the great Xia dynasty from the Qintian sect. His strength is formidable." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed formidable. He is likely the strongest among his contemporaries." At this time, in the distance, a massive lotus flower approached rapidly. Seated upon it was a bald youth, emanating a golden radiance while surrounded by a crimson glow. As he passed, the sound of sutras echoed softly. Yiningyi spoke up again, recognizing Lu Chen's calculations regarding the prowess of these prodigies and urging her companions to avoid them within the Xiaoyao Valley. "This individual is the Buddhist son of the Western Bliss, though his true strength remains uncertain. However, it seems he lost to the holy son of Qintian sect in their previous battle." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, this is an era teeming with geniuses. A random individual cast into the great Qian dynasty would possess the strength of a sect leader. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Xiaoyao Valley, where countless prodigies had already gathered. Quietly awaiting the opening of the gates at that moment, a figure approached slowly behind Lu Chen. "Little junior brother, how have you been?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Chen swiftly turned around. "Senior brother." The newcomer was none other than Jian Xian's Sect's chief. Jian Chen. Behind him, only Lu Ning was present at this point. Lu Ning had also broken through to the Splitting Sea realm, becoming the third disciple of the inner sect to do so. Upon seeing Lu Ning, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Lu Chen's face. Since their parting, they had not met again. Now, encountering each other once more felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Senior sister Lu Ning. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then shifted her gaze towards Yi Ningyi and the others. Yi Ningyi also looked at Lu Ning, and both pairs of eyes momentarily displayed surprise before they averted their gazes elsewhere. Observing this, Jianshan leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, "This is... I forgot to introduce her. This is my master's disciple, Yi Ningyi, the chief of the Holy Yao sect." Upon hearing this, Jianshan gave Lu Chen a thumbs up at that moment. An elder stood solemnly in the void. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Chen's expression tightened slightly. Although Peng Xiao had made efforts to conceal himself, Lu Chen could distinctly sense the demonic aura surrounding him. The opening of the Xiaoyao Valley may indeed harbor treachery. "I am Peng Xiao, the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao Valley is about to open. I ask all esteemed guests to prepare yourselves. While there are great opportunities within, dangers abound as well. I urge all prodigies to proceed with caution." As he spoke, he raised a hand, and the gates of the Xiaoyao Valley began to slowly open. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ningyi attempted to rush inside, but was halted by Lu Chen. "Do not rush. Peng Xiao is suspicious." Although Yi Ningyi held no fondness for Lu Chen, he was the designated leader this time, and she had no choice but to pause, watching as the other prodigies entered. Meanwhile, many remained behind, including the Holy Son of Qiantian and the Buddhist Son. It appeared they too had sensed something amiss at this juncture. Peng Xiao noticed that Lu Chen and the others were unperturbed and quickly urged, "Esteemed guests, the Xiaoyao Valley has opened. If you delay, the opportunities may be seized by others." Ba. The Buddhist son chanted a mantra, but offered no further words. Then Lu Chen stepped forward. Entering with a life does not guarantee exiting alive. At these words, Peng Xiao's expression changed dramatically as he turned to Lu Chen. Yet, Lu Chen remained unafraid, meeting his gaze directly. "What? Am I wrong?" The Holy Son of Qintian laughed heartily. "What this brother says is quite right. One can enter, but it does not ensure they will emerge alive, especially since this is one of the 4 forbidden grounds that it is always wise to be cautious." As he spoke, he offered a slight bow to Lu Chen. "I am Song Ku, the Holy Son of Qintian sect. May I ask for your name, brother?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Jian Xian sect, Lu Chen da. It is brother Lu Chen. My apologies." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Have you heard of my tale? Chapter 54. The visitor comes with malice. The Holy Son of Qiantian smiled faintly. Of course, I recall how brother Lu single-handedly battled the 3 great sex prodigies and vanquished them all. I hold immense admiration for that. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly like to engage in a friendly spar. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, as the Holy Son of the most formidable sect within the great Xia dynasty. He had the audacity to investigate a disciple from the remote Jianxian sect. This Qiantian Holy Son is indeed a man of profound depth. It seems he may be my greatest adversary in this expedition into the secret realm. Though such thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Chen maintained a courteous demeanor. After all, one should not strike at a smiling face. Lu Chen donned a smile, albeit with a hint of seriousness. Naturally, at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from within the gates of the Xiaoyao Valley, drawing everyone's attention that a disciple emerged, his legs shattered, panic etched upon his face. "Help me!" Beside Lu Chen, Yi Ningyi's gaze sharpened. This individual was Wu Lai, the chief of the Tiger Howl sect. His strength had already reached the 1st level of the sea-splitting realm. What manner of foe could inflict such injuries upon him? Before anyone could inquire further, a look of astonishment crossed Peng Xiao's face that he then struck out in horror, delivering a fatal blow to Wu Lai. Seeing this, Lu Chen turned to Peng Xiao, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Peng's sect master, we had yet to inquire about the circumstances, and you have already taken his life. That not a touch hasty. Peng Xiao replied with a calm demeanor. This man is riddled with demonic energy. He has undoubtedly been possessed by the fiends of the demon clan, and thus he must be slain. Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. The demon clan is despicably cunning, clinging to life while attempting to deceive the disciples of humanity for their own survival. Had it not been for your extraordinary prowess, Sect Master Peng, we might have met our demise here. I am grateful for your timely intervention. These words, a flicker of murderous intent passed through Peng Zhao's eyes. Yet Lu Chen appeared unfazed, directing his attention towards the Qiantian Holy Sun and the Buddhist sun before him. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he led Jianshun and the others into the Xiaoyao Valley. Upon reaching the entrance, he cast a challenging glance at Peng Xiao. The likes of Ian met their end at my hands. I must say, your acting skills leave much to be desired. With that, he strode forward with the bewildered Jianshun and Yiningyi in tow, leaving behind a furious Peng Xiao. You insolent wretch, I will see you dead, as Lu Chen entered the Xiaoyao Valley. His expression grew serious. Unlike the previous ancient secret realm, this place was a paradise, filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, and crystal-clear springs. It exuded an ethereal ambience. Yet, Lu Chen understood that this locale was far from what it appeared. At this moment, Jian Chen approached Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had spoken softly to Peng Xiao, the strength of those present allowed them to hear clearly. Junior brother, who is this Ian you spoke of? Yiningyi, her face a mask of shock, interjected. Ian is the second elder of the Xiaoyao sect, his strength having reached the third level of the sea-splitting realm. Not long ago, he was discovered dead less than 10 miles from Xiaoyao town. She then turned to Lu Chen, her expression conflicted. Did you truly kill him? Lu Chen glanced at her, his tone icy. Let me make this clear. I brought you here solely due to my master's connection. Should you seek your own demise, I will not intervene. Do you understand? At the coldness of Lu Chen's voice, the disciples of the Sheng Yao sect trembled. The Lu Chen before them felt like a completely different person compared to before. However, Lu Ning and Jian Chen remained unfazed. They were aware of the harrowing experiences Lu Chen had endured, each a brush with death. With the addition of 7 burdens, anyone would speak in such a manner. At that moment, Lu Chen withdrew a map from his waist, the very one he had obtained from Ian upon seeing the map. The previously skeptical disciples of the Sheng Yao sect were taken aback. For only elders of the Xiaoyao sect were entitled to possess such a document. It was evident that Ian had indeed perished at Lu Chen's hand. This realization dawned upon them. Yiningyi and the others inhaled sharply, their perceptions of their unexpected senior brother beginning to shift. Crossing these 2 chasms and traversing a great river will lead us to the heart of Xiaoyao Valley. However, judging by Peng Zhao's demeanor, this journey will not be without its challenges. With that, Lu Chen turned to Jianshun. Senior brother, senior sister, should we encounter insurmountable obstacles, you must lead the others to safety while I proceed alone. Upon hearing this, Jianshun did not object. He understood that Lu Chen's hidden card was a formidable demon clan elder. Agreed. Once their plan was set, Lu Chen looked at Yining. If you wish to survive, follow closely behind me. Should you be tainted by demonic energy, I will be the first to slay you. This declaration. The faces of Yiningyi and the others turned pale, and they nodded in unison. Regret for venturing into Xiaoyao Valley now filled their hearts. Soon, 2 terrifying presences approached from behind, Qiantian Holy Sun and the Buddhist Sun. Brother Lu, may we accompany you on your journey? Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at the 2. His expression unchanged. Though their strength was formidable, they were within Xiaoyao Valley, with Mo Yuan at his side. The outcome remained uncertain and Onid. Upon hearing this, some disciples of the Sheng Yao sect felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The Qiantian Holy Sun was a paragon among men. With him, their strength would significantly increase. In response, Lu Chen turned to the one who spoke. If you wish to follow them, I shall not hinder you. To his surprise, a few individuals stepped out of the group, making their way towards the Qiantian Holy Sun. Qiantian Holy Sun, may we accompany you? The Qiantian Holy Sun smiled slightly. Of course, please join us. In no time, 3 disciples from the Qin Yao sect left the group to follow the Qiantian Holy Sun. Seeing this, Lu Chen turned to the remaining few. What about you? Yi Ningyi bit her lip. We shall follow senior brother Lu. Lu Chen smiled faintly. You will come to appreciate this decision. Before long, they arrived before a grand hall, where numerous cultivators were engaged in a fierce struggle for a profound tier martial technique. I've got it. The profound tier sword technique. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ning's eyes sparkled that a superior profound tier sword technique, if brought back to the sect, would undoubtedly enhance its strength. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Though the Jianxian sect was composed entirely of sword cultivators, its remote location meant that it possessed only a handful of profound tier sword techniques, and not a single earth tier technique. Lu Chen's expression grew serious. You all proceed ahead. I will retrieve that sword technique. And no sooner had Lu Chen spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Blood-red beams erupted from within the hall. Moments later, Lu Chen emerged from the hall, his white robes pristine and untarnished, holding a profound tier sword technique aloft. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ningyi looked into the hall, now littered with corpses and flowing with blood. Senior brother, is this not a bit too ruthless? Chapter 55. What constitutes cruelty? Ruthless. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. When Jianshun and I entered the ancient secret realm, that was true cruelty. Corpses lay strewn about, limbs severed, rivers of blood flowed. The demon clan shows no mercy to you. Ants should possess the awareness of ants. Those who step into this place must be prepared to lose their heads. With that, Lu Chen secured the sword technique at his waist and continued onward. To his words, Yi Ningyi's complexion turned ashen. Noticing this, Lu Ning approached slowly. Lu Chen's experiences are far beyond what you can imagine. Should he show even a modicum of mercy, it is his life that would be forfeit. The path of a cultivator is one paved with blood. As she spoke, Lu Ning closely followed behind Lu Chen. While others remained oblivious, she was well aware of Lu Chen's tumultuous journey thus far. Harmed by his kin, he had vanquished them. Provoked by rival sects, he had slain them with a single stroke of his sword. His philosophy was simple. The more enemies he eliminated, the fewer would remain. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the first mountain range. Prior to this, Lu Chen had dispatched countless prodigies and seized treasures beyond measure. With the aid of the system, he had reaped numerous benefits. However, as those adversaries were merely at the spirit-severing stage, the useful spoils were scant, save for some medicinal pills, gazing upon the towering mountains before him. Lu Chen immediately activated his nether. 1, 2, 3. Remnants of the demon clan, perhaps? Were the previous opportunities merely a facade? Lu Chen focused his energy in one hand, grasping the Mo Yuan sword. Jianshun and Lu Ning instantly became alert. Recognizing that Lu Chen only revealed the Mo Yuan in the presence of formidable opponents, an indication of the peril that lay ahead. With a swift motion, Lu Chen summoned a beast-taming pearl into his palm. And simultaneously, the bloodthirsty lion materialized. Senior brother, you and sister will be safe with the bloodthirsty lion. There are remnants of the demon clan ahead. Jianshun nodded in agreement, drawing his own sword, steeling himself for the confrontation. Upon witnessing the colossal, bloodthirsty lion, Yi Ningyi and the others were overtaken with awe at a 6th-tier beast. The bloodthirsty lion. Its strength appeared to suggest it had yet to reach maturity. Was this truly the mount of their senior brother? It was equivalent to a cultivator at the sea-splitting realm. No, given its luxuriant mane, even a 3rd-tier sea-splitting cultivator might not stand a chance against it. They turned their gaze towards Lu Chen. Who exactly was this senior brother of theirs? The bloodthirsty lioness advancement was attributed to Lu Chen's casual feeding of blood essence pills and Dao source pills. Although these pills had minimal effect on him, they represented a tremendous opportunity for the bloodthirsty lion. Thus, it had matured into a 6th-tier beast even before reaching adulthood. If it were to reach full maturity, its strength would likely rival that of a 7th-tier beast. At that moment, Lu Chen emanated a terrifying aura as he slowly approached the mountain. The ground was littered with corpses, many of which belonged to sea-splitting realm experts. Observing this, Lu Chen, adhering to his principle of not wasting resources, mournfully collected some of their belongings. Before long, he found himself at the mountainside. Suddenly, hundreds of figures emerged within Lu Chen's sight, radiating potent demonic energy. Upon this realization, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. All sea-splitting realm warriors? It seemed the demon clan's appetite had grown insatiable. Yet, instead of retreating, a hint of a smile graced his lips. With such a wealth of demonic energy, I shall gladly accept. Boom! At the base of the mountain, Jian Shun abruptly lifted his head, staring towards the mountainside. There a surge of demonic energy erupted, far more potent than that found in the ancient secret realms. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Ningyi and the others were struck with terror. Collapsing to the ground, could their senior brother truly contend with such overwhelming demonic energy? In response, Jian Shun smiled slightly. If he were incapable, he would have allowed us to leave earlier. Feeling the suffocating sensation within her heart, Yi Ningyi was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that her senior brother was so formidable? After a prolonged moment, Lu Chen descended from the mountain, dragging 3 corpses behind him. They were indeed the same 3 individuals who had departed with the saint's son of Qiantian. Lu Chen casually discarded them on the ground, his expression indifferent. Take them. I specifically preserved their corpses. Upon seeing the 3 corpses, Yi Ningyi and the other disciples of Shenyao's sect exchanged a glance. Remaining silent, they had become numb to the horrors surrounding them, while Yi Ningyi stored the 3 bodies in her spatial pouch, intending to return them for a proper burial. Senior brother, how did they meet their demise? Demonic energy infiltrated their bodies, and the saint's son of Qiantian, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Naturally, he left to preserve his strength. As he spoke, Lu Chen glanced at the corpses on the ground. They were merely bait. Yi Ningyi bowed slightly to Lu Chen. Thank you, senior brother, for leaving their intact corpses. I am eternally grateful. Do not thank me. I merely seek to provide an explanation to my master. Lu Chen replied. Leading the group further up the mountain, at this juncture, the disciples of Shenyao sect felt a flicker of trepidation, having lost 3 disciples before even traversing 1/10 of the journey. They feared their survival if they continued onward. Observing the hesitant group, Lu Chen smiled gently. You'd best not entertain thoughts of turning back. Do you truly believe that Peng Shao killed Hu Lai merely because of demonic energy? At this, Yi Ningyi slowly raised her head, disbelief etched across her features. Could it be? Lu Chen nodded. He desires for all of us to perish here, as sacrifices to his dark rituals. He is the one who belongs to the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningyi collapsed to the ground. Could it be that we will truly perish here? In response, Lu Chen slowly turned his head. I have said, as long as you do not seek death, I can lead you out. Without waiting for the disciples of Shenyao sect, he proceeded up the mountain. Moments later, Yi Ningyi's gaze solidified with determination as she followed closely behind Lu Chen. At the mountainside, the ground was strewn with dismembered corpses, the majority having been shredded by sword intent. Thick, viscous black blood coated the earth. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ningyi and the others were immediately overcome with nausea, while Lu Chen's gaze fixated on the mountain peak, where he noticed a lone survivor, Lu Chen, sword in hand, steadily advanced towards the summit. There lay an individual upon a massive stone, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Chen approached him, casting a glance that instantly hardened his expression. The others also stepped forward, their eyes wide with shock that a young man clutched a sword in one hand, leaning against the boulder. Half of his face was skeletal, the other half fleshed, a gruesome blood hole marred his dantian, clearly a self-inflicted wound. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the others, he managed a faint smile that I forcibly expelled the demonic energy from my body. I now have no hope of survival. Fellow swordsman, could you grant me a swift end? In response, Lu Chen nodded and swiftly pierced his brow with his sword. Even in death, the swordsman's face bore a hint of relief. After completing this, Lu Chen struck the ground with his sword, creating a fissure to bury the man's remains, inscribing the words Sword Cultivator upon the earth. Having accomplished this, Lu Chen fell silent and continued onward. Throughout this journey, the group encountered countless corpses, including many prodigies at the 3rd and 4th tiers of the sea-splitting realm. Yet here, they were nothing more than lifeless bodies, just thin, a resonant Buddhist chant echoed across the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying black light shooting skyward. Observing this, Lu Chen's expression sharpened, that of Buddha's disciple. His strength could rival that of a king. Why was he engaged in battle here? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen made his way toward the source of the conflict. Before long, they arrived at the battleground. The Buddha's disciple stood resolutely, staff in hand, while facing none other than the saint's son of Qiantian. Li Qianyin, this sword must be delivered to Putuo Temple for purification. Nonsense! I acquired this sword first, so naturally, I have the final say. Hungin, if you obstruct me again, I shall eliminate you on the spot. At that moment, the saint's son of Qiantian wielded a black sword, its dark aura swirling menacingly. Just then, a voice urged Lu Chen from within his consciousness, emanating from Mo Yuan. Upon noticing this, a slight smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Another demonic sword, yet this one had forcibly extracted the demonic soul and been forcefully embedded into the blade. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk that he hadn't anticipated that the battle would escalate so swiftly. Hearing this, Jian Chen, Yi Ningyi, and the others displayed expressions of shock. Jian Chen whispered, "Junior brother, you don't intend to seize that sword, do you?" Lu Chen nodded slightly. In truth, it was not the sword he desired, but rather the ambition of Mo Yuan. He could sense a faint tremor emanating from Mo Yuan. At this moment, Lu Ning began to speak softly. The strength of the Qiantian Saint's son had likely reached the 6th level of the sea-splitting realm, while you are merely at the 2nd level. How could you possibly contend? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen gradually rose to his feet, his entire being surging with true energy. Previously, I bore the burden of calamity wounds, rendering me unable to unleash my full potential. However, after undergoing the baptism of the Thunder Pool, these wounds have been temporarily suppressed. Now, my true strength can finally be realized. As he spoke, 9 strands of spiritual roots simultaneously radiated from him, and in an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Lu Chen's form. This presence caused the breath of everyone present to momentarily stagnate, no longer flowing. Even Jian Chen's face revealed a hint of astonishment as he perceived Lu Chen before him. This power nearly rivaled that of the master. Could this be the true strength of my junior brother now? Yi Ningyi also trembled slightly. This aura was one she had only sensed from her master. Now, Lu Chen possessed such power as well. Is this truly the strength of my senior brother? Lu Chen, feeling the explosive energy coursing through him, took a deep breath. This represents my most formidable combat capability at present. With that, Lu Chen began to gradually dissipate his cultivation. To confront him would be somewhat excessive at that moment. On the distant battlefield, Li Qianyin and the Bodhisattva simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lu Chen's direction, their eyes narrowing. Master Lu Chen. Upon seeing Lu Chen's figure, both of their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. Their strengths were both at the 6th level of the sea-splitting realm, naturally allowing them to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Chen's core. Brother Lu, if you assist me in acquiring this sword, I shall certainly report to the master and ensure your entry into the Qiantian Sect's secret realm for cultivation. Therein lies the profound teachings of Lord Sword Emperor. The Bodhisattva, upon hearing this, hastily added, Master Lu, this individual has already been corrupted by the demon sword. Should he be allowed to escape, he may bring calamity upon the world. If you assist me in delivering this demon sword to Putuo Temple, I am willing to bestow upon you the relic of the great Buddha. Lu Chen's expression remained calm. I absolutely refuse to send this sword to Putuo Temple. Hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Li Qianyin's face, while the Bodhisattva wore a grave expression. Master Lu, do you not comprehend the peril of this sword? You, a mere child of the Buddhist sect, cannot possibly grasp the bond of kinship shared by sword cultivators like Brother Lu and myself. When did I ever claim I would assist you? Upon hearing Li Qianyin's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. What I mean to convey is that I will take this sword. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningyi was left momentarily speechless. The Qiantian secret realm is the most closely guarded secret of the Qiantian sect, rumored to contain the inheritance of the Sword Emperor. And the Sword Emperor was the master of my master's master. Thus there exists a connection between the Qiantian sect and the sacred Yao sect. This was also the reason the junior sisters were willing to follow Li Qinyan previously. The great Buddha relic is even more alluring. It is said to have been forged by the first great Buddha of Putuo Temple, capable of warding off misfortune and attracting good fortune. Should one obtain this relic, they would no longer be troubled by the tribulations of thunder. There have been powerful beings of the Wang realm seeking a relic, offering numerous enticing conditions, only to be turned away. Now, these two are willing to exchange such a treasure. Yet, Lu Chen has refused because of a mere demon sword. Among those present, perhaps only Jianshun can comprehend Lu Chen's actions. He understands Lu Chen's disposition, which has always been hostile towards the demon race. The willingness of his junior brother to reject such temptations for the sake of that demon sword must indicate its significance for Lu Chen's advancement. Just then, Lu Chen made his move that he slowly drew out Mo Yuan, directing his gaze at Li Qinyan. I offer you two choices. Either hand over the sword, and I shall spare your life, or I shall slay you and seize the sword. Upon hearing this, Li Qinyan burst into raucous laughter. A mere second-level sea-splitting cultivator dares to speak to me in such a manner. Do you truly believe that my calling you brother Lu signifies my respect for you? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. There is no third option here. With that, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and a chilling aura radiated from him, albeit slightly less potent than before. There is no need for 9 spiritual roots when dealing with you, demon-suppressing body. Explode for me! Boom! Boom! A series of heavy, resonant heartbeats began to echo, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. A black pattern swiftly spread across Lu Chen's body, and his pupils transformed into an inky black. From afar, the Bodhisattva's expression turned one of horror. Master Lu! Lu Chen smiled calmly, yet there was an unsettling quality to him. Bodhisattva, there is no need for you to conceal it any longer. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed a faint trace of demonic energy. Surely, you are not an ordinary individual? Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva's face paled in terror. He hurriedly grasped his prayer beads and began to chant sutras. The others were equally horrified. The western Pure Land of Putuo Temple has always been a righteous sect dedicated to exorcising demons. How could the Bodhisattva, as the saint of Putuo Temple, possess demonic energy? However, the Bodhisattva's mind was in disarray, and the golden Sanskrit characters covering his body began to turn black. Soon after, his entire being followed suit. His originally gold and red dual-colored cassock abruptly transformed into a black and red combination. Witnessing this, Lu Chen pointed his sword at him, that if you wish to avoid death, do not move. Wait for me to deal with Li Qinyan before I come to eliminate you. Chapter 57. Suppression, Qiantian Saint's Son. Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva quickly retrieved the Immortal Lotus from earlier. Master Lu, I will do my utmost to restrain him. Please act swiftly. Lu Chen nodded, turning his attention to the frenzied Li Qinyan. If he were at his peak, it might pose some challenges, but now he is merely a rabid dog. With that, he summoned his true energy and gradually approached Li Qinyan, holding the sword in his right hand and transforming his left into a palm. He unleashed the Sea Suppression Seal. In an instant, a palm imprint materialized from the void, and a massive pitch-black hand absorbed all the spiritual energy in the surrounding space, emanating a terrifying aura from a distance. Yi Ningyi observed this palm imprint. Having previously harbored doubts about Lu Chen's ability to kill Ian now, she was finally convinced, for this unparalleled seal is a closely guarded secret of the Xiaoyao sect, known only to a select few elders, and now Lu Chen was the one wielding it. Meanwhile, Li Qinyan sensed the palm imprint. His expression turning ferocious, he raised the demon sword, aiming a strike at the palm imprint in the void. Humph! Suppress! Lu Chen bellowed, and the palm imprint descended with ferocity. He then formed a sword with one hand. The sword's apex, the essence of sword intent, emanated from Lu Chen. Jian Shen's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing this aura. The ultimate sword intent. Is this truly the power of my junior brother? At the pinnacle of sword intent, there exists no other. Any sword intent, in comparison, is but an illusion. This is the innate pressure of sword intent. The pinnacle of swordsmanship is the sword deity, even in the gathering Yuan realm. One who comprehends the ultimate sword intent can traverse the entire Xiantian continent. With a single sword, I can cleave the heavens. And now, my junior brother's sword intent has nearly solidified, likely reaching the level of minor accomplishment. Once he achieves perfection, there shall be no rival across the Xiantian continent. Li Qianyan could naturally sense this aura, and his heart sank in fear. In that moment of distraction, the sea suppression seal descended violently, driving him directly into the ground. Lu Chen then formed his left hand once more, the mountain-moving seal. In the next instant, an even more terrifying handprint coalesced. The overwhelming force of suppression was unleashed, rendering Li Qianyan unconscious. With a single wave of his hand, a golden tower descended to suppress him. A scream echoed, and Li Qianyan's aura vanished forever. Having accomplished this, Lu Chen slowly retracted the Daoxin Tower, the earth-shaking seal. Furthermore, Lu Chen did not cease his assault. Instead, he formed another palm and directed it toward the Bodhisattva. Suddenly, the Bodhisattva's form shifted. He was enveloped in black energy. His eyes turned pitch black, that he had succumbed to demonic influence. The Bodhisattva raised his hand, bellowing in anger, and shattered the earth-shaking seal. His form was sent flying. Li Qianyan had barely withstood the first two seals, and even with the enhancement of demonic energy, the Bodhisattva could only manage a meager defense. Observing the Bodhisattva, whose aura had withered on the ground, Lu Chen flicked Mo Yuan from his hand, driving it directly into the Bodhisattva's dantian. At this sight, Yiningi cried out in alarm. "Senior brother, halt!" However, Lu Chen did not heed his words. Instead, he drove Mo Yuan deeper into the wound. Afterward, he slowly withdrew it. Observing this, Yiningi hurried over. "Shi Xiao, the Buddha's son is a faith of the Western Paradise. Now that you have slain him, you will undoubtedly face their vengeance. Who says I have killed him?" At that moment, the Buddha's son coughed lightly, gradually rising from the ground onto the celestial lotus. Despite his grievous injuries, a barely concealed smile graced his face. "I see. Lu Benefactor has the assistance of heavenly fire, which naturally allows him to suppress the demonic energy within. Thank you for your intervention, Lu Benefactor." Upon seeing that the Buddha's son was still alive, Yiningi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen, however, cast a sidelong glance at him. The one within the Buddha's son is a heart demon. Had I not acted suddenly, he may have escaped. As he spoke, he slowly raised Mo Yuan. A swirling black mist emanated from it, moving as if it possessed life. In a moment of confusion, that black mist seemed intent on attacking Lu Chen. Noticing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. "You wish to strike at me? You should first take care of yourself." In the next instant, a vast expanse of demonic energy surged forth, directly pouncing upon the heart demon's essence. In but a brief moment, it was devoured entirely by Mo Yuan. Lu Chen had sensed previously that the demonic energy from Mo Yuan was exceedingly formidable. As an elder of the demon clan, his demonic energy was only inferior to that of the demon emperor. Dealing with such a minor heart demon was merely child's play. After completing this, Lu Chen turned his attention to the corpse of Li Qianyan on the ground and slowly approached, extending his hand. "Ding, retrieval successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 Qi blood pills, 10,000 Dao source pills, 1 Earth tier combat skill, Qiantian Palm, 1 Qiantian secret realm key, and 1 small achievement in Qiantian sword intent. Ding, triggering rewards, recalculating gains. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 Qi blood pills, 100,000 Dao source pills, 1 heaven tier combat skill, Qiantian creation palm, 11 Qiantian secret realm keys, and 1 great achievement in Qiantian sword intent. The Qiantian creation palm, fragment, a technique created by a certain ascended being, when perfected, possesses the power to open the heavens. Upon seeing these rewards, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Soon, an ethereal essence gradually flowed into his body. In an instant, he felt as though his understanding of the sword path had deepened considerably. Moreover, his ultimate sword intent had taken a small step forward, truly worthy of being the Holy Sun. Even the rewards are unparalleled. The Heaven Tier Palm technique, however, would likely remain beyond his reach until he attained the King Realm. He then glanced at the remaining Qiantian Secret Realm keys. What is the purpose of these? As he spoke, he turned to Yi Ningyi, who stood not far away. Ningyi, what is the significance of the Qiantian Secret Realm key? Upon hearing this, Yi Ningyi hurriedly replied, "That be why this time." She had already recognized Lu Chen's strength and no longer dared to address him with her previous demeanor. The Qiantian Secret Realm key can open the Qiantian Secret Realm. Unlike this Xiaoyao Valley, the Qiantian Secret Realm is considered a sacred ground. The opportunities contained within it would even entice the Sword Emperor of Ur, which is also why the Qiantian sect possesses the Sword Emperor's legacy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded. Oh, there is not just one key. Yi Ningyi affirmed with a nod at one point. My master mentioned in passing that there are a total of 20 Qiantian Secret Realm keys. The Qiantian sect possesses only 3, while 7 are in the hands of the Sword Emperor. As for the remaining 10, their whereabouts remain unknown. It is said that when all 20 keys are gathered, the Qiantian Secret Realm shall be opened. Lu Chen furrowed his brow at this revelation. Currently, he held 11 keys. With the remaining 9, they would total exactly 20. The remaining 2 keys of the Qiantian sect were manageable enough, especially since he had just slain the Holy Son of Qiantian, effectively severing ties. After some cultivation, he could simply ascend and seize them as for the 7 keys held by the Sword Emperor. That would require further contemplation, as he had no knowledge of the Sword Emperor's location. After hearing this, Lu Chen picked up the magic sword lying on the ground and examined it closely. Chapter 58, Sword Intent of Floating Life. As he scrutinized it, a sudden surge of demonic energy emanated from the magic sword. This energy coursed through his body and directly surged toward his dantian, seemingly attempting to seize control. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. White dantian holds the demon path tree. You shall serve as nourishment. Indeed, the moment that demonic energy entered Lu Chen's body, it had yet to take action before it encountered a horrifying, devouring force. What in the world is this demon path tree? Who is this kid? However, before he could finish his thoughts, he was consumed entirely by the demon path tree. Lu Chen had only recently learned of the tree's capabilities from Mo Yuan. Now that his prison-suppressing demon body had reached its threshold, further absorption of demonic energy would be a waste. The demon path tree was perfectly suited to store demonic energy. As long as he funneled the energy into the tree, it could be absorbed once the prison-suppressing demon body evolved. Currently, the demon path tree had absorbed over 200 sources of demonic energy. Upon realizing this, Lu Chen casually tossed the sword aside. This sword was merely an ordinary earth-tier long sword, and after being corroded by demonic energy for so long, it was now inferior to even mundane artifacts. Upon seeing Lu Chen discard the long sword, Yi Ningyi's gaze flickered slightly. Shi Xiao, what are you doing? Lu Chen first expressed confusion before glancing at the short sword on the ground and waving his hand dismissively. It serves no purpose. I simply found Li Qianyan insufferable. Insufferable? You reduced him to a pulp merely over that. Upon hearing this, even Jian Qin gasped in disbelief. He had spent considerable time studying the sword, thinking it to be extraordinarily powerful, only to learn it was a matter of personal grievance. Jian Qin slowly spoke. Lu Chen, Li Qianyan did not truly offend you. Why harbor such disdain? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before replying. If I must find a reason, it would be that he sent my junior sisters to their doom, leaving me with no way to explain. Indeed, that is the reason. With that, he turned his gaze toward the mountains ahead. Let us continue on our journey. Our master should have reached the depths of the secret realm by now. All right, at that moment, the Buddha's son called out to Lu Chen, "Lu benefactor, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me in the Western Paradise. Our Putawa Temple shall lend our full support." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, intending to decline. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Very well. Once I resolve my current matters, I shall certainly pay a visit to the Western Paradise. With that, Lu Chen offered a slight bow to the Buddha's son before departing. Initially, he had intended to refuse, as the Western Paradise was too far away, beyond the Xintian continent. However, Mo Yuan urged him to accept, revealing a significant piece of information. The Western Paradise was where the Demon Emperor first ascended. However, due to the golden light of Putuwa Temple, he was forced to retreat. Beneath Putuwa Temple, numerous demonic corpses were suppressed. If he could absorb them, Mo Yuan could ascend directly to the heaven tier. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen readily agreed. In his eyes, they were not mere demonic corpses. They were treasures. All of them were treasures. Soon, after bidding farewell to the Buddha's son, Lu Chen and his companions pressed on toward the depths of the secret realm. As Li Qinyan and the Buddha's son were among the strongest of their generation, Lu Chen encountered little difficulty along the way. Most adversaries were merely individuals afflicted by demonic energy, merely nourishment for Lu Chen. Finally, on the 10th day since their arrival in the secret realm, they reached the outskirts of its depths. Here, they could see the shadow of a great battle unfolding in the distant void. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen finally came to a halt. Seeing this, Yiningyi was filled with confusion. Shi Xiang, why are we stopping here? Shouldn't we seek out our master? Lu Chen glanced at her. Do you think the depths are easily accessible? The outskirts of this secret realm undoubtedly harbor numerous hidden old monsters. Their lifespans are nearing their end, and they are capable of anything. With our current strength, venturing forth would only lead to our demise. Lu Ning stepped forward slowly. If we remain here, will they not take action against us? Lu Chen nodded. They must remain focused on the source of wood. They will certainly not divert their attention to us. However, should we approach, we might become their bargaining chips. What if we cannot enter? Cannot enter? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. There is no place I cannot enter. Speaking, he raised the incubus with one hand. Directly channeling the demonic energy to its utmost limit, a surge of dark radiance, like a shroud over the heavens, instantly surged towards the void that moment. The sounds of battle in the distance abruptly ceased. Such overwhelming demonic energy. Surely, an elder of the demon clan is about to emerge. As members of the human race, we must prioritize the greater good and withdraw our hands. Shall we? However, immediately following was a series of terrifying auras rapidly approaching their direction. Soon, countless powerful beings of the King realm manifested above Lu Chen and the others, among them the figure of Shang Wanyun. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Shang Wanyun's expression momentarily faltered. Everyone disperse. This young man is my disciple. What? At these words, the entire void fell into a profound silence. The disciple of the Sword Emperor. He must possess extraordinary talent. But why does this young man only have the strength of the second level of the sea-splitting realm? As they spoke, they couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen. As for probing, that was something they wouldn't dare to consider. With Shang Wanyun present, who would have the audacity? Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Shang Wanyun slowly descended. You did this? Naturally. At that moment, Yiningyi noticed Shang Wanyun's figure and hurriedly paid her respects. I am the junior Yiningyi. Honored to meet you, Sword Emperor. Wait. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression momentarily froze. You are the Sword Emperor? Shang Wanyun nodded. Who else could it be? Who in the world would dare to claim the title of Sword Emperor? Hearing this, Lu Chen extended a hand. Produce it. Shang Wanyun furrowed his brow. What item? Of course, the inheritance of the Sword Emperor and the key to the Qintian secret realm. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyun's brow slightly furrowed. Did I not already give you these items? Give me. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Suddenly, an inconspicuous ring appeared in his mind. Could it be that there are indeed treasures within that storage ring? Shang Wanyun shot him a sidelong glance. Nonsense. Although my treasures are few, the explanations of my lifelong cultivation reside within. Along with the key you seek and more. You truly believe I am destitute. I have traveled across the continent for 100 years and have encountered my fair share of fortunes. Meanwhile, in the Holy Yao Sect, Dan Tai Ling did not head to the Xiaoyao Valley, but instead brought Ling Qianxian for cultivation. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent erupted from the back mountain. Dan Tai Ling's gaze flickered. Her heart shaken. This sword intent cannot be mistaken. The floating life sword intent. Brother actually left the inheritance to this girl. Chapter 59. The source of wood, seeking votes, seeking praise, in the Xiaoyao Valley. Just as Lu Chen and Shang Wanyun were engaged in conversation, a dull thud suddenly resonated from the ground. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyun's expression tightened slightly. They have arrived? What has arrived? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Just as his words fell, a sound reminiscent of gushing spring water echoed, "I tea this." A hint of confusion crossed Lu Chen's face. He slowly turned his gaze towards the distance, only to see a blood-colored stream, as thick as a barrel, slowly flowing toward the center. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. This must not come into contact with the grand formation. Hearing this, Shang Yun's belief was unwavering. He acted swiftly, a golden sword edge appearing in his hand, and then struck down with great force. A soaring sword radiance, like a thunderclap, directly cleaved towards the blood-colored stream below. Yet that stream, like a maggot in the bone, actually began to rise slowly along the sword radiance. Observing this, Lu Chen's gaze flickered. This is bad. He stepped forward, instantly activating the earth-shattering seal. A palm imprint crashed down, attempting to create a pit in the path of the blood-colored stream, intending to lead it inside. Suddenly, from a distance, a more profound sound echoed again, as if something was about to break through the earth. The blood-colored stream, sensing the call, quickened its pace in the eyes of the onlookers. This blood-colored stream surged directly into the source of the dull sound. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The ground began to crack, and terrifying black patterns slowly emerged from beneath. "Ha! I welcome my master!" Peng Xiao, having rushed from an unknown location, directly knelt before the grand formation. Witnessing this, everyone's gaze trembled. "Peng Xiao, you dare to collude with the demon clan. You have betrayed our human race's prodigies." Hearing this, a sinister expression appeared on Peng Xiao's face. "I have been stuck at the sea-splitting realm for 100 years, yet barred from crossing this threshold, while my master merely gestures and I am granted entry into the king realm. They are merely a few prodigies. Their deaths matter little, compared to my king realm. Their demise is worth it." Humph. Upon hearing this, Shang Yun's expression turned cold. "How could the Xintian continent produce such a vile creature as you? What a waste of the great beings who fought and bled." Speaking, Shang Yun struck out in shock, aiming a palm towards Peng Xiao. Seeing this, Peng Xiao not only showed no fear, but instead wore a terrifying smile. "Before my master, you cannot kill me." As he spoke, he drew his sword and committed suicide atop the grand formation. Witnessing this, everyone stood dumbfounded. They had thought Peng Xiao would resist for a while, yet he died just like that to this moment. Within Lu Chen, the long quiet demonic tree suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Something is amiss at that moment. A terrifying radiance erupted from the grand formation, engulfing everyone. Then, beneath the grand formation, a wave of horrifying demonic energy surged skyward, directly rushing into Peng Xiao's body. Before everyone's eyes, Peng Xiao's form began to writhe, ultimately reshaping into human form. Such a formidable aura! Lu Chen narrowed his gaze, his expression grave. Just then, a tremor emanated from the ink abyss in his hand, hinting at an undercurrent of excitement. It is an elder of the demon clan, and the source of what resides within him. He glanced at Shang Yun not far away and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, a trace of confusion appeared on Shang Yun's face. "Are you certain?" Lu Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Shang Yun looked towards Peng Xiao. If that is the case, then he must be eliminated. At this moment, some of the elders surrounding, upon seeing the demon before them, rapidly fled. That if they left now, they might still have a few years to live. However, if they were to be tainted by the demonic energy, they would surely perish here. Moreover, with the Sword Emperor present, even if they tried to seize the opportunity, it would be impossible to obtain. Soon, all the elders within the secret realm began to depart one after another. Finally, only Shang Yun, Lu Chen, and a few others remained. Witnessing this, Shang Yun could not help but curse. They are all ungrateful wretches. They come when there are benefits, but leave when there are none. How foolish of me to personally invite you all. Speaking, Shang Yun turned to Lu Chen. "You take them out first. I will slay him and retrieve that item." Lu Chen shook his head slightly. "You take them out. I shall handle this matter." Hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Peng Xiao's strength was already nearing the king realm, and even Shang Yun himself would find it somewhat challenging to deal with. Yet Lu Chen spoke such words. Junior apprentice brother, with the Sword Emperor present, there is no need to take risks. Lu Chen hurriedly interjected. Lu Ning followed closely. Lu Chen, this person is not someone you can contend with. You should leave it to the Supreme Elder. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. If I kill him, my strength will see a substantial increase. Moreover, I have my own methods to deal with him. While the others debated, Shangguan Yun directly agreed. Very well, this person shall be entrusted to you. Saying this, he waved to the others. Let us depart. However, Yuningyi wanted to say something, but was directly swept away by Shangguan Yun's hand. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief. In the distance, Peng Xiao, upon seeing Lu Chen standing alone, let out a roar towards the heavens. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Now, even Shangguan Yun has abandoned you. Today, I shall make you pay blood for blood. Hearing this, a smirk played upon Lu Chen's lips. Do you not wish to know why they have departed? As the conversation unfolded, Lu Chen's hand suddenly became still. In his grasp appeared a small tree of pitch-black hue. The moment the demonic tree materialized, the demonic energy within the entire Xiaoyao Valley surged forth as if it had found an outlet, flowing relentlessly toward the demonic tree. Even the demonic energy emanating from Peng Xiao was drawn toward the tree. Concurrently, his strength began to wane gradually, halting at the first level of the King Realm. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Peng Xiao's face. The demonic tree. This artifact belongs to my demon clan's sacred trees. How could it possibly be in your hands? That is a question for your left protector. Just as Lu Chen's words fell, the Jinyu demon body erupted with sudden ferocity. Previously, I had concealed my internal demonic energy to hide my strength. Now, with only you and me present, there is no longer a need for such concealment. Jinyu demon body, explode. In an instant, Lu Chen's true energy dissipated, replaced by an overwhelmingly dense demonic energy, far surpassing that of Peng Xiao. Upon witnessing this, astonishment marred Peng Xiao's expression. How could this be possible? You, a mere human, possess such terrifying demonic energy. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the sword in Lu Chen's hand. Mo Yuan. Sensing this aura, a look of disbelief filled Peng Xiao's eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you still be alive? Mo Yuan's consciousness gradually melded into Lu Chen's body, a slight smile gracing his lips. I could see this moment. Lu Chen's strength had reached the pinnacle of the sea-splitting realm. I relish witnessing your astonished expressions. For it is in these moments that I derive the most pleasure from vanquishing you. Chapter 60. It succeeded. Additional chapter, seeking votes, seeking praise, outside Xiaoyao Valley. Lu Ning paced anxiously, her face etched with concern. Observing this, Jian-Shun hastily attempted to reassure her. Junior sister, there is no need to fret excessively. Given Lu Chen's prowess, he is unlikely to encounter any mishaps. He had personally witnessed the Supreme Elder of the Demon Clan intervening to save Lu Chen. Although his strength is not at its peak, rescuing Lu Chen should pose no problem. Yet upon hearing this, Lu Ning's worries did not abate. While Lu Chen had slain Li Qinyan of the 6th level of the sea-splitting realm, Peng Xiao possessed the strength of the King Realm. The chasm between their powers was insurmountable for junior brother. Lu Ning gradually lifted her gaze toward the resting figure of Shangguan Yun. Supreme Elder, are you truly so at ease leaving junior brother alone there? In response, Shangguan Yun slightly opened his eyes, concerned, yes. However, if we remain there, we would only hinder him as his elder sister. You should understand his character. Perhaps there are certain matters that can only be revealed in our absence. If he could defeat Peng Xiao, I shall take pride in him. If he falls to Peng Xiao's hand, it would be a result of his inadequate training. A failure of my guidance. Should that occur, even if I were to perish, I would still strive to level the 4 great secret realms. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback. She knew that Lu Chen harbored many secrets within him. But would these truly enable him to survive? Within Xiaoyao Valley, after Mo Yuan fused with Lu Chen, he waved his hand decisively. The Daoxian Tower descended ominously, aimed directly at Peng Xiao for suppression. Although it could not directly slay him, under the dual pressure of the demonic tree and the Daoxian Tower, Peng Xiao was rendered no more than an ant. Seeing this, Peng Xiao hastily revealed his true form. Enveloped in swirling demonic energy, attempting to block the impending strike. Yet Mo Yuan would not grant him such an opportunity. Great Elder, it is time for you to join your left protector. Fear not. I shall ensure you and those 7, along with that old fellow, reunite. As the words left his lips, Mo Yuan cleaved down, severing his head, and then shattered it with a single hand. Kid, I have expended quite a bit this time. I fear I shall need to slumber for a while. You handle the aftermath. Just as Mo Yuan's words concluded, Lu Chen regained control of his body, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He realized he had exerted himself to the limit, triggering the recurrence of his injuries. He gazed at the corpse of Peng Xiao not far away, hastily moving closer. Ding! Recovering Chun Gong, congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Qi blood pills. 100,000 Dao source pills, a portion of the Demon Clan's essence, and a portion of the wood essence. Think such a formidable individual did not trigger a doubling effect. How utterly disappointing. Fortunately, the wood essence is present. In Lu Chen's palm. A swirling green mist radiated a powerful life force. Under the illumination of this life force, the previously ravaged ground around him flickered with vibrant green light. Moments later, within a 10-mile radius centered on Lu Chen, vitality surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Ultimately, it was the burning sensation from his internal injuries that snapped him back to reality. First and foremost, he needed to heal those injuries. With that, he opened his mouth wide, swallowing the wood essence whole. Subsequently, he activated the transformation technique, commencing absorption. In an instant, a terrifying life force coursed through his entire being. Meanwhile, above Mo Yuan, crimson flames seemed to sense something, gradually flowing toward Lu Chen. When the flames made contact with Lu Chen's skin, he did not experience any burning sensation. Instead, he felt a warm aura gently converging toward the site of his injuries. Ultimately, the green life force and the red warmth intertwined. The injuries at his dantian began to visibly retract, vanishing completely. Just then, a further transformation occurred within him. After absorbing countless pills over the past 2 months, the spiritual energy that had long been stagnant within him rebounded instantaneously. The 9 spiritual roots grew visibly, propelling him to the pinnacle of the sea-splitting realm. He even faintly sensed the possibility of breaking into the king realm. Observing this, Lu Chen hurriedly suppressed this surge of energy, diligently solidifying and refining it. Ultimately, he constrained his realm at the 5th level of the sea-splitting realm. Only then did Lu Chen slowly rise to his feet. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, should I have broken through directly, my true energy foundation would have been too tenuous, potentially leaving me forever stagnant at the king realm. That moment, he gradually lifted his hand, exerting a slight force. Instantly, a formidable explosive power surged from within him. He then smote downward with his palm, unleashing a terrifying oppressive force that emanated from the void above. This was the earth-shattering seal. So this is the 5th level of the sea-splitting realm. If I were to encounter Li Qinyan again, I could suppress him with a single hand. Even that Peng Xiao would be no match for me. Lu Chen stretched his form, then retrieved the demon core he had obtained earlier. This core had been absorbed by the demonic tree. It had not been directly refined. Could this be what Senior Mo Yuan spoke of? The item that would allow my physical form to evolve. Indeed, it is far richer than the previous demon essence. With that thought, he activated the Jinyu demon body, commencing absorption. The instant the demon core was absorbed, a shattering sound resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. For his Jinyu demon body, which had been stagnant for so long, had finally crossed that threshold. Boom! Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly. Outside Xiaoyao Valley, Shangguan Yun's figure shifted, his gaze directed toward the sky above Xiaoyao Valley. There, purple tribulation clouds were slowly gathering in the heavens, from which sporadic purple lightning crackled. The others, though slow to react, also began to notice this bizarre spectacle. Why Ningyi paused momentarily. What is this? Lu Ning's eyes flickered with surprise, filled with joy. The purple cloud divine thunder. Lu Chen has succeeded. Then she suddenly recalled the scene of Lu Chen crossing tribulation previously. and her body trembled that time. Merely the red cloud divine thunder had nearly slain Lu Chen. Now, could he withstand the purple cloud divine thunder? Just as she was consumed by worry, the tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Good lad. He indeed succeeded. Witnessing this, Shang Huanyun's face revealed a hint of excitement. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen's figure emerged from Xiaoyao Valley. Upon seeing Shang Huanyun, Lu Chen offered a slight bow. Master, I have not failed my mission. Shang Huanyun nodded slightly. Indeed, your current strength likely leaves you unmatched among your peers in this dynasty, embodying a fraction of my former grace. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen curled his lips in disdain, choosing not to speak. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Shang Huanyun remarked, Very well, let us proceed to the Xingyao sect. Although we have suffered some losses, it is a consequence of their own actions. They have no one to blame but themselves. Chapter 61. The ancient floating pagoda clan within the Xingyao sect. Upon receiving Lu Chen's report, Dan Tailing did not elaborate further. She understood that the path of cultivators was fraught with uncertainty regarding life and death. If one sought opportunities, one must possess the resolve to face death. Dan Tailing cast a glance at Yi Ningyi and softly inquired, Did you gain anything from this journey? Upon hearing this, Yi Ningyi looked at Lu Chen. Subsequently, she retrieved 7 manuals from her storage pouch, 2 of which were Earth-tier mental techniques, while the rest comprised superior Xian-tier sword techniques. Observing this yield, Dan Tailing nodded in approval. Not bad. There's indeed some reward. Hearing this, Yi Ningyi's fair face flushed slightly. These were all obtained by senior brother Lu from other prodigies. In response, Dan Tailing nodded. In this world, the survival of the fittest prevails. The techniques naturally belong to the capable. His actions are not to be condemned. This moment, Shang Huanyun turned his gaze to Jianshan. What about your gains? Jianshan chuckled wryly. Almost all the techniques along the way were seized by the junior brother, roughly a dozen, all Xian-tier, including 3 Earth-tier. Shang Huanyun nodded. This lad shows a degree of integrity. He did not forget his roots in the face of temptation. Hearing this, Jianshan glanced at Lu Ning, but chose not to elaborate. As their senior brother, he could discern the subtle tension in their relationship. However, Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged, which relieved Jianshan somewhat. He then turned his attention back to Lu Chen. Junior brother, will you be returning with us to the Jianxian sect, or will you continue your travels across the continent? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. I intend to wander along the main roads, while also seeking news of my mother. Where is your mother? Jianshan inquired. Yet, Lu Chen shook his head. I do not know her whereabouts. Only that her name is Fu Tu Shui. Upon hearing the name Fu Tu Shui, both Shang Huanyun and Dan Tailing turned to Lu Chen, their eyes alight with a glimmer of realization. You are a descendant of the ancient floating pagoda clan. A look of understanding dawned upon their faces, and oh wonder your talent is so extraordinary. It turns out you carry the bloodline of the ancient floating pagoda clan within you. Hearing this, Lu Chen sighed and subsequently revealed his identity. However, his heart raced with excitement, for it seemed that the two possessed knowledge of the ancient floating pagoda clan. With this thought, he directly knelt before them. Master Ant, please share with me any information regarding the ancient floating pagoda clan. Seeing this, Dan Tailing exchanged a glance with Shang Huanyun, conveying a silent question. In response, Shang Huanyun sighed. Very well, you will find out sooner or later. The region where you reside is not the entirety of the Xiantian continent. At best, it could be considered merely the northern domain. South of the South Sea lies another land, governed by 3 major clans, the Dan Tai, Shangguan, and Floating Pagoda It was these 2 who crossed the sea to arrive here. At this point, Shang Huanyun looked at Lu Chen. I know I cannot dissuade you, but one thing is certain. Until you reach the King Realm, do not let the ancient Floating Pagoda clan discover your existence. They value bloodline purity above all else and would never permit the existence of one with such a diluted bloodline as yours. They would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Thank you for the warning, Master. With that, he departed from the Xingyao sect, heading toward the South Sea. Initially, he had intended to explore the Qiantian secret realm. But now that he had received news of his mother, he could hardly contain his excitement. Before long, he left the Xia dynasty and arrived at the Qin dynasty. After some time, he reached the skies above Jiangdu City. Gazing at the Lu residence, which he had not visited for a long while, he felt a stirring in his heart. He turned and made his way directly toward the Lu family. Moments later, Lu Chen gently descended into the main hall of the Lu family, this time. The Lu family courtyard had expanded significantly compared to before, and several Yuan gathering realm guards had been added. Likely due to Uncle Lu's efforts, this thought brought a warm feeling to Lu Chen's heart that moment. Lu Zhengming and Lu Tianyu heard the commotion and stepped out. Upon seeing Lu Chen, they froze momentarily, then rushed forward with faces full of excitement. Chener, why have you returned? Were you expelled from the Jianxian sect? Hearing this, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. As expected, they're my kin. He then spoke slowly. I was out training and happened to pass through Jiangdu City, so I decided to return for a visit. Upon hearing this, both Lu Tianyu and Lu Zhengming's faces illuminated with Joy, our ancestors' blessing. Our Lu family has finally produced a dragon. As he spoke, Lu Zhengming led Lu Chen outside. Come, tonight I shall host a grand banquet in Jiangdu City and invite the entire city. However, Lu Chen waved his hand. There is no need for such extravagance. A simple family meal will suffice. Hearing this, a hint of difficulty crossed Lu Zhengming's face. This moment was quickly captured by Lu Chen. No, it is essential to invite some relatives and friends to gather together. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. Grandfather, please speak plainly. Has the Lu family encountered some trouble? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengming sighed. Chener, after dinner, you should return to the sect. The Lu family is in grave danger. These words. Lu Chen's heart raced with alarm. What exactly has happened? At this moment, Lu Tianyu spoke slowly. Not long ago, you achieved great merit, and Master Lu personally came to congratulate you, bringing countless pills and riches. It is precisely because of this that our Lu family has drawn the attention of the Black Wind Stronghold. Recently, they demanded that we surrender all rewards, or else they would slaughter all members of the Lu family. The leader of the Black Wind Stronghold possesses the strength of the sea-splitting realm, making him invincible within 100 miles. With a mere wave of his hand, storms arise. Even if you join the Jianxian sect, you would likely be no match for him. After dinner, you must leave and ensure the Lu family has a future. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened. The Lu family will not come harm. Father, where is the Black Wind Stronghold located? Lu Tianyu's face registered shock. The Jilong mountain range came to reply that it is a small mountain range not far from Jiangdu City, often overlooked due to its remoteness. Yet at this moment, a group there is celebrating enthusiastically. The Black Wind leader, you truly have foresight, following the rewards from the royal capital. Otherwise, we would never have been able to obtain such resources in our lifetime. Hearing this, the Black Wind leader scoffed dismissively. If those pills were given to two useless Yuan gathering realm cultivators, wouldn't that be a waste? I intend to make the most of my resources. At that moment, one among them wore a conflicted expression. Boss, I've heard that the lad from the Lu family has joined the Jianxian sect. If we proceed in this manner, will it not provoke their retaliation? Chapter 62. Murderous Gaze. The Black Wind leader laughed derisively. I have gathered all the information. That boy has barely entered the Jianxian sect for less than a year, 18 most. He is just an external disciple. The strongest person he can engage with is merely an outer sect elder at the spirit-severing realm. Even if his talents are exceptional and he enters the inner sect, I can easily slay him like a dog. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the distant void. Lu Chen stood upon the air, his gaze icy as he regarded the Black Wind and his cohorts. Witnessing this, the group was struck with astonishment. Their inebriation dissipating in an instant, he walks upon the air. Boss, he is a formidable sea-splitting realm expert. The Black Wind leader kicked one of his men aside. I can see that. Then the Black Wind leader cupped his hands in greeting to Lu Chen. His expression grave. I am Black Wind. I am unaware of what brings you to my stronghold at such a late hour. In response, Lu Chen smiled faintly. You just wish to kill me. Now you inquire about my business? Do you lack the wit to comprehend? Upon hearing these words, He Feng felt a sudden jolt of terror within his heart. You are Lu Chen, he stammered, swallowing hard. When Lu Chen departed, he was merely at the Gathering Yuan realm. Yet upon his return, he had ascended to the Splitting Sea realm. In just a year, he had traversed an entire major realm. Is such a feat truly achievable by a mortal? In the void above. Lu Chen heard this proclamation and smiled faintly. Correct, and there shall be a reward. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and his nether eye activated in an instant. Before Hei Feng and the others could utter another word, their souls began to dissipate. Under the influence of the source of wood, his nether eye had undergone an evolution. For those at the first level of the Splitting Sea realm and below, he could snuff out their lives in an instant. Observing this, Lu Chen simultaneously severed Hei Feng's head while searching through his belongings, displaying it prominently above the city gate of Jiangdu, a deterrent for others. Subsequently, he did not return to the Lu family, but instead headed directly towards the South Sea, for he could not afford to pause. Halt would breed too many concerns as the sole descendant of the Lu family. He could not falter. He gazed towards Jiangdu, murmuring, "Father, rest assured, even if I face annihilation, I shall bring mother back." In the South Sea at Qingtang Bay, this locale marked the southernmost edge of the northern region. According to Shangguan Yun, there existed a spirit vessel bound for the southern region. Aboard were the most desperate and ruthless individuals. Soon, Lu Chen beheld a spirit vessel docked by the southern sea. He approached slowly, offering a mid-grade spirit crystal as payment. This served as his ticket. Presently, the wealth he possessed in elemental crystals could rival the royal treasury of the Deqian dynasty. After all, he had acquired numerous elemental crystals from a single corpse. The man standing by the vessel cast a glance at Lu Chen and nodded. "You may board. However, should any enemies pursue before the vessel departs, we shall not intervene." Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in understanding. At that moment, three burly men exchanged glances and approached Lu Chen with lewd grins. "Little brother, you seem quite affluent. Care to lend us some for our amusements?" Boom! Upon hearing this, Lu Chen slowly turned. Assessing the trio, point one was at the 7th level of spirit severing, while the other two were at the 6th. The trio laughed heartily upon hearing Lu Chen articulate their strengths. "What is the matter, kid?" "Afraid. Hand over your money obediently." In response, Lu Chen smiled indifferently. "Since I began my cultivation, I've only taken from others. Never has anyone managed to extract a single coin from me." As he spoke, he concentrated his energy, sealing the sea imprint. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a colossal palm imprint descended from the void, obliterating the three into a pulp. Lu Chen then dusted off his hands. Three worthless fools that ate tea this moment. Those preparing to board the vessel swallowed hard. Those were three formidable spirit-severing realm warriors, yet they had been crushed into mere flesh. Who on earth is this youth? Possessing such power? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "I have seen this person before. He single-handedly vanquished the new generation of the Qiantian Saint Sun. He is revered as the pinnacle of this generation." Lu Chen, the Qiantian Saint Sun, was a 6th-level Splitting Sea realm expert. Truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, others hastily distanced themselves from Lu Chen, fearing that a single misstep might lead to their demise. They had come here to escape, not to meet their end. Observing the situation around him, Lu Chen smiled faintly. This was the effect he desired. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys would ensure that no one would dare to provoke him. Indeed, just as he anticipated after boarding the vessel. Although it was crowded, no one dared to trouble him. All kept their distance. Just when Lu Chen thought he would pass through this journey unscathed, a figure approached him. Suddenly, a pungent odor of alcohol mixed with a foul stench assailed his senses. Lu Chen frowned and looked at the disheveled old man before him. "Who are you?" The old man chuckled, revealing his 2 rows of yellowed teeth. "You can call me the drunkard, should you wish. Young friend, that I presume your journey to the southern region is to seek the 7 Killings ruins." "The 7 Killings ruins?" Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of confusion. "What is that?" The drunkard, noticing Lu Chen's genuine bewilderment, chuckled. "I take it this is your first visit to the southern region. Allow me to enlighten you." However, the drunkard glanced at his wine jug, hesitating. Observing this, Lu Chen wasted no time and tossed a mid-grade elemental crystal to the drunkard. This would serve as compensation for the information. The drunkard accepted the crystal and promptly exchanged it for the finest wine aboard the vessel, taking a sip that revealed his rapture. The Seven Killings ruins are the remnants of the Seven Killings sect after its demise. At least half of the people on this ship are here for those ruins. Though the Seven Killings sect has vanished, its treasured artifact, the Seven Killings sword, remains elusive. It is said that the Seven Killings sword is a low-grade heavenly tier blade, sharp enough to slice through hair. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had already given the Qingfeng sword to Qian Xian, and he was in need of a suitable longsword. As for the Mian, its demonic energy was too overwhelming. If he were to produce it, he would likely become a target. The Seven Killings sword indeed sounded appealing. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. Ahead lies the Thunder Domain. Should you be swept in, I shall bear no responsibility for your demise. Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze flickered. He looked towards the front of the spirit vessel, where dense black clouds loomed ominously. The drunkard hastily retreated into the cabin. Little brother, you should hide quickly. The thunder is exceedingly fierce. Even splitting sea realm experts perish upon contact. In response, Lu Chen paid him no mind and continued to sip his wine. Boom! Just then, a bolt of thunder descended with ferocity, shocking everyone. Chapter 63. The charm of that palm. Seeking votes, seeking praise, just as everyone presumed Lu Chen would meet his end amidst this hellish thunder. He stood slowly, stepping into the void. The crowd was taken aback, including several splitting sea realm experts. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? Thunder has claimed the lives of many splitting sea realm experts. Why concern yourself? He is merely a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Sighed one. Alas, another soul shall fall to the thunder. They had chosen the spirit vessel to evade the thunder. Yet now Lu Chen seemed determined to court death. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes widened in shock. Why heavens! This man's physique is extraordinarily robust. He must possess a body renowned on the body ranking. At this moment, in the void above, Lu Chen gripped a bolt of blue lightning tightly in his hand. A look of intrigue upon his face. This sensation felt eerily akin to that encountered within the thunder pool. Was it mere illusion? He gazed at the black clouds of tribulation overhead, pondering before gradually ascending. Witnessing this, the onlookers aboard the vessel gaped in disbelief. What on earth is he trying to accomplish? The drunkard pondered, suddenly struck by fear. Could it be that this lad is eyeing the source of that lightning? Gasp! Previously, a King Realm expert had perished in pursuit of the lightning source. Struck down by a bolt of red lightning, it appeared history might repeat itself. Indeed, at that moment, a red tribulation cloud began to coalesce in the void. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to look again. Even a King Realm's physique could not withstand this tribulation. How could a mere splitting sea realm expert endure it? In the void, Lu Chen focused his energy and reached out towards the tribulation cloud. He seized a deep blue lightning bolt in his grasp. Is this the source of the lightning? It seems rather lackluster. With that, Lu Chen opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. And then everything went dark. After completing this act, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the ominous red cloud of tribulation. You again. Last time, I nearly fell by your hand. Now you dare to employ the same trick. As he spoke, the ominous clouds began to dissipate slowly on the spirit vessel. The others observed this phenomenon with expressions of envy. They could hardly believe that this young man was so fortunate. The Qishao Thunder Tribulation had spared him. Surely, he must be the favored child of destiny. No, wait. What is he planning? Why is he charging toward the tribulation clouds once more? Could it be that he intends to intercept the thunder? Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. In less than a moment, Lu Chen had astonished them multiple times. His actions were utterly unconventional. Just then, the Qishao tribulation clouds seemed to become incensed, unleashing 3 bolts of Qishao thunder directly at Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen concentrated, gripping the 3 bolts of thunder tightly with one hand while extending the other toward the clouds. With a sudden tug, he forcibly extracted a strand of crimson thunder essence. Feeling the numbing sensation coursing through his hand, Lu Chen shook his head slightly. It was a pity, however, that it was not the violet thunder essence that on the spirit vessel. Everyone was rendered speechless. their worldviews beginning to crumble. Remarkably, he still sought the violet divine thunder's essence. Some, undeterred by fear, attempted to test the power of the thunder themselves. However, the moment they stepped out, they were obliterated into dust by the lightning. Witnessing this, the others relinquished any thoughts of venturing outside to that moment. A blinding ray of sunlight pierced through the void. The realm of thunder was finally over. Lu Chen then returned to his previous seat and resumed drinking. By now, the gazes of the others toward Lu Chen had transformed, as if they beheld a monster. At this juncture, the drunkard approached Lu Chen, his demeanor markedly more respectful than before. "Young friend, I possess a map to the Seven Killings ruins. If you do not mind, I can pass it on to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, an reward without effort. "Speak. What are your conditions?" The drunkard chuckled awkwardly, his expression revealing embarrassment. "Within the Seven Killings Sect ruins lies an item belonging to an old friend, known as the Condensing Emerald Mirror. It is merely an item, so naturally, you may not find it of interest. Therefore, I wonder if Lu Chen did not refuse, for all he sought was the Seven Killings Sword." Soon, a dark line appeared on the horizon. The Xintian continent, southern region. After a considerable time, the spirit vessel finally came to a halt, and the passengers immediately scattered, in the blink of an eye. Only Lu Chen and the drunkard remained. "Young friend, shall we proceed directly, or would you prefer to rest for a while?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment. There was no rush. That object had eluded capture for so long, it would likely remain undiscovered for a while longer. The journey had been tumultuous, and I feel somewhat fatigued. Let us rest first. Very well. Since witnessing Lu Chen's prowess, the drunkard had been completely obedient to him. After all, there could scarcely be another person on the entire Xintian continent capable of grasping the Qishao Thunder Tribulation with bare hands. The two sought out an inn and checked in truth. Lu Chen was not particularly weary. He simply needed to absorb the essence of the Qishao Thunder. After deliberation, he gathered all the medicinal pills he had previously obtained and swallowed them alongside the Crimson Thunder essence. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes that moment. Within the depths of his pupils, countless strands of lightning extended. He concentrated his energy in one hand, causing the true qi within to surge. Simultaneously, crimson bolts of lightning danced around him, creating a fearsome spectacle. Not only had he broken through to the 6th level of the sea-splitting realm, but he had also gained unexpected rewards. He stepped out of his room and made his way toward the nearby mountain range. Hearing the commotion, the drunkard followed silently behind him. After searching the mountains for quite some time, Lu Chen's gaze finally settled upon a 6th-tier demon beast. The sword Rhinoceros Dragon. This beast possessed formidable defenses. Even an ordinary 5th-level sea-splitting realm expert would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Yet Lu Chen merely focused his energy with one hand before striking the sword Rhinoceros Dragon with a single palm. Boom! That seemingly casual palm strike instantly obliterated the sword Rhinoceros Dragon into dust. Witnessing this, the drunkard was left in a state of shock. Could a mere human unleash such power? One strike, and the sword Rhinoceros Dragon was reduced to nothingness. Lu Chen himself was equally astounded, for with the beast shattered, he could not collect its remains or equipment. It appeared this move could not be used carelessly. Behind him, the drunkard nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the cruelty of the ACT, Lu Chen shook his head. If one were to obliterate their enemies, they could not collect their treasures. That simply will not do. The drunkard's expression momentarily faltered. Chapter 64. The Seven Killings Ruins. This young man, does he intend to kill and seize treasures? Just as the drunkard was lost in thought, Lu Chen turned slowly. Let us set off now. Upon hearing this, the drunkard's face lit up with excitement. Excellent, we shall depart at once. Along the way, the drunkard explained the situation in the southern region to Lu Chen. His words indicated a deep familiarity with this land. The southern region is divided into two realms, Yin and Yang, with the Luhar River serving as the boundary. South of the river lies the Yang realm, while north of it is the Yin realm. The situation here is not as complex as in the northern region, with only two major factions. The first is the Zongheng Academy, and the second is the Tianji Institute. These two factions are the most powerful in their respective realms, and those who can enter are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. The Seven Killings sect, having conspired with the demon race, was ultimately suppressed by these two factions and vanished from the continent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in understanding. The Seven Killings ruins are a great distance away, and he had left the bloodthirsty Mad Lion with Ling Qianxian as a mount. Thus, the journey would take some time. After a while, the two passed through a town, Chuyang City. The drunkard needed to procure some liquor, so they stopped briefly. Just as they were about to exit the town, a sudden shout rang out from behind them. "Get out of the way! Don't block my path!" Hearing this, Lu Chen slowly turned around to look. He saw a youth clad in a green robe, appearing quite affluent, riding a tiger-like demon beast through the streets. When the youth noticed Lu Chen's reluctance to move, he shouted again, "Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of the way?" At this, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, broad daylight, rampaging through the streets, and yet he dares to speak so insolently. He concentrated and struck the demon beast's head with one hand. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, and the beast fell dead on the spot, sending the youth tumbling to the ground. The onlookers gasped in horror. "It's over. He actually killed the mount of the Chen family's young master." With that, the crowd hurriedly retreated into their homes. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. At that moment, a kind-hearted woman approached him and gently advised, "Young man, your attire suggests you are not from around here. You should leave quickly." That Chen Fan is the young master of the Chen family, known for his vengeful nature. If you linger any longer, whoosh! Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air, aimed directly at Lu Chen. Noticing this, Lu Chen quickly pinched the arrow between his fingers. Instantly, a tremendous force surged from the arrow. However, Lu Chen remained unfazed, gripping it tightly until it shattered. Meanwhile, the fallen Chen Fan slowly rose, glaring at Lu Chen and his companion. "You dared to kill my mount! Someone, kill them!" With Chen Fan's command, dozens of figures appeared before Lu Chen. Among them, most were at the spirit-severing realm, with even two being sea-splitting realm experts. Seeing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. And no wonder they were so arrogant. They had two sea-splitting realm guards. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered me. Suddenly, a flicker of fear crossed the drunkard's face. "Young friend, we should flee. The southern region has never welcomed those from the northern region. If our identities are revealed, we may be hunted down." Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes. Hunted down? Wouldn't that mean an endless supply of corpses? With this thought, he unleashed a palm strike. Ocean suppression seal. Before him stood guards of considerable strength, yet in the presence of Lu Chen, they were but mere ants. With a decisive gesture, he swiftly dispatched all the guards in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers who had previously hidden revealed expressions of horror. These individuals were all cultivators of the spirit-severing realm. Formidable and powered, it was unimaginable that they could not withstand even a single strike from this youth. Truly, this child was terrifying. That moment, Lu Chen, with a smile gracing his lips, began to approach Chen Fan. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan's countenance turned ashen, and he retreated incessantly. "What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you that I am from the Chen family." Before Chen Fan could finish his words, Lu Chen severed his head with a swift motion. "Noisy, I care not for your identity." Just then, a fearsome aura approached swiftly from the distant void. Sensing this presence, the drunken man displayed a hint of alarm. What a terrifying aura! It must belong to someone at the 8th level of the sea-splitting realm. As he spoke, he glanced toward Lu Chen. "Young friend, we should flee quickly. This individual's strength is beyond our capacity to confront." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, and "Oh worries. A mere 8th level sea-splitting and..." That moment, the aura had already converged upon Lu Chen, revealing an elderly man in a long robe. When the elder beheld the lifeless body on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. "Fanner." In haste, the elder lunged toward the corpse. That moment, Chen Fan's lifeless head rolled aside, its gaze fixed upon the elder. Witnessing this, the elder's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze reddening with rage. "I demand you pay for my son's life." Around them, The onlookers displayed expressions of dread, for this was none other than the head of the Chen family, Chen Xingtan. Upon his arrival, a collective sigh escaped the lips of the crowd. Their eyes filled with pity. This boy is surely doomed. It is a pity he has provoked the wrong person at this juncture. Chen Xingtan had already summoned his aura to its peak, while Lu Chen merely stood still, showing no intention of retreat. Indeed, are you planning to concede? Chen Xingtian's aura surged to its zenith, and he struck toward Lu Chen with a palm. The crowd hastily closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lu Chen being reduced to pulp. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying shock wave emanated from Lu Chen, shattering the surrounding structures and raising clouds of dust. Those in the vicinity could not help but sigh that be crushed to dust with a single strike. Why provoke someone from the Chen family? Is this truly the strongest attack of the 8th level sea splitting realm? How absurd. Just as everyone believed Lu Chen was undoubtedly doomed, a white figure slowly emerged from the ruins. Not only had Lu Chen survived, but his garments were untouched by a speck of dust. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xingtian's face displayed a hint of astonishment. How is this possible? How is he unharmed? This palm technique was passed down to me by the ancestor, possessing immense power. It was with this very strike that he heavily injured a 6th-tier demonic beast. Yet now, Lu Chen remains unscathed. Could it be that his physique surpasses even that of a beast? At this moment, Lu Chen gradually raised his right palm, his expression cold and detached. Ocean Suppression Seal. Instantly, a terrifying force of suppression surged forth from a void, bearing down upon Chen Xingtan. Chen Xingtan attempted to raise his hand to block it, but it proved utterly ineffective. Just as he was about to be crushed, a voice of fury resonated from afar. Impudent wretch! In the distant void, a streak of sword light descended instantaneously, shattering Lu Chen's Ocean Suppression Seal. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xingtian swiftly turned to look behind him. Upon recognizing the figure in the void, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. Ancestor. He hurriedly rushed toward the direction of the ancestor. Meanwhile, the onlookers below were struck with astonishment. The head of the Chen family, Chen Batian, had been in seclusion for many years. And even then, he was at the 9th level of the sea-splitting realm. Now that he had emerged from seclusion, he was likely to have entered the king realm. Such power meant that even if Lu Chen were a prodigy, he would not stand a chance that in the distance. The drunken man, upon seeing this figure, fled the city without hesitation. Young friend, do not blame me. This is a mess of your own making. I cannot die alongside you here. Saying this, he hurriedly made his way outside the city. Lu Chen, well aware that the drunken man had fled, showed no change in his demeanor. After all, he was merely an acquaintance encountered along the way. His focus remained solely on the imposing figure of Chen Batian before him, the strength of the king realm. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. I wonder how long a king realm can withstand my hand. At that moment, Chen Batian also turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. Young friend, for the sake of my face, would you spare the Chen family? After all, that Chen fan has already perished at your hands. In response, Lu Chen offered a slight smile. The face of a king realm expert is indeed commendable. However, your face holds little value in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Batian's expression turned icy in an instant. Since entering the king realm, this was the first time he had been so openly provoked. What was more infuriating was that the one challenging him was merely a callow youth. You impudent fool. Lu Chen, dismissing the words, scoffed. Those who call me arrogant before have already been sent to meet their ancestors. As he spoke, he pointed his finger like a sword toward Chen Batian. Make your move, or you shall find no opportunity left. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingtan, standing aside, was momentarily frozen in place. What on earth was this child saying? He was merely at the 6th level of the sea-splitting realm. How dared he provoke the ancestor so brazenly? At this moment, Chen Batian's expression darkened so much that it seemed as though water could drip from it. Today, you shall undoubtedly die. As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand, causing the long sword in his grasp to hum ominously. In the next moment, an extraordinarily terrifying aura erupted from his being .9 sword techniques. Cut for me. Seeing this, Lu Chen's gaze flickered as he advanced rather than retreating. His fingertips shimmered with sword intent. come forth. Sword of Extremity. Converging Rainbow. This sword technique was the final strike of the Heavenly Transformation sword technique he had obtained earlier. A crimson sword light descended from void, akin to thunder striking the world, crashing down with a terrifying force. It shattered Chen Baishan's sword strike entirely. Witnessing this, Chen Batian was stunned, and Chen Shengtan was left speechless. The others gazed at Lu Chen with expressions of sheer astonishment. The first strike had gone overwhelmingly in Lu Chen's favor. Who on earth was this individual? Could he possibly be a prodigy from the Zongheng Academy? As this thought crossed their minds, a hint of fear surfaced in their eyes. If that were the case, the Chen family was bound to suffer a grave blow in the distance. Chen Batian observed Lu Chen's prowess with a frown. This time, it seems I have indeed kicked a metal plate. While he pondered how to address Lu Chen to halt the battle, a chilling aura began to rise slowly from Lu Chen. Heavenly Creation Palm. Above in the void, a terrifying palm imprint began to coalesce. Upon sensing this aura, Chen Baishan's face turned ashen with fear. Heavenly Stage. This is actually a Heavenly Stage technique. Who on earth is this young man? Young friend, let us speak amicably. I am an old acquaintance of Elderly from the Zongheng Academy. Boom! Just as Chen Batian spoke, Lu Chen waved his hand and pressed down directly. In an instant, both Chen Batian and Chen Shengtan were crushed into a pulp. Noisy fools, as he spoke. Lu Chen slowly approached the two. Reaching out his hand, ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Qi blood pills, 100,000 Dao source pills, a low-grade Earth stage sword technique, 9 sword techniques, a set of entry-level 9 sword intent, and a Zongheng Academy token. Ding! Reward trigger, recalculating gains. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500,000 Qi blood pills, 500,000 Dao source pills, a low-grade Heavenly Stage sword technique, 3 live sword technique, a small achievement in 9 sword intent, and a Zongheng Academy token. The 3 live sword technique, a low-grade Heavenly Stage sword technique, offers endless possibilities. When mastered, one could slice open the heavens with a single strike. Upon seeing these rewards, a glimmer of excitement shone in Lu Chen's eyes, for he could distinctly feel his sword intent advancing once more. Though the improvement was modest, it was significantly swifter than traditional cultivation. He then slowly rose to his feet, pointing his finger like a sword, and unleashed a terrifying sword intent as he hurled it toward the Chen family estate. 3 lives sword technique. In an instant, countless sword shadows erupted suddenly, reducing the entire Chen family estate to ruins. With his current strength, he was now fully capable of unleashing heavenly tier techniques. Although the full power could not be fully realized, it was still sufficient. After accomplishing all this, Lu Chen casually collected several storage bags into his possession, then turned and walked towards the distance. His target was the heavenly tier 7 kills sword. Shortly after his departure, those who had been hiding emerged one after another. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, their faces were filled with uncontainable excitement. The Chen family had finally received their retribution. Thank you, benefactor. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lu Chen found himself amidst a mountain range. Despite having acquired a considerable number of Qi blood pills and Dao source pills, these had become insufficient for him. That if he were to rely solely on pills, ascending to the next realm would require at least 1 million of them. The thought of this gave him a headache. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. He had indeed obtained a pill manual back then. Although he had never tried it, he could now consider himself a pill master. Was it possible to condense the effects of these pills together? With this thought, he took out the Mo Yuan sword. Ever since he had repaired his calamity wounds, he had established a faint connection with the true Yang flame. With a single hand gesture, he extracted a wisp of true Yang flame and condensed it in his palm. Though he lacked a pill furnace, he could utilize the heavenly fire as a furnace, which required an exceptional ability to control the celestial flames. After hundreds of attempts, he finally succeeded. After a long while, he gazed at the pill furnace formed by the condensed crimson flame in his hand, letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, refining pills was far more challenging than taking lives. No wonder senior sister Ji Kursin held such a high status within the inner sect. With that, he took out dozens of pills and tossed them into the pill furnace. Initially, due to his inadequate control over the heavenly fire, The pills were reduced to ashes, but he continued to experiment, reassured by the abundance of his medicinal herbs. Finally, after much perseverance, he succeeded in condensing the effects of tens of thousands of pills into one. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen swallowed the pill whole. As the pill entered his body, a warm current gradually spread throughout him. Unlike the previous force condensation, this pill, refined through heavenly fire, exhibited significantly stronger efficacy. It was undoubtedly an instance of 1 + 1 equating to more than 2. After feeling this, Lu Chen wasted no time and directly refined all the remaining pills, totaling 20. Without hesitation, he consumed them all in one go, then proceeded to refine them. Moments later, Lu Chen slowly stood up. Although the effects were incredibly potent, the growth was still modest. To accelerate his cultivation speed, he would either need to kill or evolve his creation technique. Currently, his creation technique remains stagnant at the first level, showing no signs of change. Perhaps once it evolved, he could expedite his cultivation journey to that moment. A sudden explosion resonated from afar. Lu Chen instantly lifted his head. Activating his netherworld eyes, in the distance, two figures were engaged in battle with a peak 6-tier monster. The strength of the two was merely at the 6th level of the sea-opening realm, making them no match for the beast. Observing this, Lu Chen initially had no intention of intervening. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that a jade talisman was hanging from their waists, inscribed with the words Fudu. At this realization, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Chen's eyes. These were individuals from the Fudu ancient clan. With that thought, he rushed towards their direction without a moment's hesitation. This was his first encounter with members of the Fudu ancient clan. He had initially thought he would need to search extensively, but he never expected to find them here. The premonition washed over him. The opportunity to meet his mother was drawing near. In the distance, a young man and woman were being pushed back repeatedly by the 6-tier monster. Behind them loomed a steep cliff. Why you go? Are we about to die? The girl's face was streaked with tears as she looked at the boy protecting her. Hearing this, the boy's expression tightened. Nor, I will draw the monster away. You take the chance to escape? No. Be obedient. This is your only opportunity to escape. I have already shattered the jade talisman. The clan members should arrive shortly. You can seek vengeance for me then. With that, the boy gripped his silver spear and charged at the 6-tier monster. Immediately, the monster's attention shifted to him. Seeing this, the boy quickly glanced back at the girl. Run! At that moment, the girl also reacted, wiping her tears and sprinting away. She occasionally glanced back. Although the boy possessed considerable strength, he was still slightly inferior to the 6-tier monster. In less than 2 exchanges, he was suppressed. Just as the monster opened its gaping maw to swallow him, a palm print slowly materialized in the void above and descended, directly suppressing the 6-tier beast. Witnessing this, the siblings were momentarily stunned. For it was clear that this was not the handiwork of their sect. That moment, Lu Chen gradually descended from the void, approaching the 6-tier monster and reaching out to touch it. After executing this bewildering act, Lu Chen turned to face the two members of the Fudu ancient clan. Fudu and Fudu nodded slightly. Who are you? Lu Chen did not reveal his identity, but spoke softly. Just a wandering cultivator. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the two lowered their heads. That we escaped from the academy, intending to explore the 7 Kills ruins for fortune. However, we did not expect to encounter this 6-tier monster. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly at this. You are disciples of the Zongheng Academy. Fudu and Futuno nodded. Elder, where are you headed? Elder. Lu Chen was taken aback, as they seemed to perceive him as an ancient being. After all, one's appearance would change upon reaching the King realm. I also intend to go to the 7 Kills ruins to search for the 7 Kills sword. Hearing this, excitement flickered in their eyes. Could the elder accompany us? The elders of my clan will arrive shortly, and it would be good to have someone to rely on. This, Lu Chen declined directly. Upon his departure, Shang Wanyan had advised him to avoid contact with the Fudu ancient clan until he reached the King realm. Otherwise, he would likely find himself in peril. He contemplated inquiring about his mother's whereabouts, but feared revealing his identity. After much deliberation, Lu Chen seemed to have made up his mind. Do you two have any information regarding Fudu Shui? Upon hearing this, Futu and Futu Nua instantly became vigilant. "Elder, do you know Aunt Shui?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, his mother was a member of the Futu ancient clan. With this realization, he decided to play along that I have met her a few times, but I have not seen her since decades ago. Understanding dawned on the two. That makes sense. Aunt Shui left due to a disagreement with the clan. But fortunately, she has returned that in 2 months, she will marry the elder of the Tianji Institute, and you will surely meet her then. What? Marriage? Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. How dare anyone covet his mother? With this thought, Lu Chen's hands involuntarily clenched. The Tianji Institute. After exchanging a few words with them, he departed. He needed to ascend to the King realm within 2 months. Only then could he be assured of victory. With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly. The 7 Kills ruins. The drunkard had once told him that it was a gathering place for numerous prodigies, along with some of the most vicious individuals from the northern region. There, it would become his slaughterhouse. Only by killing enough would his strength grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly elapsed. Guided by the memories etched in his mind, Lu Chen finally arrived at the 7 Kills ruins. Though referred to as ruins, it was merely a collection of broken walls and remnants. Not a single proper structure remained. At this moment, the periphery of the 7 Kills ruins was teeming with people, yet none dared to enter, seemingly in search of something. These individuals, possessing only the strength of the spirit-severing realm, were naturally unqualified to venture deeper. Without hesitation, Lu Chen executed the 8 steps of the crossing sky, making his way towards the very heart of the site. Treasures like the 7 Kill sword would undoubtedly not be found in the outer regions. Just as he was about to enter the inner sanctum, a palm imprint suddenly blocked his path. Observing this, Lu Chen's gaze grew progressively colder. "Why do you obstruct me?" Chapter 67. You should be grateful for your surname. I regret to inform you that this territory belongs to my family's young master. No one is permitted to enter. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Lu Chen glanced at him, noting his strength at the 7th level of the sea-splitting realm, which was commendable. However, the gravest mistake he made was to impede Lu Chen at such a moment. With a swift motion, Lu Chen unleashed a punch that shattered the palm imprint before him. Then, with a single hand, he summoned the Qiantian creation palm in an instant. A terrifying aura surged forth from the void above. "I care not who your young master is. Those who obstruct my path shall be met with annihilation." Suppress! With a furious roar from Lu Chen, the Qiantian creation palm descended, crushing the man into a mere flesh paste. Lu Chen reached the man's corpse and continued onward until that moment. Another figure appeared before him, a youth clad in golden robes, elegantly fanning himself and wearing a smile of amusement. How intriguing. Someone dares to strike at a member of the Ji family. The Ji family? Lu Chen recalled that Ji Tianhao was a branch of a prominent clan. Could this be the ancestral family of Ji Tianhao? The golden-robed youth directed his gaze towards Lu Chen, folding his fan with an expression of indifference. "Come, slay him." "Yes." In an instant, 8 men clad in black armor surrounded Lu Chen. Sensing their presence, Lu Chen revealed a faint, cold smile. Had this been in the past, he might have tested his skills against these individuals. However, not now. With a single hand, he summoned the Mayuan sword, which materialized slowly in his grasp. Then his eyes flashed, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that emanated from him. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. 3 lives sword technique. In an instant, countless sword shadows erupted forth. Within but a breath, the 8 men lay slain on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of others nearby, who turned to witness the 8 corpses sprawled on the ground, their expressions filled with shock. This brother is truly formidable. He has effortlessly dispatched the 8 Shura of the Ji family with a single move. What a terrifying presence. Such strength could likely rival even the likes of Futu Quanglan. Impossible. Futu Quanglan is a powerful figure of the royal realm. Though he is strong, he is still merely at the sea-splitting realm. Lu Chen first piled the 8 bodies together, and then slowly approached the golden-robed youth, a smile playing on his lips. "You should consider yourself fortunate to bear the surname Ji. Otherwise, your fate would be far worse than theirs." With that, Lu Chen made his way into the distance. Hearing this, A trickle of cold sweat ran down the golden-robed youth's brow, with his mere cultivation at the 7th level of the sea-splitting realm. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Could he possibly be from one of the 3 great families? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his clothes became drenched. The others present observed this and began to question Lu Chen's true identity. Who exactly was he? Wait, that aura was just here. Why has it suddenly vanished? This location lay dozens of miles outside the 7 Kills ruins. At this moment, Lu Chen floated above a mountain range. Earlier, when he had activated his sword technique, a flash of sword intent had surged through the area. However, upon searching the vicinity for 10 miles, he found no trace of anyone. This is peculiar. Something must be amiss. He slowly raised the Miyuan sword and activated the 3 live sword technique once more. In an instant, an inadvertent sword intent was detected. Lu Chen concentrated, casting the Miyuan sword outwards, pinning the source of the sword intent to the ground. Trying to hide? He gradually moved towards the source, upon landing and getting a clear view of the object before him. His brow furrowed. Why did this object emanate such a dense sword intent? Before Lu Chen stood a stone tablet, firmly pinned to the ground by the Miyuan sword. Not pierced through, but suppressed by the sword intent. Upon the Miyuan sword lay celestial fire, compounded by the suppression of demonic energy. Even a heavenly tier's spiritual treasure would be subdued. Lu Chen, filled with curiosity, extended his hand towards the stone tablet. Instantly, a cascade of information flooded into his mind, followed by a terrifying pull from the stone tablet that drew him in. The overwhelming force knocked Lu Chen unconscious almost immediately. After an unknown duration, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Where was this place? Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, a thick miasma of demonic energy wafting through the air. He swiftly activated his netherworld eyes, finally discerning his surroundings. Countless corpses lay strewn about, surrounded by vast expanses of demonic energy. So it was the Tianji Academy. How ruthless they are. Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. He first retrieved the demonic tree, absorbing the entirety of the miasma from the space before advancing toward the fallen bodies. The memories he had absorbed earlier revealed everything. It was not the 7 Kills sect that colluded with the demon race. Rather, it was the Tianji Academy that orchestrated this. The demonic energy within the 7 Kills sect had been brought by the Tianji Academy. The true conspirators were those from the Tianji Academy, and the stone tablet had recorded the name of the one who conspired with the demons, Luo Quan. Their objective was to acquire the 7 Kills sword. For its murderous aura was a bane to demonic energy. He gazed upon the corpses, realizing that the individual before him was the sect master of the 7 Kills sect, who had brought the remaining disciples here in their time of peril, only to be discovered by Luo Quan, leading to their demise. The highest strength among them did not exceed the 9th level of the sea-splitting realm, rendering them incapable of wielding the 7 Kills sword. Had they been even slightly stronger, they might have evaded such a fate. With a sigh, Lu Chen extended his hand toward the corpses. Such a number of bodies should not go to waste. I will see to it that the 7 Kills sword is well cared for. Having said this, Lu Chen slowly lifted his gaze toward the sword platform not far away, upon which a sword floated, exuding a sharp and fierce aura. Indeed, it was the essence of slaughter. Why comprehension of sword intent has led me to this sword. What a delightful surprise. He reached out to grasp the long sword. Sizzle, just as his hand was about to touch the 7 Kills sword, a fierce sword energy sliced through his clothing as if issuing a warning. Observing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. You do not intend to accompany me? With that, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Lu Chen, representing the pinnacle of sword mastery. The sharpness emanating from the 7 Kills sword was significantly diminished. Lu Chen extended his hand once more, finally grasping the sword. Yet, it still resisted him. Boom! In an instant, the space shattered, and the sword tablet crumbled, but a surge of sword intent erupted from the 7 Kills sword. Shooting skyward. Realizing the danger, Lu Chen inwardly cursed, hastily retracting the demonic tree in an attempt to flee. However, it was too late. Chapter 68. Sword name: 7 Kills. The soaring sword intent of the 7 kills sword instantly attracted all cultivators within 100 miles. In response, Lu Chen urgently amplified his pinnacle sword intent to suppress it. Initially intending to depart, Lu Chen suddenly reconsidered. With so many individuals present, if he could eliminate them all, wouldn't that be a windfall? Even if he could not contend with them, he had the elder Ma Yuan at his side. As long as he could project him, their attention would inevitably be diverted. Before long, the first wave of people arrived before Lu Chen. Upon seeing the long sword in his grasp, their eyes instantly glinted with greed. The pervasive aura of slaughter and the commanding sword intent left no doubt. It was the 7 kills sword. Young man, surrender the 7 kills sword and you may leave unharmed. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to slay you and seize it. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen gently shook his head. For the individual before him possessed merely the strength of the 8th layer of the sea-splitting realm, rendering him unworthy of even provoking Lu Chen's hand. Thus, Lu Chen remained stationary, utterly unmoved. The man, observing Lu Chen's indifference, wore a look of confusion. Why do you not flee? I am awaiting someone. Whom do you await? Those who seek their own demise. The man's expression darkened upon hearing this. As he began to comprehend that Lu Chen had not regarded him with any seriousness, I in the distance, those below the 5th layer of the sea-splitting realm, aware of their lack of opportunity, merely stood by and observed. Look, that individual is Shi Kai, a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Academy. His strength lies in the 8th layer of the sea-splitting realm, and with the aid of his earth-grade giant hammers, he can contend with those of the 9th layer. This man is in grave danger. Indeed, it is a prodigy from the Heavenly Mechanism Academy. It seems he shall be compelled to relinquish the 7 kills sword. As the conversation unfolded, Shi Kai had already made his move. Witnessing this, the onlookers clenched their fists. He was about to claim the 7 kills sword. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shi Kai's head was obliterated by Lu Chen's strike that moment. The crowd recognized Lu Chen, for he had previously swept through the outer ranks with an invincible aura, and Shi Kai had been present. This man was extraordinarily formidable. Even the 8 Shura of the Ji family had been subdued by his single palm. He was not awaiting death. He was setting a trap. He intended to annihilate everyone present and seize their fortunes. Upon realizing this, all present gasped in astonishment. This individual was truly terrifying, using the 7 kills sword as bait to lure others, intending to slay them and seize their treasures. Did he truly possess such confidence in his ability to slay these individuals? What if a group arrived? As they pondered, several figures appeared in the distance. Among them, the weakest was at the 8th layer of the sea-splitting realm. Seeing this, everyone held their breath, for they believed Lu Chen to be without any chance of victory. Yet, as the newcomers approached, Lu Chen suddenly broke into a smile. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed. Was he aware of his inferiority and feigning madness? In the midst of their discourse, a palm print descended, crushing the gathered individuals into a pulp. Subsequently, Lu Chen rummaged through the remains before standing upright. The surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of dread. Was this person truly at the 7th layer of the sea-splitting realm, in the outer vicinity? Those who had intended to seize the sword halted in their tracks, and for an extended period, no one dared to take a step forward. Observing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. With so many at the 9th layer of the sea-splitting realm, and even some at the 1st and 2nd layers of the king realm, why did they refrain from approaching? This paltry number was insufficient for him to ascend to the 8th layer of the sea-splitting realm. Contemplating this, Lu Chen shifted slightly. If you do not act soon, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all present tightened. Should Lu Chen depart unimpeded, the 7 kill sword would undoubtedly fall into his possession. Yet, should they confront him, the risk of being slain loomed large. Just then, a king realm expert slowly approached Lu Chen. Upon sighting this individual, Lu Chen and those nearby were momentarily taken aback. Finally, someone had come forth to meet their demise. At last, someone had come to challenge him. Lu Chen scrutinized the newcomer, noting his strength at the 1st layer of the king realm. Though not as formidable as Chun Batian, he was still a significant presence here. Very well. After I dispatch you, I doubt anyone will dare to approach again, that I shall kill you and depart. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice resonated from afar. Halt! At this command, all turned to gaze in the direction of the sound. In the distant sky, a colossal bird flapped its wings, approaching with 3 figures standing upon its back. Lu Chen's expression grew grave upon witnessing this. A 7th-tier demonic beast, the swift Thunder Falcon. Its master was likely a powerhouse of the 3rd layer of the King Realm, or even stronger. Such strength would certainly pose a formidable challenge. I could see that moment. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The swift Thunder Falcon. It belongs to the Futu Ancient Clan. The Futu Ancient Clan? Why have they come here? Could it be for the 7-kill sword? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression momentarily froze. The Futu Ancient Clan? Could it truly be? His gaze sharpened, and he activated his nether EYEAS he suspected. Atop the swift Thunder Falcon, Foot in awe, and Futu you were waving at him. Senior, we have come to rescue you. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret for having saved them. He was on the verge of claiming the corpse of a King Realm expert, only to have their arrival interrupt him. However, the others present held a different perspective, and oh wonder this man was so fearless. He had the backing of the Futu Ancient Clan. Indeed, had we known he was from the Futu Ancient Clan, we would not have dared to even glance in his direction. At this moment, the swift Thunder Falcon had landed in the void nearby. A silver-armored man descended slowly, striding directly to Lu Chen with an air of arrogance. Although you saved my young master and young mistress, we have now saved you in return. Thus we are even. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled rather than becoming angered at I see. Your young master and young mistress are worth a King Realm expert. The silver-armored man's expression shifted drastically. You. At that moment, Futu Yu stepped forward, a cold expression on his face be gone. The silver-armored man, upon hearing this, clasped his hands toward Futu Yu and retreated, visibly unwilling that my apologies for the disturbance. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade pendant from his waist, inscribed with the characters for Futu, and handed it to Lu Chen. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, you may present this token to the Futu Ancient Clan. And whatever is within our power to assist, we shall certainly not refuse. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Truly, can anything be accomplished? Futu Yu, stake my life on it. In response, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then I shall accept it, and I will certainly pay a visit in the future. Chapter 69. Let all come at once. Futu Yu felt a sense of relief as Lu Chen accepted the token. For it is a difficult matter to repay a favor. Senior, may we meet again by fate. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and nodded slightly. Rest assured, we shall meet again. Upon hearing this, Futu Yu displayed a hint of confusion before turning to depart. The silver-armored man shot Lu Chen a glare. You had best not cross my path again. Otherwise, you shall surely die. In response, Lu Chen merely smiled indifferently. After the arrival of the Futu Ancient Clan, no one dared to lay a finger on Lu Chen. For with the Futu token in his possession, any further aggression would be tantamount to declaring war on the Futu Ancient Clan, a foolhardy endeavor. To say the least, with a resigned expression, Lu Chen cast aside the corpses littering the ground. Very well, this shall be the end of it. With that, Lu Chen turned and departed with the 7-kill sword. He ventured into a nearby mountain range, where he began to tally his spoils. This time, he had amassed several 100,000 medicinal pills, alongside numerous techniques of the profound and earth grades. However, these items held no value for Lu Chen at present. He intended to bring them back to the Jianxian Sect for the benefit of his fellow disciples, which he believed would be an excellent contribution. Subsequently, he conjured a pill furnace with a single hand and began refining the medicinal pills he had collected. After a considerable time, all the pills were successfully refined. Just as Lu Chen was about to swallow them all at once, a voice of confusion sounded from not far away that I distinctly sensed the aroma of another medicinal fragrance just now. Likely from an alchemist. Why do I see no one now? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's senses heightened. He formed a sword with one hand, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. Now at the 7th layer of the sea-splitting realm, he could perceive the presence of a powerhouse at the 3rd layer of the King Realm due to the aid of his 9 spiritual roots. However, this individual had managed to approach silently. indicating that their strength was at least above the third layer of the sea-splitting realm. Such prowess, while Lu Chen may have the opportunity to triumph, would undoubtedly come at an immense cost. With his mother's impending marriage, he must absolutely refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Contemplating this, Lu Chen sought to depart quietly. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, blocking his path. "I have found you." Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. He then turned to the direction for which the voice had emanated. There, a figure identical to the one behind him was slowly dissipating. A doppelganger. What kind of sorcery is this? The elder, noticing the astonishment in Lu Chen's eyes, smiled faintly. "Would you like to learn?" Lu Chen nodded in response. The elder chuckled. "As long as you answer my questions honestly, I shall impart this technique to you." Lu Chen's eyes shifted, then quickly regained their composure. This inquiry is likely not trivial, he thought. The elder continued, "Are you an alchemist?" After a moment's deliberation, Lu Chen nodded once more. The elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Ah, a promising young alchemist at last. I have one more question. Would you be willing to join the Zongheng Academy and become my disciple?" "You are an elder of the Zongheng Academy?" Lu Chen's expression turned curious at this revelation. "Indeed, I am the 7th elder of Zongheng Academy. Lu Chenxiu," he affirmed, his demeanor serious. "Moreover, I am the only Earth-tier alchemist within the sect." The elder stroked his beard, his expression growing grave. Upon hearing the title of Earth-tier alchemist, Lu Chen's eyes widened. "An Earth-tier alchemist. The elixirs crafted by such a master are coveted even by those of the Emperor realm. Thus, the status of an Earth-tier alchemist is rivaled only by that of an Emperor. Alas, it is regrettable that I have no need for this. Killing him is not an option. My current strength is insufficient to confront the Zongheng Academy directly. Furthermore, he has not wronged me." Therefore, Lu Chen offered a slight bow. "Esteemed elder, I have no intention of becoming your disciple." These words. Lu Chenxiu's eyes dimmed momentarily. He then regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully. Though Lu Chen was merely in his 20s and had reached the 7th level of the sea-splitting realm, such strength, while not remarkable within the academy, was complemented by a remarkably high spiritual power, marking him as a natural alchemist. While Lu Chen may not become his disciple, Lu Chenxiu saw the potential for mentorship. If he were to bring Lu Chen into the academy, it would not be a loss. Contemplating this, he slowly spoke, "Would you consider joining the Zongheng Academy?" Joining the Zongheng Academy. Lu Chen lowered his gaze in thought. His strength had reached its limits. While he could scavenge for corpses, he could not recklessly kill without cause. If he were to enter the academy, he would surely gain access to abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, with many talented individuals there, as a native of the northern region, he would inevitably attract the ire of a few who would dare provoke him that moment. He could retaliate, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Lu Chen replied, "Very well, I shall go." Lu Chen nodded slightly, elated, and said, "However, before we return to the sect, you must accompany me to the 7 Kills ruins." "The 7 Kills ruins? Why do you wish to go there?" "Esteemed elder," Lu Chen inquired, puzzled. Lu Chenxiu's expression grew solemn. "It is said that the 7 Kills sword has re-emerged, yet the identity of the one who seized it remains unknown. That I must investigate the situation. Should it fall into the hands of those from the treacherous Tianji Academy, it could incite chaos across the realms. Therefore, we must eliminate the threat on the spot." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cupped his hands and replied, "Esteemed elder, I have encountered the one who claimed the sword. He is a formidable figure from the northern region, exceptionally handsome and powerful. He cannot possibly be affiliated with the Tianji Academy. A look of curiosity crossed Lu Chenxiu's face. How could a mere 8th-level sea-splitting cultivator know such things? Because I, too, hail from a northern region. From a northern region, at this revelation, a hint of gravity flickered in Lu Chenxiu's eyes. He then cautioned Lu Chen, "Once we return to the Zongheng Academy, you must not disclose your origins as a northern region native. Those from the southern region are unbound by sect rules. The consequences could range from severe injuries to death at the hands of other disciples." Upon hearing this, a peculiar light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "If they were to strike at me, am I permitted to retaliate?" "Naturally," Lu Chenxiu replied nonchalantly. "However, Those who attack are often in groups, so it is rare for a northern region disciple to vanquish their southern counterparts. Only Yang Longxian managed to do so decades ago. And he is now an inner elder of the Zongheng Academy. Yang Longxian? Is he not the one who previously awakened the 8 echoes from the Jinshin sect? Lu Chen thought in surprise. I had not anticipated his presence here. Let us proceed. Since you are familiar with this individual, we shall return to the sect. Understood. Soon after, Lu Chen followed Lu Qianxiu into the sect as they entered. They immediately drew the attention of the surrounding disciples. Who is this person? I have never seen him within the academy before. He must be a newly admitted disciple. However, the one who introduces new disciples is typically the 6th elder. Why has it changed to the 7th elder this time? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He addressed the crowd with a slight bow. Greetings, fellow disciples. My name is Lu Chen, hailing from the northern region, and I am a newly admitted disciple of the academy. I have long heard of the Zongheng Academy's virtuous traditions. Thus I have but one request. When you come to kill me, please bring your friends along. As he spoke, a smile lingered on Lu Chen's face. Though these individuals were merely at the 7th or 8th level of the sea-splitting realm, there was strength in numbers. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Qianxiu was taken aback. The surrounding southern region disciples were equally astonished. This was the first time they had encountered a northern region disciple so brazen. Moments later, the expressions of those around them shifted, and a faint aura of hostility began to permeate the main path of the academy. Chapter 70. Your fate is unfortunate. How dare a mere 7th-level sea-splitting cultivator act so arrogantly? Among the crowd, a robust figure clenched his fists and charged directly at Lu Chen's face, clearly intent on murder. Meanwhile, the other disciples looked on with glee. Brother Zhu is making his move. Brother Zhu is a 9th-level sea-splitting expert. He will surely, boom, before the crowd could finish their sentence. A deafening crash echoed. Brother Zhu was sent flying backwards, blood gushing forth from his wounds. Lu Chen, however, remained unfazed. I said, if you wish to kill me, do bring your friends along. This moment, Lu Qianxiu glanced at Lu Chen, a glimmer of profound understanding crossing his eyes. Enough, let this matter rest for now. Take him to receive treatment. You, come with me to the alchemy hall. Yes, Lu Chen appeared unperturbed, following Lu Qianxiu towards the alchemy hall. Soon, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into Lu Chen's nostrils. What an intoxicating aroma. Just inhaling, it makes the spiritual energy within me stir. He remarked. Lu Qianxiu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, need I remind you? This is the alchemy hall. With that, Lu Qianxiu stepped into the hall, his expression serious. Why did you choose to reveal your identity, knowing it would provoke such ire? Lu Chen maintained his calm demeanor. They are but trifling pests. Even a multitude of fireflies cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Tiomi, they are mere ants. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianxiu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such confidence from a northern region native was rare. Apart from Yang Longxian, Lu Chen was the second. Very well, all northern region individuals are similarly arrogant. Show me how you typically refine elixirs. In response, Lu Chen nodded slightly. After several days of diligent practice, he had gained full control over the true sun flame. With a single hand motion, a vibrant red flame appeared in his palm. Lu Qianxiu, who had been preparing to sip tea, was taken aback and nearly spat it out upon witnessing the flame. His face bore an expression of shock. Heavenly fire! Where did you acquire such a thing? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. I believe it came from the furnace of some master swordsmith. It was a gift to me. At this revelation, Lu Qianxiu nearly choked on his own blood. As an Earth-tier alchemist, he had searched for years across 2 continents, but had not gleaned a single piece of information regarding heavenly fire. Yet here was a newly accepted disciple who could summon it with a mere gesture. How could he not feel a sense of frustration? Enough, enough. Lu Qianxiu seemed to have come to terms with it. Can only be said that fate is unkind. Now, fetch the alchemical cauldron. The alchemical cauldron? Lu Chen's face revealed a hint of confusion. Does alchemy still require a cauldron? It was not only Lu Chen who felt perplexed. Lu Qianxiu's brow was also furrowed in thought. What have I taken under my wing? Not even aware of a need for a cauldron? Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "How do you usually perform alchemy, then?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a slight movement of his hand, the true yang flame began to coalesce into the shape of a cauldron. Here, like this. Witnessing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of blood rushing to his throat. He hastily channeled his essence to suppress it. The cauldron control technique. You have actually mastered the technique without ever possessing a cauldron, as he spoke. Lu Chen's breath dimmed momentarily. Is this the result of innate talent? I have immersed myself in the art of alchemy for hundreds of years. Yet my accomplishments pale in comparison to those of a mere novice disciple. Is this my fate? Observing his state, Lu Chen quickly approached Lu Chensu. "Elder Lu, are you all right?" Lu Chensu shook his head slightly. "No harm done, merely a moment of agitation. That a brief rest will suffice." Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had come to the Zongheng Academy solely for the purpose of acquiring resources for cultivation. And should Lu Chensu encounter any mishap, his journey would be in vain. After a while, Lu Chensu finally regained his composure. Although these achievements were not his own, Lu Chen was now his disciple. This thought brought him a modicum of comfort. "Lu Chen, you should return and rest. I must pay a visit to the Academy Master." As he spoke, he retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and handed it to Lu Chen. "Take this, that I know you came to Zongheng Academy in search of cultivation resources. Consider this a welcoming gift from the Academy." Upon seeing the storage pouch, Lu Chen's eyes brightened instantly, for he could detect a rich medicinal fragrance emanating from it. At the very least, it contained Xian-tier elixirs. "Thank you, Elder Lu." Lu Chen expressed his gratitude as he made his way towards the rear of the main hall. Moments later, Lu Chen paused, taking out the contents of the storage pouch. Inside were several elixirs, all of superior Xian-tier quality. There was also a single elixir imbued with even denser spiritual essence, undoubtedly of the earth tier. Additionally, he discovered a cauldron within. Upon seeing these items, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. For they were treasures of immeasurable worth. These elixirs could entice even the strongest of Imperial Realm cultivators. The spiritual essence contained within could likely create a formidable figure at the sea-splitting realm. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes that if he could fully absorb these elixirs, he might not reach the King Realm, but he would be perilously close to in that moment. He would be one step nearer to his mother. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the elixirs whole. Just then, as Lu Chensu was making his way, he furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, a look of horror swept across his face. "This is bad. The spiritual essence within the earth tier elixirs is exceedingly potent. Even Imperial Realm cultivators would not dare to consume them directly. They would dilute it and combine it with other elixirs for assistance. Only then could it be fully absorbed, given Lu Chen's current strength. If he were to swallow it directly, he would surely explode from the excess energy. That I can only hope that the boy has not acted recklessly." Meanwhile, Lu Chen had just swallowed the elixirs, and an overwhelming surge of true energy flooded his entire being. At the same time, his 9 spiritual roots began to work in unison, absorbing this terrifying true energy. In an instant, Lu Chen became a vessel for the rich spiritual essence. It was then that Lu Chensu hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chen's expression, he wished to intervene, but after inspecting the situation, he abruptly halted his actions. In a way, how is it that this boy is still unharmed? If it were anyone else, they would have long since met their demise. He released his consciousness to examine Lu Chen's body. He discovered that Lu Chen was completely absorbed in absorbing the spiritual essence, leaving him in a state of emptiness. Others could clearly see the situation within him. This is a 9 spiritual root. Realizing this, Lu Chensu quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, it is a 9 spiritual root. No wonder this boy is such a prodigy. He possesses the body of 9 spiritual roots. Chapter 71. Total Annihilation. After a brief time, a grave expression appeared in Lu Chensu's eyes, with a wave of his hand. A barrier of true energy enveloped Lu Chen. 3 days later, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. He could see that moment. He could distinctly feel the true energy surging within him, as if it were an inexhaustible reservoir. He glanced at his dantian, where the 9 spiritual roots had expanded several-fold. The 9th level of the sea-splitting realm? What a terrifying elixir, allowing me to ascend 2 realms directly. Moreover, a significant portion of its potency still lingered within my body. If only my strength were a tad greater, I could have directly stepped into the king realm. After a moment, he gradually rose to his feet and made his way outside, a tea that time. Within the alchemical hall, Lu Chen was seated in meditation at the center, with a cauldron placed before him. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, he slowly turned his head. "How is your body faring?" Lu Chen slightly cupped his hands in respect. "I am unscathed." Lu Chen nodded slightly. In that case, before your entrance examination, I will first teach you the art of alchemy." With that, he tossed a spirit herb into the cauldron. In an instant, the herb was reduced to ashes, transforming into a pool of spiritual liquid. Lu Chen repeated this process with another herb, and so it continued. When all the herbs had been refined, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron, and the liquid began to coalesce, gradually taking shape as an elixir. After an unknown span of time, intricate patterns appeared on the surface of the elixir. Observing this, Lu Chen waved his hand and held the elixir in his grasp. "How is it? Do you understand?" Lu Chen nodded slightly, then glanced at his feet, where several spirit herbs had appeared unbeknownst to him. He instantly grasped Lu Chen's intention. Focusing his energy, he summoned the true yang flame. Shaping it into a cauldron, he then followed Lu Chen's example, tossing the herbs in a cauldron. In a fleeting moment, the herbs were melted down into medicinal liquid. Subsequently, he processed the 2nd and 3rd herbs. Once Lu Chen had refined all the herbs, a surge of true energy erupted from him. "Congeal!" With a commanding shout, the medicinal liquid began to slowly solidify, ultimately forming an elixir. The accompanying rich fragrance filled the air. From a distance, Lu Chen observed this scene, his expression growing solemn, for Lu Chen was but a step away from successfully creating the elixir. Just then, Lu Chen gradually shut his eyes. Almost there. Almost there. At this moment, elixir, form. He instantly dispelled the true yang flame and grasped the elixir in his hand. Success! Lu Chen approached slowly, taking the elixir into his hands. After examining it closely, he spoke. "Indeed, it is a Shen-tier elixir. A stability pill." He then handed the elixir to Lu Chen. "Your rapid advancement in strength may cause lasting damage. Consume this elixir to stabilize your cultivation." Without hesitation, Lu Chen swallowed the elixir. Lu Chen continued. "You must never disclose the existence of your 9 spiritual roots. Understand?" Lu Chen nodded once more, for Zhao Xian had conveyed the same warning. Lu Chen regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully. "The Sect Master has asked me to take care of some matters for the next few days. Remain within the alchemical hall and do not venture outside." "Yes." Although Lu Chen verbally agreed, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. With Lu Chen gone, he could finally unleash his fury. That night, Lu Chen departed the academy alone. Shortly after his departure, 8 disciples of the Zongheng Academy rose from their seats. "Brother Zhu, Lu Chen has left. Let us follow him. Eliminate him." Before long, Lu Chen arrived at a mountain range several dozen miles from the Zongheng Academy. Here, even if the elders sent something amiss, they could not arrive instantly. It was undoubtedly the perfect location for a killing. With this thought, he turned to the group behind him. "Come forth, do not hide." Upon hearing these words, a cold snicker emanated from the concealed shadows behind Lu Chen. "I never expected you to know that we were following you and still dare to show yourself." In response, Lu Chen offered a subtle smile. "If I do not emerge, how could I possibly eliminate you?" At that moment, a man with the surname Zhu stepped forward from behind, his strength matching that of the 9th level of the sea-splitting realm. A hint of disdain adorned his features. "You, a mere wastrel from the northern domain, dare to be so arrogant. Brother Zhu spared your life only out of respect for Elder Lu, yet you remain so ungrateful." Lu Chen burst into laughter at this. "Indeed, you possess quite the audacity. I shall grant you the honor of being my final victim." He then turned his gaze toward the others. "And what of you? Do you have any last words to utter? You insolent brat." Unable to restrain themselves any longer, the others charged at Lu Chen. With a swift motion, Lu Chen raised a single hand, sealing sea seal. Instantly, a terrifying palm imprint descended from the void, crashing down upon the group. They all sensed the overwhelming power contained within that imprint. This is bad. It's an Earth-tier palm technique. They hurriedly channeled their true energy to counter the impending strike. Crack! Just as the palm imprint was about to land, a shattering sound resonated from its center, gradually dissipating into the air. Witnessing this, the faces of the onlookers lit up with excitement. Brother Zhu turned to Lu Chen, panting heavily, and remarked, "Is this truly your strongest attack? So weak, utterly feeble. If this is all you are capable of," then Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Fear not, I shall not disappoint you." He extended his right hand once more. Unmatched seal? Boom! A dreadfully powerful palm imprint manifested in the air once again. The terrifying energy it contained sent shivers down their spines. What on earth is this? Boom! In an instant, the palm imprint crashed down, reducing the group to mere pulp. Finally, Lu Chen glanced to the side. The individual who had spoken earlier now looked pale, trembling as he gazed at Lu Chen. "Impossible! This cannot be!" Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Now, it is your turn." With that, he pointed his finger like a sword and advanced toward the man. Each step Lu Chen took resonated like the heavy tolling of death's bell in the man's heart. Before Lu Chen could make a move, the man spat blood, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen paused momentarily. He was actually scared to death. What a waste. At that moment, several powerful auras approached from the distance. Lu Chen quickly swept his hands over the bodies of the fallen. That be why the time he had completed this action, those figures had already arrived before him. "What is going on? Why you harmed your fellow disciples?" Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. "They sought to kill me simply because I hail from the northern domain, but their skills were insufficient, and they perished in my hands." Upon hearing this, one of them stiffened. "You come from the northern domain?" Chapter 72. "Within a month, I shall slay you." The elder fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen and spoke slowly. Lu Chen nodded slightly. The elder continued, "From which dynasty do you hail?" "The Great Qian dynasty, from the western region, the sword profound sect." Upon hearing this, the elder's figure shifted slightly, his gaze momentarily faltering. "You truly come from a sword profound sect?" Lu Chen then produced a token from his storage bag and presented it to the elder. Upon seeing the token, the elder's hands began to tremble. He then revealed a matching token before Lu Chen. At this sight, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are Senior Yang Longshan." "Indeed," Yang Longshan replied, casting his gaze upon the bodies on the ground. "What has transpired here?" Lu Chen recounted the events in full. After listening, Yang Longshan nodded. "I see. Their lack of strength led to their demise. You are not to blame. Let us return to the sect." Before long, the two arrived back at the sect. The next day, the academy's assessment took place. As Lu Chen stood among a group of dozens who had entered the sect alongside him, his expression was calm. Last night, news of the 8 individuals slain by Lu Chen had spread throughout the academy. All the disciples regarded Lu Chen with expressions of shock. This disciple from the northern domain is truly terrifying, capable of slaying Brother Zhu and others. Yet, that fellow likely won't survive for long. Brother Zhu is the legitimate heir of the Zhu family from the Nether Realm. I heard Brother Zhu's elder brother has just emerged from seclusion this morning. Lu Chen is likely to meet a grim fate. As they conversed, a furious roar erupted from a distance. "Brat, I will have your life." Lu Chen slowly raised his head, gazing toward the source of the voice. There, a figure was racing toward him. Second level of the King realm? Had this been before, it might have required some effort, but now Lu Chen calmly lifted his right hand. The other disciples observed his demeanor with scornful expressions. "Lu Chen, it would be wiser to kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps Brother Zhu will spare your corpse." Lu Chen turned to glance at him, a faint hint of murderous intent locking onto him. Silenced, Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and a beam of purple light shot forth, piercing directly into the man's brow. In the next instant, blood poured from the man's 7 orifices as he instantly lost his life. The other disciples covered their mouths in fear, dreading the potential repercussions in the distance. An elder prepared to intervene, but was halted by Yang Longshan that it is merely a trivial altercation among disciples. No need for intervention at this moment. Zhu Tian's fist was already barreling toward Lu Chen. Unmatched seal. Lu Chen waved his hand, and a palm imprint descended, directly suppressing Zhu Tian. However, Zhu Tian, being a king realm cultivator, managed to shatter the unmatched seal with all his might. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment at this turn of events. Zhu Tian believed that this unmatched seal was Lu Chen's ultimate technique. Enraged, he shouted, "What other tricks do you have? Use them!" Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. As you wished, he raised his right hand once more. "What will you use to evade this strike?" A far more terrifying palm imprint began to coalesce in the void above. The heavenly transformation palm. Feeling the overwhelming presence of this palm imprint, the expressions of those present turned to horror. Even Yang Longshan, at the 9th level of the King realm, momentarily faltered in his gaze. What an impressive lad, capable of wielding a heavenly tier palm technique with mere sea-splitting realm strength. The other elders also appeared slightly shaken. Heavenly tier techniques were exceedingly rare, even within the prestigious academy. Who would have thought this young man possessed such fortuitous opportunities? At this juncture, a hint of greed flickered in the elder's eyes. Were it not for Yang Longshan's presence, he might have acted on impulse to seize Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the palm imprint reverberated through the air. Zhu Tian, feeling the overwhelming aura, turned pale with shock. Yet before he could react, Lu Chen's palm had already descended. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as the ground shattered into pieces. Leaving Zhu Tian severely wounded at this point, Lu Chen stepped forward, traversing 8 steps in an instant to stand before him. Is this all the strength the inner court disciples possess? I am utterly disappointed. With that, he brought his foot down, crushing Zhu Tian's skull. He then slowly extended his hand toward the man's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 blood chi pills, 100,000 Dao source pills. A complete earth tier fist technique, savage fist, and a heavenly tier pill formula. Chi gathering pill. Ding! Reward triggering successful, recalculating gains. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 million blood chi pills, 100,000 Dao source pills. A complete heavenly tier fist technique, 8 desolations fist. And a complete earth tier pill formula, spirit gathering pill. The 8 desolations fist, a formidable heavenly tier fist technique, when mastered, can shatter a myriad of foes and sweep through the 8 desolations. The spirit gathering pill, an earth tier pill formula, upon refinement and consumption, greatly enhances the probability of advancement. This moment, within the inner court, an elder was filled with rage, and it was none other than the 6th elder of the academy. How dare this mere barbarian from the northern domain lay hands on my disciple? You shall die. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's gaze momentarily sharpened. Without the need for contemplation, he comprehended that this individual had come to exact vengeance on behalf of Zhu Tian. Observing the situation, Lu Chen clenched his fist with a single hand. This was an opportune moment to test the might of the 8 desolation fist. In an instant, Lu Chen activated the prison demon body. Channeling his vital energy to its utmost limit, he then unleashed a powerful punch. 8 desolation fist. In a split second, a terrifying gust of fist wind erupted from the plaza. A wave of formidable energy exploded from Lu Chen's fist. In the distance, Yang Longshan was taken aback by the sight. Yet another celestial-level martial art. Had this youth raided the ancient clan's treasures? Boom! Lu Chen's punch directly struck the 6th elder, producing a resonant tremor. Subsequently, both figures staggered backward. Lu Chen's attire was slightly disheveled, yet he stood resolute at the center of the plaza. Conversely, the 6th elder was sent flying several hundred yards before regaining his footing. This spectacle left the disciples of the plaza in a state of shock. What manner of beast is this? How could he contend with the 6th elder without a flicker of emotion? It is well known that the 6th elder is a formidable master at the 6th level of the king realm. In the academy, his strength is sufficient to rank among the top 5. This Lu Chen is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's thoughts wandered. If he could ascend to the king realm, this old fool would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Alas, in the distance, the 6th elder, witnessing his defeat at the hands of a newcomer, turned pale. His countenance suddenly flushed a deep shade of purple. If I do not slay you, I shall not be deemed human. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled faintly. Those words are precisely what I wish to convey to you. Within a month, I shall take your life. Chapter 73. The heavens dare not measure. Observing the unfolding situation, young Longxian smiled slightly. It was merely a trivial skirmish among disciples. Why should one be incensed? When I ascended to the position of elder, was it not upon the corpses of 3 other elders? Hearing this, the 6th elder shot a glance at young Longxian, snorted in anger, and turned to depart. That in the academy, strength reigns supreme, that if one is powerful enough, even the seat of the academy head can be seized. Young Longxian was evidently shielding Lu Chen. The 6th elder's gaze darkened at this realization. However, his strength paled in comparison to young Longxian's, leaving him no choice but to bide his time. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Do not let me catch you. With that, the 6th elder took his leave. In light of this, young Longxian smiled slightly. The farce has concluded. Now it is time for you to assess your talents. Upon hearing this, the newly admitted disciple swallowed hard. 1 inner sect disciple had perished, along with 8 outer sect disciples, and this was merely a farce. Is this the rule of the academy? Soon, the newly arrived disciples were ushered into a grand hall. Within, there stood only a stone tablet. Lu Chen gazed at the tablet, his expression subtly shifting. This tablet should be akin to the chaos bell that at this juncture, young Longxian began to speak. This is the talent measuring tablet of the academy. Based on its results, different resources can be allocated. Step forward one by one. Hearing this, the new disciples hurriedly approached, extending their hands toward the tablet. In an instant, a radiant light manifested upon the tablet. 5th grade aptitude, quite good, eligible for the outer sect. Subsequently, the next disciple followed suit. 6th grade, acceptable talent as several more stepped forward, varying levels of aptitude were revealed. Lu Chen discerned some of the tablet's workings. It appeared to categorize individuals from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest. Yet he pondered, how would his own aptitude measure? Previously, when he was assessed at the Sword Xian sect, the chaos bell had shattered instantly. Thus, he remained oblivious to his own aptitude. Soon, it was Lu Chen's turn. Why now? A multitude of disciples had gathered outside the hall, eager to witness the astonishing Lu Chen's aptitude level. Lu Chen approached the tablet. With a single hand, he concentrated and reached toward the stone tablet. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire hall. Even young Longxian had to shield his eyes. At that moment, young Longxuan's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. Previously, his own vast sea dragon body had reached the 8th grade. Yet, the brilliance of that was but a flicker compared to the radiance before him. Could this young man possess a 9th grade aptitude? At that moment, as Lu Chen's hand made contact with the tablet, an arcane energy surged into his body. It felt as though a vast memory flooded his mind. What is this? He vaguely perceived a figure seated cross-legged in a void. Suddenly, the figure opened its eyes. A pair of blood-red orbs fixated intently on Lu Chen. For reasons unknown, Lu Chen felt a sense of familiarity with this individual. Shaking his head, the vision returned to reality. However, the scene before him was beyond his expectations. The tablet had disintegrated into dust. He glanced at young Longxian. Elder, what has happened? Young Longxian spoke deliberately. The talent measuring tablet, even if the heavenly Tao were to descend, would not be destroyed in this case. There can only be one conclusion. The heavens dare not measure. Your talent is so extraordinary that even the heavenly Tao fears it, refraining from assessment. Hiss! The disciples outside the hall naturally overheard this announcement. Collectively inhaling sharply, and oh wonder Lu Chen could continuously eliminate these individuals. His talent was unexpectedly formidable. Even the heavenly Tao feared him. How could they compete? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen merely furrowed his brow. Still unable to be measured? What a pity. I had hoped this talent measuring tablet would prove useful, yet it turned out to be akin to the chaos bell. The chaos bell? At this mention, a sense of foreboding arose within young Longxian. Lu Chen, the chaos bell shattered. Pointing at the now ruined talent measuring tablet, he added, "It is identical to this contraption." Upon hearing this, young Longxian fell silent. The Chaos Bell and the Talent Measuring Tablet were the only instruments in the southern and northern regions capable of assessing talent. And now, both lay in ruins at Lu Chen's hands. Perhaps this was their destiny. After a lengthy pause, Yang Longshin nodded. Very well. Your aptitude has been assessed. Lu Chen, you may directly enter the inner courtyard. Hearing this, not a single disciple outside the hall dared to utter a word. Though they had fought fiercely for the singular opportunity to enter the inner courtyard that year, facing Lu Chen as an opponent, they deemed it futile. There was simply no match for him. Soon, several individuals exited the hall. Lu Chen returned to the Alchemy Hall, a privilege granted to him by Elder Lu. Within the entire academy, including Lu Chen, there were only 4 alchemists. The other 2 were said to be traveling the continent, honing their skills. Elder Lu was currently away on business. Thus, Lu Chen found himself alone in the Alchemy Hall. He seated himself at the center of the hall and began to scour the surroundings. Finally, he gathered the necessary materials to concoct the spirit-condensing pill. A pill that could enhance the probability of advancement is quite commendable. With that, Lu Chen concentrated his energy and summoned a pill furnace using true yang flame, that he then followed the previous steps to commence the alchemical process. Before long, 3 days had passed. Lu Chenxiu had returned to the sect. Upon seeing Lu Chen diligently refining pills, a glimmer of appreciation crossed his eyes. Such a hard-working disciple, yet he is not my direct apprentice. What a pity. He then approached Lu Chen slowly. Suddenly, Lu Chen, who had been engrossed in alchemy, opened his eyes wide, brimming with brilliance. Coalesce! With a single wave of his hand, Lu Chen extinguished the true yang flame and firmly grasped the pill within his palm. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grasp, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Success! At that moment, he noticed Elder Lu standing beside him. Elder Lu, you have returned. Elder Lu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the pill in Lu Chen's hand. Upon seeing the azure patterns adorning it, he was instantly taken aback. Azure pill patterns. It is indeed azure pill patterns. He then scrutinized the pill closely, and his expression shifted dramatically. An earth-grade pill with azure patterns. Lu Chenxiu grasped the elixir in his hand, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. It was unimaginable that I, Lu Chenxiu, having immersed myself in the art of alchemy for decades, would ultimately fall short of a mere novice disciple. The thought of taking him as my disciple is indeed laughable. As he spoke, he offered a respectful gesture towards Lu Chen. Chapter 74. Ascending to the King Realm. I shall slay you as one would a mere dog. Now, your alchemical prowess surpasses mine. Thus you are my senior. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen instinctively took a step back. That it would unnerve anyone to be addressed as a senior by an old man who was half a foot in the grave. He retreated a step further, hastily making his way out of the academy. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Lu Chen dashed away, striding towards the sect. For he had pressing matters to attend to, namely, to eliminate Elder Lu and rescue his mother. The completion of these 2 tasks hinged upon his ascension to the King Realm, though his current strength was sufficient to slay Elder Lu. He needed to reveal his trump card. These were life-saving measures he could not afford to squander. It was not until he reached a secluded cave that Lu Chen finally came to a halt. His strength was now adequate. He merely needed to consume the elixirs he had acquired, and then take the concentration pill to enter the King Realm. At that point, he could head straight for the ancient floating pagoda clan. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Lu Chen's eyes. Mother, wait for me! He then promptly swallowed the blood chi pill and the Dao source pill he had obtained. Following that, he activated his transformative technique and began his cultivation. As the spiritual energy that had lingered within his body coursed through him while he practiced, his strength began to steadily grow. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of the academy, a disciple stood before Elder Lu, seemingly reporting some crucial information. Is what you say true? Upon hearing the disciple's report, Elder Lu abruptly rose to his feet. Has Lu Chen truly left the academy to cultivate? The disciple nodded respectfully. Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement crossed Elder Lu's face. Heaven is aiding me. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Is Yang Longkin still within the academy? The disciple replied, I personally witnessed Elder Yang visiting the academy master, and he has yet to return. That is excellent news. Elder Lu rose slowly at this point. Even if a celestial being were to intervene, this boy must die. Within the cave, Lu Chen's strength had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of sea-splitting. He slowly opened his eyes and retrieved the concentration pill, swallowing a whole. Instantly, a warm sensation flowed from his mouth into his dantian. The moment the spiritual root encountered the warm liquid. It flickered with radiant light. The King Realm signifies the transformation of the spiritual root into veins, changing gas into liquid, converting the spiritual roots that require absorption into autonomously flowing spiritual veins. If the spiritual roots are likened to a stream, then the spiritual veins are akin to a mighty river, ceaselessly flowing that time. He would no longer face the depletion of true energy. However, this process was exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of the spiritual roots. The consequences could range from a complete loss of cultivation to immediate death. Yet, with the concentration pill and the essence of wood at hand, Lu Chen was 100% confident in his success. This moment, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from his spiritual root, gradually merging into it. This was the result of an abundant spiritual root. Below lay the transformation of the spiritual root into veins. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement within, and I can almost sense the continuous flow of spiritual energy rushing towards my dantian. With this thought, he decided to add a little more substance that he concentrated, summoning a bolt of crimson lightning into his dantian. Simultaneously, a blue light emerged from the other side, that if these two essences were to be integrated into the spiritual veins, what would the outcome be? Just as he prepared to fuse the two essences into the spiritual liquid, a wave of resistance surged from the lightning essence. Observing this, Lu Chen roared, "Do not flee. Coalesce for me." With formidable strength, Lu Chen directly refined both the essence of wood and the lightning essence into the spiritual liquid. Subsequently, 9 streams infused with the power of lightning and the flowing essence of a great river gradually took shape until they finally stabilized. Lu Chen then slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He exerted a bit of force, and true energy swirled within his palm, containing the dual powers of vitality and lightning. Noticing this, Lu Chen felt a stirring in his heart and struck with one hand that, in an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended, obliterating a massive tree before him, which was as thick as a barrel. He then shifted his gaze and struck again. The already shattered tree began to sprout new branches at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, a tree identical to the previous one re-emerged. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression sharpened. The coexistence of destruction and vitality. Impressive. Just then, his gaze suddenly flickered. He slowly raised his head, looking into the distance. Have they finally arrived? A bit slower than I anticipated, Lu Chen. You will undoubtedly die today. The voice of Elder Lu arrived before his figure appeared. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled indifferently. Indeed, you and your disciples seem to share a single mind. Since you have come, you might as well leave your life behind. With that, Lu Chen concentrated his energy in one hand, true energy surging within that moment. Elder Lu finally manifested. He could sense that Lu Chen's strength had indeed reached the King Realm. In that instant, his expression turned grave, and his heart trembled. He had heard that Lu Chen's talent was beyond measure, and now witnessing it, he confirmed it to be true, that a true genius. But you have crossed the wrong person and must pay with your life. Should you encounter me in your next life, remember to take the long way around. Lu Chen smiled calmly in response. You are but a dying man. I shall slay you as one would a dog. With that, he concentrated his energy in one hand, true energy swirling. Heavenly transformation palm. A colossal handprint slowly emerged in the void above Elder Lu's head, crackling with lightning. Seeing this, Elder Lu smirked slightly. Boy, here, the same trick won't work. With that, Elder Lu summoned all his true energy and struck out, attempting to crush Lu Chen's palm. Seeing this, Lu Chen's smile widened. I forgot to mention, I added a little something extra to this palm print. Elder Lu's heart sank with fear at those words. What? At this point, he had approached the palm print. The lightning energy emanating from it caused his true energy to stagnate. The lightning essence, this aura was all too familiar to him. For when he ascended to the King Realm, He had nearly been struck dead by this divine lightning. Encountering it again now filled him with a sense of dread. Elder Lu hastily turned to flee. The lightning essence's greatest power lay in its ability to suppress true energy, which accounted for the demise of many powerful beings during their ascension. However, Lu Chen's physical strength was extraordinarily formidable, allowing him to seize this lightning essence. Now, seeing Elder Lu attempt to escape, Lu Chen remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly transformation palm descended, directly smashing Elder Lu into the ground. Then he transformed his palm into a fist and unleashed the 8 Desolation Fist, striking down upon the severely injured Elder Lu. Chapter 75. The Ancient Floating Pagoda Realm. Elder Lu, sensing the terrifying energy, struggled to rise, attempting to flee into the distance. However, how could he, in his weakened state, contend with Lu Chen? With a resounding crash, Lu Chen's fist pierced through Elder Lu. Then, Lu Chen lightly dusted himself off. "Old fool, I promised to kill you within a month. And so, I have..." As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards the lifeless body before him. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a reward, a fragment of the wilderness map, a low-grade Earth-tier mental technique, the dragon-building heart method, and a core of the demon clan. Ding! Reward successfully triggered, recalculating gains. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a wilderness map, a high-grade Earth-tier mental technique, the profound dragon-building art, and a core of the demon clan. The profound dragon-building art, a high-level Earth-tier technique that accelerates cultivation speed and infuses a trace of dragon energy into one's true chi." Just as he contemplated comprehending this mental technique, he was suddenly taken aback as the creation technique within him began to operate of its own accord. It then voraciously devoured the profound dragon-building art as if it were consuming a great whale. Consequently, a terrifying force of suction emanated from within him, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The creation technique evolved, feeling the overwhelming, devouring power emanating from himself. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This creation technique required no prompting from him. It autonomously absorbed spiritual energy. And oh wonder this mental technique had never evolved. It turned out it needed him to comprehend other techniques first at that moment. He cast his gaze upon the core of the demon clan and reached out towards it. The instant his hand made contact with the core, his body trembled violently as the core was consumed by the prison-suppressing demon body. It seemed that not only the Heavenly Mechanism Academy, but also the Zongheng Academy had fallen prey to the demon clan. Yet, where had this demonic energy originated? As he pondered, he glanced at Elder Lu, who had revealed the last item, the map. Lu Chen picked it up and scrutinized it closely. There were 3 continents depicted on it, 2 of which were situated in the center of the map, while the other lay at the far west. Could it be that this depicted the Western Bliss? Was the wilderness located there? After a prolonged contemplation, Lu Chen shook his head. No, thinking about this was pointless. Saving my mother is of utmost priority. With that, he hastened southward. He had previously heard that the 3 great families were located near Qinshi Mountain at the southernmost tip of the southern region. Being 3 reclusive families, among them, there were certainly powerful beings of the Emperor realm. Their strength was not necessarily weaker than that of the Zongheng Academy, and they might even be stronger. However, due to the elders of the 3 families rarely venturing out, no one had ever discerned their true depth. Only when the children of the family reached adulthood were they given the opportunity to travel and explore. After a considerable time, Lu Chen arrived at Qinshi Mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay a town named Qinshi Town. At this moment, Lu Chen found himself within the town. Uncertain of the whereabouts of the 3 ancient clans, he inquired passers-by for directions. Yet each person avoided him in fear, opting to take detours. This left Lu Chen greatly puzzled. For even a reclusive family, it seemed implausible to have no information at all. Just then, he scanned the crowd, and suddenly his eyes brightened upon spotting a familiar figure, the drunkard. He was conversing with 2 individuals who were continuously pouring him drinks. Let me tell you, that Lu Chen is extraordinarily powerful. Back in the town, he single-handedly battled 3 members of a clan, ultimately slaying even their ancestor. Just as he was speaking, Lu Chen approached. Drunkard, long time no see. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the drunkard appeared slightly taken aback that you're still alive. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression grew serious. What is going on? The drunkard glanced around at the people nearby, then swiftly led Lu Chen away from the tavern. Have you offended someone from the Floating Pagoda clan? At this, Lu Chen's confusion deepened. While he did entertain the thought, he had yet to locate the Floating Pagoda clan, so how could he have provoked them? Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind, the silver-armored man he had encountered at the Seven Kill ruins. Could it be him? At this moment, the drunkard took a sip of his drink and looked at Lu Chen, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes. I risked my life to bring you this news. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. He produced a high-grade spirit crystal and said, Do you know where the Floating Pagoda clan is? If you tell me, this money is yours. The drunkard glanced at the spirit crystal in Lu Chen's hand, then lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Finally, he seemed to come to a decision. Slowly raising his head, the drunkard took the spirit crystal from Lu Chen's hand. Let us go. I'll take you there. Lu Chen's expression tightened slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss about this drunkard, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Before long, Lu Chen followed closely behind the drunkard to the cliff face at the foot of Qinshi Mountain to take tea that moment. The drunkard slowly raised his head to gaze at the Qinshi Mountain before him. As if reminiscing, enough of this, the drunkard slowly turned to Lu Chen. Take out your Floating Pagoda token. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. How do you know I have a Floating Pagoda token? The drunkard shot Lu Chen a glance. Anyone present at the Seven Kill ruins would have seen the young master of the Floating Pagoda clan hand you the token, wouldn't they? Lu Chen thought for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. He retrieved the Floating Pagoda token and handed it to the drunkard, then stood by and watched. The drunkard focused with one hand, and the two characters on the token suddenly began to swirl upwards, imprinting themselves into the wall. Suddenly, the cliff before them trembled, and a beam of light shot forth, pulling the two of them inside. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in an entirely different world. Observing the surroundings, Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The Floating Pagoda clan was indeed situated within a separate space. Could it be the same for the other two clans? The drunkard nodded slightly. This is the Floating Pagoda ancient realm, where the three great families exist in their own respective spaces. Unless necessary, they rarely venture outside, as the spiritual energy within this space far surpasses that of the outside world. Hearing this, Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was at least several times denser than that of the outside realm. Just then, two figures approached from a distance. Upon noticing the two, they wasted no time and charged directly at them. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He had initially planned to adopt a diplomatic approach, but it seemed entirely unnecessary now. With that, he pulled the drunkard behind him and unleashed the creation of heaven and earth palm, striking down. Before the two could reach Lu Chen, they were instantly sent flying by the force of his palm. Lu Chen swiftly followed up, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Just then, the drunkard called out to him. You must not kill them here, otherwise you will never be able to walk through the gates of the Floating Pagoda clan. At this, Lu Chen's lips curled upwards. That depends on their capabilities. With that, Lu Chen threw another punch, directly annihilating the two figures. He then reached out towards them. After completing this, Lu Chen landed on the ground. At this moment, the drunkard's expression had turned grave. Lu Chen, if you encounter an Emperor Realm expert, how confident are you? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. 70%, but killing them might be a bit challenging. The drunkard nodded slightly. That will suffice. Just then, from a distance, dozens of figures rushed towards them. Among them, the leading figure was the silver-armored man who had previously targeted Lu Chen. At this moment, his expression was extremely grim. I never expected you to have the audacity to come and even kill members of my Floating Pagoda clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stepped forward. You loudmouth, I've been wanting to deal with you for quite some time. Come, let us fight. With that, Lu Chen focused his hand, and the 7-kill sword appeared in his grasp. He then swung the sword, aiming directly at the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man, witnessing Lu Chen's strength, was momentarily taken aback. In just a few days, Lu Chen had progressed from the 8th layer of the sea-splitting realm to the Emperor realm. This youth's talent was evidently not inferior to that of the prodigies from my floating pagoda clan. However, this astonishment quickly dissipated. The silver-armored man turned to the others behind him and spoke slowly. In this battle, you are not allowed to intervene. Lord Floating Pagoda, but the silver-armored man's expression hardened. Silence, here. I am in charge. The individual dared not speak further, finding himself compelled to stand behind Fatuzan. Fatuzan, wielding a silver spear, charged directly at Lu Chen. Chaotic spear technique. First form, Lingwei. In an instant, a deluge of spear shadows erupted into the air. A tempest of martial intent surging forth from Fatuzan, bearing down upon Lu Chen. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and the 7-killing sword in his hand erupted with a resonant tremor. A sharp aura of slaughter permeating the air. Feeling this presence, Fatuzan's pupils constricted slightly. Is this truly the legendary 7-killing sword? The master of slaughter? It certainly lives up to its reputation, that I wonder how it compares to my chaotic spear. At this moment, Lu Chen's strength reached its zenith. The 9 spiritual veins within him surged forth, unleashing a torrent of true energy. Lu Chen could distinctly sense that, while Fatuzan was not vastly superior to Elder Lu in strength, the threat he posed was magnitudes greater. Yet this was merely a comparison to Elder Lu. 3 Live's sword technique. Suddenly, numerous sword shadows appeared in the void, crackling with electric energy. Explode, Lu Chen called out, launching himself at Fatuzan. In an instant, countless sword shadows collided with the spear shadows, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Lu Chen then focused his right hand, unleashing the Zhenhai seal. Seeing this, Fatuzan swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. What a remarkable youth. He mused, to engage in a back and forth with me in my peak. Back and forth. Lu Chen chuckled at this. That is merely your wishful thinking. As he spoke, Lu Chen slowly sheathed the 7-killing sword. Though I'm a sword practitioner, I must confess my greatest strength lies not in the sword. Although his power was currently at the 1st level of the King Realm, his physical prowess could contend with those at the 7th level and beyond. This transformation was a result of the Jinyu demon body absorbing the essence of the entire demon Dao tree. Had Mo Yuan been present, his strength would have multiplied several times over. Even against the sovereign of the Emperor realm, he possessed the strength to fight back. Lu Chen gradually sheathed the 7-killing sword, his gaze icy as he approached Fu Tijan. In response, Fatuzan launched another attack, thrusting his spear toward Lu Chen. Clang. The moment the chaotic spear met Lu Chen's form, a crisp sound rang out. What? A flicker of shock crossed Fatuzan's eyes. The chaotic spear, a weapon of heavenly tier, could pierce even the top 20 body techniques on the power rankings. Yet now, it remained utterly still against Lu Chen, without even a scratch appearing on him. Just as Fatuzan was momentarily stunned, an immense force suddenly surged from his palm. That moment, Lu Chen gripped the spear with one hand and yanked it with ferocity. The so-called absolute heavenly weapon, the chaotic spear, began to show signs of cracking. Witnessing this, the onlookers behind Fatuzan displayed expressions of horror. This spear was forged from celestial meteorite iron. How could it be so easily broken? Crack! Just as they pondered this, a sharp sound echoed. The chaotic spear had shattered. Fatuzan's face turned pale with fear. Charge! Quickly! Kill him! He himself began to retreat in a panic. Observing this, Lu Chen delivered a punch, sending the approaching crowd flying. He then hurled the broken spear. Thud! A muffled sound followed as the spear's tip pierced through Fatuzan's silver armor. Exiting from his chest, Lu Chen then followed up with the 8 Desolation's fist, which suddenly erupted. Suddenly, a terrifying figure rushed in from the distance, blocking Lu Chen's punch. Due to the overwhelming force, Lu Chen was sent flying backward, while the figure stumbled back 3 steps to regain his footing. Upon seeing this person, Lu Chen's gaze narrowed sharply. An Emperor Realm expert. At that moment, a hint of surprise flickered on the face of the Emperor Realm expert. Although he had acted hastily and not used his full strength, his power was still sufficient to rival a 9th-level King Realm practitioner. Who is this child? And why does he harbor animosity toward the Fatuzan clan? At this moment, Lu Chen firmly grasped the ground with one hand to stabilize himself, his expression pensive. Has the younger one summoned the elder? An Emperor realm expert, if so, then let the battle commence. As his thoughts settled, dark patterns suddenly surfaced across his body, spreading throughout. In an instant, a torrent of demonic energy erupted within the Fetuzan ancient realm. Meanwhile, in a distant hall, a middle-aged man abruptly rose, his body radiating golden light. Such potent demonic energy is what has been suppressed about to emerge. With that, he vanished from his location. Outside, upon the vast plain, Lu Chen's violet eyes fixated intently on the Emperor realm expert before him. The expert, sensing the demonic energy emanating from Lu Chen, dared not exhibit any sign of complacency. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. The Fetuzan clan truly has a short memory. Do you not recall the Lu family of the Northern Domain? Upon hearing this, the Emperor realm expert's expression shifted dramatically. "You are Schwerer." Before he could finish, Fetuzan let out a loud laugh. "So, it is that abominable offspring. No wonder you possess such a ghastly appearance." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's form vanished in an instant. Chapter 77. The sword intent traverses, the wine sword immortal. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Fetuzan's lips, as Lu Chen's foot had already created a bloody hole in his chest. "You noisy wretch, did you truly believe his presence could save you?" With that, Lu Chen stepped over Fetuzan's corpse, turning his gaze toward the Emperor realm expert beside him. "It's your turn now." The Emperor realm expert, witnessing this scene, displayed a conflicted expression. "You are Lu Chen?" Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Chen's face. "You know me? I am Fetuzan. That if we consider our familial ties, I should be your uncle. That I was present when they came to take your mother." Hearing the word uncle, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, his expression turned cold. "You are the one who took my mother away." With that, Lu Chen showed no hesitation, unleashing the 8 Desolations fist and Shintian creation palm in succession, compelling Fetuzan to retreat continuously. "Lu Chen, hear me out. We had our reasons back then. What a noble reason." Lu Chen laughed uproariously. "Is this the might of the Fetuzan clan? Just because of a so-called reason, you separated me from my mother for 18 years. Suddenly, Lu Chen's expression twisted into one of ferocity. "Today, either I die, or I personally send you on your way." With that, Lu Chen launched another punch. Observing this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Fetuzan's face, and no matter how Lu Chen attacked, he did not retaliate. On the contrary, a trace of satisfaction surfaced on his face, for Lu Chen's strength had now far surpassed that of the contemporaries from the Fetuzan clan. "A mere abomination dares to provoke my Fetuzan clan." Utterly deluded. Upon hearing this, Fetuzan's expression shifted dramatically. "Lu Chen, you must leave. I will discuss your mother's situation with you later." "Humph." Just then, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes suddenly appeared before Lu Chen. "Anyone who comes to the Fetuzan ancient realm to kill my clan shall never leave alive." "Patriarch," Fetuzan exclaimed as he quickly intervened before Lu Chen. "Patriarch, what Lu Chen has done today was provoked by Fetuzan first. He is not to be blamed." The golden-robed middle-aged man glanced at Lu Chen and then at Fetuzan. "It seems you hold this young man in high regard." As he spoke, the middle-aged man in the golden robe clenched his hand. In an instant, Lu Chen's neck felt as though it were gripped by an unseen force, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation coursing through his entire being. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Chen understood it was time to reveal his trump card. With all his might, he focused his energy into one hand, and a dark sword materialized within his grasp. The moment Mo Yuan emerged, the brilliance of the entire ancient realm of the floating pagoda dimmed. Subsequently, a terrifying aura of demonic energy surged into Lu Chen's body in that fleeting moment. The 9 spiritual veins within him underwent a profound transformation. The originally resplendent radiance instantly morphed into a shadowy black, with demonic energy seeping forth. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's strength began to ascend steadily, halting only upon reaching the 9th level of the King Realm. Although Mo Yuan remained in slumber, Lu Chen, in both spirit and flesh, could withstand this malevolent force, he exhaled a plume of dark mist, his eyes gleaming with a deep crimson light. This was the power of the 9th level of the King realm. Turning his gaze toward the golden-robed man in the distance, he mused, "Very well. If I eliminate you, the entire Floating Pagoda clan shall be leaderless, and I may slay them at my leisure." With that, he extended his right hand, tightening his grip on Mo Yuan. Observing this, both Floating Pagoda Yuan and the man in the golden robe wore expressions of grave concern. Indeed, this aura was identical to the demonic energy beneath the grand formation. The golden-robed man slowly stepped forward, grasping a golden spear that appeared in his hand. In response, Floating Pagoda Yuan, witnessing Lu Chen's descent into madness, summoned a sharp blade into his grasp. Lu Chen, while we may negotiate on other matters, conspiring with the demon clan is a path of no return. These words. A smirk crept upon Lu Chen's lips. Will you not realize that the moment you took my mother away, I had already embarked upon that irreversible path? He lifted his sword, pointing it at the two men. Today, let me witness the true prowess of the dual sovereigns of the Floating Pagoda clan. Cough, cough, boy, have you forgotten me? Suddenly, a cough echoed from behind Lu Chen. The voice of the drunken immortal drifted forward. Startled, Lu Chen's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. You haven't escaped? Upon hearing this, the drunken immortal shook his head and took a swig of alcohol. No choice. I am obligated. With that, he lowered the gourd in his hand and stepped forward. A terrifying aura erupted from within him. Gradually, his appearance began to shift. His once dry, cracked skin transformed into a smooth, lustrous facade that he walked while shaking his head. That old fool Shangguan Yin truly knows how to pick his disciples. Then, the drunken immortal's gaze sharpened, and with a single motion, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword bore no trace of true energy, merely a mundane weapon. Yet, in an instant, a piercing sword intent swept across the entire ancient realm of the Floating Pagoda. Sensing this intent, the golden-robed man's expression darkened. The sword intent of the drunken sword immortal. I cannot believe you are still alive. The drunken immortal smiled faintly. Floating Pagodasian, if that old fool is still alive, how could I possibly perish? Sword immortal, sword intent of the universe. Hearing their exchange, Lu Chen stood frozen in place. Old drunkard, you. The drunken immortal smiled slightly. The previous head of the Zongheng Academy and also Shangguan Yun's senior brother. Realization dawned on Lu Chen. Did that old fool Shangguan Yun go to the South Sea for a duel with the drunken sword immortal? But wasn't he had said he won? Why is the old drunkard in scathe? The drunken immortal seemed to perceive Lu Chen's thoughts. Enough with that fellow Shangguan Yun. If I wish to win, even 10 of him would not suffice. With that, he turned his attention to Floating Pagodasian, offering a faint smile. Back then, you could not withstand a single strike from me. I wonder how your strength compares now. Upon hearing his past shortcomings exposed, Floating Pagodasian's countenance shifted dramatically. That was merely due to my carelessness. Let us battle again. However, as the drunken immortal focused his energy, the sword intent of the universe filled the entire ancient realm of the Floating Pagoda. He drew forth the gourd from his waist, took a hearty drink, and then spat it upon the blade in his hand. To this sight, Floating Pagodasian's expression changed drastically. It was this very sword that had once led to his defeat. He raised his spear, sweeping it outward. The dragons roar in the 9 heavens. Clang! In the blink of an eye, both figures stood their ground. In the next moment, astonishment filled Floating Pagodasian's eyes as he slowly collapsed to the ground. How could this be? I wield the supreme heavenly weapon of the Floating Pagoda clan. How could I lose to a mere, mundane weapon? Upon hearing this, the drunken immortal took another swig of liquor. Regardless of what I wield, you shall never be my match, for I am the sword. The sword is me. Without the sword, I am nothing. Without me, the sword ceases to exist. With that, the drunken immortal turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. Boy, if you leave now, there remains a sliver of hope. Should that old fossil of the Floating Pagoda clan still be alive? Feng Bu Wei, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Before he could finish, a grim voice echoed from the depths of the Floating Pagoda clan. Upon hearing this voice, the drunken immortal's expression revealed a hint of resignation. Truly, what one fears most is what comes to pass. He then looked at Lu Chen. I will hold him off. You must leave immediately. Do you understand? At that moment on the ground, floating pagoda Zhen's expression darkened. Thinking of escaping, it is too late. Today the ancestor of our clan has revealed himself. You shall all perish here. He then turned to floating pagoda Yuan. What are you waiting for? Hurry and kill him. At this command, floating pagoda Yuan's eyes reflected a flicker of reluctance. Yet he ultimately nodded. Lu Chen, since you have allied with the demon clan, this battle between us is unavoidable. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally reacted, directing his gaze at floating pagoda Yuan. Very well. And oh, sooner had he spoken than a terrifying sword intent erupted from within him. The sounds of swords ringing and dragons roaring reverberating through the air. The moment floating pagoda Yuan sensed this sword intent, a weight settled in his heart. What is happening? Why does my sword not obey? Sword's apex, surging swallow. At that moment, Lu Chen's sword was already upon him. With a swift slice, floating pagoda Yuan's form gradually crumpled to the ground. Lu Chen then turned his gaze toward floating pagoda Zhen. I forgot to mention, the one I fear most is the sword cultivator. Your life shall be claimed when I rescue my mother. With that, he began to approach floating pagoda Zhen. You were the one who ordered my mother to be taken away. Were you not? Upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept across floating pagoda Zhen's face. Indeed, what can you do about it? Suddenly, a look of shock crossed his features as a dark sword stood poised before his chest. Then your life shall be collected. This moment, the entire ancient realm of the floating pagoda fell into a stunned silence. Even the distant drunken immortal and the ancestor of the floating pagoda halted their movements. The esteemed patriarch of the floating pagoda clan, a formidable being of the king realm, had been slain by a mere youth. This juncture, the ancestor of the floating pagoda erupted in fury. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he struck the drunken immortal away. Huffed. The drunken immortal coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, his aura diminished. You little rascal, I specifically spared his life. Yet you have taken it instead. This is truly the end. With that, he shifted into a more comfortable position. Lying upon the ground, gazing at the distant heavens, had Shang Wanyin possessed even half your courage, he would not have met such a fate. This moment. The venerable ancestor of the floating pagoda had already forced his way to Lu Chen's side. He raised his arm and swept his sleeves outward. Observing this, Lu Chen brandished his sword in an attempt to block the blow. In an instant, a terrifying force surged forth, sending his body flying 1,000 zhang away. At this point, Lu Chen was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He hurriedly urged the wood-based primordial essence within him to begin mending his injuries. However, the ancestor of the floating pagoda showed no signs of halting, delivering another palm strike towards Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen possessed formidable strength, sufficient to rival that of the imperial realm, the floating pagoda ancestor before him was an adversary he could not contend with. As he watched the hand grow larger before him, Lu Chen exerted all his might, countering with a palm strike of his own. Yet, the disparity between the two was far too great. Lu Chen's palm imprint shattered instantaneously. Witnessing this scene, a bitter smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. Was it to end in such a manner, even at this level? It was a pity that I have yet to behold my mother's countenance. Ding! Suddenly, a roar echoed from the distant void. Floating pagoda Xian. If a single hair from my son is harmed, I shall ensure your entire floating pagoda clan accompanies him to the grave. Upon hearing this voice, a wry smile appeared on the face of floating pagoda Yuan on the ground. Finally, she has arrived. A striking figure swiftly approached from the void, clad in a flowing white gown, radiating a brilliant golden light. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen stood frozen in place, a figure gradually forming in his mind. Merging with the one before him, mother. On the ground, Jianxian sprang to his feet upon hearing the voice, shaking off his previous lethargy. She has come, the sole heir of the floating pagoda clan. Floating pagoda, Shui descended in front of Lu Chen, gently lifting him and enveloping him in her embrace. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chener, you must have endured considerable suffering over the years. Hearing these words, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Not too much. This. Floating pagoda, Shui nodded slightly. then turned her gaze towards Floating Pagoda Yuan on the ground. "Come here," Floating Pagoda Yuan, face filled with helplessness, replied, "Sister, I am still injured." Floating Pagoda Shue's gaze turned icy as she shot him a glance, causing Floating Pagoda Yuan to freeze momentarily. "Rest assured, Chinner is now in my care." Upon hearing this, Floating Pagoda Shue slowly turned to face Floating Pagoda Xian. "Was it you who struck first? Floating Pagoda Shue, do not forget whose blood flows through your veins." Floating Pagoda Xian's expression darkened at the sight of Floating Pagoda Shue. This child has colluded with the demon clan. He must be punished. Floating Pagoda Shue's eyes grew increasingly somber, tinged with a faint golden glow that my son. "Even if he were to fall into darkness, it is I who shall discipline him. It is not for you, an old relic, to decide." With that, Floating Pagoda Shue made a slight movement that "I offer you two choices. 1. Battle me. 2. I shall annihilate the Floating Pagoda clan." Upon hearing this, a grimace appeared on Floating Pagoda Xian's face. "Floating Pagoda Shue, do you truly wish to force matters to such an extent?" Floating Pagoda Shue remained indifferent, yet a terrifying aura of bloodlust emanated from her. A faint golden glow enveloped her entirely. In the distance, Floating Pagoda Yuan watched the unfolding events, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Good lad, pay close attention. This is the first rank of the body of domination, the undying golden body, although it was under pressure from the clan. Your mother insisted on returning of her own volition, for the clan needed her to suppress the demon clan. Otherwise, once that entity from below emerges, the entire continent shall be doomed." Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. He had felt it earlier when utilizing the prison suppression demon body. Beneath the Floating Pagoda ancient realm lay a terrifying demonic aura. However, before he could investigate further, the old man, Floating Pagoda Xian, had appeared. Chapter 79, Monster. Meanwhile, in the void above, Floating Pagoda Xian gazed at the golden figure of Floating Pagoda Shue, his face betraying a hint of conflict. Ultimately, he relented. "How about this? I permit you to pass on the undying golden body to him. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Floating Pagoda Shue's expression remained unchanged. "Whether you permit it or not is of no concern to me. That it seems you are unwilling to make a choice. Then I shall choose for you." With that, Floating Pagoda Shue's figure vanished from her original position. In the next moment, she appeared directly before Floating Pagoda Xian. Seeing this, Floating Pagoda Xian's anger flared. "Stubborn fool! What does it matter if you possess the undying golden body? I remain the ancestor of the entire Floating Pagoda clan. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of our forebears. Radiant Floating Pagoda, rise!" As Floating Pagoda Xian's words fell, a towering pagoda trembled slightly in the distance, then began to levitate, advancing toward Floating Pagoda Shue with the intent to suppress her. Witnessing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, his expression darkening. "Mother!" Upon hearing this, Floating Pagoda Shue turned to Lu Chen with a smile, showing no intention of evading. Suddenly, she roared, "Congeal!" In an instant, the radiant Floating Pagoda that had been rushing toward her came to a halt in midair. Seeing this, Floating Pagoda Xian's expression changed drastically, for he realized with horror that the radiant Floating Pagoda, which he had once controlled, had now severed its connection with him. Abruptly, Floating Pagoda Xian looked up at Floating Pagoda It was you. How did you accomplish this?" Floating Pagoda Shue smiled faintly. "I merely revealed all your transgressions to our ancestors. Stagnation breeds destruction. Now, the radiant Floating Pagoda is in my grasp, and I am the sovereign of the Floating Pagoda clan. Hereby, I declare the Floating Pagoda clan shall emerge once more, no longer concealed." Upon hearing this, a grimace appeared on Floating Pagoda Xian's face that, you understand the consequences of such actions?" Floating Pagoda Shue remained unfazed. "I shall bear all consequences alone." At this moment, the members of the Floating Pagoda clan, witnessing the tremors of the radiant Floating Pagoda, emerged one after another. They glanced at Floating Pagoda Zhen on the ground, astonished. The clan leader is dead. They then turned their gazes to the standoff between Floating Pagoda Xian and Floating Pagoda Shue. "What is happening?" Boom! Just then, a muffled sound resonated from below. Hearing this, the faces of those present changed dramatically. Yet, a hint of delight appeared on Lu Chen's face. That thing finally about to emerge. Nourishment? No good. That thing is breaking the formation. Floating Pagoda, Shue's expression turned serious. All members of the Floating Pagoda clan form a formation. We must not allow that entity to escape. With that, she looked towards Floating Pagoda Xian. Today's events are far from over. Hearing this, the members of the Floating Pagoda clan unleashed their terrifying true chi, forming a formidable barrier. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted. The ground began to crack, and a massive hand slowly reached out from beneath. Following closely was a head, its eyes blood red, its form colossal. I have finally emerged. Floating Pagoda clan, today marks your demise. Witnessing this, Floating Pagoda, Shue's expression tightened. She turned to Floating Pagoda Yuan. Take Chener and leave. Floating Pagoda Yuan nodded slightly, intending to escort Lu Chen away. However, Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he directly appeared before the elder of the demon clan. Seeing this, Floating Pagoda Shue's gaze suddenly quivered. Chener, danger, come back. Lu Chen slowly turned his head. Rest assured, even if something arises, it shall not be from me. Earlier, with the aid of the wood primordial essence, Lu Chen's strength had now returned to its peak. Surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy, coupled with the existence of the demon Dao tree and the prison suppression demon body, he had become the greatest nemesis of the demon clan. Even if the demon lord were to descend, he could still contend. Observing this, a look of concern crept into Floating Pagoda Shue's eyes. The aura emanating from Chener seemed to encompass more than just demonic energy. Could it be that he had a means to confront the elder of the demon clan? At this moment, the figure of the demon clan elder fully emerged from the ground. Upon seeing Lu Chen, cloaked in demonic energy, he suddenly let out a howl. Truly, you are a disciple of my demon clan. You have single-handedly infiltrated the Floating Pagoda clan to free me, when my demon clan occupies the Xintian continent. I shall make sure to commend you before the demon emperor. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Old fool, it seems you have been driven mad by your suppression. Open your eyes and see who I truly am. Upon hearing these words, Mo Wooly fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen. Such pure demonic energy could undoubtedly be the very essence of my demon clan. However, suddenly, his eyes lingered on the Mayan sword in Lu Chen's hand. Upon seeing the sword, his complexion turned pale in an instant. Impossible. You are dead. This cannot be. In response, Lu Chen let out a hearty laugh towards the heavens. There are still many things you cannot fathom. As he spoke, Lu Chen concentrated with one hand, summoning an ancient tree suffused with demonic energy, the Demon Path Tree. The moment Mo Wooly beheld the Demon Path Tree, his body trembled. How could the Demon Path Tree be in your possession? Was it not under the watch of the left protector? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Fear not, you shall meet him soon. With that, he placed the Demon Path Tree aside with a wave of his hand. He then grasped the Mian sword once more. With a mere flick of his thoughts, the suppressing prison demon body was instantly activated. Under the suppression of the Demon Path Tree, Mo Wooly's peak royal realm prowess was now diminished to barely the 5th level of the royal realm. Witnessing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. You shall perish. He extended his right hand, unleashing the Xintian creation palm in a sudden strike. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed the 8 steps of dominance, instantly appearing before Mo Wooly. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Lu Chen, Mo Wooly hastily manifested his true form and charged towards Lu Chen with lethal intent. For he understood that only by killing Lu Chen and seizing the Demon Path Tree could he hope to survive. Blood Sea of the Demon Realm. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of black light condensed from demonic energy aimed straight at Lu Chen. In the distance, Futuwa Shui felt a sudden tremor in her heart. Sure. Ignoring the objections of others, she was about to rush forward to rescue him. Suddenly, she halted. In the void, Lu Chen remained motionless, directly receiving the oncoming beam of light. Is this the strength of a demon clan elder? It is even less oppressive than what I felt from those of the royal realm, that if this is all you possess, then prepare to depart. In the distance, Futu Yuan, Futuwa Shui, and Futuwa Xian three royal realm beings. We're all taken aback by the scene. The terrifying power contained in that strike was something they would not dare confront directly. Yet Lu Chen managed to do so. Not only that, but he emerged unscathed. Sister, what manner of creature is Chun'er? Fu Tuiyuan spoke slowly. Chapter 80. Abundant Gains. A look of astonishment crossed Fu Tuo's face. I have long sensed something unusual about the demonic energy within Chun'er. It seems as if two beings are constantly interchanging within him, but he must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Upon hearing this, a look of realization dawned upon Fu Tuiyuan's face. Earlier, the expression on Mo Wuli's face suggested he feared Lu Chen. Who could he possibly be? Fu Tuo shook her head slightly. I could see this moment. Fu Tuo Xian spoke slowly that if I am correct, the demonic energy within that lad should originate from the supreme demon of the demon clan. Upon hearing this, both Fu Tuo and Fu Tuiyuan's expressions changed dramatically. Though this individual belonged to the demon clan, he had always spoken in favor of the human race. Yet he had vanished without a trace thereafter. It seems so. Fu Tuiyuan nodded slightly. If that is the case, everything makes sense. The demon clan resented Miyun and thus killed him, but Miyun, unwilling to accept this fate, was eventually encountered by Lu Chen, embarking on the path of slaying demons. Upon hearing this, Fu Tuo nodded slightly at it is likely so. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation. Meanwhile, on Lu Chen's side, as Mo Wuli realized that a strike had failed to harm Lu Chen, a hint of retreat began to sprout in his heart. For now, he was absolutely no match for Lu Chen, who possessed the demon path tree. The Supreme, what transpired before was our error, but now the priority is to restore the demon clan. Humph. As he spoke, Lu Chen thrust his sword directly through his brow. Hush, what concern is the matter of the demon clan to me? Witnessing this scene, astonishment gripped the faces of everyone present. The demon clan elder, whom the Fu Tuo ancient clan had expended great effort to seal, was vanquished by Lu Chen in a mere 2 exchanges. What sort of strength is this? At this moment, Lu Chen gazed upon the lifeless body before him. A surge of excitement stirring within him, that a royal realm powerhouse. I wonder what treasures it may yield. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained. A core fragment of the demon clan, a forbidden celestial level palm technique, Annihilation Seal. Annihilation Seal, a forbidden celestial level palm technique, intolerable by heaven and earth. With a single palm strike, it annihilates all. A forbidden technique? Upon reading this description, Lu Chen momentarily froze. That a technique that annihilates all is terrifying just to contemplate. Suddenly, a harrowing memory surged within his mind. One person, one palm, 100,000 corpses lay prostrate, rivers of blood flowed like torrents. Then a profound understanding of this palm technique instantaneously filled his mind. Moments later, an unusual black pattern began to coalesce slowly in his palm. This was the Annihilation Seal. That moment, Fu Tuo hurried over, scrutinizing Lu Chen closely. Chun'er, are you unharmed? Hearing this, Lu Chen dissipated the demonic energy and smiled gently. Mother, I am fine. Upon hearing this, Fu Tuo finally let out a sigh of relief. That is good. She then slowly turned to address the disciples of the Fu Tuo ancient clan, clear the battlefield, and ensure that all fallen members of the Fu Tuo ancient clan are interred in our ancestral tomb. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly recalled the body of Fu Tuo, whom he had slain earlier. He glanced around and finally spotted Fu Tuo's already stiffened corpse in a corner. Seizing the opportunity, while others were distracted, he stealthily approached and reached out. This too is a royal realm corpse. The treasures it yields could be extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained 1,000 high-grade elemental crystals, a low-grade celestial level sword technique, 9 calamities, and a pair of vast sea heavenly eyes. Ding! Reward trigger successful. Recalculating rewards. Congratulations, host has obtained 2,000 high-grade elemental crystals, a top-grade celestial level sword technique, 9 calamities of chaos, and a pair of prison sky heavy eyes. 9 calamities of chaos. A sword technique created by the sword god, divided into 9 swords. When the 9 swords converge, they can open the heavens. Upon seeing these rewards, Lu Chen could hardly contain his excitement. He sat cross-legged, channeling the transformation heavenly skill while beginning to comprehend the 9 calamities of chaos. In a short while, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Such a terrifying sword technique. Merely feeling it nearly shattered my soul. Yet regrettably, my current strength is insufficient to wield more than the first 3 swords. I could see this moment. The entire Futu ancient realm had been thoroughly cleaned. Futuo Shui waved her hand, directly flattening the entire area, restoring it to its original state. She then turned to Futuo Xian. Now, can my son enter the Futu ancient clan? Upon hearing this, Futuo Xian nodded slightly. It should be so. Although he looked down upon Lu Chen, he acknowledged that Lu Chen had indeed saved the Futuo ancient clan from peril. Hearing this, he did not rush to absorb the prison sky heavy eyes. Soon, under the guidance of Futuo Shui, they arrived at the main hall of the Futuo ancient clan at 8 this moment. Futuo Shui was seated in the great hall. Beneath her sat Futuo Xian and Futu Yuan, followed by Lu Chen. The remaining members of the Futuo ancient clan stood at the center of the hall at 8 this moment. Lu Chen spotted Futuo Yu and Futu Nuo among the crowd. The latter smiled at him. After the events of the day, they had already discerned Lu Chen's identity. 8 this moment, Futuo Shui spoke slowly. Now that the threat that has plagued our Futuo ancient clan for centuries has vanished, we shall once again open our doors to the outside world. Any disciple may enter and exit freely. Furthermore, with the death of Futuo Zhen, the Futuo ancient clan must elect a new clan leader. As she spoke, Futuo Shui turned to Futu Yuan. Futu Yuan, from this day forth, you shall be the clan leader of the Futuo ancient clan. After speaking, Futuo Shui surveyed the others in the hall. Do any of you have objections? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Then Futuo Shui turned her gaze to Futuo Xian. Ancestor, do you have any objections? Futuo Xian's expression remained unchanged. None. Then it is settled. No. I have an objection. At this moment, Futu Yuan stepped forward. Sister, the position of clan leader should rightly belong to you. Hearing this, Futuo Shui smiled slightly. I offer you 2 choices. Either you agree, or I shall compel you to agree. Upon hearing these words, Futuan seemed to have recalled something, and a sudden shiver coursed through her body to I agree. That would be splendid. Subsequently, Futuxu dismissed the crowd and led Lu Chen to her secluded courtyard. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tenderness, a stark contrast to her previous imposing demeanor. She gently caressed Lu Chen's face and softly inquired, "How is your father faring?" In response, Lu Chen offered a faint smile. His father had now ascended to the position of the head of the Lu family, his strength having augmented, and he appeared a few years younger. Hearing this, Futuxu finally exhaled in relief. That is indeed good to know. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Futuxu produced an ancient tome and handed it to Lu Chen. Chainer, this is the indestructible golden body, the foremost body refinement technique on the dominance body ranking. With this method to assist you, your strength will undoubtedly ascend further. This. Lu Chen simply smiled. Mother, I've already discovered the body refinement technique most suited to me, thus I have no need for this. Chapter 81. The Rebirth of the Dual Eyes, the 8th part of Futuo Unveiled. Seeking votes, seeking praise. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Futux's eyes. She had not anticipated that Lu Chen would reject the foremost body refinement technique on the dominance body ranking. Chainer, have you thought this through? This is indeed the top-ranked body refinement technique. Lu Chen remained resolute in his refusal. Mother, my body refinement technique is unique in this world, transcending even the dominance body ranking. Suddenly, a look of shock crossed Futuxu's face as she appeared to grasp something. Could it be that your technique is the 9 nether demon suppressing body? Lu Chen merely smiled in response, offering no words. Yet that smile conveyed everything. Seeing this, Futuxu burst into laughter. And oh wonder you exude such demonic energy. It turns out you have cultivated the 9 nether demon suppressing body. Truly, you are my son. Come, share your experiences with your mother. Very well. Lu Chen then recounted all his adventures to her, omitting the mention of the system and instead attributing his fortune to chance. Futuxu, upon hearing his tale, did not express any skepticism. I had no idea you endured such hardships in search of me. It is my fault. I should not have abandoned you. Futux's eyes turned slightly red as she embraced Lu Chen. In that moment, Lu Chen's body trembled slightly. He had waited 18 long years for this embrace. Mother, how did your marriage with the elder from the Tianji Academy come to be? Upon hearing this, Futuxu's expression turned icy. When I was brought back, my strength had already reached the pinnacle of the king realm. In order to prevent me from advancing to the emperor realm, Futishin imprisoned my cultivation and confined me within the Futuo Tower. It was during that time that Futishin forged an agreement with the Tianji Academy. Yet he underestimated me. The spiritual energy within the Futuo Tower is extraordinarily dense, 100-fold compared to the outside world. Thus, I took 3 years to break through the king realm and used the Futuo Tower as a medium to report to my ancestors. From that moment, I gained a recognition of the Futuo Tower. However, I did not rush to act, but continued my cultivation. Eventually, I sensed your aura and broke through. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze turned frosty. The Tianji Academy colluding with the demon clan deserves retribution. Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet. Mother, I sense a breakthrough on the horizon. I wish to enter seclusion for a time. Very well. Futuxo led Lu Chen into the Futuo Tower. This place was the most spiritually potent location within the entire Futuo ancient clan, the ideal sanctuary for meditation. You may cultivate here in peace. Agreed. As he watches Mother exit the Futuo Tower. Lu Chen prepared to absorb the rebirth of the dual eyes. But before that, he retrieved the core of the demon clan to allow the suppressing prison demon body to absorb it. Lu Chen could distinctly sense that the suppressing prison demon body was nearing its critical point, requiring just 2 more demon clan cores for evolution. At that moment, his physical form would undergo a dramatic transformation. With this thought, excitement bubbled within him. However, his immediate priority was to absorb the rebirth of the dual eyes. Come, let me witness the treasures unleashed by an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and see how formidable they truly are. He took out the rebirth of the dual eyes and began the process of refining it. Boom, boom. As he refined it, his eyes gradually began to change. A faint dark golden light flowed slowly from his eyes, while the original nether eyes were instantly absorbed upon contact with the rebirth of the dual eyes. After evolution, the nether eyes would be comparable to those of the heavenly tier. This showcased the terrifying prowess of the rebirth of the dual eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. The entire Futuo ancient clan had been reorganized. Aside from the fallen Futuojan and Futuojan, there were hardly any changes. Meanwhile, Zhujiangxian had quietly departed after the great battle. At this moment, within the Futuo Tower, Lu Chen's body was now enveloped in a layer of dust. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of cracking echoed from Lu Chen's body. Soon after, his original skin began to shed gradually, replaced by a layer of rosy new skin. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes, and a beam of golden light shot forth. Its terrifying power collided against the wall of the Futuo Tower, leaving a deep mark. I could see that moment. Lu Chen's pupils had transformed into dual eyes. Shimmering with a faint, dark golden glow, a stir coursed through Lu Chen's heart. With just a glance, he could obliterate this Futuo Tower. What terrifying power! King Realm 5th level, and this technique also assisted me in cleansing my marrow and refining my physique, truly defying the heavens. He rose slowly, ready to step outside. However, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. He turned slowly to gaze at the wall he had previously shattered. There, a faint silver glow emanated. As he focused his gaze, aided by the rebirth of the dual eyes, he easily pierced through the entirety of the Futuo Tower. When he caught sight of what lay beneath the wall, his expression flickered with surprise. He approached the wall and delivered a powerful punch, instantly shattering the entire wall, revealing its true visage. I could see that moment. 8 figures were etched upon the wall. The earlier silver glow had originated from here. Witnessing this phenomenon, Lu Chen slowly reached out his hand towards the wall. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heavenly Tier Superior Body Technique, 8th part of Futuo. 8th part of Futuo, the strongest body technique of the Futuo ancient clan. Capable of manifesting 8 forms, each fighting independently. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Lu Chen gasped in astonishment. For etched upon that wall was indeed a corpse. As he contemplated comprehending the eighth part of Futuo, the scene before him suddenly shifted. The original Futuo tower gradually faded, replaced by a small space of less than 10 feet. Within this small space stood 8 figures, all resembling him. Not only that, but the strength of these figures was at the Emperor realm level. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's brow furrowed tightly. This was his first encounter with such a situation. If it were to fight against others, it would be one thing, but how could he contend with himself? While he pondered this, the 8 figures stirred slightly. In the next moment, they each executed the 8 steps of Futuo and appeared before him. Then, all 8 simultaneously unleashed their palms. Above Lu Chen's head, 8 imprints of the Qiantian creation palms stacked upon one another. Then swiftly descended, he hurriedly dodged, but the 8 figures did not grant him that opportunity. 8 heavenly Dao fists were unleashed simultaneously, employing the very fighting techniques he was adept at. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt utterly helpless. He was experiencing the perspective of a victim for the first time. Slowly, he drew forth the 7-kill sword, shifting his stance as he unleashed the first strike of the chaotic era's 9 calamities, cleaving through the imprints in the void. Then he pivoted and executed the second strike, directly slaying one of the figures. Seeing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I can kill them. Suddenly, the remaining 7 figures coalesced their hands, each gripping a 7-kill sword. Their sword intent surged, unmistakably the chaotic era's 9 calamities. This sight, Lu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. In a way. Chapter 82. Is there truly an immortal in this world? 7 swords of slaughter manifested instantaneously, filling the already confined space with an overwhelming presence of sword intent. Witnessing this, Lu Chen felt a slight stir within his heart. Their strength must not be at the 5th level of the king realm. Right? Just as he pondered this, the 7 figures lunged towards him in unison, representing the first sword of the 9 calamities of the chaotic era. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Chen hurriedly attempted to evade. However, the space was simply too limited, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. He could only brace himself against the impending strike with his own body. Although his power was formidable, he was still but one man. The might of the 7 sword lights was beyond his capacity to withstand. In an instant, his form was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. No, this entity cannot possibly replicate all of my abilities. There must be a way. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. It seemed he would have to resort to his final trump card. I hope this proves useful. With that thought, he concentrated slightly with one hand, and Mo Yuan materialized in his grasp. That moment, Lu Chen's gaze fixated intently on the 7 silhouettes before him. They remained motionless. Observing this, Lu Chen began to grasp the capabilities of the 8 pagoda. With a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from Mo Yuan. This malevolent force then surged into Lu Chen's body. Meanwhile, the 7 figures did not move. Noting this, a faint smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Indeed, the rank of Mo Yuan surpassed that of the 8 pagoda, rendering it non-replicable, while other techniques were on par with or slightly inferior to the 8 pagoda. At this moment, bolstered by the demonic energy, Lu Chen's power reached the Emperor realm. With such strength, even should these 7 be formidable, they stood no chance. With effortless grace, Lu Chen struck out with his sword. The 7 figures were instantly sent hurtling away, dissipating into nothingness. Just then, Lu Chen felt a momentary disorientation, and he found himself within the pagoda tower. Simultaneously, he glanced at his arms, where 4 distinct patterns adorned each. This was the 8 pagoda. I must inquire with Mother about the true nature of this 8 pagoda. With that thought, Lu Chen exited the pagoda tower and made his way outside. Before long, he arrived at the small courtyard where his mother resided. At that moment, Fu Tu Shui was seated in meditation. Sensing Lu Chen's aura, she slowly opened her eyes. Chen'er, has your strength increased again? Lu Chen nodded lightly. Mother, do you happen to know about the 8 pagoda? Upon hearing this, a spark of light flickered in Fu Tu Shui's eyes. How did you come to know of this? Lu Chen did not respond directly, but instead raised his hand slowly. I discovered it within the walls of the pagoda tower. Had my strength not improved, I might have perished at the hands of this artifact. Upon seeing this, Fu Tu Shui quickly dispersed her true chi shield, isolating them from any external perception. She then spoke with a grave expression, "Chener, remember, do not mention the 8 pagoda in front of anyone. Understand?" Although Lu Chen felt perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Fu Tu Shui sighed in relief. The 8 pagoda was forged by the founding ancestor of the Fu Tu ancient clan, who has since ascended to immortality. It is rumored that the 8 pagoda might be the key to entering the realm of the immortals. If it were to fall into the hands of those ancient beings who have long been in seclusion, it would undoubtedly incite their covetousness. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen grasped the significance of this artifact. In the realm of Xiantan, all practitioners share a singular ultimate goal: to ascend to the legendary realm of the immortals. Whether this realm truly exists remains uncertain, for since the invasion of the demon race, there have been no accounts of ascensions to the immortal realm. Over time, this has become mere legend. Mother, do you think immortals truly exist in this world? Fu Tu Shui's gaze shifted slightly at this inquiry. Perhaps they do. However, I have never encountered one, nor do I desire to. She then looked at Lu Chen. Once the issues with the Tianji Academy are resolved, I will return to the Lu family with you, and shall not depart again. All right, Lu Chen nodded gently. Mother, when shall we depart? Now, at that moment, within the Tianji Academy, the atmosphere was markedly different from that of the Zongheng Academy. The entire institution seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness. Suffused with swirling demonic energy, its brilliance dimmed. In the main hall of the Tianji Academy, the principal, Zhou Hao, wore a solemn expression as he regarded a middle-aged man not far away. Song Shu, what do you propose we do about this matter? Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed across Song Shu's face. Principal, Zhou Hao's expression darkened at this response. Fu Tu Shui has already brought Lu Chen here to the Tianji Academy. You should consider how to handle her presence. If your actions jeopardize the master's plans, I will personally see to your demise. Song Shu's face paled in fear at this declaration. Understood. Just then, amidst their conversation, 2 piercing sounds cut through the air, signaling the arrival of Lu Chen and Fu Tu Shui. Both bore expressions of icy resolve. Fu Tu Shui spoke slowly. Zhou Hao, come forth and meet us. At her words, Zhou Hao rose gradually, casting a glance at Song Shu. Elder Song, do not take it personally. This is all for the sake of the master. Upon hearing this, Song Shu's face contorted with fear. Principal, considering my years of service to the academy, please spare me. Before he could finish, a flash of dark light flickered in Zhou Hao's eyes. He struck down Song Shu with a single palm, dragging him away. Upon seeing the two standing imposingly in midair, Zhou Hao offered a faint smile to Fu Tu Shui. It seems you are well. Fu Tu Shui remained unfazed by his words. You must be aware of the reason for my visit. Zhou Hao nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently tossed Song Shu's lifeless body before them. This matter was instigated by Elder Song. I was unaware of it, seeing the corpse of Song Shu on the ground. A flicker of anger ignited in Fu Tu Shui's eyes. What is the meaning of this? At that moment, Lu Chen spoke slowly. Mother, let this matter pass. Zhou Hao smiled slightly at Lu Chen's words. Indeed, it seems this young brother is the more straightforward one. The agreement with Fu Tu Zhen was established by Song Shu. Now that I have eliminated him and presented you with his remains, it stands to reason that we should be allies. Lu Chen smiled faintly at this statement. He stepped forward toward Zhou Hao, saying, if that is the case, we should discuss matters concerning the two of us. The two of us? Zhou Hao gazed at Lu Chen, who approached him steadily, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he searched his memory for Lu Chen's visage. However, despite scouring his mind, he could not recall Lu Chen. Have we met before? Lu Chen smiled gently in response. That we have not met, but this sword has... Chapter 83. News from the wasteland. Upon seeing the 7 slaughter sword in Lu Chen's hand, Zhou Hao's expression momentarily faltered, as though he recognized it from somewhere. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed his face. That sword, it belongs to the 7 slaughter sect. Lu Chen nodded slightly at his words. You should be well aware of what transpired. With that, Lu Chen raised the sword, pointing it directly at Zhou Hao. You have 2 choices: kneel and beg for mercy, or face death. At this proclamation, shock flickered in Zhou Hao's eyes, and he turned to glance at Fu Tu Shui, seemingly contemplating something. However, Lu Chen would not grant him the luxury of time in Immortales, the first sword of the 9 calamities. A subtle yet profound sword intent began to suffuse the entirety of the Tian Dao Academy. Some disciples, sensing this aura, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the figures of Lu Chen and Fu Tu Shui, they began to murmur among themselves, "Isn't that the principal? Who are those two? I heard Elder Song Shu had a marriage pact with the Fu Tu ancient clan. Could they be here to fulfill that agreement?" Impossible. Just look at the ground. The crowd turned their gaze and were met with the lifeless form of Song Shu, whose eyes remained wide open in death. What on earth happened? Why did Elder Song Shu die within the academy? It is presumed that the ancient clan of Futu deemed Elder Song unworthy, which is why they sought to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, a flicker of trepidation appeared in the eyes of the others. The Futu ancient clan truly lacks reason. What do they intend to accomplish? At that moment, a disciple noticed the already aggressive Lu Chen, his expression one of horror. He actually dared to strike against the dean, who was a formidable figure in the imperial realm. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. With a single stroke, Lu Chen severed Zhou Hao's head from his body. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving some disciples still in shock. That individual with a single sword had slain Dean Zhou. Who exactly is he? Such a terrifying presence. His strength is at least on par with the dean's. At this juncture, Futu Shui glanced at Lu Chen, her brow slightly furrowed. "Chener, what is your connection to Zhou Hao?" Lu Chen did not conceal anything, directly recounting all that had transpired with the 7 Kills sect. Upon listening, a glint of murderous intent appeared in Futu Shui's eyes. She had not anticipated such a revelation. Initially, the 7 Kills sect was considered a subsidiary of the Futu ancient clan. However, it was later annihilated due to collusion with the demonic faction. To think this was merely a frame-up by the heavenly Dao Academy. Futu Shui slowly turned her head to face Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen was intently observing the 2 corpses on the ground. His expression serious. Something felt amiss. According to logic, the demonic faction would not simply allow themselves to be slaughtered without resistance. Yet, there was not a hint of retaliation. How curious. After waiting for a considerable time, without any sign of movement, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that I have misunderstood? Never mind. I should collect the items first. With that, he reached toward the 2 bodies. Although their strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to Futu Zhen and Mo Wuli. Thus, they did not yield any noteworthy treasures. However, another item discovered on their persons solidified Lu Chen's resolve, the map of the wilderness. Previously, when he had slain the 6th elder, the system had revealed a map. He had taken a glance at it. It did not pertain to either of the 2 continents. This suggested that there existed an undisclosed location within the Xintian continent, and those tainted by demonic energy were related to that place. With this thought, Lu Chen turned to Futu Shui. "Mother, we must depart. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Futu Shui discerned the seriousness in Lu Chen's tone and nodded slightly before leaving with him. The other disciples hastily approached, glancing at the corpses on the ground, their faces turning pale. It was real. That young man had slain the dean with a single sword stroke, such a terrifying talent. Meanwhile, in the void above, Futu Shui regarded Lu Chen. "Chener, what you wish to convey?" Lu Chen presented the map he had just acquired to Futu Shui. "Mother, are you familiar with the location indicated here?" After a brief examination, Futu Shui shook her head. The Futu ancient clan had not ventured out for a long time, and thus, they were only aware of events through hearsay. This matter, perhaps the Winesword Immortal could provide some insights. The old drunkard, Futu Shui, nodded slightly. The Winesword Immortal had gained fame thousands of years ago. He might possess some knowledge of these secrets. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen rested his chin on his fingers, seemingly pondering the veracity of the information. After a moment, he inhaled deeply. "Then I shall seek him out for inquiries. Mother, please wait for me at the clan." Futu Shui nodded in agreement. "If you encounter any insurmountable challenges, the Futu ancient clan will surely lend you our utmost support." "Excellent." Soon, Lu Chen parted ways with his mother. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the previous tavern, as expected, The wine sword immortal had returned to his drunken state, shamelessly consuming food and drink at the tavern. Observing this, Lu Chen approached directly. "Old drunkard, I have matters to discuss with you." The wine sword immortal waved his hand dismissively. "First, bring me the wine, then we shall converse." "Very well, Lu Chen showed no hesitation and turned to a young waiter in the tavern. "Bring out your finest wine." "Certainly." Shortly, the waiter arrived, carrying a jar of wine. "Here you go, esteemed guest." The wine sword immortal glanced at the wine on the table and nodded. "Given your sincerity, I shall not refuse. Speak. What do you wish to inquire about?" Hearing this, Lu Chen slowly began. "I wish to know the location of the wilderness." The wine sword immortal's expression shifted dramatically. The wine he had just consumed spewed forth, "No, I refuse this transaction." A hint of apprehension crossed his face. "You should return at once. Now that you have found your mother, it is best to return to the northern domain for a family reunion." With that, the wine sword immortal abruptly exited the tavern. Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly followed. "Why? Why can we not investigate the wilderness?" The wine sword immortal's face bore an expression of sorrow, because that place is the burial ground for all cultivators. "Heed my advice. You cannot grasp the dangers that lie there, a burial ground for cultivators." Is this a clue? With this thought, Lu Chen felt a stir within him. If that is the case, I shall seek it out myself." He turned and departed. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, the wine sword immortal displayed a conflicted expression. "Alas, the auction house in Muyang City is offering information regarding the wilderness. You might try your luck there." Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Chapter 84. The Remains of an Immortal? Muyang City, one of the most prosperous cities on the southern domain continent, is a place where one can witness many wonders. Nestled within is the Muyang Auction House, the largest auction venue in the entire southern domain. After 2 days of travel, Lu Chen finally arrived at the outskirts of Muyang City. Gazing upon the town before him, Lu Chen's heart tightened slightly. The guard alone boasted strength at the 5th level of the sea-splitting realm. Such power could easily establish a sect in the northern domain. However, to Lu Chen, it was not particularly daunting that he walked slowly into the city. "Halt! What brings you to Muyang City?" At this, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. "I am here to attend the auction." "In auction?" The two guards exchanged serious glances. "Oh, you have a letter of recommendation?" At this question, Lu Chen felt a surge of irritation. He drew forth the 7 kills sword, pointing it at the guards. "This is my letter of recommendation. May I enter?" As they sensed the terrifying sword intent emanating from Lu Chen, the guards' faces turned pale. Such overwhelming sword intent felt as though they were being pierced by 1,000 arrows. They understood that if they continued to obstruct Lu Chen, he would undoubtedly eliminate them. Yet if they were to let him pass, the city lord would certainly not spare them. In that moment, the guards found themselves in a dilemma. Suddenly, Lu Chen raised his head slowly, gazing into the distance. "Are Imperial Realm experts now so common? Young friend, why must you make things difficult for a mere guard?" A middle-aged man slowly emerged from the void, sporting a smile. Yet Lu Chen could clearly discern the murderous intent lurking in his eyes. In response, Lu Chen maintained an indifferent demeanor. "Who are you?" "I am the city lord of Muyang, Xiaogu." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled softly. How fortuitous. With a firm grip, Lu Chen summoned his true energy, which surged forth, accompanied by crimson lightning and the occasional dragon's roar. While it may not be permissible to trouble a mere guard, it should be quite acceptable to challenge a city lord. Heavenly transformation palm. Lu Chen remained unmoved, merely swinging his hand downward. Instantly, a palm imprint erupted in the void, crashing down with a resounding boom. Xiaogu's heart raced with alarm. A heavenly tier technique, and it's instantaneous. Realizing this, his pupils constricted sharply. Even an Imperial Realm expert would require time to execute a heavenly tier technique. Yet Lu Chen performed it as effortlessly as taking a sip of water. Such strength was indeed terrifying. Who, pray tell, is this individual? Could he possibly be a disciple hailing from that place? While he pondered these thoughts, Lu Chen's palm had already descended upon his head. The closer he drew, the more acutely he sensed the terrifying pressure contained within that palm print. Such a domineering palm technique. The 1,000-leaf palm. Upon this realization, Xiao Gu dared not hesitate for even a moment. Retaliating with a strike of his own, a surge of azure light erupted suddenly from his palm. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the grand gates of Muyang City were nearly ground to dust. In the wake of this cataclysmic shockwave, Xiao Gu's figure was forcefully driven into the ground. Nearby, the guards, witnessing this scene, found their breath abruptly stilled. The city lord possesses cultivation at the imperial realm. Such power is sufficient to rank among the top 20 across the entire continent. Yet now, he has been vanquished by the mere swipe of a youth's hand. Who on earth is this boy? Observing the unfolding events, Lu Chen transformed his palm into a fist. May I enter now? Upon hearing this, the guard hastened to nod in agreement. Whether the city lord could kill him remained uncertain. But Lu Chen undoubtedly possessed the capability to do so. This guard still had some discernment. Hearing these words, Lu Chen smiled faintly, dispersing the energy throughout his body. Had this been stated earlier, it would have sufficed. With that, he patted the guard on the shoulder, as if nothing had transpired, and strolled into the city. I could see that moment. Those who had witnessed the earlier spectacle on the streets instinctively retreated, fearful that Lu Chen might unleash a similar strike upon them. Behind him from the ground, Xiao Gu slowly emerged, gazing at Lu Chen's receding figure with a grave expression. Just then, the guard turned to Xiao Gu. City Lord, Xiao Gu shook his head slightly. This is not your fault. With such strength arriving here, he must surely be after the wasteland at that time. We shall eliminate him within that wasteland, at the auction house. By now, Lu Chen had arrived at the front of the auction venue, where 4 guards stood watch. Their strength was astonishing. Reaching the king realm, as the guard prepared to intercept Lu Chen, they suddenly heard an elderly voice emanating from within the auction house. Allow him entry. Upon hearing this, the guards promptly granted Lu Chen passage. Observing this turn of events, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his mind filled with questions. Nevertheless, he proceeded inside. The auction house was expansive, divided into 4 distinct areas. The first 3 were visible, while the last was obscured by a barrier of true energy, rendering it unclear. At this moment, the elderly speaker approached Lu Chen. Young friend, have you come in search of news regarding the wasteland? Indeed. Then please, follow me. With that, the elder led Lu Chen to a private room. He then pressed a hand gently against the wall. Creak. Just as Lu Chen was filled with curiosity, a hidden door appeared in the wall, through which a cacophony of voices could be heard. Young friend, please enter. Aware of the auction's customs, Lu Chen refrained from asking further questions and stepped inside. At this moment, the auction was in full swing. With none paying heed to Lu Chen, he simply chose a seat and began to observe intently. On stage, a graceful young woman was presenting the first auction item, a low-tier cultivation technique. However, to Lu Chen, such techniques were of little consequence. His mind harbored a plethora of methods, rendering these items utterly insignificant in his eyes. He opted instead to close his eyes and rest, awaiting the arrival of something more to his liking. As the auction progressed, numerous items were acquired by various individuals, the majority being low-tier techniques and spiritual treasures, with only one being of a celestial grade, and even that was merely a fragment. Suddenly, the woman on stage descended, and a middle-aged man ascended, exuding an aura indicative of peak king realm prowess. Sensing this presence, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the man's hands rested a tray. Covered by a red cloth, I shall now preside over the next auction item. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience erupted into a flurry of excitement. The sudden change in the auctioneer could only signal the presence of something extraordinary. Without delay, the man unveiled the red cloth, revealing his severed arm, which gradually came into view. The sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. After all, it was merely a dismembered limb. Who among them had not taken a life? The middle-aged man smiled faintly at this remark. This item hails from the wasteland, imbued with a terrifying power that even our president fears. In fact, to retrieve this item, our president nearly perished within that wasteland. You all must understand, our president is a figure of peak imperial realm strength. What could possibly instill such trepidation in him? At this, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. for something to cause even a peak imperial realm individual to tremble. Could it not be the remains of a celestial being? Chapter 85. The Struggle for Possession. As Lu Chen beheld the skeletal remains, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The bones were enveloped in a layer of black shell, upon which a terrifying pattern was etched, resembling some arcane formation. Thanks to the presence of the prison heaven-heavy pupil, Lu Chen could discern the scene beneath the skeletal exterior with clarity. Beneath this black shell lay a crystalline arm, exuding an eerie aura. This moment, the auctioneer spoke again. The price of this item differs from others. The starting bid is set at 1,000 high-grade origin crystals. Everyone, you may begin. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated at first, for the item was completely inscrutable. Even the introduction was merely the auctioneer's word. Moreover, 1,000 high-grade origin crystals represented nearly the entirety of a King Realm expert's fortune. Just then, Lu Chen raised his hand, 2,000 high-grade origin crystals, to Lu Chen's bid. The expressions of the others shifted to one of astonishment. Turning to look at him, the murmur of speculation arose. Who is this person to raise the price by a full 100% with a mere gesture? Could he possibly be a disciple from a prominent family? Perhaps an individual of such standing hails from those reclusive families.